C. 1681 Ferocious Yang Fann Soaring Cloud Mountain, God-slaying platform. The true gods and region gods around were all dumbfounded. They could not believe what they had just heard. It's here. That sovereign Xuanyuan really came. Furthermore, judging from the aura of the domain gods, it seemed like the numerous domain gods of the Shengluo alliance had come out in full force. Could it be that they had gone crazy? Even a fool could tell. This Xianxia mountain was simply a trap. An inescapable net had been set up by the three major powers of Cloud Floating Palace. With the limited strength of the Shengluo alliance, when they arrived at Xianxia mountain, they were simply courting death. There was no way they could win this battle. Not only the surrounding true gods and domain gods, even sovereign Ling Yun and the others were stunned. Bitch, it had this old man Shu Yuan's head been kicked by a donkey. And those domain god sovereign from the Shengluo alliance, could it be that none of them were smart enough to let sovereign Xuanyuan do whatever he wanted? Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, streaks of light tore through the skies and descended from the sky, instantly landing at the center of the god-slaying platform. The terrifying experts that emanated terrifying auras that were as deep as the ocean were revealed. Who else could it be other than sovereign Xuanyuan and the 92 domain god sovereign from the Shengluo alliance? I'm late. I've made you suffer. A trace of pity flashed across sovereign Xuanyuan's eyes. On the surface, Luyu looked like. However, his body was in a terrible condition. Even his inner world was on the verge of collapse. If he wasn't treated in time, even if he could be saved, his potential, he would be crippled. In the future, not to mention breaking through to the middle-level domain god, it was still unknown whether he would be able to keep his current third-grade low-level domain god cultivation base. While he was talking, sovereign Xuanyuan's right hand was like a blade as he slashed at the divine chain with his blade. He saved Luyu. Master, what you should have come, what you shouldn't have come should not have come. Let's go, hurry up and leave. Luyu's voice was somewhat deranged and filled with guilt. It wasn't worth it to sacrifice the Shengluo alliance for him alone. It was truly not worth it. Why didn't he have the courage to self-detonate all those years ago? Why did he end up in such a situation? If Master and the others had any courage, I would be the virtual element palace, the sinner of the Shengluo alliance. Hee. Trying to leave. It's too late. A mocking sneer came from Eastern Altar. It was sovereign Ling Yun. Old man Shu Yuan, you really don't want to walk down the path of heaven. You have no choice but to break through the gates of hell. Today is the day that your Shengluo alliance will be removed from the list. Sovereign Ling Yun's voice was filled with an indescribable excitement. The Shengluo alliance had been opposing the Cloud Floating Palace for several eras, and now, all of this was finally going to come to an end. Once sovereign Xuanyuan and the other domain gods fell, the Shengluo alliance would be finished. Ling Yun, old ghost, you want to destroy our Shengluo alliance? With just you? Sovereign Xuanyuan sneered. His expression was calm, and no signs of panic could be seen on his face. There was only a cold killing intent in his eyes. How dare you be so stubborn when you are about to die? Come out, all of you. Rumble. Rumble. Waves of terrifying aura arose from the surroundings of the god-slaying stage, and it completely sealed off the entire god-slaying stage, causing it to be completely impenetrable. The domain gods were all domain god sovereign, 321 of them, which meant that there were 321 of them, and this didn't include. On the high platform, sovereign Ling Yun and the others were waiting. 3 sovereign and the 12 supreme beings from the 3 major powers who accompanied them. There is indeed an ambush. It's over, Shengluo alliance, it's really over this time. This sovereign Xuanyuan really values relationships. It's a pity that there's something wrong with his brain. The surrounding true gods and domain gods looked at sovereign Xuanyuan and the others in the center of the god-slaying stage as if they were looking at a dead man. The difference in strength between the two sides was simply too great. In this battle, sovereign Xuanyuan and the others had no chance of winning at all. Even if they wanted to escape, it was virtually impossible. They really couldn't understand. No, it was just a disciple. Could it be that he was even more important than the inheritance of the Shengluo alliance? This was madness. Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others had really gone mad. In the center of the god-slaying stage, sovereign Xuanyuan smiled coldly. Old monster Ling Yun, do you really think you can defeat me? Since I dared to come, how could I not be prepared? What? Sovereign Xuanyuan still had a trump card. The surrounding gods were shocked. Sovereign Xuanyuan was an old monster who had lived for more than 10 eras. They had seen all kinds of things. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to do such a stupid thing. Only in this way did it make sense. But can he really turn the tables? The three major powers of Cloud Floating Palace had gathered almost all of Domain God Sovereign this time. There were a total of 336 Domain God Sovereign, as well as the old nest of Cloud Floating Palace, Xianxia Mountain. Even if they were to fight rank 2 middle-level Domain God, they would still be ruthlessly suppressed. Unless Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others had at least 3rd grade and above middle-level Domain God as backup. However, this was obviously not realistic. Rank 3 middle-level Domain God. In the entire the Divine Kingdom of the Heavens, there wouldn't be more than a handful of rank 3 middle-level Domain Gods. The Shengluo Alliance was merely a first-rate major power, and the strongest expert, Sovereign Xuanyuan, was only a quasi-middle-level Domain God. To a rank 3 middle-level Domain God, he was no different from an ant. It was impossible for them to get in touch with him. Even if they knew a rank 3 middle-level realm god, with the wealth of the Shengluo Alliance, they wouldn't be able to afford such an expert. Did they really think that a rank 3 middle-level realm god was some kind of old man who wouldn't want to pay any price to help you? Brother Yang Fann, I'll have to trouble you to help me. Sovereign Xuanyuan ignored the doubts of the gods and shouted at the void. Yang Fann, who is this? Is there someone called Yang Fann among the rank 3 middle-level domain gods? The surrounding gods were even more confused. Even if they had never met those rank 3 middle-level realm gods before, they had heard of them. None of them were called Yang Fann. Furthermore, if that person was really a rank 3 middle-level realm god, how could a quasi-domain god like Sovereign Xuanyuan dare to address him as his brother? He must be deliberately mystifying them. This Sovereign Xuanyuan must be deliberately mystifying them. However, on the high platform, Sovereign Ling Yun and the others' facial expression changed slightly. Others might not know about Yang Fann, but they knew very well the reason why the three major powers had allied together. The key reason was because of Yang Fann. This was a monster that could rival a 3rd grade low-level domain god in the quasi-domain god stage realm. For the sake of his own safety, Perkazide didn't dare to expose the fact that his cultivation base had fallen drastically. He didn't want to be caught by his opponent. He didn't tell Sovereign Ling Yun and the others about Yang Fann's true strength. He only told them that Yang Fann had been thrown into the turbulent flows of space and time, and no one knew whether he was still alive or dead. This caused them to think that Yang Fann only had the combat strength of a 3rd grade low-level domain god. Poochie. The void was torn apart like a curtain, and Yang Fann, who was wearing a black robe, arrived in the sky. Yang Fann, he is that Yang Fann. It seems like there is nothing special about him. Poor Sovereign Xuanyuan, I'm afraid he has been fooled by Yang Fann. The gazes of Domain God Sovereign and Yang Fann from the surrounding major powers were incomparably strange. No matter how they looked at it, this black-clothed Yang Fann didn't seem like a rank 3 middle-level realm god. The aura around his body was ordinary, and he didn't seem like an expert at all. Yang Fann, it really is Yang Fann behind Sovereign Ling Yun, a 3rd grade low-level domain god's expression changed drastically. If it wasn't Perkazide, who else could it be? In an instant, an inexplicable sense of unease surged into his heart. No one knew better than him how terrifying Yang Fann was. He was a quasi-domain god stage expert, and he could easily crush a peak rank 4 low-level domain god like him. If it wasn't for the banishment of time and space, he would have died many years ago. No, it was impossible. However, it had only been a few million years. No matter how monstrous he was, it was impossible for him to possess a rank 3 middle-level power of domain god. However, he was only a quasi-domain god stage back then. After a million years, what if he broke through to the position of domain god? In an instant, Perkazide's heart sank. It was impossible for others to have 3 great ranks of combat strength in a short period of time. However, this little monster was different. Once it took that step, it would become a Dao domain god. Its strength would definitely experience a qualitative leap. He was even confident that he would be able to break through to the 1st grade middle-level domain god and reach rank 2 middle-level domain god's combat strength. As for reaching rank 2 middle-level domain god's combat strength, even if it was a little more exaggerated, it wasn't impossible for him to have a rank 3 middle-level power of domain god. Yang Fann, you have come at the right time. Today, I will take care of you and eliminate all future troubles. Sovereign Ling Yun's eyes flashed with killing intent and said coldly. Initially, he heard Perkazide say that he was only going to send Yang Fann into the turbulent flows of space and time. He still had a trace of worry in his heart. This little son Yang Fann would be able to escape from the chaotic current and return to the AIMA realm continent. He would become a huge threat to the cloud floating palace. Now, everything was fine. This little son Yang Fann had delivered himself to their doorstep. This last hidden danger would be eliminated just like that. While they were talking, Sovereign Ling Yun was ready to take action personally to get rid of Yang Fann. However, right at this moment, a man stepped out from behind Sovereign Ling Yun and appeared in front of Yang Fann. He was a man in a green robe, young man. He had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and he was extremely handsome. Palace Lord, kill the chicken with a butcher's knife. Leave this little son Yang Fann to me. Fine, with Min's strength, he should be able to suppress that little son Yang Fann. After pondering for a moment, Sovereign Ling Yun gave up on the idea of attacking him personally. Min was the second strongest expert of Cloud Floating Palace, second only to him. He had already broken through to the middle-level domain god stage with a single step. He was much stronger than Perkazide when he was at his peak. However, after a million years, no matter what kind of monster that little monster had, it would be its limit to fight a peak third-grade low-level domain god. With Min's strength, suppressing a peak third-grade low-level domain god was a piece of cake. However, it was obvious that Sovereign Ling Yun had forgotten about it. If Yang Fann really only had that bit of strength, how could Sovereign Xuanyuan possibly rely on him? Regarding the upcoming battle, not to mention a third-grade low-level domain god, even 10 of them wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. Little son Yang Fann, you have some ability to escape from Perkazide, but you shouldn't have shown yourself so quickly. Next year, today will be your taboo. Min looked down at Yang Fann and spoke frankly, but he didn't wait for the word to come out of his mouth. Rumble. Yang Fann moved his right arm. He struck out a palm towards Min. An ant was worthy of being noisy in front of him. Ah, I've suppressed it. The Min Supreme Being has been suppressed. Am I seeing things? C1682 3 Great Divine Formations Soaring Cloud Mountain, God-Slaying Platform. Supreme Min, the number 2 figure of Cloud Floating Palace, was looking down at Yang Fann from above. He didn't put Yang Fann in his eyes at all. A mere third-grade low-level domain god was more than 10 times weaker than a quasi-middle-level domain god like him. 100 times stronger, he would be able to suppress him. That's not easy. Could a young aphid be able to flip the heavens and overturn the earth? It was just that thinking was good, but reality was cruel. Before he could finish his words, he was suppressed by Yang Fann. To the current Yang Fann, a quasi-middle-level domain god who wasn't even a middle-level domain god was really weak. He wasn't much stronger than that ant. He didn't even use much of his strength. He only used a small portion of the power of Little World to suppress Yang Fann. To be honest, with Yang Fann's current strength, it was a little unfair to deal with Min. At this moment, countless true gods and domain gods from all directions widened their eyes in shock. What did they see? Suppress. Suppress Supreme Being Min was suppressed just like that. Rumble this. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. Who was Min? That was the second expert of the Cloud Floating Palace, a quasi-middle-level domain god who had broken through to the middle-level domain god with a single step. Although it was much weaker compared to Sovereign Xuanyuan, Changchun, and the others who could fight a first-grade middle-level domain god head-on, however, it wasn't an easy task for a first-grade middle-level domain god to suppress Min. One might even have to pay a price if one wasn't careful. On the other hand, Yang Fann had suppressed Min with just a wave of his hand. This strength had definitely surpassed the first-grade middle-level domain god. Rank 2 middle-level domain god, that Yang Fann was most likely an 8th to 9th grade rank 2 middle-level domain god. Of course, the ones who were the most shocked were Sovereign Ling Yun and the others. The other supreme beings didn't know about Yang Fann's background, but they knew it better than anyone else. However, a million years ago, this kid only had the combat strength of a third-grade low-level domain god, and he was even at the bottom of the third-grade low-level domain god. But now, his combat strength had actually surpassed Sovereign Ling Yun, and he had broken through to the rank 2 middle-level domain god realm in one fell swoop. A million years was just a million years, and he had broken through a major realm and 3 major realms in a row. Was this still human? He thought about himself and the others again. After a million years, Forget about any great breakthroughs, just being able to improve a bit was enough to make them all bloom with joy. Comparisons between people were truly infuriating. How unfair was the great path. However, there was one person who had a look of understanding on his face. Sure enough, Yang Fann, this monster, had successfully reached the position of domain god. Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others weren't idiots. If they weren't confident, they wouldn't be willing to take such a risk. Even if Sovereign Xuanyuan was willing, the other supreme beings of Shengluo Alliance wouldn't agree. Love Yu was Sovereign Xuanyuan's favorite disciple, not the other disciples of domain god Sovereign. Each and every one of them cherished their own lives. How could they be willing to sacrifice their own lives for the sake of another disciple? Even their own disciple had to think twice. From the beginning, Perkazide didn't think highly of Mi and Zhejun. However, before he could say anything, Mi and Zhejun had already been completely suppressed by Yang Fann. After a while, the gods finally managed to believe this shocking fact. He suppressed him, supreme being Mi, and was really suppressed by him. There is probably still some suspense in this battle. In an instant, the thoughts of many domain gods began to waver. One rank 2 middle-level domain god, Sovereign Xuanyuan, and nearly 100 other domain god sovereign from the Shengluo Alliance. Their strength might not even be as great as the three major powers. However, the gap between them wasn't that big anymore. Their goal was only to save Luyu, the human emperor. Now that their objective had been achieved, they could only charge out of the encirclement. With that rank 2 middle-level domain god around, there was still a high possibility. Besides, there were three major powers. After all, they were the three major powers, and they had a lot of dirty tricks up their sleeves. It wouldn't be easy for them to work together. But that's more interesting. What was the point of watching a one-sided massacre? It would be even better if both sides could fight to the death. Luoyang County, the land of the four prefectures, was a huge piece of fat meat. At this moment, roar, Sovereign Ling Yun suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cry, as if he had lost his parents. Yang Fann, you son of a bitch, you're going to die a horrible death. Mi and was the supreme expert that was second only to him in the cloud-floating palace. Once he was suppressed, he broke one of the foundations of the cloud-floating palace. This was a huge loss to them. Compared to 1,000,000 years ago, the divine herb world had lost hundreds of thousands of top-level true god and quasi-gods. It was much greater. Nightmare God, Lien Yuan, and the other three true gods had unparalleled potential. They were no weaker than Supreme Min, and had the potential to break through to the middle-level domain god. However, potential was still potential. Before it could be converted into true strength, everything was useless. Let alone true god Lin Yuan's group of 5, even if there were 5 more, 10 more, in Sovereign Ling Yun's heart, they wouldn't be worth as much as Min alone. In the next second, rumble, 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 surging killing intent erupted from Sovereign Ling Yun's body like Sovereign Ling Yun's, engulfing the heavens. Poochie poochie poochie, large swaths of top-level true god didn't even have the time to scream before they were crushed into pieces by the terrifying killing intent, and their souls were destroyed. Bitch it, old man Ling Yun, this bastard. Anger flashed across the eyes of the supreme beings of the various factions. Those who were brought here to attend the ceremony were basically the elites of the various factions. It was impossible for them to become a region god in the future. However, rank 9 top-level true god and even quasi-domain gods still had some confidence. As for domain god Sovereign, he basically didn't dare to make any rash moves. Rank 9 top-level true god and quasi-domain gods. That's the high-end fighting force of a major power. But now, he had been destroyed by that bastard. How could they not be furious? However, none of them dared to cause trouble for Sovereign Ling Yun. Instead, all of them led the remaining top-level true god warriors and left the Ling Xiao mountain to watch the battle from afar. At this moment, Sovereign Ling Yun. That's a powder keg. Whoever was unlucky, they didn't want to die for the Shengluo Alliance just because of a few top-level true god warriors. Brother Taba, Brother Changchun. This little girl must die today. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. Although he wanted nothing more than to shred Yang Fann into 1,000 pieces, he wanted to burn his bones and scatter his ashes, but Sovereign Ling Yun didn't lose his mind. A rank 2 middle-level domain god, with the strength of the cloud-floating palace. Even if they could kill him, they would have to pay a heavy price. It wasn't impossible for domain god Sovereign to lose more than half of his men. He didn't want to let Changchun and Tuoba benefit from this. Although the three major powers had joined forces to suppress the Shengluo alliance, Sovereign Ling Yun knew very well that as long as the cloud-floating palace was weakened to a certain extent, this Changchun Old Ghost and Tuoba Old Ghost wouldn't mind adding insult to injury and taking advantage of the situation to take over their Cloud Sky province. Alright everyone, let's attack together. Today, we must not let him leave Cloud Sky Mountain alive. Changchun and Tuoba Zhijun hesitated slightly before agreeing. There was a grudge between the cloud-floating palace and the Shengluo alliance. It was the same for the two alliances. In the past million years, they had killed quite a number of Shengluo alliances from the Shengluo alliance. Even capturing Love Yu Zhijun had given them a lot of strength. If they really escaped from Yang Fann today, the consequences would be unimaginable. A rank 2 middle-level domain god from the cloud-floating palace, with the help of the geographical advantage, had a lot of resources that could be used to fight him, or even kill him. However, the Changchun Union and the Skysoul Alliance were in danger. They really didn't have much confidence in stopping a rank 2 middle-level domain god's attack. Furthermore, this Yang Fann had advanced from a third-grade low-level domain god to a heaven-defying monster in just a million years. If he was given another million years, perhaps not even a rank 3 middle-level realm god would be a match for him. At that time, killing the two alliances would be as easy as playing a game. To the ordinary mortals, a million years was an extremely long period of time, and they didn't know how many dynasties had changed. However, if it was domain god sovereign like them, they might not even be able to sleep for such a short period of time. Death, this young woman must die today. All disciples of Cloud Floating Palace, get ready. 9 Dragon Divine Fire Formation, activate after obtaining the definite answer from Supreme Eternal Spring and Supreme Tuoba. Sovereign Ling Yun no longer hesitated and immediately activated the Cloud Floating Palace's Palace Suppressing Formation, the 9 Dragon Divine Fire Formation. He wasn't afraid that Changchun and Tuoba Zhijun would go back on their word. If they dared to go back on their word under the watchful eyes of everyone, they would surely regret it. The reputation of the two alliances would be completely ruined. Besides, they weren't fools. They naturally understood that while the two alliances seemed to be safe, they were actually at the brink of life and death. Rumble, rumble. Boundless divine fire rose from the bottom of the Lingxiao mountain. Vaguely, it seemed like the entire world had turned into a sea of fire. In the center of the sea of fire, there were 9 auras that were even scarier than Sovereign Ling Yun, a first-grade middle-level domain god. They were being nurtured, and one could even hear the sound of dragons' roars. Exalts, please lend me a hand. Activate the Eternal Evergreen Great Formation Rumble. A resplendent streak of azure light erupted from Eternal Spring's body. It was like a heavenly pillar that pierced through the heavens and the earth, containing boundless life force. Brothers, lend me a hand. Desolate Great Fiend Formation C-1683. Break the formation with one hand. Soaring Cloud Mountain, God-slaying platform. Sovereign Ling Yun, Changchun, and Tuoba Zhijun didn't hesitate at all. They immediately used the trump cards of the 3 major powers. They knew it very well. This wasn't the time for them to scheme against each other. Otherwise, once Yang Fann escaped today, the 3 major powers wouldn't be able to escape their doom. In just a million years, he had advanced from a third-grade low-level domain god to rank 2 middle-level domain god's combat strength. This monster's innate talent was too terrifying. It was truly unprecedented and unprecedented. Even AIMA Domain Lord, the master of AIMA Realm, was far inferior compared to this monster. It wouldn't take long for him to break through to the third-grade low-level domain god. As long as another million years passed, even if they gathered all the forces of the 3 major powers, they might not be able to completely suppress this monster. This could be said to be their last chance. They were only allowed to succeed. They were not allowed to fail. Roar! 9 dragons are born. The sound of the great Tao is echoing through the void. In the next second, awoo terrifying dragons' roars that seemed to have come from the primeval times, causing one's soul to tremble, erupted from the endless sea of flames, sweeping through the world. Rumble, rumble. Terrifying fire dragons that were tens of thousands of light years long, with extremely savage auras, shot into the sky from the center of the sea of flames. The dragon's aura blotted out the sky, and it looked like it was going to conquer the world. There were a total of 9 fire dragons, no more, no less. Each fire dragon's aura was more than several times stronger than Sovereign Ling Yun's, almost comparable to a rank 2 middle-level domain god. The 9 Dragon Divine Fire Formation was the Cloud Floating Palace's Palace Guarding Formation. It could be said that it was the cloud-floating palace's strongest foundation. With the holy pulse at the foot of the Xianxia mountain as the source of power. The 9 primordial fire dragon pearls were the foundation of the formation, and they had given birth to 9 primordial fire dragons. When the 9 dragons joined forces, even rank 2 middle-level domain god might be killed by them. Of course, the price was not small either. Every time it was activated, it would consume a huge amount of the source of the holy pulse. At the least, the spiritual energy of the Xianxia mountain would decrease. At the most, the Xianxia mountain would be reduced to a wasteland. It was not impossible for it to be destroyed unless the cloud-floating palace was at the brink of death. However, at this moment, Sovereign Ling Yun could not care less about that. If Yang Fann did not die, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Roar God Emperor Greenwood, come out roar. Roar. Boundless azure light, dazzling and boundless life force, finally transformed into a giant of azure light that was tens of thousands of light years tall. Its aura was supreme and it looked down upon the world, the eternal evergreen great formation, the divine formation of the Evergreen Alliance, although it was not located in the headquarters of the Evergreen Alliance, Qingdi Mountain. Without the geographical advantage, the power of this formation had dropped by a level, but it was still not to be underestimated. The aura of this divine emperor, Greenwood, that was formed from the green light, was more than double that of Sovereign Ling Yun. He had almost stepped into the threshold of rank 2 middle-level domain god. The most terrifying thing was that this god Emperor Greenwood had an endless amount of life force. As long as he wasn't crushed into powder by a single strike, he would almost never die. He was even more difficult to deal with than a single primordial fire dragon. Roar. Almost at the same time, a roar that sounded like an ancient vicious beasts resounded out. Boundless baleful energy filled the void, corroding the heavens. Tuoba Jurjun had transformed into a terrifying giant spirit that was a head taller than Divine Emperor Greenwood. His entire body was filled with murderous aura. Every cell in his body seemed to contain the most brutal killing intent. With just a glance, he was able to completely destroy a quasi-domain god's soul. The Great Desolation Divine Evil Formation, the number 1 Divine Evil and Barbarian Divine Evil Formation of the Skysoul Alliance, clan-suppressing formation. With the boundless evil chi as the foundation, Tuoba Jurjun, the king of the divine evil barbarian race, as the main body, had integrated the strength of nearly 100 domain god sovereign from the Skysoul Alliance. His terrifying strength had directly surpassed God Emperor Greenwood's, and was even slightly stronger than the primordial fire dragon. It was truly incomparably terrifying. 9 Dragons Divine Fire Formation. Eternal Evergreen Divine Formation, Desolate Divine Fiend Formation. Hiss. This time, the 3 major powers are really serious. 9 Great Fire Dragons, Divine Emperor Greenwood, and Desolate Evil Spirit. They can be said to be the combat strength of 11 rank 2 middle-level domain god. Terrifying, this is truly terrifying. I'm afraid that Yang Fann is going to suffer. Outside of the Xianxia mountain, the domain gods of the various major powers all took a deep breath. The 11 ferocious gods' terrifying chi seemed to be able to overturn the entire world. Although Yang Fann was also rank 2 middle-level domain god, he was still too weak to fight against the 11 of them at the same level. Almost no one below the rank 3 middle-level realm could withstand their attacks. 9 Dragons Burning Heaven, Gods Extinguishing Death God Emperor Greenwood, the Great Tao of Life and Death Heavenly Evil Spirit Fist, break the heavens. The voices of Sovereign Ling Yun and the other 2 men were like the ringing of a bronze bell, shaking the entire world. Without any intention of holding back, they unleashed their strongest attack, aiming to kill Yang Fann in one strike, not giving Yang Fann any chance to catch his breath. Puchi Puchi, the entire Xianxia mountain seemed like it was going to explode. Countless spatial zones collapsed and turned into nothingness. As for whether the cloud-floating palace would be hurt by any accident, Sovereign Ling Yun couldn't care less about that. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. It was worth it to kill Yang Fann. Sovereign Ling Yun, the palace lord of Lingyun, didn't care about it at all. Changchun and Tuoba Jurjun wouldn't care about it either. After all, it wasn't their people who died. Gasp. What terrifying power. It couldn't be blocked, nor could it be blocked. Yang Fann was in danger this time. A first-grade middle-level domain god took a deep breath. If he was in Yang Fann's position, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to last even a breath of time before he was killed. Alliance Chief, can Brother Yang Fann really defend himself? Yes, he can. We have to trust Brother Yang Fann. Brother Yang Fann is a rank 4 middle-level domain god. How can a few rank 2 middle-level domain god be a match for him? Although he said that, Sovereign Xuanyuan's fists unknowingly clenched tightly. It was obvious that his heart was not as calm as he had portrayed. This battle would determine the survival of Shengluo Alliance. Once Yang Fann was defeated, it would be hard for them to escape death. The chi of the 9 fire dragons and the 2 giant gods was frightening. Even if they used all of their trump cards, they would still be able to fight against one of them. At that moment, a bunch of ants, trying to overturn the heavens ridiculous, the corner of Yang Fann's mouth cracked open, revealing a hint of ridicule. Rumble, rumble, his chi erupted like a tsunami. In an instant, it had already surpassed the desolate evil spirit that Tuoba Jurjun had transformed into, and it was still growing exponentially. Fuck this Yang Fann. He actually still has a secret. 3. Rank 3 middle level realm god. He's a rank 3 middle level realm god. No, that's not right. He's a rank 3 middle level realm god. His aura is still there. It's still rising. Could it be that he was? 4. No. How is this possible? That kind of existence can be counted on one's fingers in the entire the divine kingdom of the heavens. How can a mere Shengluo alliance be related to such a supreme expert? Domain God Sovereign's eyes widened all of a sudden. His eyeballs were about to burst out from their sockets. Yang Fann's chi was so terrifying that it was more than 10 times stronger than those ancient fire dragons. What was even more terrifying was that his chi was still rising. Cloud Floating Palace, Sky Soul Alliance, and Changchun Union. I'm afraid they are going to die this time. The strength of a single body was more than 10 times, and the number of bodies was more than 10 times. They were 2 totally different concepts. Of the 3 major powers, 11 rank 2 middle-level domain god had the combat strength of a single unit. Even if their numbers doubled, it would still be very difficult for them to turn the tables and occupy the 3 major powers. Bitch it, how is this possible? How could this young woman have such strength? Ah, the great Tao is unfair, the great Tao is unfair. Sovereign Ling Yun suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cry. A million years. In just a million years, he had reached the rank 3 middle-level realm god realm. Even to the rank 4 middle-level domain god, was there anything more absurd than this in the world? When he was still a puny sage stage, breaking through was as simple as eating and drinking. His cultivation base and strength kept increasing. Everyone, if he doesn't die today, then I will die. Let's fight it out with him in an instant. A ruthless look flashed across Sovereign Ling Yun's eyes. Ah, a huge mouthful of life-blood essences sprayed out of his mouth. At this point, he could no longer care about anything else. What potential, what future? If he couldn't suppress Yang Fann today, all of them would have to die. What future could they talk about? Life-blood essence, go burn, barbarian divine blood meridian. Eternal Spring Supreme and Tuoba Jurjun were both masters who had slaughtered their way out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They knew that it was time for them to put their lives on the line at this moment. PCHT one mouthful of region god blood essences after another was spat out from the mouths of the many region gods of the 3 major powers. PCHT in an instant, the chi of the 9 fire dragons, Divine Emperor Greenwood, and Desolate Evil Spirits skyrocketed once again. Each of them had stepped into rank 2 middle-level domain god's realm. It was as if they were about to catch up to the rank 3 middle-level realm god. 1 aphids, and you still dare to resist? Break for me! A fierce light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. He moved his right arm and struck out with his palm. Rumble. C-1684 suppress them all. Soaring cloud mountain, god-slaying platform. Rumble. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He thrust his palm towards Sovereign Ling Yun and the others. Yang Fann didn't use his full strength in this palm strike. A group of rank 3 middle-level realm gods weren't even aphids. How could they have the qualifications to witness his true strength? They only used the power of the shell and the power of the void in their bodies. However, what kind of strength was Yang Fann now? Just the pure strength of body alone was considered one of the best amongst the 3rd-grade low-level domain god. It was able to catch up to some of the rank 4 low-level domain god, and the little world in his body was even more terrifying. It was so vast that it was even more powerful than many rank 3 middle-level divine world. Just the most basic strength of world alone was enough to crush rank 2 middle-level domain god. Under the enhancement of the power of the 12 levels of little world, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It directly increased Yang Fann's strength by several folds. The power of this palm strike was terrifying. Although it hadn't reached the high-grade domain god realm, it wasn't something an ordinary rank 4 middle-level domain god could compare with. It was truly capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, causing ghosts and gods to weep, and annihilating everything. Bang! The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The terrifying tide of energy seemed to want to destroy the entire world. Grug grug grug! The enormous god-slaying stage was directly razed to the ground. The entire soaring cloud mountain, the entire mountain, had been reduced to ruins. Luckily, Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others had reacted in time. They had already retreated from the Lingxiao mountain along with the realm gods of the various major powers. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable under the overwhelming force. At this moment, Sovereign Ling Yun and the others were only thinking about killing Yang Fann. They had long forgotten about Sovereign Xuanyuan and Domain God Sovereign of the Shengluo Alliance. Compared to Yang Fann, who was a monster, Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others were insignificant. Even if they were allowed to escape, they could at most maintain the current situation. If Yang Fann didn't die, he would be able to take their lives. In the time it takes to breathe, a terrifying scene took place. Grug grug grugawoo! Amidst the shrill cries of dragons, the 9 fire dragons that bore the brunt of the attack were the first to collapse. After that was God Emperor Greenwood, the body of the Green Monarch God that was tens of thousands of light years old. It was directly obliterated into nothing. Not even a shred of debris was left behind. Not a single trace of life was left behind. It was completely obliterated. In the end, Evil Spirit exploded. Tuoba Jurjun and the other domain god sovereign from the Sky Soul Alliance were sent flying away at a terrifying speed. With a single palm strike, all 3 divine formations were destroyed. The 3 divine formations couldn't be said to be weak, especially when it came to Sovereign Ling Yun and a few hundred other supreme beings. They didn't hesitate to spit out their natal blood essence at all costs. Their strength directly increased by several times. The 9 great fire dragons. Each and every one of Greenwood's combat strength was infinitely close to the rank 3 middle-level realm god. Especially after Tuoba Jurjun, the master of the divine fiend barbarian race, ignited the barbarian divine blood in his body. His combat strength broke through the shackles. He had steadily stepped into the 3rd grade middle-level domain god stage. This strength was enough to fight a peak rank 3 middle-level domain divine god. However, it was still not enough to fight a rank 4 middle-level domain god. Furthermore, Yang Fann's explosive strength was one of the top amongst all the rank 4 middle-level domain god. There was no doubt about it. If it wasn't because Yang Fann wanted to devour them, he would have shown mercy at the last moment and purposely withdrew a portion of his force. Half of these domain god sovereign had already died, and not like now, they were only severely injured. Broken. The 3 divine formations were broken just like that. This. I'm not dreaming, am I? Gulp 4. Rank 4 middle-level domain god, he really is a rank 4 middle-level domain god. Domain god sovereign's eyes widened. At this moment, they had finally confirmed their guesses. A rank 4 middle-level domain god, that Yang Fann was definitely a rank 4 middle-level domain god. A rank 3 middle-level realm god and 10 quasi-rank 3 middle-level realm gods. It was rare for anyone below the rank 4 middle-level domain god to encounter such a powerful force, let alone someone like Yang Fann, who could suppress it with just a single palm strike. Apart from a rank 4 middle-level domain god, who else could possess such a mighty force? Not only the domain gods of the various major powers, but even Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others had already known that Yang Fann had the combat strength of a rank 4 middle-level domain god. They were also shocked by what they saw. Sovereign Ling Yun and the others weren't some random Tom, Dick, and Harry. There were hundreds of domain god sovereign, and they had been suppressing them until they couldn't breathe. They could only hide in the Chengluo Mountains. But very quickly, the shock on Sovereign Xuanyuan's and the others' faces was replaced by a wisp of ridicule. Old man Ling Yun, you all have today as well. How dare you suppress our Shengluo alliance? This is your fate. Awesome, this is awesome, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. At this moment, all the frustrations and grievances in the hearts of the domain gods were instantly swept away. Within the void, Puchi Yang Fann took a step forward and arrived above Sovereign Ling Yun and the others. It's over, everything is over, what should we do? What should we do? Could it be that I'm going to die here today? No, I haven't broken through to the middle-level domain god yet. How can I die here? In an instant, Endless despair and unwillingness engulfed the three major powers and hundreds of domain gods like a surging tide. At their peak, they were still no match for Yang Fann. Furthermore, their natal blood essence had been severely damaged. They were severely injured, and their combat strength was reduced to less than a tenth of their original strength. Not to mention resisting, even running away was an extravagant hope. Yang Fann's eyes looked down at the people. He looked at Sovereign Ling Yun and the others one by one before finally looking at one of them. Perkazide, we meet again. I have never forgotten the gift I gave you that day. Yang Fann's voice was cold. It was filled with a bone-piercing coldness, although it was the trip to the Wangyu realm. If he continued to stay in the AIMA realm, not to mention crossing two major realms in a million years, he would have the combat strength of rank 4 high-level domain god in 8 big levels. Even if he was given another few million years, it might not be enough. It was not easy to suppress domain god sovereign in AIMA realm. With his strength back then, he was far from qualified to stir up trouble in AIMA realm. However, it didn't mean that Yang Fann would be grateful to Perkazide. He was the one who had asked him to see his parents a million years later. It was also him who had made him worry about his parents' safety all these years. He was deeply afraid that the cloud-floating palace would lay their hands on his parents. Yang Fann would always remember this dead in his heart. No, His Excellency Yang Fann, all of this was Sovereign Ling Yun's order. I am just following orders. Every debt has its debtor. If you want to find him, find him. Husband and wife are birds of the same tree. When a disaster comes, they fly separately, not to mention that they are fellow disciples. At this moment, how could Perkazide care about whether his actions would offend Sovereign Ling Yun? Everything he did was to push the blame onto Sovereign Ling Yun as much as possible, almost saying that he had been forced into a corner. Pu Kai, you bastard, I shouldn't have accepted you back then. Sovereign Ling Yun's eyes were spitting fire, like a beast that had been completely enraged. At this moment, his hatred towards Perkazide was even greater than Yang Fann's. World of Cultivators was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. He was not as good as the others, so he would lose if he lost. However, Perkazide was different. Ever since he joined Cloud Floating Palace, Sovereign Ling Yun had never mistreated him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was severely injured and Yang Fann was eyeing him from above, he would have cut Perkazide's heart into pieces. It's a clean push, but it's useless. Your fate has been decided since you banished me. Killing intent flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He moved his right arm and clawed at Perkazide. Ah no, Master, please spare my life, Master. Please spare my life. All of this was Sovereign Ling Yun's fault. It was all his fault. It had nothing to do with this little one. It had nothing to do with this little one. Good, just like that. I definitely can't let this bastard go. Sovereign Ling Yun had a look of relief on his face, as if the resentment in his heart towards Yang Fann had weakened by a lot. It's your turn now. Yang Fann's cold gaze swept across the numerous domain god sovereign. Perkazide must die. Yang Fann would never let these three major powers go either. Arg no sir, please spare my life, woo. I don't want to die, spare me, I am willing to surrender. I am willing to surrender as long as you are willing to spare my life. From now on, I will be your most loyal servant. There was great terror between life and death. In the face of death, the performance of domain god sovereign, who was high and mighty in the past, was no different from those true gods, demigod, and even ordinary living beings. In fact, it was even worse. The longer one lived, the more one feared death. Sometimes, it wasn't without reason. You want to be my servant? You are not qualified yet. You should just obediently become my nourishment for my growth. Ah no, Yang Fann, you're a virgin. You won't die a good death. You won't die a good death. You're going to die. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. C-1685 sweeping across Luoyang County Lingxiao Mountain, 4-directional void. Suppress. Suppress Ling Yun, Tian Ling, and Chong Chun, the three major powers, as well as domain god sovereign, are all suppressed. It's over. It's over. Ling Yun, Tian Ling, and Chong Chun are all finished. From now on, the entire Luoyang County will belong to the Shengluo Alliance. Domain god sovereign's spiritual sense was constantly communicating with each other. The three major powers that had lost domain god sovereign were like a tiger without its claws and claws. There was no deterrence at all. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they existed only in name. Even if the Shengluo Alliance didn't kill them all, these three major powers would probably withdraw from the main stage of the Luoyang County and become ordinary minor powers. In the end, all of Domain God Sovereign's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. This Shengluo alliance was really lucky to be able to have a relationship with a rank 4 middle-level domain god. Sigh, why can't such a good thing fall on our heads? A rank 4 middle-level domain god is a high and mighty rank 4 middle-level domain god. The Shengluo alliance, a first-rate power, had truly struck gold this time. One should know that in the entire the divine kingdom of the heavens, the number of rank 4 middle-level domain god might not exceed 2 hands, and on the surface, there were only 4 fourth-grade top-level true god. The current imperial advisor of the divine kingdom of the heavens, Zhuge Zhijun, the leader of the 5 war gods, warlord, was in the sky. He was the master of the floating rain divine clan, Piao Yu Zhijun, who was also known as the second divine clan in the divine kingdom of the heavens, as well as the number 1 demonic force, Dark Devil Palace's master, Dark Devil Zhijun. There were only 4 supreme beings, and now Yang Fann was included. There were only 5 of them. With the support of a rank 4 middle-level domain god like Yang Fann, the Shengluo alliance could be considered as one of the 10 major powers in the divine kingdom of the heavens. Even the divine dynasty of the heavens wouldn't dare to offend the Shengluo alliance. Right at this moment, Yang Fann suddenly shifted his gaze and looked at the supreme beings of the various major powers. In an instant, the group of domain god sovereign quivered. Vaguely, it seemed like something bad was about to happen to them. Gulp gulp this. This Yang Fann wouldn't want to take care of us as well, right? This shouldn't be possible. He, Yang Fann, wouldn't be so crazy. No, I must be thinking too much. Many of the domain god sovereign present included almost half of the top powers in the divine kingdom of the heavens. Even a rank 4 middle-level domain god would have to consider whether they could withstand the public wrath. Although none of them had a rank 4 middle-level domain god as their leader, there were still quite a few rank 3 middle-level realm gods. If they really wanted to join forces, they might be able to suppress a rank 4 middle-level domain god at all costs. Poochie. Like a curtain, the space was forcefully torn apart. Yang Fann moved and appeared in front of the domain gods. His eyes were filled with a burning light. That was the gaze of a hunter looking at his prey. There were a total of 562 domain god sovereigns' eyes. There were even 13 middle-level domain god among them. If he could suppress and devour all of them, it would be enough to increase his strength by a lot. Not good, this Yang Fann won't really think about it. When they saw Yang Fann's greedy gaze, all of the domain gods' hearts skipped a beat, and the ominous feeling in their hearts intensified. Everyone, take out a low-level domain divine artifact. I will let bygones be bygones for the matter of you being invited. Alright, Yang Fann said coldly. After pondering for a moment, he suppressed the greed in his heart. It was not because he was afraid of the powers behind these domain gods. There were no powers that could make him feel fear. Not even the celestial race, not even the divine master of the firmament. Among the 36 divine country in the AIMA realm continent, the divine kingdom of the heavens could only be considered above average. It was far from the top 10. Although the heavenly divine master was also at the high-level domain god, he was still far from the top 10. The possibility of this happening was very small, and Yang Fann didn't put him in his eyes at all. The one that Yang Fann was truly afraid of was AIMA domain lord. It was like the divine master of the heavens, the master of the divine kingdom of the heavens, and also the divine general under AIMA domain lord's command. Although AIMA domain lord rarely interfered in the matters of the various divine country, it didn't mean that he wouldn't interfere at all. Domain god sovereign was the foundation of a dimensional realm. For example, the Cloud Floating Palace, Skysoul Alliance, and Changchun Union were the ones who provoked the Shengluo Alliance. It was fine, but if they suppressed and slaughtered the domain gods for no reason, it would easily shake the entire the divine kingdom of the heavens, and even draw the attention of the supreme beings of the AIMA. Although he was strong now, he didn't have much confidence in fighting AIMA domain lord. What? One low-level domain divine artifact per person. All of the domain god sovereigns' eyes widened, and they looked at Yang Fann in disbelief. This Yang Fann opened his mouth and said that it was a low-level domain divine artifact. Why didn't he go and rob it? That was a domain divine artifact, not some random cabbage by the road. He could get as much as he wanted. Especially those first-grade low-level domain god, they opened their mouths and wanted to refuse. There were only a few low-level domain divine artifacts on their bodies. They had a miserable life. In fact, there was only one low-level domain divine artifact on their bodies, and it was even their lifeblood divine artifact. If they really gave it to Yang Fann, it would be like taking their lives. If they were not careful, they might even fall into the realm god realm. However, when they met Yang Fann's gaze that was filled with a hint of emotion, they swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. They had a feeling. Once they refused, Yang Fann, this dark star, would never be polite to them. Perhaps, he would even spare his life here. Bitch it, this time, that old man Ling Yun has really screwed us over. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come here to join in the fun. Domain divine artifact, my domain divine artifact. In their hearts, they had cursed sovereign Ling Yun, Yang Fann's 18 generations of ancestors, and all of his immediate family members. In the end, the group of domain god sovereigns still chose to compromise. Especially those middle-level domain god. They only hesitated for a moment before handing over the domain divine artifact. It was just a low-level domain divine artifact. With their wealth, it was nothing. For the sake of a low-level domain divine artifact, offending such a dark star was not worth it. One should know that this dark star had just suppressed more than 300 domain god sovereign. No one could guarantee that he would really kill them. No one dared to bet. No one dared to bet. Brother Yang Fann, will you do this? At some point in time, Sovereign Xuanyuan appeared beside Yang Fann and asked worriedly. Vaguely, in the voice, for the sake of a few hundred low-level domain divine artifacts, it was basically the inferior low-level domain divine artifact that was suitable for a first-rank 2 low-level domain god. It was not wise to offend so many major powers. It's fine. It's just a aphids. Alliance chief, don't worry. It won't cause any trouble. Yang Fann smiled lightly without a care in the world. If there really was a force that dared to attack them, Yang Fann wouldn't mind flattening them. A large-scale massacre might attract AIMA domain lord's attention, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to wipe out a few major powers. The next second, Yang Fann immediately changed the topic. Alliance chief, I'll leave the Skysoul Alliance and Changchun Union to you. Domain God Sovereign had basically been completely suppressed by him. Even if there were still a few people in the alliance, they could be counted on one hand. However, Yang Fann didn't have much desire to fight. Brother Yang Fann, don't worry. Leave the rest to us. Sovereign Xuanyuan patted his chest and promised. There were only 2 or 3 little cats left in Skysoul Alliance and Changchun Union. If they still couldn't take them down, they wouldn't need to think about unifying the Luoyang County. They would just find a small world that no one knew about. After this, they wouldn't have to come out and make a fool of themselves again. By the way, Alliance Chief, please keep those inferior low-level domain divine artifacts in the 2 alliances for me. As for the other treasures, the alliance will distribute them amongst themselves. Ah, how can this be? Sovereign Xuanyuan exclaimed and denied it. It could be said that this battle was completely dependent on Yang Fann. Otherwise, not to mention sweeping away the 3 major powers, even his precious disciple wouldn't be able to save him. The biggest reward of this battle would naturally belong to Yang Fann. How could he ask for some low-level domain divine artifacts, which were the cheapest inferior low-level domain divine artifacts? No, absolutely not. If this were to spread out, what would the Shengluo Alliance become? Alliance Chief, you don't have to say any more. To me, these inferior low-level domain divine artifacts are enough. Yang Fann made a decision. Apart from these inferior low-level domain divine artifacts, the other treasures of these 3 major powers might not catch his eye. Even the middle-level domain divine artifact that the 3 major powers regarded as their trump card was useless in Yang Fann's eyes. It was a pity that they were useless to him. Furthermore, Sovereign Ling Yun and the others had fallen into Yang Fann's hands. The treasures that they carried with them would naturally belong to Yang Fann. Even if half of the 3 major powers weren't involved in this, it wouldn't be much different. Sigh. This. Sovereign Xuanyuan opened his mouth, but in the end, he still agreed. However, he secretly made up his mind to think of a way to compensate Yang Fann. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to feel at ease. Brother Yang Fann first plundered the inferior low-level domain divine artifact of our Shengluo Alliance, and now he wants the inferior low-level domain divine artifact of the 3 major powers. It seems like this inferior low-level domain divine artifact is very important to him. Perhaps, he can start from this aspect. Qingdi Mountain, this was the lair of the Changchun Union. Rumble, rumble. All of a sudden, waves of extremely terrifying divine might swept towards Qingdi Mountain. Who is it? Ah, it's someone from the Shengluo Alliance. How could this be? Why are they here? Quick, activate the guarding formation and ask the Alliance leader for help. Ah, how is this possible? Why can't we contact the Alliance leader and the others? Not good, the guarding formation is about to be broken. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to surrender. C-1686 Who gave you the guts to divine me? Greenwood Prefecture, one of the 4 prefecture in Luoyang County. The headquarters of Changchun Union, Qingdi Mountain. Ah no, please, don't kill me, don't kill me. Woo woo woo. Let me go, let me go. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Lord Alliance Master, the exalts woo woo woo. Where are all of you? Where are you? Save me, save me. Ah, no, sir, I surrender, I surrender. Ah Hua Sheng, you all will die a horrible death. The Alliance Master will avenge us. Ah Hua Sheng, let's die together. Explode for me. Roar flower life, even if you become a ghost, I will not let you go. Waves of wild beasts howling in despair before dying continuously erupted from the Qingdi Mountain, sweeping in all directions, causing one's hair to stand on end. During the battle at the Lingxiao Mountain, 88 domain god sovereign from the Changchun Union were mercilessly suppressed by Yang Fann. Only 5 domain gods were left in the huge Qingdi Mountain. The strongest one among them was only a 3rd-grade low-level domain god. He couldn't unleash his full strength. The mountain guarding formation had existed for a long time. How much power did the green formation have? It was barely able to withstand the attacks of 2 rank 4 low-level domain god, but this time, there were more than 2 rank 4 low-level domain god attacking the Green Emperor Mountain, 3 of them. Apart from them, there were also 7 3rd-grade low-level domain god, 16 rank 2 low-level domain god, and 24 1st-grade low-level domain god, completely suppressing the strength of the Evergreen Alliance. In less than 10 minutes, the guarding formation of the mountain had lasted for countless years. The formation was successfully broken. Without the protection of the guarding formation, how could the 5 domain god sovereign and a group of true gods withstand the encirclement of 50 domain god sovereign? The massacre was a one-sided slaughter. While the 50 domain god sovereign from the Shengluo Alliance were slaughtering all the gods of the Changchun Union, Sovereign Xuanyuan had brought 41 domain god sovereign to the barbarian mountain range of the Skysoul Alliance headquarters. Although there were 9 fewer people, their strength had increased instead of decreasing. Sovereign Xuanyuan wasn't an ordinary rank 4 low-level domain god. His combat strength was almost equivalent to a 1st-grade middle-level domain god. He alone was comparable to several or even more rank 4 low-level domain god. As for the Skysoul Alliance's Guardian formation, the Untamed Divine Evil formation, it required the master of the Divine Evil Barbarian tribe, Tuoba Jurjun, as the eye of the formation. Only then could he unleash his supreme power. Without Tuoba Jurjun, he wouldn't be able to defend the formation. This Untamed Divine Demon Grand formation was basically a virtual existence. Not to mention fighting rank 2 middle-level domain god, even the slightly stronger rank 4 low-level domain god wouldn't be able to withstand it. 3 strikes. In just 3 strikes, the grand formation was broken by Sovereign Xuanyuan. After that, just like the Changchun Union of Qingdi Mountain, they slaughtered. Without mercy. The 6 domain god sovereign who stayed behind were suppressed by Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others in just a single exchange. They couldn't summon any resistance thought. 1 day later, the forces of 3 great overlords, Cloud Floating Palace, Skysoul Alliance, and the Luoyang County that had been passed down for more than a dozen eras had become a thing of the past. They had been wiped out in the long river of history. Their disciples had either been slaughtered or imprisoned. They had become lowly slaves for the Shengluo Alliance to control. The war between powers and races was the cruelest. There must be no mercy or mercy. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles in the future. Today, if the Shengluo Alliance, Cloud Floating Palace, and the other 2 major powers were the ones who lost, they would never show any mercy to them. The disciples of the Shengluo Alliance were even more miserable than this. These 3 major powers were worthy of being called first-rate powers. Just like the Cloud Floating Palace, they were one of the top powers. Each and every one of them could be said to be extremely wealthy. There were all kinds of rare treasures and countless divine fruit and divine medicines. When all the wealth of each major power was combined, not a single one of them was less than 20 billion top-level divine stones. This was even under the condition that a large number of domain gods were suppressed by Yang Fann, and all their treasures were in Yang Fann's hands. Otherwise, the wealth of the three major powers would be doubled. Of course, even so, it was still enough for many regions in the Shengluo alliance to bloom, especially after learning that Yang Fann only wanted the inferior low-level domain divine artifact. All of them almost wanted to sing praises for Yang Fann. A good person, brother Yang Fann was truly a good person. A mere inferior low-level domain divine artifact might not even be able to exceed 1 billion top-level divine stones even if combined. This was no different from not taking it, there wasn't much difference. Soon, all the inferior low-level domain divine artifacts in the storage of the three major powers were sent to Yang Fann. Not only that, profound principle supreme being and the others were also present. He even took out all the inferior low-level domain divine artifacts that he didn't need. Yang Fann was such an interesting man, they couldn't possibly express their feelings without expressing their feelings. There were a total of 868 of them, adding the 512 sovereign Ling Yuns that they had extorted from the realm gods of the various major powers, and the inferior low-level domain divine artifacts that sovereign Ling Yun and the others possessed. That was a total of 1,886 inferior low-level domain divine artifacts. As for the trip to the other side, Yang Fann had plundered a total of 5,633 inferior low-level domain divine artifacts. Among them, the Rocks God race was the biggest, and they were the ones who were the biggest. They were a super force with a high-level domain god guarding it. The Rocks God race had a very deep foundation. It was absolutely not something a top power like the Cloud Floating Palace could compare with. Just the family alone had contributed nearly 3,000 Yang Fanns to Yang Fann. At that time, Yang Fann even had the impulse to sweep through one or two top divine races of the 1,000 divine realms. Perhaps he could even gather the 10,009 revolutions divine devil bodies needed for the fifth transformation huge perfection. However, he suppressed this impulse in the end. Firstly, he was in a hurry to return to AIMA realm. He didn't have much time to waste in the Qianshen realm. Secondly, with his cultivation base and strength at that time, it would be hard to tell who would suppress who if he really provoked public anger. Among the top 10 divine races in the 1,000 god realm, the Rock divine race was only at the bottom of the list. The other 9 divine races were not to be trifled with. Each divine race had at least a high-level domain god guarding them. Once they joined forces, even rank 4 high-level domain god would have to think twice before dealing with them. Did he have such a good tooth? Including the 200+ Yang Fanns that Yang Fann already had, there were already more than 7,800 Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hand. Away from reaching the 10,000 mark. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for him to gather all of them. At that time, once the 9 revolutions divine devil body reached the 5th transformation huge perfection, just the 5th transformation god and devil would be able to blow up most of the high-level domain god. Once his combat strength was fully unleashed, it would be unimaginable. He was afraid that AIMA domain lord wouldn't even put him in his eyes. Thinking about it, it was really exciting. At the border of Luoyang County and Sinhai County, the suspended divine mountain, and the divine hall at the top of the mountain. Dressed in a long gray robe, he had white hair and a youthful face. His aura was obscure and unpredictable. The suspended mountain lord, Xianxia, kept pacing back and forth. His face faintly revealed a sense of unease that could not be described with words. Not long ago, an inexplicable sense of crisis surged into his heart, as if a terrifying disaster was about to befall him. Bitch, what exactly happened? This type of uneasy feeling, how many years has it been since I last felt it? Could it be that someone wants to deal with me? Myriad star true world, the gathering of stars rumble. Rumble. Xianxia's hands rapidly formed seals, causing illusory images to appear, and countless stars to flash. Bitch, this won't do. I can't calculate it at all. Roar 10,000 star pearl rumble. A ball of bright starlight rose from the top of Xianxia's head. It was like a dazzling star, floating above the void. Bitch, I still can't. Xianxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This was a sign that his mind was being consumed rapidly. Bitch, let's go all out. Roar life blood essence. Poof, a mouthful of blood essence sprayed onto the myriad star pearl. In that instant, that dazzling starlight once again rose explosively, wanting to break through everything. However, the layers of dense fog did not budge at all. Ah, how could this be? Xianxia's voice was filled with indescribable shock. He had used all of his means, including sacrificing his own cultivation base and using his natal blood essence. To put it bluntly, he was able to deduce a thing or two even if some rank 4 middle-level domain god wanted to deal with him. But now, he was completely confused, and he didn't even have the slightest clue about what was going on. Gulp gulp, could it be that? Could it be that high-level domain god is plotting against me? Suddenly, a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. No, no, I can't stay here any longer. I have to go. I have to leave immediately. He was just a first-grade middle-level domain god, a high-level domain god. With just a simple move of his finger, he could completely suppress him. However, right at this moment, rumble, a terrifying pressure that caused him to feel despair descended from the sky and instantly enveloped the entire suspended god mountain. Ah, this aura is terrifying, truly too terrifying. It's absolutely not something that I can match up to. Could it be that the one who wants to deal with me is him? A vast and mighty voice that sounded like a copper bell and a large luan resounded. Xianxia, who gave you the guts to divine me? C. 1687 Regret for the past the border of Luoyang County and Sinhai County, floating mountain. Yang Fann stood in the air, his aura was supreme, and he was the only one who could rule the world. In order to protect his own life, Perkazide did everything he could. Not only did he push everything onto Sovereign Ling Yun, he also betrayed Xianxia. After accepting the inferior low-level domain divine artifact that Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others had given him, Yang Fann tore open the spatial zone and arrived at the floating space mountain. Speaking of which, Xianxia was also one of the culprits. If it wasn't for his divination, Sovereign Ling Yun wouldn't have known that he was the one who had suppressed a large number of top-level true god and quasi-domain gods from the cloud-floating palace. How could he have discovered his whereabouts and sent Perkazide to hunt him down? How could he have fallen into the foreign land in the end? How could Yang Fann spare Xianxia just like that? Suspended mountain, top of the mountain, divine hall. Ah, it's him. How is this possible? Xianxia's eyes went wide with disbelief. How could he possibly forget the person in front of him? Back then, it was for the sake of divining his whereabouts that he had suffered a serious injury. However, at that time, what kind of cultivation base did Yang Fann have? But now, the pressure of that aura was so terrifying that it wasn't any weaker than the rank 4 middle-level domain god he had seen before. In fact, it was even stronger. Even if it wasn't the high and mighty high-level domain god, he would still be an outstanding rank 4 middle-level domain god warrior. However, it had only been a short period of time, and it had only been a few million years. How could there be such a monster in this world? At this moment, rumble, rumble, one spiritual consciousness after another from domain god sovereign swept through the voids, converging towards the suspended divine mountain. Yang Fann had caused such a huge commotion. How could the domain god sovereign in the Sinhai County not sense it? However, they came quickly and left even faster. Bitch it was this Yang Fann again. They did not want to be extorted by Yang Fann for another low-level domain divine artifact. Did they really think that the domain divine artifact in their hands came from a strong wind? They did not want to watch this lively scene. It was just that this Xianxia was likely going to be miserable. After today, the forbidden area of the floating space mountain range would be removed from this world. They wouldn't naively believe that this dark star, Yang Fann, had come to find Xianxia to have a heart-to-heart talk. As for Xianxia, he was merely a first-grade middle-level domain god. Even if he was stronger than Sovereign Ling Yun, there was a limit to his strength. How could he be a match for this monster? Within the void, Yang Fann raised his eyebrows and said coldly, Xianxia, why aren't you coming out yet? Do you want me to invite you out? Gulp. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. An indescribable panic swept across his heart, mixed with endless regret. If he knew this would happen, he would never have agreed to Sovereign Ling Yun's request. It was just 2 balls of the origin of the dimensional realm. At most, he would just cultivate for a period of time. For this reason, provoking such a monster was not worth it. It was truly not worth it. Old man Ling Yun, you've really screwed me over this time. Forget it. Due to the events of the previous day, I won't be able to escape today. Bitterness rose in his heart. Xianxia's figure moved and appeared in front of Yang Fann. Xianxia greets Supreme Yang Fann. Everything that happened before was because Xianxia didn't know what was going on and misinterpreted my words. Xianxia is willing to compensate you for your losses. I hope that you won't remember my mistakes and spare Xianxia this time. Zhangshuo's attitude was very humble, and at the same time, he blamed all his mistakes on Sovereign Ling Yun. At this time, die, my friend, don't kill me. In order to protect his own life, what was the point of betraying Sovereign Ling Yun? Besides, he didn't have much of a relationship with Sovereign Ling Yun, so he didn't have any psychological burden by selling him out. You don't know who I am, and you mistook my words. He pushed it away cleanly. Yang Fann's lips curved into a mocking smile. Didn't you want to make up for my loss? Yes, 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 I am willing to compensate you, I am willing to compensate you. Zhangshuo responded immediately. It was better to pay with blood than to lose his own life. The divine stone was gone. He could earn more, but if he lost his life, he would really lose it. Right at this moment, Yang Fann's voice suddenly turned cold. All right then, I'll use your life as compensation. Ah. No, master, please don't. Rumble. Ignoring Zhangshuo's pleas, Yang Fann moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards Zhangshuo. From the beginning, Zhangshuo's fate had already been decided. He was going to devour Zhangshuo and kill him. It would be too much to ask for some compensation and buy his own life. Back then, if it wasn't for his powerful strength, he would have died in Perkazide's hands long ago. Yang Fann, are you really going to kill us all? I'm not someone to be trifled with. Zhangshuo bared his teeth. He looked like an injured beast. 10,000 Star Pearl, activate the Great Heavenly Cycle Stellar Array. Rumble, rumble. The entire sky instantly darkened, and it instantly transformed into a sky full of stars. The starlight was resplendent, and within each star, one could see a terrifying star god. Its aura was so powerful that it chased after some first-grade low-level domain god. Among them, the most terrifying of all, there were 360 star gods, and they had even surpassed a first-grade low-level domain god. They were almost comparable to rank 2 low-level domain god. The massive heavenly cycle star formation. Zhangshuo had obtained a peerless killing formation from an ancient ruin. It was his trump card. With the origin domain divine artifact, Myriad Star Pearl, as the eye of the formation, 360 inferior low-level domain divine artifact great array flags as the foundation, and 108,000 top-level divine artifact great array flags as the nodes, Zhangshuo had directly invested half of his value into this. Of course, all of this was worth it. Once it was fully activated, the massive heavenly cycle stellar array. Even rank 2 middle-level domain god would be mercilessly surrounded and killed if he was not careful. He would not lose the ability to fight even a rank 3 middle-level realm god. Roar the heavenly cycle star god, explode explode explode. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across Zhangshuo's eyes as he directly detonated one star god after another. In this way, although it would heavily injure the origin of the divine artifact, or even completely destroy it, the many array flags. But at this moment, he could not care about that much anymore. There were no more array flags. At worst, he could continue refining in the future. For the sake of today's plan, it was better to get past Yang Fann first. With the normal power of the massive heavenly cycle stellar array, at most, it could only threaten a lower rank 3 middle-level realm god. It basically wouldn't cause too much danger to a rank 4 middle-level domain god. Furthermore, Yang Fann wasn't an ordinary rank 4 middle-level domain god. You're courting death. Yang Fann's eyes were filled with killing intent. Although he was not proficient in the Tao of formations, with his terrifying soul power, he was able to see most of the details of the heavenly cycle stellar array with just a single glance. The 360 inferior low-level domain divine artifacts were already in Yang Fann's possession. In the end, Zhangshuo actually used such a move. In just an instant, several inferior low-level domain divine artifacts, source energy were damaged, and they were almost destroyed. Bitchit, this was simply cutting off Yang Fann's flesh. This was unforgivable. Rumble. The 9 revolutions divine devil body was pushed to the second cycle by Yang Fann. In an instant, Yang Fann's strength had increased by several times. This strength had truly broken through to the high-level domain god, and it could crush anything in its path. Ah Bitchit, how could this be? You are a high-level domain god. A hysterical wail resounded through the sky. Fortunately, the group of domain god sovereign were deeply afraid that Yang Fann would extort them again, so they didn't dare to peep at this place. Otherwise, they would definitely pee their pants in fear. High-level domain god. In the vast divine kingdom of the heavens, there was only a single high-level domain god like the divine master of the heavens. That was the ultimate expert that stood at the peak of the AIMA realm. Ah, please spare my life. My lord, I beg you, please let me go. Please let me go. All of this is Sovereign Ling Yun's fault. It's all his fault, a complete breakdown. A high-level domain god. No matter how hard he tried, there was no way he could escape from this place. Ah no, Yang Fann, you bastard, you will have your retribution. While Yang Fann was suppressing Zhangshuo, the news of Ling Yun, Tian Ling, and Chong Chun's destruction spread across the entire Luoyang County at a terrifying speed. Chong Ning, Yu family. This was one of the top families in the Chengluo mansion. Within the family, just the number of quasi-gods was more than 2 hands. There were hundreds and thousands of high-grade top-level true gods, and they were all middle-low-rank top-level true gods. In Yu family, they were just ordinary deacon, and could barely be considered to be in the middle level. If one did not include the 10 major powers, the first palace, 3 palaces, and 6 sects, the Chongning Yu family could be said to be in the top 10, or even the top 5 in the Chengluo mansion. Within the family, there were also many geniuses who had joined the various major powers of Shengluo Alliance. They had quite a high status in the Shengluo Alliance. However, at this moment, the entire Yu family was filled with an indescribable feeling of unease. All of these could only be blamed on their weak willpower. When they saw that the Shengluo Alliance was weak, they immediately betrayed the Shengluo Alliance and secretly joined the Cloud Floating Palace. They even killed many disciples of the Shengluo Alliance in order to curry favor with the Cloud Floating Palace. Now that the Shengluo Alliance had risen to prominence, the news of the annihilation of 3 major powers had spread. How could the Yu family not feel panicked and terrified? Right at this moment, a rank 1 domain god tore through the sky and appeared in the sky above Chongning City. He looked like a high and mighty god as he announced his judgment. Chongning Fisherman Disobedience. Private collusion with foreign enemies, harming fellow disciples, under the orders of the Alliance Master, kill all of his family members the next second. Rumble, rumble. Under the leadership of quasi-domain gods, numerous high-grade top-level true god charged toward the Yu clan from all directions. Ah no, Master, please spare my life. We know our mistake, we know our mistake. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Woo 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 woo. Regret that we shouldn't have done it back then. We really regret that we shouldn't have done it back then. C1688 Breakthrough to Middle-Level True God Chengluo Mansion, Yiyang City. This was one of the top cities in Chengluo Mansion. It controlled the family, Yi family. In the entire Chengluo Mansion, it was one of the top families. There were countless experts in the family, experts like Rain, thousands of top-level true god attacks, and even a few quasi-gods. According to the legends, the old ancestor of the Yi family was only a hair's breadth away from the domain god stage. Even the disciples of 1 palace, 3 palaces, and 6 major sects had to give the Yi family some face when they arrived in Yiyang City. They didn't dare to provoke them. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying aura that caused countless true gods to despair descended from the sky, covering the entire city. In the next second, a high and mighty cold voice came from all directions. The Yi family of Yiyang is worse than pigs and dogs. They are willing to join the enemy. I, on the orders of the alliance leader, sentence the Yi family to be annihilated. The Chen family of Gan Yun. Private collusion with foreign enemies, a crime that cannot be punished, kill. The Thousand Feather clan is ruthless and cruel. They have harmed their fellow disciples. They deserve to die 10,000 times for their crimes. Kill. The Scarlet Mountain tribe is inferior to pigs and dogs. Their courage is even greater than that of dogs, and they have colluded with foreign enemies. Their crime shall be punished, kill. A bloody massacre was occurring in every city in Chengluo Mansion. Large tracts of true gods were being slaughtered. Previously, the Shengluo Alliance was being suppressed by the Cloud Floating Palace and the other 2 major powers. They could only watch helplessly as these ingrate, arrogant and proud, harmed their fellow disciples. Now was the time to settle the score. Sovereign Xuanyuan wouldn't show any mercy to these ingrate who stabbed them in the back at this critical moment. Die, all these traitors must die. Not killing them was not enough to anger the civilians. In the future, how would the Shengluo Alliance rule the Chengluo Mansion and the Luoyang County? If they could easily forgive traitors. In the future, no one would take the Shengluo Alliance seriously. In any case, everything would pass just like that if they gave in. What was there to be afraid of? On this day, blood flowed like a river, and human heads rolled in waves. Countless living beings had fallen. Among them, just the quasi-god alone had lost no less than 100 people. Few luckily, My will is firm enough. Otherwise, even our Yao clan might not be able to escape the danger of destruction. Luck, truly luck. If I were a few days late, I might not be able to hold on any longer. Someone, tie up those few flowers and hand them over to the Alliance to deal with them. The remaining major families were secretly glad. All these years, the people of the Cloud Floating Palace and the other two major powers had been in contact with them. They wanted to instigate them to rebel. Fortunately, they managed to hold on. Otherwise, the number of large families that were slaughtered would increase to their number. Many families had even sent a righteous man to eliminate their kin. They captured all the disciples of the three major powers that had secretly joined Cloud Floating Palace and escorted them to the Chengluo Mountains, so as to avoid being implicated by these reckless fellows. While their hearts were palpitating, the higher-ups of the various families were pleasantly surprised. Once the three major powers of Cloud Floating Palace were destroyed, the 4 prefectures of Luoyang County would be destroyed. From today onwards, the Chengluo Alliance would be the sole superpower. Furthermore, according to the legends, there was a rank 4 middle-level domain god supporting them from behind. It could be said that the Chengluo Alliance was impregnable, and there were no major powers that dared to provoke the might of the Chengluo Alliance. Even if it was the Divine Dynasty in the Luoyang County, they would have to depend on the Chengluo Alliance in the future. The Chengluo Alliance's rise was unstoppable. At that time, all the subordinate powers would rise along with them. Perhaps, they would be able to give birth to a domain god sovereign. A first-rate force wouldn't dare to give birth to another domain god sovereign in their territory, in case it would affect their ruling position. However, a super force with a rank 4 middle-level domain god as their leader obviously didn't have that many concerns. Not to mention a mere first-grade rank 2 low-level domain god, even a rank 2 middle-level domain god. In the eyes of a rank 4 middle-level domain god, he was just a slightly stronger ant. Yang Fann wasn't clear about the thoughts of the major families in Chengluo Mansion, so he didn't bother to understand them. After suppressing Zhengshuo with one hand, Yang Fann returned to his Chengluo Mountains and his own paradise. As for the rest of the work, Yang Fann was confident that Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others would be able to do it. If they couldn't even handle such a small matter, they would have been unworthy of being domain god sovereign's friends. After entering his inner world and accompanying his parents for a period of time, Yang Fann continued his seclusion. Although he could be considered powerful now, he was far from being invincible under the heavens. Just the AIMA realm alone was enough for AIMA domain lord to suppress him. On the other hand, the AIMA realm was merely a part of the dimensional domain. There were more than 10 million of such dimensional domain in the entire universe. Including those high, intermediate, and low-grade dimensional domain, there were even more than 1 billion of them. Above the dimensional domain was the Great Realm, and above the Great Realm was the Eternal Great World. In the entire universe, those who could defeat him, even if they didn't have 100 million, would at least have a few tens of millions. In order to truly be free and unfettered, there was still a long way to go. A ray of light flashed past, and a first-grade low-level domain god appeared in front of Yang Fann. Rumble. A round of devouring black holes swallowed him up. Boundless power of devourings exploded out, crazily devouring his strength of original life and robbing the source of the 1,000-world world within his body. Very quickly, 100 years passed. Pucci. The first-grade low-level domain god had used up the last trace of his strength of original life and completely turned into a flying ash. With Yang Fann's current attainments in the Great Tao of Devour, it was extremely easy for him to devour a first-grade low-level domain god, and it wouldn't take much time for him to do so. 100,000 years later. Of the 3 major powers of Cloud Floating Palace, 136 first-grade low-level domain god and 96 rank 2 low-level domain god were all devoured and refined by Yang Fann. Not only that, even 18 third-grade low-level domain god were devoured by Yang Fann. However, it was a pity that after devouring so many domain god sovereign, Yang Fann's cultivation had only advanced by a few minor realms. Barely reaching the peak of third-grade true god. He was still far from breaking through to the rank 4 low-level true god. Yang Fann's accumulation was simply too strong. A third-grade true god had the strength to fight rank 4 high-level domain god. Such a monster was simply unheard of. There was probably not a single person in the entire universe. The side effect was that the difficulty of Yang Fann's advancement was more than trillions of times harder than a cultivator of the same level. It made people despair. One should know that those were 136 first-grade low-level domain god, 96 rank 2 low-level domain god, and above that, there were also a total of 96 rank 2 low-level domain god warriors. There were 18 third-grade low-level domain god, and the strength of origin contained within them was extremely vast. If the other low third-grade true gods could devour and refine all of them, it wouldn't be impossible for them to break through to the middle-level domain god, much less advance to rank 4 low-level domain god. How was it with Yang Fann? He hadn't even broken through to the next level. If news of this got out, countless domain gods would be scared to death. Soon, a million years passed. Cultivators, time was truly worthless. The three major powers of Cloud Floating Palace, more than 300 domain gods, including Sovereign Ling Yun, Tuoba Zhejun, and Changchun Zhejun had all been reduced to ashes. Yang Fann had successfully broken through to the rank 4 low-level true god. The pure strength of body had doubled once again, and it was now close to 1,000 medium to 1,000 strength of worlds. With just the strength of the body alone, he could kill some rank 4 low-level domain god. The overall strength could be said to have increased by more than a few times. However, even so, Yang Fann still didn't have much confidence that he could defeat a top-level domain god. A top-level domain god, a high-level domain god, and a first-grade heaven and earth cloud and mud. There was a fundamental difference between them. 10 or even dozens of rank 4 high-level domain god might not be a match for a first-grade top-level domain god. For the past million years, besides cultivating, Yang Fann had also entered the inner world from time to time, accompanying Yang Yunfeng and his wife and the others. Unlike secluded cultivation, Yang Fann could stop cultivating at any time, and it wouldn't affect him in any way. Under the request of his little sister, Si Fan, Yang Fann even brought a few girls out of the inner world and had a good tour of the 4 prefectures of Luoyang County. Puchi, one middle-level domain god after another was reduced to ashes. Yang Fann's strength was increasing at a terrifying speed. 10 million years later, out of the many captives in Yang Fann's hands, apart from the high-level domain god from the rock, there were only 7 intermediate realm beasts and the advanced realm beasts left. As for Yang Fann's cultivation base, he had also successfully advanced to a low-level true the limits of God. It seemed like as long as there was an opportunity, he would be able to break through to the middle-level true God. In the blink of an eye, another 100,000 years had passed. Puchi, intermediate realm beasts turned into ashes. One had to admit that these realm beasts were worthy of being called the darlings of the heavens and earth. This intermediate realm beast's strength was only comparable to a first-grade middle-level domain god, but it was able to provide a vast amount of strength of origin. Compared to many rank 2 middle-level domain god, it was even more powerful. Yang Fann went into seclusion. 12 million years. Out of the 7 intermediate realm beasts, only 7 remained. 3. One of them had obviously shrunk by more than half. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, Yang Fann's steadily rising aura was like a myriad of volcanoes erupting, rapidly rising and multiplying. At the same time, the world inside Yang Fann's body, which was much bigger than the dimensional realms in the bodies of many rank 4 middle-level domain god warriors, began to expand at a terrifying rate. C1689 Region Lord's Oracle Chengluo Mountains, a world within a paradise. After 12 million years of hard work and devouring over 1,000 low-level domain god and nearly 100 middle-level domain god warriors, Yang Fann's cultivation base finally began to advance towards the middle-level true god. Rumble. The aura around Yang Fann's body was like a landslide or a tsunami as it rose crazily and steadily. That terrifying aura was enough to crush some middle-level domain god warriors into pieces. Luckily, Yang Fann was prepared for this. One by one, intermediate and high-level domain divine artifacts suppressed the surroundings. Otherwise, the entire Chengluo Mountains would have been destroyed. At the same time, the inner world within his body, which was even larger than the dimensional realm within the middle-level domain god, doubled in size and expanded in all directions. The intermediate realm beasts, which had obviously shrunk by half, started shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Compared to normal devouring, the efficiency of the absorption had increased by more than 10 times, or even 100 times. In less than 1,000 years, it had been completely devoured by Yang Fann. Fortunately, Yang Fann was prepared for this. With a flash of divine light, Hong Long. This intermediate realm beasts was several times bigger than the previous intermediate realm beasts. Not only that, the strength of origin in his body was so huge. Although it couldn't be compared to a high-level domain god realm beasts, it was still far from being comparable to a rank 4 middle-level domain god. However, even so, it only lasted for less than 10,000 years before it was completely devoured by Yang Fann. Very quickly, the last intermediate realm beasts was thrown into the devouring black hole. This was a quasi-advanced realm beasts. There was only a slight gap between advancing and breaking through. The strength of origin on his body was no less than that of a first-grade high-level domain god. It was only after Yang Fann had devoured it for nearly 100,000 years that he finally completely refined it. At this moment, the soaring aura of Yang Fann gradually calmed down. The rapidly expanding inner world had almost reached its limit. Another 1,000 years passed. After devouring the only high-level domain god, the old ancestor of the rock, the strength of origin, Yang Fann's cultivation had finally stabilized at the first-grade middle-level true god. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Rumble. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. The divine light was so bright that it pierced through everything. At this moment, even an ordinary high-level domain god who dared to stand in front of Yang Fann would be severely injured or even killed in an instant. It was truly terrifying. However, there was a lingering fear in the depths of his eyes. Fortunately, he had made sufficient preparations this time. If he lost a few realm beasts, or if he didn't have the supreme being of the rock, the consequences would be unimaginable. With his strong foundation, a mere top-level divine stone was nothing more than a drop of water in the bucket. If he wanted to break through, he would have to rely on the top-level divine stone. That tiny bit of energy was like a drop of water in a bucket of firewood. Unless he had the legendary divine crystal, but that was a treasure that not even a top-level domain god could possess. How could it be so easy to obtain? Once he ran out of energy, there was only one possibility waiting for Yang Fann, and that was to fail his breakthrough. Not only would his many years of hard work become nothing, he would also be severely injured. Looks like I still need to be fully prepared for this kind of breakthrough in the future. Yang Fann muttered in his heart, and a smile gradually bloomed on his face. No matter what, he had successfully broken through this time, and that was something worth being happy about. Especially when he felt the vast energy in his body, the smile on Yang Fann's face became even wider. Breaking through to a higher level was indeed incomparable to breaking through to a higher level. Currently, his pure strength of body had increased by several times. Just the power of the body alone was enough to fight a first-grade middle-level domain god and suppress many rank 4 low-level domain god. The vast little world within his body was even more powerful than many first-grade high-level domain gods' dimensional realms. Without using any world law's power, just the suppression of the world itself was enough to suppress all the rank 4 middle-level domain god warriors. Also, the world law had gone from 780 to 830. It was unimaginable. One should know that even a top-dimensional realm like the AIMA realm continent only had 810 complete Tao laws. As for the Tao of law, the further one went, the more difficult it was to comprehend and control every new law. Time was usually 100 billion years, trillions of years, or even eras. Many top-level domain god warriors might not even be able to obtain so many world laws. At this moment, once Yang Fann unleashed all of his combat strength, even he had no idea where his limit was. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. His combat strength had definitely surpassed the high-level domain god, and he had steadily stepped into the top-level domain god stage. As for whether he was a first-grade top-level domain god or a rank 2 top-level domain god, he would have to fight a domain god at the same level before he could confirm it. Looks like I have to find a way to transport another group of living beings here. Yang Fann frowned slightly. The inner world had expanded by more than 10 times in an instant. The living beings that were barely able to cover half of the inner world had suddenly become useless again. This is simple. Soon, Yang Fann's brows relaxed again. However, there was still an old ancestor of rock waiting for him to devour and refine it. As a peak first-grade high-level domain god, the inner world of the old ancestor of the rock was no weaker than his inner world. The numerous living beings in the old ancestor's dimensional world should be enough to satisfy his needs. But there's no rush. Right now, it's still. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Yang Fann's figure moved and entered his inner world. It had been so many years since he last saw his parents. They must have wanted to kill him. Time passed quickly. Another 1,000 years passed. Yang Fann once again went into seclusion. Before converting all the resources in his hands into strength, he would not leave the Chengluo Mountains. He had gone on expeditions and plundering everywhere just to improve his cultivation base and strength, not to be used as a decoration to watch. He could not convert the resources in his hands into his own strength in time. No matter how many resources he had, they were nothing more than a pile of waste. Rumble. The endless power of devouring was like a surging tide that swallowed the old ancestor of rock, crazily devouring his strength of origin. A high-level domain god was a high-level domain god. It was not something those middle-level domain god warriors could compare with. Yang Fann's cultivation base began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye, pushing towards the second-grade middle-level true god. A million years later, Pucci, the body of the old ancestor of rock crumbled inch by inch, turning into a flying ash. Yang Fann's cultivation base had reached the peak of first-grade middle-level true god, and he was only a step away from second-grade middle-level true god. It was likely that after absorbing and refining the advanced realm beasts, he would be able to break through, and perhaps even break through to the rank 3 middle-level true god realm. Although the strength of this advanced realm beasts wasn't much stronger than the old ancestor of rock, the strength of origin was so strong that even many rank 2 high-level domain god warriors were far weaker than it. It was almost comparable to a rank 3 high-level domain god warrior. 1 million years, 3 million years, 5 million years, 8 million years, 10 million years. Very quickly, 13 million years had passed. Pucci. The last strength of origin of the advanced realm beasts entered Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole. His body, which looked like a star, was completely destroyed. 8 million years ago, Yang Fann had successfully broken through to the second-grade middle-level true god. It was a pity that in the next 8 million years, Yang Fann's cultivation base did not break through again, and he advanced to rank 3 middle-level true god. He had only barely reached the peak of second-grade middle-level true god. If he wanted to break through, he would need to devour advanced realm beasts. Spitting out a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann suppressed the regret in his heart. Now was the time to upgrade the 9 revolutions divine devil body. He had been trapped in this 4th transformation huge perfection for a long time. Yang Fann had already gathered the 10,000 huge perfections needed for the 5th transformation huge perfection tens of millions of years ago. With the current status of Chengluo Alliance, there was no major power in the divine kingdom of the heavens, including the sovereign family of the firmament, who would dare to not give face to the Chengluo Alliance. In addition to the fact that they were buying the inferior low-level domain divine artifacts at a premium price, it would be very easy for them to get 2,000 inferior low-level domain divine artifacts. After all, the Luoyang County was able to obtain over 2,000 inferior low-level domain divine artifacts, not to mention the divine kingdom of the heavens. Grug grug grug, one inferior low-level domain divine artifact after another transformed into flying ashes. Yang Fann's refining speed was extremely fast. In less than 60 years, an inferior low-level domain divine artifact was refined by Yang Fann. Good work. One must first gain the upper hand in this matter. This was not a lie at all. With Yang Fann's previous cultivation base and strength, a single inferior low-level domain divine artifact would take tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousand years. Even without counting the time needed to collect them, it would probably take hundreds of millions of years, or even billions of years, to completely refine all 10,000 inferior low-level domain divine artifacts. Unlike now, he didn't even need a million years to complete the 5th transformation huge perfection of the 9 revolutions divine devil body. At that time, there shouldn't be anyone in the entire AIMA realm who could be his match anymore. Even AIMA domain lord wouldn't be able to do it. 300,000 years later, Yang Fann had already refined close to 7,000 inferior low-level domain divine artifacts. He would at most have another 150,000 years to complete his cultivation. Rumble. All of a sudden, a ray of light tore through the space and shot towards Yang Fann. Yang Fann frowned slightly. He moved his right hand and grabbed the ray of light. The next second, Yang Fann struggled to free himself, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Domain Lord Oracle, World Heaven's Pride Battle. Interesting. C1690 The Genius Battles of the Different Realms in the center of the Chengluo Mountains, Chengluo Divine Palace. The group of domain god sovereign from the Chengluo Alliance, led by Sovereign Xuanyuan, gathered together once again. However, compared to before, the number of domain gods was much greater. 25 million years was nothing in the past. These old monsters that had lived for several eras, or even dozens of eras, simply closed their doors for a short period of time. But now, they were two completely different concepts. After taking over the Cloud Floating Palace, Skysoul Alliance, and Changchun Union and plundering a huge amount of resources, the overall strength of the Shengluo Alliance had improved by leaps and bounds. It could be said that every day and every moment was changing. Yang Fann had even given a lot of resources to the alliance. Among these resources, many of them were precious treasures that even third grade and rank 4 middle-level domain god would be tempted by. For the Shengluo Alliance, which didn't even have a middle-level domain god warrior, the benefits were beyond description. Many quasi-gods took the last step, condensing the dimensional realm and advancing to the domain god stage. At this moment, the total number of domain gods in Shengluo Alliance had exceeded 150. The number was so huge that it had exceeded the number of domain gods in Luoyang County, Cloud Floating Palace. Even their quality had exceeded a lot. After receiving the gift from Yang Fann, the strength of Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others had also improved by leaps and bounds. For example, Sovereign Xuanyuan and the other 3 Palace Masters, Profound Opening Supreme Being, 100 Weapons Supreme Being, and Nether Luo Supreme Being had broken through their shackles and advanced to the middle-level domain god stage. Even though the Heavenly Sword Sovereign and the other 6 Palace Lords had yet to take that step, furthermore, it wasn't as simple as just a simple breakthrough. The weakest of them had already mastered 5,000 medium to 1,000 strength of worlds. He was like the strongest Heavenly Sword Supreme Being, not any weaker than Sovereign Xuanyuan in the past. Adding the middle-level domain divine artifact that Yang Fann had given him, he could even fight a true first-grade middle-level domain god. The middle-level domain divine artifact was a precious treasure in the eyes of Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others. In the past, in the Shengluo Alliance, Sovereign Xuanyuan had a middle-level domain divine artifact each, but to Yang Fann, it was useless. For Sovereign Xuanyuan and the other 10 great deputy chief, each of them was given a middle-level domain divine artifact by Yang Fann. It wasn't even the lowest grade of inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts. Most of them were intermediate middle-level domain divine artifacts, and many of them were even high-grade middle-level domain divine artifacts. Apart from that, there were 12 other senior elders who had successfully stepped into rank 4 low-level domain god's realm. The lower grade was a third-grade low-level domain god, and there were 49 of them. It could be said that the entire Shengluo Alliance had undergone a qualitative change. Even if Yang Fann wasn't included, the Shengluo Alliance would still be able to make it into the top 20, or perhaps even the top 15 in the divine kingdom of the heavens. Behind the numerous domain god sovereigns stood a large group of people. All of them were quasi-domain gods who had broken through to the domain god stage with a single step. After 25 million years, the number of quasi-domain gods in the Shengluo Alliance had doubled, let alone the number of quasi-domain gods. That was more than 10 times the number, and it had already exceeded 5,000. Among them, there were a few people who were familiar with Yang Fann. They were none other than Qin Wushuang, Shen Hanxing, and the other 6 geniuses who had participated in the test with Yang Fann. Back then, under Yang Fann's unintentional care, Qin Wushuang and the others had obtained a lot of benefits from the divine herb world. After they came out, they immediately went into seclusion, and soon broke through to the rank 9 top-level true god. During these 25 million years, as the young generation's geniuses, they had always been the focus of Shengluo Alliance's nurturing. That was especially true of Qin Wushuang, who had been viewed as the future hope of the Heavenly Sword Sect by the Sky Sword Sovereign, and had received the full support of the Heavenly Sword Sect. His cultivation base was so terrifying that he had almost reached the critical point of being a quasi-domain god. In terms of actual combat strength, he was no weaker than Lien Yuan and the others. Even if he faced a first-grade low-level domain god, he had a pretty high chance of winning. Right at this moment, the center of the hall distorted. The next second, a 20-year-old young man wearing a long black robe appeared out of thin air. Brother Yang Fann, you are here. Brother Yang Fann, you have come out of seclusion. Brother Yang Fann, please have a seat. Sovereign Xuanyuan, Profound Principal, and the others all stood up and welcomed Yang Fann to the main seat that no one had been sitting at all. Greetings, Supreme Being Yang Fann. Supreme Saint's longevity is boundless, and his longevity is equal to the heavens. Greetings, Supreme Being Yang Fann. Supreme Saint's longevity is boundless. Life and heaven are equal greetings, Supreme Being Yang Fann. Supreme Being Saint's longevity is boundless. Lifespan is equal to the heavens. The other newly ascended domain gods and quasi-domain gods all dropped to their knees to pay their respects. No one dared to show the slightest bit of disrespect. Who was Yang Fann? He was a rank 4 middle-level domain god. Even if they had successfully broken through to the domain god stage. In his eyes, that was just a slightly stronger ant. With just a wave of his hand, he could erase them from this world, let alone those quasi-domain gods who weren't even domain gods. Yang Fann didn't reject the offer. He sat on the central divine throne. In world of cultivators, experts were respected. No matter what qualifications one had, strength was the guarantee of one's status. With Yang Fann's current cultivation base and strength, if he rejected the offer, it would cause Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others to misunderstand. Perhaps, they would think that Yang Fann was dissatisfied with them. No need for formalities. With a gentle wave of his hand, a gentle force immediately lifted up all the domain gods and quasi-domain gods. Thank you, Supreme Being. Looking at Yang Fann, who was surrounded by Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others like a moon surrounded by stars, the other newly ascended domain gods and quasi-domain gods were nothing to him. However, Qin Wushuang and the other three had mixed feelings in their hearts. How could a person reach such a realm in monster? Others might not know Yang Fann's background, but they knew him very well. 25 million years ago, how old was Yang Fann? He should have been less than 8 million years old. However, his cultivation base was already comparable to a rank 4 middle-level domain god. Now that 25 million years had passed, what kind of realm would this monster reach? It was probably a first-grade high-level domain god. He was far from being a match for this monster. Thinking about himself, he was still lingering around the domain god realm. Sigh, I can't compare. I really can't compare. On the throne, Yang Fann turned his gaze and glanced at Sovereign Xuanyuan, indicating for him to continue. Today, I have gathered all of you here with only one purpose, to inform everyone of one thing. Sovereign Xuanyuan gently nodded his head and continued speaking with confidence. Not long ago, I received a command from the Divine Master of the Heavens. His Majesty the Domain Lord has sent down the oracle and is about to call for the World Heavens Pride Battle. All the youths below the age of an era are qualified to participate in the World Heavens Pride Battle. An era, 5-6 billion years. What kind of terrifying time was this? Even for those saints and saint rulers, it was enough for them to die countless times. However, in the eyes of Domain God Sovereign, who had these Domain God Sovereigns reaching the height of 81 eras, a mere era was nothing. A single era was only the younger generation. This will be the grand feast of countless young geniuses in AIMA realm continent and even the entire AIMA realm. Those who perform outstandingly will be rewarded by His Majesty the Domain Lord. They will even become a disciple of His Majesty the Domain Lord and become the direct disciple of His Majesty. What? Become a personal disciple of His Majesty the Domain Lord. In an instant, the breathing of the domain gods and quasi-domain gods started to quicken. Who was His Majesty the Domain Lord? He was the legendary top-level domain god. The master of AIMA realm, even the master of the divine kingdom of the heavens, was only a divine general under him. If he could become his personal disciple, it would be like reaching the sky in a single bound, turning him into a phoenix. At that time, even the lords of divine country would have to address them as Your Highness. Even if he couldn't become the personal disciple of the Domain Lord, he would be rewarded by the Domain Lord. That would be enough for them to enjoy for the rest of their lives. As a dignified top-level domain god, just a few things would be enough for Domain God Sovereign to fight over. In the future, not to mention middle-level domain god, even high-level domain god might be possible. On the throne, a hint of excitement flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. However, unlike those domain gods and quasi-domain gods, he didn't care about those so-called rewards. Even if it was the personal disciple of the Domain Lord, he wouldn't care about it. With his current cultivation base, even if he wasn't as strong as AIMA Domain Lord, he wouldn't be much weaker. In another 100,000 years or so, it wouldn't be difficult for the 5th transformation huge perfection 9 revolutions divine devil body to surpass AIMA Domain Lord. AIMA Domain Lord wasn't qualified to be Yang Fann's master. What really moved Yang Fann was that those chosen who participated in the meeting were all great tonics in terms of talent. The unparalleled sword god Qin Wushuang was slightly weaker than god child level monster. Currently, He was only a step away from the domain god stage. If he could cultivate bitterly for an entire era in the future, even if he wasn't a middle-level domain god, he would still be an outstanding genius amongst rank 4 low-level domain god. Besides, what level of power was the Shengluo alliance? Even with the huge amount of resources provided by Yang Fann, compared to the various imperial families in AIMA realm, and those major powers that had high-level domain god guarding them, the resources they had were far from enough. Those true god-child level monster, under the focus of the divine dynasty and the superpowers, would be able to cultivate for an entire era. His strength would only become more terrifying. It wasn't impossible for a middle-level domain god, or even a high-level domain god. It just so happened that all the captives in his hands had been used up. This was definitely a rare opportunity. Right at this moment, Sovereign Xuanyuan threw down another heavy bomb. Furthermore, according to the legends, the World Heaven's Pride battle is still related to the upper realm. The outstanding ones among them will have a chance to enter the upper realm. Upper realm, could it be? C1691 Let's go Chengluo Mansion, Chengluo Mountains, Central Divine Palace. WH. What? The upper realm. The realm gods and quasi-realm gods widened their eyes. The AIMA realm was a top-grade dimensional domain, and it was able to give birth to a top-level domain god. Although there were still many in the dimensional domain that were stronger than the AIMA realm, there were still many who were stronger than them. However, it was absolutely not qualified to be called the upper realm. The only place that could be called the upper realm of the AIMA realm was the legendary Great Thousand World, the Great Realm. According to the legends, the Great Realm was the core of a myriad of realms. Its resources were billions of times more abundant than the AIMA realm. If the Great Realm was a vast ocean, then the AIMA realm would be an insignificant river, a small stream. Within it, a middle-low-level domain god could only be considered a small expert, and was far from being worthy of the title of a supreme expert. Even a top-level domain god like AIMA domain lord could barely be considered an ordinary expert. He was a mighty figure. Only the sovereign who had transcended the domain god stage was sovereign expert, who stood at the peak of the great realm. Gulp. Gulp. If we can enter the upper realm. Instantly, the light in the eyes of the realm gods and quasi-gods grew even brighter. They didn't dare to hope for the legendary sovereign lord, but it was still possible for a top-level domain god to do so. Even Yang Fann couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. He never thought that the World Heaven's Pride battle would involve the Great Realm, which was out of his expectation. An opportunity, this was his chance. With his current cultivation base and strength, he had almost reached his limit in the dimensional domain. If he stayed in the AIMA realm all the time, not to mention breaking through to the position of domain god, even breaking through to the top-level true god would be extremely difficult. One should know that after devouring a first-grade high-level domain god and advanced realm beasts, his cultivation base had broken through a major grade. Once he reached the second-grade middle-level true god, he would need to devour dozens of high-level domain god in order to break through to the fourth-grade middle-level true god. Many of them would need to be at the third grade, rank 4 high-level domain god. In the entire AIMA realm, there were only a few high-level domain god, both in the open and in the dark. Adding all of them together, there wouldn't be more than 100 of them. Perhaps, by devouring all the high-level domain god and even AIMA domain lord in the AIMA realm, it would be enough for him to break through to the high-level true god. As for the 9 revolutions divine devil body, in the AIMA realm, the 5th transformation huge perfection was almost at the end. In the entire Luoyang County, there were only less than 10 middle-level domain divine artifacts. In the entire the divine kingdom of the heavens, it would be considered pretty good if every major power could have 200 middle-level domain divine artifacts. Among the 36 divine country in the AIMA realm continent, the divine kingdom of the heavens could be ranked in the top 15 or 16. The possibility of collecting 10,000 AIMA realm continents from the entire AIMA realm continent was really low. Even if they managed to gather all of them, it would be an extravagant hope for them to obtain the 7th revolution of their divine art. No matter what, he couldn't give up on the quota of the great realm. In any case, his parents were in his inner world, and he didn't need to suffer the pain of parting anymore. Right at this moment, Sovereign Xuanyuan changed the topic and warned. Although all the young geniuses in World Heaven's Pride battle who are not satisfied with a single era can participate. However, I still hope that all of you can think about it carefully. World Heaven's Pride Battle. It will include all the geniuses in the entire AIMA realm. At that time, even Godchild level monster wasn't a small number. He was a middle level domain god. He might even be at the high level domain god. If he wasn't strong enough, he would most likely die in the end. Sovereign Xuanyuan's words were like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the fire in their hearts. World Heaven's Pride Battle wasn't a joke, nor was it a friendly match between fellow disciples. If they were not careful, they would be in danger of dying. Especially those quasi-domain gods who were not even domain gods. Their faces were all pale. With their cultivation and strength, they could not be considered to be at the bottom of the list amongst the many geniuses present. They were not much stronger than the expert. Compared to them, the expert was like a carp in a river, countless in number. Could they really compete with those Heaven's Pride evildoer? But to make them give up just like that, they were extremely unwilling to give up. It was a rare opportunity to ascend to the higher realms like this. Once they missed it, they would never have it again. Taking a step back, even if they couldn't enter the upper realm, they would still be valued by AIMA domain lord and receive some rewards. That would be enough for them to enjoy for the rest of their lives. Of course, the ones who were most unwilling to accept this were Qin Wushuang and the other 6 geniuses. With their talent, almost none of the domain gods and quasi-domain gods present could stand shoulder to shoulder with them, especially Qin Wushuang, who overshadowed everyone else. However, their cultivation time was truly too short. It hadn't even been 10 billion years. Compared to those people who had cultivated for nearly an entire era, the difference was simply too great. If they could cultivate an era of the years as well, they were confident that they wouldn't be the top geniuses amongst all the participating geniuses. It wasn't impossible for them to stand out even if they had a little bit more luck. I will give you 3 days to consider whether to withdraw or continue participating in the World Heaven's Pride Battle. You all have to consider this carefully. What should we do? Should we give up or continue to fight? I'm really unwilling to give up just like that. Such an opportunity. Once we pass this village, there will be no more shops like this. However, with my cultivation and strength, if I continue to participate in the battle, I will almost die. The faces of the domain gods and quasi-domain gods turned green and white, and their eyes were filled with conflict. They didn't know what choice they should make. Yang Fann watched all of this quietly. His expression was the same as usual, without any change in expression. Regardless of what choice these domain gods and quasi-domain gods made, he was going to participate in this World Heaven's Pride battle anyway. Time passed day by day, and soon, 3 days had passed. Alright, it's time. Tell me your choice. Let me give you one last reminder. One should know that there are countless domain gods in World Heaven's Pride battle this time. If a quasi-domain god wants to stand out, the possibility of him being able to stand out is infinitely close to that of a quasi-domain god. 0. Alliance Master, I will withdraw. Alliance Master, I quit too. Such a feast is not something we can participate in. The quasi-gods bitterly smiled and chose to withdraw. Their rationality still defeated the greed in their hearts. Although that opportunity was good, they still had to have the life to obtain it. The Alliance Master was right. At that time, Domain God Sovereign would have an unknown number of people. With their mere cultivation base as quasi-gods, it would be too dangerous. They would practically be giving their heads away. However, there was still a group of people who were hoping for luck. What if he was the lucky one? Among the hundreds of quasi-gods, there was Qin Wushuang. With his current strength, he was no weaker than a first-grade domain god. If he did not give it his all, he would not be willing to give it his all. None of the 72 newly ascended realm gods chose to withdraw. If these quasi-domain gods dared to take the risk, how could Domain God Sovereign give up just like that? All of this is your choice. I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Sovereign Xuanyuan gave Qin Wushuang and the others a deep look. He had already tried to persuade them. If they really died in World Heaven's Pride battle, he couldn't blame anyone else. The next second, Sovereign Xuanyuan waved his hand and a 7-colored cloud rose from the ground. Although there was still 30,000 years left until the official start of World Heaven's Pride battle, Sovereign Xuanyuan was still preparing to set off immediately and arrive as soon as possible. It would also help him understand the situation better. He would make sufficient preparations for the World Heaven's Pride battle. Right at this moment, Yang Fann stood up and stopped everyone. Rumble with a wave of his hand, the 9 dragons shed appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The current Shengluo alliance was one of the top 10 major powers in the divine kingdom of the heavens, and it dominated a county. In the entire AIMA realm continent, it was one of the top major powers, and he himself was no match for AIMA domain lord's expert. Regardless of whether others knew his true strength or not, they still had to talk about the extravagance that they needed to talk about. Sovereign Xuanyuan's seven-colored cloud was merely derived from magic power. It was indeed a little low. It did not match the status of the Shengluo alliance. Hiss, what a good 9 dragons shed. Gulp gulp, those 9 dragons, what a terrifying aura. Any random divine dragon will be able to completely crush me. Everyone, including Sovereign Xuanyuan, sucked in a breath of cold air. That terrifying pressure made them feel terrified from the bottom of their hearts. Even they, who were only first-grade middle-level domain god, were far inferior to it. 25 million years had passed, and the 9 dragons shed was no longer the same as before. With Yang Fann's huge amount of precious ores, the strength of the 9 dragons had also increased. Currently, the strength of each divine dragon was no weaker than a rank 2 middle-level domain god, and it was still the top rank 2 middle-level domain god. The 9 dragons had joined forces. Even the rank 3 middle-level realm god would be surrounded and killed by them, and it would be enough for them to fight some rank 4 middle-level domain god warriors. After becoming a beast puppet, the 9 dragons lost the possibility of self-cultivation. However, sometimes, it was a blessing in disguise. As puppets, there were no other realm gods. As long as they had enough top-grade natural treasures, they would be able to break through the bottleneck quickly. To think that such a terrifying divine dragon could be used to pull a carriage. As expected of Supreme Yang Fann. What a generous offer. Everyone, come on up and prepare to set off. Gulp. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Lord Zhejun is asking us to. Let us. C1692, the Supreme Continent Chengluo Mansion, Chengluo Mountains, Chengluo Divine Palace. The domain gods and quasi-domain gods were in disbelief. They felt as if they were hearing things. This was the ride of Yang Fann's supreme being. It was fine if it was a giant like Sovereign Xuanyuan. How could a first-grade and quasi-domain god like them have the qualifications to ride the 9 dragons shed? It was only when Yang Fann urged them once more that the group of domain gods and quasi-domain gods finally believed that all of this was true. A few breaths later. PCHT, the 9 great divine dragons directly tore through space and soared into the sky. Within the dragon carriage's space. Hiss. Alright. What a terrifying spirit of heaven and earth. Gulp gulp. This is a true paradise for cultivation. Compared to the Chengluo Mountains, it's more than 10 times stronger. The group of domain gods and quasi-domain gods were like leopards that had never seen the market before. They were all flabbergasted, even Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others. Their hearts were filled with awe, even though it had been more than 20 million years. They had moved a large number of dragon veins from the Lingxiao Mountain, Qingdi Mountain, and the Desolate Mountain Range to the Chengluo Mountains and the Spirit of Heaven and Earth. Even in the entire the Divine Kingdom of the Heavens. It was a first-class holy land for cultivation. However, compared to this dragon carriage space, it was nothing. It was more than 10 times worse. The dragon carriage space was in fact one with the 9 dragons pulling the carriage. As the 9 dragons' strength increased by leaps and bounds, this dragon carriage space also underwent a qualitative change. Whether it was the spirit of heaven and earth or the world space, they both made great progress. In the vast the divine kingdom of the heavens, there were probably not many places that could be compared to it. Once 9 dragons broke through to the high-level domain god, there wouldn't be many holy lands in the entire AIMA realm that could be compared to it. Yang Fann didn't pay too much attention to the shock of the crowd. He waved his hand and found a group of maids to arrange accommodation for Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others. Yang Fann entered the central divine hall and continued to refine low-grade domain divine artifacts. He only needed 3,000 low-grade domain divine artifacts, and the 9 revolutions divine devil body would be able to reach the 5th transformation huge perfection. Yang Fann was looking forward to this. If it wasn't for the fact that World Heaven's Pride battle was too important, Yang Fann wouldn't have come out of his seclusion so easily. Rumble. The origin of divine artifacts. Like a great river, they flowed into Yang Fann's body through the Yang Fanns, strengthening every cell in his body. The other domain gods and quasi-domain gods also began to cultivate in seclusion after recovering from their shock. Such a blessed land, if they didn't seize the opportunity, it would truly be a reckless waste of resources. Time passed very quickly, 10 years had passed. The divine kingdom of the heavens, one of the 9 counties, Kanglang County. An ancient war chariot tore through the sky. On the shaft of the war chariot, a beautiful girl wearing a white dress looked excitedly at the handsome young man beside her. Senior brother, how many geniuses do you think will participate in the World Heavens Pride battle this time? Not only will the World Heavens Pride battle have the chance to become His Majesty the Domain Lord's disciple, but it will also involve the higher realms. I'm afraid that all young geniuses who have some ability will not let go of this great opportunity. At that time, there will be a gathering of region gods, including intermediate and even high-level domain god. What a pity. At the end of his words, a hint of sadness flashed across the handsome young man's eyes. His talent was not much weaker than those god-child level monster. Unfortunately, his cultivation time was too short, less than 100 billion years. As for his sect, Kanghai Palace, it only had a first-grade middle-level domain god guarding it, and its resources were limited. Up until now, he was only a first-grade low-level domain god, and he had the strength to fight a peak rank 2 domain god. If nothing unexpected happened in World Heavens Pride battle, he would just go there and fight for his life. Why didn't this World Heavens Pride battle be held hundreds of billions of years later? At that time, I will definitely be able to gain something. The beautiful girl opened her mouth and wanted to say something. She knew about senior brother's talent and potential. That was the peerless demon of their Blue Ocean Palace. In terms of talent, even they, Master, were inferior to him. Unfortunately, they were born at the wrong time. This time in World Heavens Pride battle, I'm afraid. Right at this moment, a surprised voice came from the ancient chariot behind the young man and woman, Green Jade, Qingyu, stop in the next second. Rumble. A middle-aged man wearing a long blue robe with a scholarly aura appeared in front of the war chariot. The Vast Ocean Exalt, the Lord of the Vast Ocean Palace, was also the only middle-level domain god in the Vast Ocean Palace. Master, what's wrong? The young girl, Qingyu, asked. Her eyes rolled around while she revealed a puzzled expression. She was perfectly fine. Why did Master suddenly appear? Before the Vast Ocean Exalt could speak, a woo waves of terrifying dragons' roars resounded through the horizon. 9 divine dragons dragged along a luxurious divine carriage as they tore through the void, flashing past their line of sight. The terrifying dragon's aura blotted out the sky and covered the earth, suppressing everything, causing them to almost be unable to breathe. Especially their senior and junior sister. If they weren't sitting on the chariot, they would have been crushed to the ground by now. After a long while, the 3 of them finally managed to suppress the shock in their hearts. 9 dragons pulling the carriage, what a grand gesture. A thought flashed across senior brother's mind. As if he had thought of something, he asked, Master, could it be that the person who just passed by was the 9 Dragons Supreme? The 9 Dragons Supreme was the master of the 9 Dragon Palace in the Divine Kingdom of the Heavens, a terrifying rank 3. Middle-level realm god. It was said that his mount was a 9 dragons shed, and that was the reason why he was called the 9 Dragons Supreme. No, that was definitely not the 9 Dragons Supreme. The 9 Dragons Supreme was not that capable. Each of those 9 divine dragons is stronger than me. The Vast Ocean Exalt shook his head lightly, feeling some lingering fear in his heart. What? That 9 dragons cultivation base is still above you, Master. Could it be that? Could it be that they are all rank 2 middle-level domain god? The Vast Ocean Supreme is already a peak first-grade middle-level domain god, and he is only a step away from rank 2 middle-level domain god. The one whose cultivation base is higher than his is at least rank 2 middle-level domain god. That's right, rank 2 middle-level domain god is also a peak first-grade middle-level domain god. Gulp. Gulp. This. Who on earth was this? He actually has such a huge amount of money. Even those rank 4 middle-level domain god warriors didn't have such a huge amount of wealth to be able to make 9 peak rank 2 middle-level domain god level rank 4 middle-level domain gods pull the carriage. Master, it's difficult. Could it be His Majesty, the Divine Master? In the Divine Kingdom of the Heavens, apart from the Divine Master, he really couldn't think of anyone else who had the qualifications to control 9 rank 2 middle-level domain god realm divine dragons. No, this is impossible. Ocean Supreme's voice was very certain. Although Divine Master Kang Tian had the qualifications, he wasn't an ordinary high-level domain god. He was the master of the Divine Kingdom of the Heavens. As the master of a country, how could there be no honor around him when he traveled? How could he not have a large number of divine weapons and divine generals protecting him? This was not about strength, but the face of the master of divine country. It seems like this time, World Heaven's Pride battle has attracted many hidden old monsters. Green Jade, Qingyu, the two of you, when you arrive at the Paragon continent, you must not cause any trouble. This time, the water in World Heaven's Pride battle is not ordinary. Rumble the 9 dragons shed quickly shuttled back and forth within the boundless void, causing waves of exclamations to ring out from time to time. The 9 great rank 2 middle-level domain god realm divine dragons pulling the carriage, even within the top 10 of the divine country, could be considered rare. There were only a handful of people who were capable of controlling such a top-notch driver. Time flowed like water, and soon, 3,000 years had passed. An enormous floating continent that spanned billions of light years appeared in front of the 9 dragons shed. It was so vast that even the dimensional realms in the bodies of many high-level domain god warriors couldn't compare to it. A group of figures suddenly appeared on the huge dragon head of the divine dragon in the middle of the 9 dragons. There was a man and 6 women. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. It was none other than Yang Fann and his biological sister, Yang Fann. His cousin, Luo Jiawei. His little senior sister, Dongfang Shui. The personal maid Yunuo, Lin Wanru, and Xiao Lian. Knowing that eldest brother was going to participate in the World Heaven's Pride battle, Yang Fann, who had always liked lively events, could not sit still. How could such a grand feast not have her, the heroine of Yang? Although with her current cultivation base, she was still a little short of participating in such a grand feast. 25 million years had passed, even with the huge amount of resources provided by Yang Fann. Currently, she had only just broken through to the rank 7 top-level true god realm. There was still a big gap between her and a quasi-domain god, let alone domain god sovereign. If she really participated in the World Heaven's Pride battle, it would be like sending food to her. However, she couldn't participate in it. She wanted to broaden her horizons and broaden her horizons. It was also good that such a grand feast might not even happen once in a few eras. Regarding this, Yang Fann didn't reject it. With his current strength, even AIMA domain lord wouldn't be able to hurt these girls in front of him. Yang Fann even wanted to invite Yang Yunfeng and his wife, but the 2 elders had no interest in this World Heaven's Pride battle. Even during cultivation, the 2 elders were fishing for fish every 3 days and sunbathing for 2 days. There was no need to trouble the Heaven's Pride battle. In the end, Yang Fann could only choose to give up. He couldn't force the 2 old men to visit the World Heaven's Pride battle. Eldest brother, is that the Paragon continent? It's really huge, it looks even bigger than the martial god continent, much bigger. C 1693 Prodigy of the Prodigy Roll the Paragon continent. This was a dimensional realm created by AIMA domain lord with his mighty power. It was as vast as the dimensional realm inside some high-level domain god warriors' bodies. It hung high in the sky and looked down upon all living beings. A woo dragon roars sounded out as the 9 dragons shed continued to move forward. However, although the Paragon continent appeared to be very close, it was actually very far away. The speed of the 9 dragons shed also flew for half a month before finally entering the Paragon continent. One had to admit that the Paragon continent was indeed worthy of being the holy land of cultivation that AIMA domain lord had meticulously created. The abundance of spirit of heaven and earths was completely incomparable to the AIMA realm continent. It was something that other places could compare with. In the God Chariot world, the spirit of heaven and earth was already rich enough. It was 10 times denser than the Chengluo Mountains, but it was still slightly inferior compared to the Paragon continent. Furthermore, this was only the border of the Paragon continent, where the spiritual energy was the least concentrated. Then what kind of scene would be in the center of the Paragon continent? Also, the world law could be clearly seen in the Paragon continent. It seemed as if he could comprehend it with just a little bit of talent. The number 1 cultivation holy land was the number 1 cultivation holy land. 1 day of cultivation here was probably equivalent to 1 year of bitter cultivation in other places, or perhaps even longer. No wonder there were so many people. Even if he sharpened his head, he would still enter the Paragon continent. As they continued to venture deeper into the Paragon continent, the number of 9 dragons sheds the 9 dragons shed encountered increased. At this moment, the low-level domain god seemed to have become sparse and ordinary. Middle-level domain god and even high-level domain god could be encountered from time to time. However, no one came here to cause trouble for Yang Fann and the others. In the Paragon continent, the 9 Dragons Shed was still one of the top flying mounts. To be able to use 9 rank 2 middle-level domain god-level divine dragons to pull the carriage, the master must be at least a rank 4 middle-level domain god, and most likely a true high-level domain god. As long as one's head wasn't kicked by a donkey, no one would provoke such an expert for no reason. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Supreme Divine City was the #1 divine city in the Paragon continent. It was called a city. It was a vast world, and it was no less than the dimensional realm within rank 4 low-level domain god's body. The Supreme AIMA Domain Lord lived in the Supreme Divine City. At the same time, this was the final destination of all the geniuses in the AIMA realm. The next day, the World Heaven's Pride battle would be held in the Paragon continent. Supreme Divine City, a large parking platform in the east. The 9 Dragons Shed slowly descended from the sky and steadily landed on the docking platform. The next second, Yang Fann and the others stepped out of the world of the divine carriage. Is this the Supreme Divine City? Hiss. What a terrifying spirit of heaven and earth. Worthy of being the legendary #1 Cultivation Holy Land, truly terrifying. The group of domain gods and quasi-domain gods sucked in a breath of cold air. Compared to their Chengluo Mountains, the Supreme Divine City was more than 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger. Cultivating here for a day was comparable to cultivating here for 10 years, or even dozens of years in Chengluo Mountains. At this moment, they really hoped that they could stay in the Supreme Divine City forever. At that time, even though their high-level domain god talent wasn't good, it wasn't impossible for them to break through to the middle-level domain god. Unfortunately, all of this was just wishful thinking. The Paragon continent couldn't allow other living beings to enter, but the Supreme Divine City was different. It was where AIMA Domain Lord lived. Besides AIMA Domain Lord's family and subordinates, there were also the natives of the Supreme Divine City. It wouldn't be easy for the others to stay in the Supreme Divine City for a long time. Just the entrance fee alone was 100 top-level divine stones. Many 4th and rank 5 top-level true god warriors might not even have 100 top-level divine stones in their entire belongings. Furthermore, in the Supreme Divine City, every year they stayed, they would have to pay a temporary accommodation fee of 1 top-level divine stone. This was the most basic of all. Accommodation, food, cultivation, and so on were all expensive. An ordinary quasi-domain god only had the property of around 100,000 top-level divine stones. No matter how frugal they were, being able to stay in the Supreme Divine City for tens of thousands of years was almost their limit. If it wasn't for the World Heaven's Pride battle, AIMA Domain Lord would have been exempted from paying 1 top-level divine stone per day. Even Sovereign Xuanyuan wouldn't have brought so many quasi-domain gods with him. More than 5,000 quasi-domain gods, that was more than 5,000 top-level divine stone per day. There were still 27,000 years until the opening of the World Heaven's Pride battle. Just the temporary accommodation fee alone was worth more than 100 million top-level divine stones. This trip would cost at least a few billion top-level divine stones. Although the Chengluo Alliance had given them a huge sum, it wasn't a waste. The Green Cloud restaurant was one of the few high-class restaurants in the Supreme Divine City. It was ranked in the top 100 among the trillions of restaurants in the Supreme Divine City. All kinds of environments and services were ranked in the top 100 of the Supreme Divine City. Of course, every penny was a commodity. The cost was so high that it made many domain god sovereigns shrink back. A random dish would cost a few top-level divine stones and dozens of top-level divine stones. If he let it go a little, he would have a big meal. Thousands and tens of thousands of top-level divine stones would be gone. An ordinary, first-rank 2 low-level domain god would not be able to afford it. Originally, Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others wanted to find a medium-grade restaurant and settle down. It was better to forget about a high-class restaurant like Qingyan Building. However, it was rejected by Yang Fann. As for the others, it was fine. However, it wasn't easy for the little sisters to come out and play, so they decided to stay in the middle-class restaurant. Yang Fann couldn't afford to lose face with that person. Wasn't it just a top-level divine stone? How could this be considered a problem? He lacked everything, but he did not lack top-level divine stones. From Wangyu realm to AIMA realm, how many realm gods had he suppressed, and how much wealth he had plundered? Especially the rock. They had accumulated for more than 10 eras, and their wealth was so great that even many second order and even rank 3 high-level domain god couldn't compare to them. The top-level divine stone was counted in trillions. 100 million top-level divine stones in 10,000 years. It was just a drizzle. On the third floor of Qingyan building, 3 young men from the Golden Horn divine clan, dressed in brocade robes, with extraordinary bearing, with golden horns on their heads, were talking loudly. The Golden Horn divine race was one of the top divine race in the Heavenly Gold divine kingdom, one of the 36 divine country in the AIMA realm continent. They had several middle-level domain god warriors, and it was said that the Golden Horned ancestor had already stepped into the high-level domain god realm. In the entire AIMA realm continent, the Golden Horned divine race had a great reputation. These 3 young men were all older than an era, but they were all domain god sovereign, who had already advanced to the dimensional realm. Especially that purple-robed youth, the aura he occasionally emitted wasn't much weaker than some third-grade low-level domain god. Obviously, they were all here to participate in the World Heavens Pride battle. Brother Shen Tu, with your cultivation base and strength, the World Heavens Pride battle must have something to do. The 2 of us will be in trouble. A Golden Horn divine race genius in a green robe sighed. Although he was also one of the Golden Horn divine race's geniuses, he was still far from being comparable to those true monster geniuses. That's right, Brother Shen Tu's combat strength is comparable to a third-order low-level domain god. In this World Heavens Pride battle, there aren't many who can defeat Brother Shen Tu. Another genius from the Golden Horned god race echoed. Brothers, you really think too highly of me. With my weak cultivation, it will be difficult for me to stand out in this World Heavens Pride battle. Shen Tu Cheng shook his head slightly and said in a self-deprecating manner. With just that bit of strength, he couldn't even make it onto the Heavens Pride board. How could he compete with those top-level Heavens Pride and Godchild level monster? Right at this moment, a proud voice came from not far away from them. At least you still have some self-awareness, trash. Who is it? Do you want to die? Before Shen Tu could say anything, the other 2 Golden Horn divine clan's geniuses had already flown into a rage. They turned around and glared at Shen Tu. Their 3 brothers were talking nicely. Why did they interrupt their conversation? Who did he think he was? But soon, the fury in their eyes was replaced by fear. You are Gongji Chong. What? Gongji Chong. He is Gongji Chong. That Heaven's Pride ranking is Gongji Chong. The entire third floor instantly fell silent, and the surrounding true gods and domain gods stared with wide eyes. The prodigy roll was a list that was announced by AIMA Domain Lord's Supreme Decree, the #1 intelligence organization in the AIMA realm, the Heaven's Secret Tower. It included the top geniuses of the young generation in the AIMA realm, the monster. There were a total of 360 people, but even the weakest Heaven's Pride ranking's combat strength was no weaker than a first-grade middle-level domain god. Gongji Chong was that Heaven's Pride ranking, ranked 326 on the prodigy roll. His strongest battle record was that he killed a first-grade middle-level domain god by himself. Furthermore, his background was terrifying. It was a super family with a high-level domain god guarding it. Even in the entire AIMA realm, it was extremely famous, far more famous than the Golden Horn divine clan. Today, I don't want to kill anyone, I will cut off one of my arms. Get lost. Gong Zicheng's eyes were cold, he didn't put Shen Tu in his eyes at all. Gong Zicheng, don't you go too far. My Golden Horned god race is not to be trifled with. Shen Tu Cheng and the other 2 men's eyes were blazing with anger. Thinking about it, their Golden Horned 3 heroes was a famous figure in the Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom. What's wrong? Do you want me to do it myself? Papa papa. A clear round of applause came from downstairs. The next second, a handsome man wearing a golden robe with an extremely noble aura slowly walked upstairs under the support of a group of young elites. Are you bullying the fact that there is no one in our Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom? C1694. If you want to hit then hit, if you don't want to hit then get lost. Supreme Divine City, 3rd floor of Qingyan building. Looking at the golden-robed youth who was slowly walking up the stairs under the escort of the group of young geniuses, a serious look flashed across Heaven's Pride ranking's eyes. 3rd Prince of the Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom, Tian Jingui, was one of the godchild level monster of the Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom. He was the same as Heaven's Pride ranking. He was also a famous genius on the prodigy roll, and his ranking was even higher than his. He was ranked 308 on the prodigy roll. With Tian Jingui's interference, this matter would be a little troublesome to deal with. Greetings, Third His Highness the Crown Prince Shen Tu Cheng and the other two Golden Horn Divine Clan geniuses. When they saw Tian Jingui, they were immediately delighted. It was as if they had a pillar of support in their hearts, and their panicked hearts quickly calmed down. Gongji Chong was only ranked 326 on the prodigy roll. As for the three of them, His Highness the Crown Prince, they were ranked 308 on the prodigy roll. He was even higher than Gongji Chong by 18. With three His Highness the Crown Prince around, what was there to be afraid of? Three His Highness the Crown Prince, you have to make the decision for us brother's brother Shen Tu, don't worry. I will definitely seek justice for you. Tian Jingui lightly patted Shen Tu's shoulder and said solemnly. This was a good opportunity to subdue the Golden Horn Three Heroes, and even the Golden Horned God race. Unlike the secular dynasty, God Lord Tian Jin's longevity was boundless, and there was no problem with the longevity. As princes and princesses, it was basically impossible for them to inherit the position of Divine Master. However, it did not mean that there was no competition between them. God Lord Tian Jin had countless children. Apart from the most basic resources, if he wanted more resources, he needed strength to fight for them. As for the Golden Horn Divine race, they were one of the top 10 powers of Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom, and their ranking wasn't low. If he could obtain the support of the Golden Horn Divine race, he would be able to obtain the support of the Golden Horn Divine race. His position in God Lord Tian Jin's heart was probably even higher than eldest brothers. Furthermore, Shen Tu and the other Golden Horn Three Heroes weren't ordinary people either. Especially Shen Tu, his talent was only slightly inferior compared to God-child level monster. If he was given another 100 trillion years of cultivation, he might be able to squeeze into the top 360 Heaven's Pride ranking. If he could take him in as his disciple, he would definitely become his right-hand man. Tian Jingui, what's wrong? You want to stand up for these three useless people? Gongji Chang's expression turned cold. Although Tian Jingui had made him feel some fear, it was only fear. It was far from the extent of fear. In terms of background, God Lord Tian Jin was a high-level domain god, and the old ancestor of the Gongji family was also a high-level domain god. At most, he would only be slightly inferior to them. In terms of strength, Tian Jingui's ranking on the prodigy roll was above his, but there was only a difference of a dozen ranks. There wasn't much of a difference between the two of them. If they were to fight with their lives on the line, it wasn't as if he had no chance of winning at all. It was very likely that the outcome would be 37. He had 3, Tian Jingui had 7. Gongji Chong, apologized to brother Shen Tu and the others. Let's just forget about this matter. Otherwise, I don't mind having a taste of your Gongji family's divine immortal exterminating codex. Tian Jingui's voice was cold. He was determined to stand up for Shen Tu and the other two brothers. If he could successfully accept the Golden Horn Three Heroes in the battle against Gongji Chong, he wouldn't lose out on this deal. However, before Gongji Chong could say anything, a mocking voice came from the 4th floor of Qingyan Building. Third His Highness the Crown Prince. Are you deceiving Gongji Chong by yourself? The next second, a person walked down from the 4th floor of the Verdant Cloud Brothel. It was a young man who was about 30 years old. He had sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes. His facial features were extremely handsome. The corner of his mouth was slightly curled up, and there was a trace of a frivolous smile on his face. It's you, Zhuge Luyun. Tian Jingui's facial expression changed slightly. Just like them, this Zhuge Luyun was also a genius on the prodigy roll. His strength was not any weaker than his. He was even slightly stronger. Currently, he was ranked 360 on the prodigy roll, 2 places higher than him. Furthermore, the Zhuge family that Zhuge Luyun was from was similarly strong. With the Mystic Wind Divine Kingdom, they were called the second largest family, and their strength was greater than the ruling family. He was a level stronger than the Tianjin Imperial clan. It could be said that he was not inferior to them at all. Similarly, the Divine Country was divided into 3 grades, 6 to 9 grades. In the 36 grades of Divine Country, the Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom was only ranked 15th. Their strength was on par with the Divine Kingdom of the Heavens, but the Profound Feng Divine Kingdom was ranked 8th. The prosperity of the nation was more than a level stronger than the Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom. Among them, there were 4 high-level domain god warriors. According to the legends, Divine Master Profound Feng had reached the rank 3 high-level domain god several eras ago, and he was one of the top expert in the world. He was a famous figure on the AIMA realm's unparalleled domain divine list. Unlike the heavenly pride ranking, the unparalleled domain god ranking was the #1 ranking in AIMA realm. Among them, there were 36 strongest domain gods in the AIMA realm, and the one ranked first was the master of the AIMA realm, AIMA domain lord. As for the heavenly gold divine kingdom, the strongest god Lord Tian Jin was only a first rank 2 high-level domain god, and amongst all the other rank 2 high-level domain god, he could only be considered ordinary. In the next second, Tian Jingui took a deep breath and said seriously, Zhuge Luyun, this is a private matter between me and the government. It has nothing to do with you. You better not interfere. Third His Highness the Crown Prince, if you really want to talk about this matter. This is the matter between Gongji brother and the 3 brothers. It has nothing to do with you. As long as you don't interfere, I won't interfere either. Zhuge Luyun, are you really going to make things difficult for me? A hint of anger flashed across Tian Jinggui's eyes. He spoke in a very light tone. If he didn't interfere, he wouldn't interfere either. However, with just the cultivation base of the 3 brothers, would they be a match for Gongji Chong? Those who could make it onto the 360 Days Pride board would at least have the combat strength of a first-grade middle-level domain god. Gong Zichang was ranked 326 on the prodigy roll. His true combat strength wouldn't be much weaker than some of rank 2 middle-level domain gods. As for the 3 Golden Horn brothers, the strongest one, Shen Tu Cheng, only had the combat strength of a 3rd-grade low-level domain god, and the other 2 only had the combat strength of a rank 2 low-level domain god. Not to mention just 3, even if there were 10 or 8 of them, they still wouldn't be a match for the government. If the arm of the Golden Horn 3 heroes was crippled by Gongji Chong in front of him, Tian Jinggui's face would be ruined. Zhuge Luyun didn't say anything, he just looked at Tian Jingui with a playful expression. However, the meaning behind his words was obvious. It would be fine if Tian Jingui didn't stand up for the Golden Horn 3 heroes, but if he was really determined to help the 3 brothers, he would never stand idly by. Others might be afraid of this Tian Jingui, but he wasn't. Whether it was his strength or background, he, Zhuge Luyun, wouldn't be afraid of this Tian Jingui. Brother Zhuge, it's a good thing that you're here today. Gong Zicheng looked gratefully at Zhuge Luyun and spoke in the sound transmitting. Just now, he was really in a dilemma. It was impossible for him to apologize, but if he really wanted to fight this Tian Jingui, he still didn't have the confidence. The odds of him winning the 3rd level was still a little low. Brother Gongji, you are too polite. Our 2 families are good friends, we have always looked forward to helping each other. Zhuge Luyun laughed lightly and did not care about it. The Zhuge family had always had a good relationship with the governmental faction, and it could even be said that they were in-laws. Many of his uncles, they were married to the daughter of the Gongji family. He was also an old acquaintance of the Gongji family, so it was not an exaggeration to say that they were childhood friends. If not for this layer of relationship, how would Zhuge Luyun care about this kind of meddling? Did he really think that Heaven's Pride ranking was that easy to offend? Bitch it, Zhuge Luyun this bastard. Looks like he's determined to help Gongji Chong. Tian Jingui cursed in his heart. He was in a dilemma as he continued to support Golden Horn 3 heroes. With Zhuge Luyun around, there was no way he could stop Gongji Chong, but if he gave up just like that, not only did he lose face, if he wanted to subdue the 3 Golden Horned brothers in the future, and take the Golden Horned God clan under his tutelage, it was basically impossible. Third His Highness the Crown Prince. Shen Tu and the other 2 stared at Tian Jingui, deeply afraid that Tian Jingui wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure and would give up on them. If that really happened, their arm would definitely be broken, and they might even lose their lives. It wasn't impossible. Brother Shen Tu, don't worry. With me here, I will definitely protect all of you. Tian Jingui comforted Shen Tu and the other 2. A hint of determination flashed across his eyes. If he were to back down just like that, not only would the Golden Horn divine race hate him, even the major powers that supported him would be disloyal to him. No one would hope that the person he supported would be an irresponsible coward. In any case, with my strength, even if I'm not a match for Zhuge Luyun and the other 2, I'm still not a match for them. However, it's impossible for them to truly endanger my life. Since that is the case, why not take a gamble? As for seeking justice from the public, regardless of whether it was Tian Jingui or Shen Tu, they all understood that with Zhuge Luyun around, there was no longer any possibility. It was already considered not bad that they could escape unscathed today. The next second, Tian Jingui turned his gaze to Zhuge Luyun and said in a forceful tone, Zhuge Luyun, Shentu and the other two brothers, I will protect them. If you have any secrets, just cut them all down. However, before Zhuge Luyun could refuse, an impatient shout came from a corner of the third floor, if you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then get lost. What are you hesitating for? It affects my appetite. Fuck, who is so fierce, to actually dare to speak to the three great geniuses like this? C-1695 kowtow and apologize, otherwise he would die. Supreme Divine City, Qingyan Building, 3rd floor. The surrounding true gods and domain gods widened their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Bitch, did they hear it wrong? There was actually someone who dared to berate these two geniuses. Let alone their shocking background, just their strength alone could be considered the top of the world, comparable to a first order, or even rank 2 middle-level domain god. Almost at the same time, all the true gods and domain gods turned to look. They wanted to see just what kind of person that bold person was, and what kind of divine being he was. Ah no, it can't be. Just spoke the truth. It really was her. How is this possible? How dare she? How dare she? It was a man, 6 women, and 7 people. One of them, white-robed maiden, was looking impatiently at third prince of the heavenly gold god, Tian Jingui. If their guess was correct, it was white-robed maiden who spoke just now. It was just that this was too unbelievable. They couldn't believe it. They really couldn't believe it. They could clearly see white-robed maiden's cultivation base and strength. She was just a tiny rank 7 top-level true god. Although the chi that was emitted from her body wasn't weaker than some rank 9 top-level true god warriors, she was still just an ant to quasi-domain gods and domain gods like them, let alone Tian Jingui and Heaven's Pride ranking, whose combat strength was comparable to middle-level domain god warriors. As for the other 5 girls, their cultivation base was weaker than white-robed maiden. The strongest among them was only a first-grade rank 6 top-level true god. Black-clothed youth was the only one that they could not see through, and their chi was unpredictable. He was like an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. It seemed that he had only cultivated some kind of secret technique to conceal his cultivation base, or perhaps he had refined some secret treasure to conceal his cultivation base and conceal his own cultivation base. His own strength was definitely not much stronger. Humans gathered in groups, and things were grouped in groups. One could tell a thing or two from the cultivation base and strength of the 6 women. For this black-clothed youth to have a quasi-domain god cultivation base, it was almost his limit. He really couldn't figure out where white-robed maiden got her confidence from to dare berate the 3 great geniuses. The geniuses on the Heaven Pride board were all good teachers. They didn't have a temper. Very quickly, the eyes of the true gods and domain gods revealed traces of ridicule. This white-robed maiden's outcome would definitely be extremely tragic, and even her friends would be affected by it. However, upon closer inspection, this little girl was really not bad looking. And those 5 girls were also devastatingly beautiful. Perhaps they might not even die. It was just that this ending might as well just die like that. Unknowingly, many true gods and domain gods had smiles on their faces. Once a woman, especially a beautiful woman, was captured, there was no need to make it clear what the outcome would be. Human bitch, you're courting death. Tian Jingui, who had a belly full of anger, was the first to erupt. A fierce light flickered in his eyes. Since when did a puny rank 7 top-level true god dare to ride on his head and pee on his shishti? Eldest brother, he bullied me. White-robed maiden intimately pulled black-clothed youth's hand and said pitifully. Little sister, let's see how eldest brother will take it out on you. Black-clothed youth dotingly rubbed white-robed maiden's hair. In the next second, he turned around and looked at Tian Jingui coldly. Kneel down and kowtow to my sister to apologize. Otherwise, you will die. What? He actually made His Highness the Crown Prince kowtow and apologize. Kowtow is death. Fuck this. Did I hear it wrong? Gulp. Madman, these 2 siblings must be madmen. It was fine for white-robed maiden to scold Tian Jingui, but this black-clothed youth was even more exaggerated. He actually made Tian Jingui kowtow and admit his mistake. Being bold was not enough to describe him. Even those rank 4 middle-level domain god wouldn't dare to speak to him in such a manner. As for the person involved, the fury in his heart was like the eruption of billions of volcanoes. This lowly human had gone too far. Not only would they not burn his bones and scatter his ashes, they would also imprison his soul, causing them to suffer the pain of the divine fire's soul distortion day and night. He wasn't third prince of the heavenly gold god race, and that lowly servant. If he didn't teach her how to be the most lowly dog, he would write the words, Tian Jingui, upside down. Rumble. Incomparably terrifying killing intent burst out from Tian Jingui's body and soared into the sky. Who is it that dares to behave atrociously in the Qingyan building? In an instant, numerous spiritual consciousness came from all directions. As one of the top 100 restaurants in the Supreme Divine City, the Verdant Cloud Brothel had a very deep background. It was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Otherwise, it would have been swallowed by someone long ago. If an ordinary domain god sovereign dared to make a move in the Qingyan building, he would be courting death. It's the Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom's third prince, Tian Jingui. No wonder he dared to unleash his killing intent in the Qingyan building. Very quickly, the surrounding experts came to a realization. As one of AIMA Domain Lord's 36 divine generals, God Lord Tian Jin was one of the absolute upper echelons in the entire Supreme Divine City. Although the backing of Qingyan building was huge, it was still slightly inferior compared to God Lord Tian Jin. Even though they knew Tian Jingui had violated the taboo of Qingyan building, they could only turn a blind eye and pretend nothing had happened. I wonder who offended this Tian Jingui. Are they the little ghosts? Fuck. To actually make Tian Jingui kneel down and kowtow, can you still be crazier? I have seen many people who are seeking death. I have never seen anyone who is seeking death like this. No, that's not right. He was Yang Fann, the supreme Yang Fann of the Shengluo Alliance. A few of the supreme beings' faces changed, they recognized Yang Fann's identity. This man and 6 women were none other than Yang Fann and Yang Sifan. What? Yang Fann, the supreme Yang Fann of the Shengluo Alliance. In an instant, many of the domain gods were startled. The news of Yang Fann suppressing the 3 major powers of the cloud-floating palace had spread across the divine kingdom of the heavens. Even domain god sovereign of the divine country who was near the divine kingdom of the heavens had heard of Yang Fann's name. This is going to be a good show. No wonder he dared to speak to Tian Jingui like that. This supreme Yang Fann was no ordinary figure. His cultivation base and strength were terrifying. He had already reached the rank 4 middle-level domain god. In the entire heavenly gold divine kingdom, there were only a few people who could suppress him. That young lady just now seems to be called Yang Fann, eldest brother. Fuck, could it be that Yang Fann hasn't even reached the end of an era? Although they couldn't tell Yang Fann's exact age, they could clearly see Yang Sifan and the other girls. Each and every one of them was ridiculously young, and none of them were over 100 million years old. As their eldest brother, Yang Fann. His true age. It was likely that he wasn't that old either. It was very likely that he hadn't even lived for an entire era. Bitch what does this heavenly fortune tower do for food? Are you blind? Such a great expert actually didn't make it onto the prodigy roll. Rank 4 middle-level domain god. Amongst the 360 heavens pride ranking, it wasn't impossible for him to make it into the top 100, or even the top 60. Yet, he was actually so neglected. It was truly a dereliction of duty. The 3rd floor of Qingyan building. At some point in time, the killing intent on Tian Jingui's body had disappeared without a trace. In his eyes, there was a trace of panic. MLGBD, this bastard actually pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. With his talent and potential, he was almost certain that he could break through to the rank 4 middle-level domain god in the future. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to the high-level domain god, but his potential was still his potential. Currently, he was just a mere rank 4 low-level domain god. He could challenge rank 2 middle-level domain god with a higher cultivation base. There was still a possibility. However, there was absolutely no hope for him to fight a rank 4 middle-level domain god. Even if he wanted to flee, it was just wishful thinking. That supreme Yang Fann, he opened his mouth and said. He wanted to say something like admitting defeat, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, it was difficult for him to say anything. As the 3rd prince of the heavenly gold divine kingdom, as a proud genius on the prodigy roll, he had to show his face. Yang Fann wanted him to kowtow and apologize. This was simply pushing him to the ground and rubbing him hard, under the eyes of everyone present, if he were to be the first one to give in. He really didn't want his face anymore. Even their heavenly gold divine kingdom would be humiliated. You're courting death. A fierce light flashed in Yang Fan's eyes. He sent a palm strike towards Tian Jingui. How dare he insult his beloved little sister? It was already his own kindness to give him a chance to live. Since he didn't know how to cherish her, there was no need for him to say anything else. An ominous sign of falling apart swept across Tian Jingui's mind. The power of that palm strike was far beyond his imagination. It directly took away all of his mind, causing him to be unable to summon any resistance thought. Bitch, he actually attacked right away. Wasn't he afraid of God Lord Tian Jin's fury? The surrounding domain gods trembled. Tian Jingui was one of the 3 most beloved sons of God Lord Tian Jin. If it was just to teach Tian Jingui a lesson, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if something really happened to Tian Jingui, God Lord Tian Jin would never let it go. Rank 4 middle-level domain god was strong, but to God Lord Tian Jin, he was just a slightly stronger ant. Even running away was an extravagant hope. Stop Supreme Yang Fann. Third His Highness the Crown Prince knows that he is in the wrong. Please spare my prince this time on my account. It's Manchizol. It seems like Tian Jingui doesn't need to die anymore. C-1696 Insta-kill. A middle-level tier 4 realm god supreme divine city, Qingyan building. None of the surrounding domain gods thought that Yang Fann wouldn't give Manchizol face. Right Prime Minister of Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom, Manchizol. That was the top 5, or even the top 3 expert of the Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom. He had already reached the rank 4 middle-level domain god a few eras ago. Although he hadn't taken that crucial step to break through to the high-level domain god, his cultivation base and strength were extremely profound. He was definitely one of the top rank 4 middle-level domain god warriors, and few could match him. Even if he were to fight a high-level domain god, he was confident that he would be able to escape safely from his grasp. No matter what kind of monster Yang Fann had, there was still a big gap between him and an old rank 4 middle-level domain god like Manchizol. It was likely that he would not give Manchizol face. Qingyan building, 3rd floor. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled into a cold smile. His hands did not stop moving. With irresistible force, he pressed down on Tian Jingui. A mere rank 4 middle-level domain god wanted me to give him face. Who does he think he is? Not to mention a right Prime Minister of the Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom. Even if it was God Lord Tian Jin, he wouldn't have the qualifications to do so. In the entire AIMA realm, there was only one person who could make Yang Fann give him face, and that was the Master of AIMA realm, AIMA Domain Lord. Ah, don't. An extremely despairing wail. 3rd Prince and Tian Jingui of the Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom were mercilessly suppressed by Yang Fann. Silence in an instant, the entire Qingyan building was terrifyingly silent. The domain gods and quasi-domain gods all widened their eyes in disbelief. Suppress. Suppress. Tian Jingui was suppressed just like that. Gulp. Am I seeing things? How would he dare? How dare he? He couldn't believe it, and he couldn't accept all of this. Right Prime Minister Manchizol had already pulled down his face and pleaded for mercy on Tian Jingui's behalf, but Yang Fann still refused to give up and continued to suppress Tian Jingui. This was a direct slap to the right Prime Minister. Manchizol's face. Or did he really think that no one could cure him just because he had the strength of a rank 4 middle-level domain god? The right Prime Minister, Manchizol, suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cry as if he had lost his parents. His eyes were blazing like a billion volcanoes erupting. He had never thought that little son Yang Fann would be so ruthless and not give him any face. He had just suppressed the 3 His Highness the Crown Prince. He wanted to save them, but it was too late. Yang Fann, release the 3 His Highness the Crown Prince immediately. Or else, I will fight you to the death. Right Prime Minister Manchizol stared at Yang Fann with his eyes full of killing intent. As long as Yang Fann dared to say no, he would fight him to the death. 3rd Prince, Tian Jingui, was one of the divine children that their divine master doted on the most. He was also a member of the Heavenly Gold Imperial family's highest grade monster. If he couldn't save the 3 His Highness the Crown Prince, even if he was God Lord Tian Jin's trusted subordinate, he would still be severely punished, and even his family would be implicated. You won't rest until you die. With just an ant like you. Yang Fann gave a disdainful smile. His face was full of disdain. 25 million years ago, he could easily suppress a high-level domain god. Besides, He had no idea who gave him the courage to say such words to a puny rank 4 middle-level domain god. However, sometimes, the truth was the hardest to believe. The surrounding domain gods widened their eyes, as if they were competing with the goldfish's eyes. Fuck, could this Yang Fann still point it out in such a crazy manner? Ants. He actually called Manchizol an ant. Both of them were rank 4 middle-level domain god warriors, but Manchizol was an ant. Then what was Yang Fann? Good. All these years, I have been cultivating my body and spirit, to the point that the world has already forgotten the name of my Asura blade. Even a child like you dares to ridicule me. Really good. Manchizol is so angry that he laughs instead. The next second, buzz, the void twisted, and an evil blood-red scimitar appeared in Manchizol's hand. The blood-red scimitar was extremely strange, and its aura was extremely evil. It was as if the source of evil was able to attract the attention of the heavens and the earth. Anyone who had a weak will and evil aura would be corroded by the soul with just a glance, turning them into a devil that only knew how to kill. Hiss. What a good Asura demon blade! The numerous domain god sovereign sucked in a breath of cold air, especially those first-grade low-level domain god. They still had lingering fear in their hearts. With just a single glance, it actually caused their hearts to tremble. The soul was about to leave their bodies. If they hadn't shifted their line of sight away in time, perhaps the soul would have been corroded by the Asura demon blade and become a devil puppet in Manchizol's hands, forever and ever under his control. This time, Manchizol is serious. I'm afraid that Yang Fann is in danger. But who is to blame? He asked for it. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. The strength of me, brother Yang Fann, is not something you all can imagine. Most of the domain gods don't think highly of Yang Fann, but there are exceptions. That is, Sovereign Xuanyuan and the other Shengluo Alliance domain gods have caused such a huge commotion. If Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others didn't notice it, their cultivation base would really be gone. Others might not know about Yang Fann's background, but they knew it all too well. That was a heaven-defying monster who had the combat strength of a rank 4 middle-level domain god warrior less than 8 million years ago. Now that 25 million years have passed, what kind of realm had he grown to? It was beyond their imagination. However, there was one thing that was certain. Yang Fann's actual combat strength had definitely broken through to the high-level domain god. Not to mention, Manchizol was only a rank 4 middle-level domain god. Even his master, the rank 2 high-level domain god Lord Tianjin, wouldn't be a match for Yang Fann, that monster. Rumble. With the saber in hand, Manchizol's aura began to rise rapidly. The terrifying aura shattered the space around him. Not good. Activate the defensive formation. The person in charge of the Qingyan building changed his expression and hurriedly activated the defensive formation. Otherwise, their Qingyan building would have been torn apart by Manchizol. Rumble. Rays of brilliant green light erupted from the surroundings of the verdant cloud brothel, blocking Manchizol's wildly soaring momentum. Little son Yang Fann, today, I will use your blood as a sacrifice to my Asura blade. Manchizol's voice was extremely evil, like the voice of an evil god, causing one's hair to stand on end. Ant-like thing, who gave you the guts to pull out your blade at me? Die now. Rumble. The inner world inside his body, which was even larger than many of the high-level domain gods' dimensional realms, began to spin. Yang Fann sent a palm strike towards Manchizol, not giving him any chance to speak. Yang Fann didn't use much of his strength of world in this palm strike. It was just a layer of power, but even so, he had cultivated bitterly for 25 million years. After successfully stepping into the peak of the second-grade middle-level true god, he had absorbed and refined nearly 7,000 inferior low-level domain divine artifact. Yang Fann's body's strength was terrifying, and it had already surpassed many first-grade middle-level domain god. Nearly 50,000 middle-grade strength of worlds, under the support of the first layer of strength of worlds. This palm strike was equivalent to some first-grade high-level domain god. If one was not careful, they might be severely injured by Yang Fann. Ah, how is this possible? You're not a middle-level domain god. High-level domain god. You are a high-level domain god. Manchizol's facial expression changed dramatically, and he let out a hysterical wail. This strength had far exceeded the limit of a rank 4 middle-level domain god. It even gave him the feeling that it was more powerful than his master, God Lord Tianjin. It wasn't the slightest bit inferior. As for his master, God Lord Tianjin, he was a rank 2 high-level domain god. Bitch it, Tianjingui, you bastard, why didn't his master shoot you into the wall? This time, he really screwed me over. This kind of ultimate expert, even your father, God Lord Tianjin, wouldn't dare to offend it. You, a puny little rank 4 low-level domain god, have eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard. Or is it something else? How dare you offend him? Or, is it because you can challenge a first-grade middle-level domain god with a cultivation base higher than yours? Or is it because you can do whatever you want just because you are able to challenge a first-grade middle-level domain god? High-level domain god, Yang Fann. Yang Fann, he's actually a high-level domain god. Gulp, did I hear it wrong? Yang Fann, I'm going to fight you to the death. Asura world, open, Asura puppet, explode 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 rumble. Rumble. Terrifying mushroom clouds constantly rose up as one powerful Asura puppet after another directly exploded. None of the Asura dummies that could be suppressed by Manchizol were simple. The lowest grade was a first-grade low-level domain god. The strongest Asura puppet had even reached the rank 4 middle-level domain god. More than 100 Asura dummies exploded at the same time. The power of the explosion was so terrifying that even some high-level domain god warriors had to avoid it. However, Yang Fann didn't try to dodge. The heaven-sheltering big hand continued to crush him. Although the 9 revolutions divine devil body hadn't reached the 5th transformation huge perfection, Yang Fann's pure body defense was infinitely close to the high-level domain divine artifact. Although the power of these Asura dummies' self-destruction was terrifying, it was still far from enough to break through Yang Fann's defense. How is this possible? No, don't. C1697 The 36 Geniuses on the Prodigy Roll Supreme Divine City, 3rd floor of Qingyan Building. Yang Fann versus the Right Minister of Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom, Manchizol. The terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand crushed him with irresistible force. Even though Manchizol had used all of his trump cards and even detonated the Asura puppet that he had painstakingly accumulated, it was still useless. He couldn't stop Yang Fann at all and was suppressed by Yang Fann. It's suppressed. Manchizol is suppressed just like that. Gulp. It was true really, I didn't hear it wrong. He really is a high-level domain god. Hiss. Supreme being Yang Fann really hid himself well. Everyone in the world has underestimated him. At this moment, Domain God Sovereign, who was watching the show, besides Sovereign Xuanyuan and the other supreme beings of the Shengluo Alliance. No one doubted that Yang Fann had reached the high-level domain god in the past 25 million years. Rank 4 middle-level domain god, high-level domain god. Those were two completely different concepts, even if it was the monster that ranked in the top few of the prodigy roll. It's impossible to make a breakthrough in such a short time. In their hearts, Yang Fann must have hidden his true strength. That was true. He was just one of the 3 major powers of Cloud Floating Palace, Skysoul Alliance, and Changchun Union. The strongest one among them was only a first-grade middle-level domain god. How could he have the qualifications to ask a high-level domain god to use his full strength? To be able to use the combat strength of a rank 4 middle-level domain god was already a sign of respect for them. No wonder this Yang Fann didn't give face to the Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom and forcefully suppressed that third prince, Tian Jingui. The Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom's strength was only average among the 36 divine country in AIMA realm continent. Only God Lord Tianjin, a rank 2 high-level domain god, was in charge. Yang Fann was able to instantly kill the right prime minister, Manchizol, with a single strike. It was obvious how strong he was. He was definitely not as simple as a first-grade high-level domain god. Even if he wasn't as strong as a rank 2 high-level domain god, he wouldn't be much weaker. As a top existence amongst rank 4 middle-level domain god, if he was an ordinary first-grade high-level domain god, Manchizol would be able to withstand at least a few attacks, or even escape from his hands. With such strength, even if it wasn't because of God Lord Tianjin's face, it wouldn't be easy for God Lord Tianjin to take Yang Fann's life. Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom has suffered a huge loss this time. The rankings of Divine Country might even drop by 1. Third Prince and Tian Jingui were nothing. They only had the potential to break through to the rank 4 middle-level domain god, but the right Prime Minister, Manchizol, was different. He was a genuine rank 4 middle-level domain god, and he was also one of the top existences amongst them. Without him, God Lord Tianjin would have lost an arm of his. CC, let's go back. Yang Fann called out to the girls and headed towards the Green Radiance cave. His mood had been disturbed by these aphids, so he was no longer in the mood to continue eating. As for God Lord Tian Jin's revenge after the incident, Yang Fan didn't take it to heart at all. He was just a rank 2 high-level domain god. If this God Lord Tian Jin really didn't know what death was, Yang Fan wouldn't mind taking care of him as well. Up until now, he had never devoured a rank 2 high-level domain god. He hoped that God Lord Tian Jin wouldn't be the first person to do so. Who? After Yang Fan and the others had left for a long time, the true gods and domain gods on the third floor of the verdant cloud brothel finally began to pant heavily. Let's go. Dark Star had finally left. The terrifying qi just now had almost suffocated them. Especially Zhuge Luyun and Gongji Chong. Unknowingly, their entire bodies were drenched in sweat. It was practically as if they were fished out of water. Their eyes were filled with joy. Fortunately, Tian Jingui made the first move. Otherwise, they would have been the ones being suppressed just now. That Yang Fan dared to not give God Lord Tian Jin face and mercilessly suppress Tian Jingui. Similarly, he wouldn't give Zhuge family any face. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Supreme Divine City. With our current strength, it's far from the time for us to act recklessly. For the next tens of thousands of years, we must keep a low profile, and keep a low profile. Very quickly, Zhuge Luyun and Gongji Chong secretly made up their minds. The pride they had as Heaven's Pride ranking had vanished in an instant. Today, Tian Jingui was there to defend them, but next time, they might not be so lucky. Thinking about it, they were on the prodigy roll. Not to mention the older generation, just the prodigy roll alone had more than 300 people stronger than them. There was nothing to be proud of. What? That Heaven's Pride ranking from the Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom. Third Prince and the right Prime Minister of the Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom, Manchizol, were all suppressed. Who is it? I can't believe he has such guts. Yang Fan. Who was this? Why haven't I heard of him before? He actually killed that right Prime Minister Manchizol in an instant. High-level domain god. This Yang Fan is definitely a high-level domain god. It seems like after today, the ranking of the Divine Kingdom of the Heavens in the 36th Divine Country will be raised. The news of Yang Fan suppressing Tian Jingui and Manchizol spread out in all directions like a sudden clap of thunder, as if it was going to sweep across the entire Supreme Divine City. Countless true gods and domain gods were shocked. Many of them even regarded Yang Fan as a taboo. Even Tian Jingui and Manchizol were suppressed by someone with no background, let alone a disciple from a small power like them who didn't have any background. If they really provoked that Dark Star, they would die for sure. In the center of Supreme Divine City, the Heavenly Gold Divine Mansion. The leaders of the 36th Divine Country were all high-ranked divine generals under AIMA Domain Lord's command. They held a very important position in the entire AIMA realm. In the Supreme Divine City, each of them had their own mansion. Furthermore, the area was extremely vast, and it looked like a part of the little world. The Heavenly Gold Divine Mansion was the divine mansion where God Lord Tian Jin was in the Supreme Divine City. Within the magnificent divine palace of the Heavenly Gold Divine Mansion, a peerless mighty figure, with a terrifying aura, who dominated the wilderness, sat on a divine throne. Rumble, rumble, an endless stream of golden energy surged forth from all directions like a surging tide, surging into his body through all the pores and cells in his body. Upon a closer look at his face, one could see that he was somewhat similar to Tian Jingui. This was an unparalleled giant. He was none other than Tian Jingui's father, the founder of the Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom, God Lord Tian Jin. Rumble. Suddenly, God Lord Tian Jin's tightly shut eyes opened. A terrifying killing intent flashed across his eyes. Yang Fan, how dare you imprison my son and suppress the right minister of divine country? I will not rest until you die. Tian Jingui was one of the princes he doted on the most, and Manchizol was his right-hand man. This hatred was irreconcilable. At this moment, God Lord Tian Jin really wished he could skin Yang Fan alive and pull his tendons out. However, the rationality in his heart still forced him to suppress his raging killing intent. God Lord Tian Jin was very clear about Manchizol's strength. Yang Fan was able to suppress Manchizol with a single palm strike. Even if Yang Fan's cultivation base wasn't as good as his, it wouldn't be too far off. It was easy to defeat him, but God Lord Tian Jin wasn't confident that he could kill him with a single strike. Furthermore, this kid was very likely to be one of the geniuses of World Heaven's Pride battle. He wasn't even an era old yet, and his talent and potential were even greater than his. If he couldn't suppress him in one fell swoop and escape successfully, he would surely become a huge threat to the heavenly gold divine kingdom. This matter still needed to be carefully planned out and come up with a complete plan. Firmament Divine Mansion, Divine Master Firmament's mansion in Supreme Divine City. The white-robed Divine Master Firmament, whose aura was faintly discernible and his entire body was stuffed with concepts that had returned to its original state, frowned slightly. Yang Fann, is this Yang Fann again? Sai, the divine kingdom of the heavens has produced such an expert. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. When Yang Fann revealed his rank 4 middle-level domain god cultivation base, the divine master of the heavens sent someone to investigate him. However, the information they obtained was limited. They only knew that he came from outside the AIMA realm continent. 27 million years ago, he suddenly joined the Shengluo alliance, but the rest of the information was unknown. It was extremely mysterious. He was still wondering if he should find an opportunity to meet this Yang Fann, and if he could subdue him. That would be the best. One rank 4 middle-level domain god was more than enough for the divine kingdom of the heavens to expand their power by leaps and bounds. Never would they have thought that before he could summon Yang Fann, such a big event would happen. To be able to instantly kill Monchizol with a single palm, this strength was not much weaker than his. Such an ultimate expert was hidden in a small power like Shengluo alliance. He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death if he said that there was no intention behind it. I hope this Yang Fann isn't planning to attack the divine kingdom of the heavens. Otherwise, in the Green Brilliance Cave, Yang Fann accompanied the 6 girls as they strolled in the garden. He had no idea how many expert realm gods had been shocked by his powerful performance. At this moment, rumble, a stream of light landed in front of Yang Fann. It was Sovereign Xuanyuan. However, at this moment, there was an indescribable excitement on his face. Brother Yang Fann, look, you're on the Heaven's Pride board. And you're even ranked 36th on the Heaven's Pride board. C-1698. The world-chosen battle began. Supreme Divine City, Verdant Cloud Brothel, one of the 36 heavenly passages, the Verdant Radiance Heavenly Passage. Sovereign Xuanyuan held the newly released Prodigy ranking board in his hands, his expression filled with indescribable excitement. Yang Fann was able to rank in the 36 heavenly Prodigy ranking board. Before this was something that he didn't even dare to think about. It didn't mean that Sovereign Xuanyuan felt that Yang Fann's talent wasn't as good as those top-level Heaven's Pride on the Prodigy roll. In terms of talent, the 360 geniuses on the Prodigy roll were tied together. They couldn't even match up to a single finger of Yang Fann's finger. It was just that Yang Fann's cultivation time was too short. At the end of the day, it was less than 40 million years. As for those geniuses on the Prodigy roll, top-level Heaven's Pride had lived for at least 3 trillion years, and many of them had lived for almost an entire era. The difference in time was more than 10 million times. Furthermore, where did those top-level Heaven's Pride come from? If he wasn't the son of a divine master from the top 5 divine country in AIMA realm continent, then he was the son of a 3rd order and rank 4 high-level domain god. Compared to them, their Shengluo alliance was really more than one. Even though they had taken over the Cloud Floating Palace and the other 2 major powers, dominating the entire Luoyang County, the difference between them and the Shengluo alliance was like heaven and earth. In his heart, with Yang Fann's current strength, being able to enter the top 60 of the Prodigy roll should be his limit. One should know that almost all those who could enter the top 60 of the Prodigy roll had the strength to fight high-level domain god warriors. What? Only 36? What's going on with this heavenly fortune tower? Whether they are blind or not, it would be fine if they forgot about eldest brother from the start. But now, they only listed eldest brother as the 36 of them, the number 1 intelligence agency in the realm. It was not reliable at all. He was ranked first on the Heaven's Pride board. Except for me, eldest brother, who else has the right to do so? Yang Sifan muttered to herself. Her face was filled with displeasure. Yu Nuo and the other girls did not open their mouths to say anything. But they all nodded in agreement. In their hearts, their master junior brother, Big Brother Yang, those so-called Heaven's Pride rankings simply didn't have the qualifications to be compared to him, let alone riding on Yang Fann's head. Oh my dear grandaunt, you all really dare to think about it. Sovereign Xuanyuan blushed with shame. Although Yang Fann's talent was unparalleled, he wanted to convert his potential into strength. After all, it would take some time for him to become the number 1 genius of this year's Prodigy roll. He was the son of the leader of the 36 divine country, Kai Yang, the son of God Lord Kai Yang. His talent was extremely high. It was said that he was not any weaker than Aima Domain Lord. He was even stronger than his father, God Lord Kai Yang. A trillion years ago, he had fought against the left minister of the divine country, the Saturn sovereign, but was only slightly weaker than him. Sardan was the second person in Kai Yang's divine country, a peerless expert that was only second to God Lord Kai Yang. He was ranked 13th on the divine list of the 36 domains, and rank 4 high-level domain god's cultivation base was at the same level as him. Now that trillions of years had passed, with Kai Yang's monstrous talent, his strength was probably not any weaker than that of male. No matter what kind of monster Yang Fann had, there was still a clear gap between him and Kai Yang. If he wanted to surpass him, he would have to cultivate for a few 100 million years. However, these words were just a thought in Sovereign Xuanyuan's mind. These days, he had deeply experienced the power of this young lady of Yang family. She was simply a little witch with all kinds of tricks. She was also Yang Fann's biological sister. For Yang Fann's sake, he could not beat or scold her. Once she was targeted by this little witch, the consequences would be very serious. Is it the 36th place on the prodigy roll? Yang Fann murmured softly. He did not seem to be dissatisfied at all. The combat strength he displayed that day was only comparable to some peak first-grade high-level domain god. If this was used as a basis, it would be quite accurate to say that the Heavenly Fortune Tower ranked him at the 36th place. Even if it was a little exaggerated, it shouldn't be too big of a deal. Very quickly, greed flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Those who could rank in front of him were at least at the same level of strength as him. They were not inferior to some first-grade high-level domain god. In other words, there were at least 35 high-level domain god in World Heaven's Pride battle this time. If he could devour and refine all of them, he wouldn't be able to guarantee his advancement to the high-level true god, but a fourth-grade middle-level true god should be within his grasp. At that time, his combat strength wouldn't be any weaker than some rank 3 top-level domain god warriors. If the 9 revolutions divine devil body was a 5th transformation huge perfection, even if he were to fight some rank 4 top-level domain god, he would have to fight them first. Luckily, Sovereign Xuanyuan did not know what Yang Fann was thinking. Otherwise, he would have fainted from fear. These two siblings, each of them was really arrogant. It was fine if one of them thought that Yang Fann had the strength to rank first on the prodigy roll. However, this Yang Fann actually wanted to eliminate all the geniuses ranked in the top 35 and devour them all. Could he still be a little crazier? These geniuses on the prodigy roll, top-level Heaven's Pride. Which one of them didn't have a third order, or even rank 4 high-level domain god backing them up? If they were to be completely wiped out, it was likely that there would no longer be a place for Yang Fann in the entire AIMA realm. Hiss. What a good Yang Fann. He's ranked 36th on the prodigy roll, terrifying, truly terrifying. He has the power to instantly kill a rank 4 middle-level domain god in less than an era. His future is limitless. This is another top-level Heaven's Pride. As long as he doesn't die halfway in the future, he will at least be a rank 3 high-level domain god or even rank 4 high-level domain god. The changes in the prodigy roll quickly swept across the Supreme Divine City, spreading towards the Paragon continent, and even the entire AIMA realm. Countless major powers were shocked by this, the 36th place on the prodigy roll. This ranking was definitely not a joke. I wonder what kind of luck this Shengluo alliance has gotten. To think that such a supreme monster would appear. Highs, our divine void sect has obtained a supreme monster. Sky Fortune Pavilion, Treasure Tower. How come they aren't so lucky? A top-tier monster like this, if it wasn't from one of the top 10 imperial families of divine country, or under the hands of a superpower with a high-level domain god guarding it, the Shengluo alliance, an unknown small power, how could they produce a monster of this level? It was simply inconceivable. Countless powers wished that they were the Shengluo alliance. A top-grade monster like Yang Fann was enough to push a power into the ranks of the top powers in AIMA realm. Heavenly Phoenix Divine City. This was the capital of the Heavenly Phoenix Divine Country, ranked 7th among the 36 Divine Country. In the center of Heavenly Phoenix Divine City, in a luxurious divine palace, a dignified-looking young man with red eyebrows and eyes full of arrogance sat cross-legged on the ancient altar made of top-grade Ferrosaur stones. Rumble, rumble. Boundless fire origin power surged out from the fire source stone altar, bringing with it endless waves of fire that surged towards young man. With his body as the center, countless phenomena appeared. Numerous divine beasts and phoenixes continuously flashed around his body. Rumble. Suddenly, his tightly shut eyes opened. The divine fire exploded, turning the entire divine palace into a terrifying world of divine fire. Even the surrounding space began to distort. Young Man, who was located in the center of the divine palace, was like the supreme fire god king who had descended to the world, controlling all the flames in the world and looking down upon the world. Has the prodigy role been updated? In the divine kingdom of the heavens, Yang Fann of the Shengluo alliance had killed the right prime minister of the heavenly gold divine kingdom, Manchizol, with a single strike. He had the combat strength of a peak first-grade high-level domain god. He was a formidable opponent. Myriad Star World. This was the lair of the ancient star race of AIMA realm. Although the Star Clan hadn't established the divine country, its strength was terrifying. It wasn't much weaker than the profound Feng divine kingdom, which was ranked 8th among the 36 divine country. With 3 high-level domain god old ancestors in charge, the strongest old ancestor was a rank 3 high-level domain god. The Myriad Star Heavenly Abode, the number 1 heavenly abode in the Myriad Star world. A young man dressed in white stood beneath the endless starry sky. Layers of starlight were dissipating on his body. Vaguely, one could see countless stellar world appearing around him. His aura was ancient and imposing. He dominated the heavens and ruled the world. Yang Fann, World Heaven's Pride Battle, I will definitely fight you. Suddenly, a cold shine flashed across the eyes of the young man in white. Young Master Wan Xing, the young master of the star race. The number 1 of the youth generation. He was once ranked 36th on the prodigy roll. Presently, he was ranked 37th on the prodigy roll. The right minister of heavenly gold divine kingdom, Manchizol, was just a piece of trash. The Myriad Star Sovereign was confident that he could kill him with a single strike. What right did Yang Fann have to replace him and become the 36th genius on the prodigy roll? Golden Rock Divine Country, the super divine country ranked 5th among the 36 divine country in AIMA realm. Golden Rock Divine Country, a secret realm. A young golden-robed man with his hands behind his back. His pace was slow and steady. He seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll, but the entire secret realm. A terrifying aura gradually rose. At this moment, even some middle-level domain god dared to take a step into the secret realm. They would also be crushed to the ground, unable to move at all. Yang Fann, ranked 36th on the prodigy ranking. He is able to replace young master Wan Xing. This Yang Fann does have some ability. As time slowly passed, the geniuses on the prodigy roll were startled one after another. There were those who were respectful. Those who were wary were those who wanted to challenge Yang Fann, and there were also those who wanted to replace him. Of course, there were also those who wanted to challenge Yang Fann. Some people just ignored Yang Fann. Ranked 36th on the prodigy roll. To most of the geniuses, it was an existence that they had to look up to. However, in the eyes of top-level Heaven's Pride, who was ranked in the top 10, he was just a slightly stronger ant. If they were willing to, they could easily suppress and even kill him. It wasn't worth their attention at all. From the beginning to the end, their only opponents were the other top 10 geniuses. Soon, more than 20,000 years had passed. Qingyan Building, within a luxurious shrine in the Green Brilliance Cave. Buzz. 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 Yang Fann's aura was gradually restrained. In the end, he turned into an ordinary young man. The next second, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. Is it time? I'm really looking forward to it. C-1699 region. Lord Emma has arrived. Time flies. 27,000 years had passed. Supreme Divine City, Qingyan Building, Green Brilliance Cave. Yang Fann slowly stood up. 27,000 years had passed. His cultivation base and strength had improved a lot. He was not far away from the 5th transformation huge perfection 9 revolutions divine devil body. During this period of time, God Lord Tian Jin had also sent someone over to redeem Tian Jingui and the heavenly gold divine kingdom's right prime minister, Manchizol. One of them was his son. One of the top grade monsters of the heavenly gold imperial family's youth generation, and the other was the right prime minister of the divine country. His right-hand man had a pivotal position in the entire heavenly gold divine kingdom. God Lord Tian Jin didn't want to give up on them if there was even the slightest possibility. Of course, it was also because God Lord Tian Jin wanted to ease his relationship with Yang Fann. The update of the prodigy role had made God Lord Tian Jin deeply aware of Yang Fann's talent and potential. Ranked 36 on the prodigy roll. This was the indisputable top-level heaven's pride. His talent and potential were terrifying. He was far above the master of heavenly gold divine kingdom. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed him in the future. And on second thought, his son and the right minister were only suppressed by Yang Fann, and hadn't truly fallen. As long as Yang Fann could release his son and the right prime minister, the conflict between them would be resolved. For this, God Lord Tian Jin took out 500 billion top-level divine stones. He wanted to redeem Tian Jingui and the right prime minister with sincerity. One should know that many rank 4 middle-level domain god warriors didn't even have that many top-level divine stones in their entire possessions. Unfortunately, Yang Fann didn't give God Lord Tian Jin this chance. Tian Jingui dared to insult his little sister, Si Fan, but he had touched Yang Fann's taboo, and could only die. Furthermore, Yang Fann did not lack top-level divine stones. Furthermore, no matter how many top-level divine stones he had, it was still very limited to his cultivation progress. It was far less useful than devouring Manchizol and Si Fan. One had to admit that Tian Jingui was indeed worthy of being called a genius on the prodigy roll, even though he was only at rank 4 low-level domain god's cultivation base. However, the size of the strength of origin was much bigger than many first-grade middle-level domain god. And that Manchizol, the strength of origin he was wearing was almost as big as 3 to 4 ordinary rank 4 middle-level domain god warriors. After devouring and refining the two men, Yang Fann's cultivation base had improved by quite a bit. He had almost reached the limit of second-grade middle-level true god, and was only a step away from rank 3 middle-level true god. If Yang Fann was willing, it wasn't impossible for him to break through. His mental energy realm had long surpassed the true god stage, and what he lacked was energy. However, Yang Fann still suppressed the urge to break through. Although the energy required to break through to the next realm wasn't as great as the energy required to break through to the next realm, it wasn't a small amount. If he wanted to break through to the next realm with just the top-level divine stone, it would take him millions of years, or even tens of millions of years. The divine spirit chi in the top-level divine stone was much weaker than domain god sovereign's strength of origin. Yang Fann didn't want to miss out on the World Heaven's Pride battle because of this. This time, the World Heaven's Pride battle was not only the opportunity for his strength to advance by leaps and bounds, it was also related to his advancement to the Great Realm. He couldn't afford to miss it. Hoo-hoo. After exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. The World Heaven's Pride battle was about to begin. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. When he thought of the large number of Heaven's Pride evildoer waiting for him to suppress them, Yang Fann couldn't wait any longer. Tian Jinggui's ranking on the prodigy roll was only above 300. His strength of origin was almost comparable to a rank 2 middle-level domain god. Those rankings above him, especially those ranked in the top 100, and even the top 10, top-level Heaven's Pride, should be extremely vast. And those ordinary geniuses, although they were not as strong as Heaven's Pride ranking, but it's also a part of the divine country, within the dimensional realm, monster genius was one of the few. Each strength of origin was several times stronger than an expert of the same level. This was definitely his grand feast. Whether or not he could break through to the high-level true god in a short period of time would depend on this. Very quickly, Yang Fann gathered Sovereign Xuanyuan and the other expert from the Shengluo Alliance. A group of thousands of people headed towards the center of Supreme Divine City in a grandiose manner. Supreme Square, the largest square in Supreme Divine City. It was so vast that it was no less than a large world. At this moment, a square grandstand had already been built around the Supreme Plaza. Each grandstand could accommodate 10 million spectators. There were a total of 108 grandstands. In other words, if it was full, it would be sufficient to accommodate 1.08 billion spectators. It sounded like a lot, but if it was placed in the entire AIMA realm continent. Even in the AIMA realm, there were only a few people. It was like a drop of water in the boundless ocean, totally negligible. Putting aside everything else, just the Supreme Divine City. 2 trillion. The value of a seat could be seen from this. Not only did he need 10,000 top-level divine stones, but he also needed to be at least a top-level true god to be qualified to enter and watch. It had to be said that it was extremely easy for a big shot like AIMA domain lord to obtain a top-level divine stone. Just the income from the tickets alone had exceeded 10 billion top-level divine stones. Many second rank 3 high-level domain god might not even have such a high value. Besides the 108 ordinary stands, there were also many small, heavenly passages. These were specially prepared for those major powers with domain god sovereign in charge. Each small grotto heaven had a radius of 100 miles and a range of 10,000 miles. Not only that, they also had all kinds of facilities and facilities. Of course, the price was far from enough. Even the lowest level of a small heavenly passage was worth hundreds of millions of top-level divine stones, and a large heavenly passage required tens of billions of top-level divine stones. Lastly, the empty grandstand, which was above the many grotto heavens, was prepared for the true big shots. Without a high-level domain god cultivation base, no matter how many top-level divine stones one offered, it would be impossible to enter. The 12th viewing platform. Yang Fann brought Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others into the 36 heavenly passages. It was unknown if it was a coincidence or some other reason, but it was the same as Yang Fann's ranking on the prodigy roll. This was a large hollow that covered an area of about 30,000 miles. It could be considered as one of the large hollow. It was a high grade. Apart from the various buildings and facilities, there were also a large number of maids arranged to serve them. Each of them was a beauty that could topple cities and cities. However, the price was also shockingly high. The astronomical price of 30 billion top-level divine stones was enough for many middle-level domain god to shrink back. All of a sudden, Yang Fann frowned. He could feel the gaze of an extremely powerful enmity passing through countless spatial zones and landing on his body. Empty grandstand. Could it be him? I hope you don't make a mistake. Otherwise, I won't mind sending you down to see your son. In the entire AIMA realm, there was only one high-level domain god who had a grudge against him. The owner of that gaze was self-evident. Time passed minute by minute. Very quickly, 6 hours had passed. The 108 grandstands that were originally somewhat empty were now densely packed. There were human heads everywhere. And those tens of thousands of heavenly passages, all of them now had owners. The true gathering of experts was like a reign of experts. Just domain god sovereign alone numbered in the hundreds of thousands. It was simply unimaginable. Right at this moment, wuxia woo woo along with the dragon's roars, a terrifying dragon's aura descended from the sky. In the next second, 9 clawed divine dragons that were over 10,000 miles long tore through the void and arrived. Each of these divine dragons had an aura that was no less powerful than a rank 3 high-level domain god. Behind the 9 dragons was a huge and majestic divine hall. It glittered with divine light and illuminated the entire world. A terrifying aura that was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more terrifying than the 9 great divine dragons kept seeping out from the divine hall. What a good AIMA domain lord. What a grand show. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. It was also the 9 dragons' shed. However, compared to the 9 dragons' shed, the difference was not small. They were not on the same level at all. However, I have overestimated this AIMA domain lord. His strength is not much stronger than mine. Very quickly, a smile emerged on Yang Fann's face. Before he saw AIMA domain lord, he had more or less felt a sense of weakness in his heart. After all, he had never faced a top-level domain god before. So, it was all his imagination to see how strong AIMA domain lord was. And now, although the chi that AIMA domain lord revealed could be described as terrifying, it was 10 times stronger than what he had imagined. It was more than 100 times more powerful than rank 4 high-level domain god's chi, but it gave Yang Fann the feeling that there was only a tiny bit of danger in his chi. It was far from being fatal. If he really fought AIMA domain lord, even if he couldn't win, it would be extremely difficult for AIMA domain lord to defeat him. Right now, his overall combat strength was probably about the same. Unknowingly, he had become invincible in the AIMA realm. Thinking about it, it really felt unreal. Greetings, His Majesty the Domain Lord. His Majesty's longevity is boundless, and his life is as long as the heavens. All the true gods and domain gods, including all the high-level domain god in empty grandstand, stand up and greet His Majesty the Domain Lord respectfully. Yang Fann is no exception. He pretends to pay his respects. Although his current strength was no weaker than AIMA domain lords, it wasn't the time for him to expose himself. No need for formalities. A calm and dignified voice is heard from the divine hall. The World Heavens Pride battle is about to begin. All participating geniuses, step forward. C1700 The fight for the Divine Seal's Supreme Divine City, Supreme Plaza. With AIMA Domain Lord's arrival, the curtains of the World Heaven's Pride battle were finally drawn. In the next second, rumble, rumble, one dazzling streak of light after another tore through the heavens. Soon, the young geniuses of less than an epoch tore through the skies and arrived at the center of the plaza, where a massive white jade platform could be seen. This white jade platform was extremely large, and it was comparable to a small continent with a radius of at least 10 million miles. In just a few breaths of time, the empty white jade platform was filled with people. SS's. So many participating geniuses. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if I was beaten to death. There are so many young geniuses in AIMA realm. These 10,000 top-level divine stones were spent unjustly. Tisk, 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 tisk. I can't wait to see the Heaven's Pride battle. From all directions, countless spectators sucked in a breath of cold air. They originally thought that in this World Heaven's Pride battle, it was almost the limit for a few million geniuses to participate. Those who were confident enough to participate in the challenge were at least at the 9 stars top-level true god, and most of them were quasi-domain gods. It would be easy to break through to the 9 stars top-level true god in a single era, but advancing to the quasi-domain god realm would not be that easy. Thinking back to the Shengluo alliance, there were also many quasi-domain gods. There were close to 1,000 of them. However, there were only a few dozen of them who were younger than an era. This was also due to the prosperity of this era and the eruption of geniuses. In the last era, there were only a dozen or so people. To be able to comprehend a trace of the mysteries of the domain god in this era and step into the domain god sovereign realm, one could basically be called a genius of the family in the divine kingdom of the heavens. And among those powers that only had 1 or 2 domain gods, they were even worthy of being called the leader of the younger generation. However, the participating geniuses on this white jade platform were worth millions, let alone millions. Even tens of millions were worth more than that, nearly 100 million. Terrifying, truly terrifying. On the white jade platform, Yang Fann looked at the geniuses that were participating in the competition. An indescribable greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. Opportunity, this is my chance. These are all excellent prey. If I can catch all the participating geniuses in one fell swoop, I won't be able to advance to the high-level true god, let alone break through to the high-level true god. Even a second-grade high-level true god, or even a third-grade high-level true god, wouldn't be impossible. Out of the nearly 100 million geniuses, there were 9 levels of them who were quasi-domain gods. Domain god. Sovereign had over 100,000 of them, and there were more than 300 middle-level domain god. Even the true high-level domain god had 28 of them, and the strongest one had broken through to the rank 3 high-level domain god. He should be the number 1 genius on the heavenly prodigy roll, Prince Qiang. Not to mention, the foundation of these geniuses was extremely solid, and their source energy was abundant. While Yang Fann was sizing up his surroundings, many of the participating geniuses were also sizing up Yang Fann. He was one of the 36 geniuses on the prodigy roll. He was definitely one of their biggest competitors. So this is the 36 people on the prodigy roll. Yang Fann. It doesn't seem like there's anything special about him. If it wasn't for the fact that the heavenly prodigy roll couldn't be faked. There were still so many people who witnessed it with their own eyes. None of them could believe that he had the ability to instantly kill Manchizol. Among them, there were a few pairs of eyes that revealed an indescribable killing intent. Suddenly, a mysterious energy enveloped the entire white jade platform. Yang Fann frowned slightly. He instinctively wanted to break free from the restriction of the mysterious force. Although that force was terrifying, and even rank 4 high-level domain god might not be able to break free from it quickly, it was nothing to Yang Fann. As long as he wanted to, he could break free at any time. However, very quickly, Yang Fann calmed the surging force in his body. At this moment, there was only one person who could use such a mighty force, AIMA Domain Lord, the master of AIMA realm. Obviously, AIMA Domain Lord wouldn't hurt them at this moment. Furthermore, Yang Fann didn't sense any dangerous aura from that mysterious force. It should be because he wanted to bring them to the real testing ground. The white jade platform was considered huge, and it wasn't any weaker than the platform. Although it was larger than a continent, it was still a bit smaller compared to the nearly 100 million participating chosen in the trial by fire. Rumble. A burst of dazzling divine light flashed by. In the next second, the white jade platform became empty again, and the hundreds of millions of geniuses disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Time and space changed. One breath later, Yang Fann once again stepped on solid ground. With a glance, he saw that he had already arrived in a desolate land. The densely packed figures around him had long disappeared without a trace. Apart from himself, there was no one else. What a terrifying gravity! All of a sudden, Yang Fann frowned. The gravity of this world was more than 1,000,000 times more terrifying compared to the AIMA realm continent. Ordinary rank 7 top-level true god wouldn't even be able to fly in the sky. At most, he would be able to run faster and jump higher. Anyone below the top-level true god would be crushed by the terrifying gravity and their divine body would be destroyed, including the soul. There's also this spatial barrier. Although he had only used a tiny bit of the power of the shell just now, he hadn't even used a tiny bit of his strength. However, Yang Fann's current strength was extremely terrifying. Compared to some first-grade middle-level domain god, his strength was even greater. Even if it was just a tiny bit of the body's strength, it was still comparable to the full-strength attack of a first-grade low-level domain god. However, it couldn't even cause the surrounding space to fluctuate. The sturdiness of the spatial barrier was simply terrifying. Rumble. Yang Fann's hand increased bit by bit until his strength increased to half a level. Only then did the space around him begin to distort. Finally, it began to crack, and he even used nearly 3 layers of the power of the shell. It was likely that not many people below the middle-level domain god could tear the space apart. As for teleporting, without the strength of a rank 3 middle-level domain god, it was simply wishful thinking. Furthermore, the distance was still very limited. Here, an ordinary rank 9 top-level domain god could blow up a small hill that was dozens of meters tall with a single strike. The destructive force was not much stronger than those Marquis in the mortal world. Even those middle-level domain god warriors would be considered pretty good if they could destroy a huge mountain that was tens of thousands of meters tall. Also, the speed was also 1,000 times, 10,000 times faster than the speed of light. It was afraid that those below the domain god level wouldn't be able to exert even 1/4 of the speed of light. Compared to their true speed, it was like the speed of a turtle. I think the spiritual sense is also restricted. Indeed, as Yang Fann had expected, the void was filled with a mysterious force that firmly suppressed his spiritual sense. With his terrifying mental energy that was comparable to a first-grade or even rank 2 top-level domain god, it was unbelievable that it could not cover 100 million miles radius. I'm afraid that there is a mental energy top-level domain divine artifact suppressing the soul in this world. Vaguely, a hint of understanding surged into Yang Fann's mind. A high-level domain divine artifact, even if it was a supreme-grade high-level domain divine artifact, it was absolutely impossible to suppress his spiritual sense to such a level. A mere area of 100 million miles was equivalent to a few Prime Emperor spiritual sense. Even so, it was still far from being able to suppress it to such a small distance. Currently, his own strength wasn't any weaker than AIMA domain lords, but when it came to all kinds of resources, it was still far from enough. Let's not talk about anything else. He didn't even have a single top-level domain divine artifact in his possession. Previously, he was still a little too optimistic. If he really fought AIMA domain lord, his chances of winning wouldn't exceed 1 level. The true strength of a cultivator wasn't just limited to his cultivation base and secret techniques. All kinds of divine weapons and treasures were also a part of his strength. However, Yang Fann wasn't too worried. Even if he wasn't a match for AIMA domain lord, he wouldn't be able to keep him if he wanted to leave. Given his speed of advancement, he would be able to crush this AIMA domain lord in 100,000 years at most. The 9 revolutions divine devil body was about to reach the 5th transformation huge perfection. At that time, with just the body defense alone, he would be able to surpass most of the high-level domain divine artifacts. Once he unleashed the full force of the 9 revolutions divine devil body, even if it wasn't as powerful as a top-level domain god, it wouldn't be much weaker. He was afraid that it would be very difficult for a middle and low-grade top-level domain god to harm him. Adding on the fact that his strength had increased dramatically, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat AIMA domain lord. Who, after letting out a breath of foul air, Yang Fann immediately calmed himself down. His main goal now was to deal with the World Heaven's Pride battle. As for AIMA domain lord, besides, he might not be his enemy. Even my spiritual sense has been suppressed to this extent, let alone the other geniuses participating in the competition. Even the number one genius of the Heaven's Pride Board, Prince Qiang, wouldn't be able to cover 1,000,000 miles of land with his spiritual sense. It would be no different than being crippled. Right at this moment, an illusory sound of great Tao that seemed to have descended from the sky, sweeping across the entire assessment world. The first stage of the World Heaven's Pride battle, the battle for the Divine Talisman. I will throw out 1,000,000 identity Divine Talismans later. What you need to do is fight for the identity Divine Talismans. 7 days later, those who possess identity Divine Talismans will successfully advance to the second stage. Remember this. This initial Divine Talisman was not a complete Divine Talisman. It is only a part of the complete Divine Talisman. You will need to sense it according to the Divine Talisman. Find another part of the Divine Talisman and collect a complete Divine Talisman. Only then will it be effective. C1701 Wait for the Rabbit Supreme Divine City, Supreme Plaza. At some point in time, a crystal hologram that was over 100,000,000 miles long suddenly appeared in the sky above the square. Within the crystal hologram, everything in the assessment world was clearly shown. Nearly 100,000,000 geniuses participating in the competition could be found within the hologram. Of course, the mysterious sound of great Tao was also clearly heard by countless spectators. In an instant, hundreds of millions of true gods and domain gods sucked in a breath of cold air. Wasn't this first trial a bit too cruel? It was fine if he only gave out 1,000,000 advancement divine talismans, but they were still broken divine talismans. In the end, only a few 100,000 people were able to pass. As for how many geniuses there were nearly 100,000,000 of them. In other words, out of the 200 to 300 people, only one would be able to advance. Perhaps not yet. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there were thousands of soldiers and horses crossing the single wooden bridge. It was unknown just how many people would be able to return alive in the end. World Heaven's Pride battle was different from sparring with their fellow disciples. Competing in martial arts, one couldn't help but kill. For the sake of that divine talisman, the geniuses would kill until blood flowed like rivers, and corpses littered the ground. Within the assessment world, many of the participating geniuses' faces instantly turned pale. Although they had thought that the World Heaven's Pride battle wouldn't be an easy place to enter, they had never thought that it would be this cruel. This was only the first round, yet they were going to eliminate all the participating geniuses of the 9th floor. With their meager strength, would they be able to stand out and snatch away the divine talisman? Of course, there were some who didn't care at all, and their eyes were even filled with excitement. For example, none of those Heaven's Pride ranking were worried that he wouldn't be able to pass the first round. With so many advancement divine talismans, was it difficult for them to snatch one with their strength? Some of the geniuses were even more determined to seize the opportunity to snatch more advancement divine talismans. At that time, they would be able to eliminate more people, saving them the trouble of being trash. In a desolate land, the first stage, the battle for the divine talisman, is rather interesting. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. It's just that the deadline for the 7th day is. It's a big problem. In the assessment world, his spiritual consciousness and speed were completely suppressed. In just 7 days, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find them. There were many places in the assessment world. It was impossible to catch all the geniuses that were participating in the competition in one fell swoop. Forget it. There will be a long time to come. There is only one trial in the World Heaven's Pride battle, and I can't even pass it. Basically, they are all ranked 9 top-level true god and quasi-domain gods. Even if we miss it. Alright, those domain god sovereign and those 359 Heaven's Pride ranking are Yang Fann's true targets. Any one of them could be worth thousands or tens of thousands of ranked 9 top-level true god and quasi-domain gods. Right at this moment, rumble, stellar transposition. The azure sky instantly turned dark, and the curtain of night descended with specks of starlight. The next second, rumble, one after another, bright meteors tore through the void and fell towards assessment world like raindrops. Their trajectories almost covered the entire assessment world, and every single meteor was dazzling, illuminating the entire 9 prefectures. Almost at the same time, a hint of understanding surged into the hearts of all the participants. That meteor was none other than the divine talisman that had broken through to the next realm. To be precise, it was a broken divine talisman. I am determined to break through to the next realm. If anyone dares to compete with me for the divine talisman, I will take his life. That advancement divine talisman is mine. No one can take it away from me. Rumble, rumble. Tens of millions of heaven's pride evildoer, after recognizing a certain direction, soared into the sky and flew towards the place where the divine talisman had fallen. On the boundless wasteland, a golden light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. A advancement divine talisman just happened to land near me. I'll go over and take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure moved and tore through space. A secluded valley surrounded by mountains. Rumble. A blazing meteor with a long tail of flames suddenly smashed into the secluded valley, creating a massive crater that was over 10,000 meters deep. Finally, a palm-sized green jade talisman with countless mysterious ancient jade talismans engraved on it was revealed. Numerous treasure lights were emitted from the green jade talisman, illuminating the entire sinkhole. One breath later, another stream of light descended from the sky and landed beside the green jade talisman, revealing a handsome young man in white robes with extraordinary temperament. Ha 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 ha, I found a divine talisman to advance so quickly. I am indeed a man of great fortune. This advancement divine talisman is mine. As he spoke, the white-clothed youth's right arm moved, and he grabbed the green jade divine talisman in his hand. Pei Ming, put down the advancement divine talisman. A stern shout descended from the sky. A terrifying blade light tore through the sky and landed in front of the young man in white, revealing a peerless sabersman who was wearing a yellow robe and carrying a divine blade on his back. It's you, Zhan Hao. A trace of fear flashed across the eyes of the young man in white. This Zhan Hao was the same as him, a first-grade low-level domain god. Due to sabersman, his combat strength was even higher than his. At that moment, rumble, rumble, another dozen or so streaks of light descended from the skies, completely surrounding Pei Ming. Each and every one of them stared covetously at the green jade divine talisman in Pei Ming's hands, filled with scorching heat. Why did they come so quickly? Pei Ming's heart sank to its lowest point. One Zhan Hao was already troublesome enough, and now there were so many geniuses. This was not giving him any chance at all amongst the 13 geniuses. 9 of them were quasi-gods. However, the 4 first-grade low-level domain god were at most slightly weaker than him. The strongest among them had an extremely powerful aura. He was even stronger than him, and he had already stepped into the rank 2 low-level domain god. Pei Ming, hand over the divine talisman now, or else, today next year will be your death anniversary. The yellow-robed Zhan Hao shouted once more. That's right, Pei Ming, advancement divine talisman is not something you can take. Hand over the advancement divine talisman, or else, die. Zhan Hao, there's only one advancement divine talisman. There are so many of you, who do you want me to give the advancement divine talisman to? This. Zhan Hao and the others looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with fear and vigilance. Pei Ming was their competitor, and so were the others. There was only one divine talisman that could help them break through to the next realm, and everyone wanted him. Right at this moment, an imperious voice could be heard coming from all directions. There's no need to struggle anymore. I'll take this divine talisman for myself. In the next second, Pucci. The space was torn apart like a curtain, and a black-clothed Yang Fann stepped out from it. It's Yang Fann, the 36th ranked genius on the prodigy roll. It's over this time. There's no more space for us to upgrade our divine talismans. Why are we so unlucky? In an instant, the faces of Pei Ming and the other 15 geniuses were filled with despair. They had gathered the strength of 15 of them and fought with their lives on the line. Even some third-grade low-level domain god had the strength to fight with their lives on the line, but to a heaven's pride ranking like Yang Fann, it was nothing. Not to mention Yang Fann, who was ranked 36th on the prodigy roll, even the one ranked last on the prodigy roll, supreme being Bu Ming, could wipe them out with a wave of his hand. His Excellency Yang Fann, this is the advancement divine talisman. A trace of reluctance flashed across his eyes. Pei Ming respectfully handed over the advancement divine talisman in his hand. Supreme Divine City, Supreme Square. This Pei Ming is really unlucky. It wasn't easy for him to find a divine talisman that could help him advance, but he ended up attracting such a dark star. But he is still a wise man. He knows how to make a choice, and he didn't insist on not letting go. Losing the hope of advancing is better than losing his life. It is a wise choice. In the stands, many domain gods and quasi-domain gods were whispering to each other. Yang Fann was ranked 36th on the prodigy roll, and he was one of the top monsters in the world. He was quite eye-catching. His Excellency Yang Fann, We'll take our leave. Very soon, Pei Ming and the others began to bid farewell to Yang Fan. It is too dangerous to stay with a top-level heaven's pride like him. If one is not careful, he might lose his life. Did I tell you to leave? Be obedient and stay behind. A cruel smile emerged on Yang Fan's face, and he thrust his palm towards Pei Ming and the others. Arg, don't. Lord, spare me, let me go, let me go. Roar Yang Fan, you beautiful girl, I'm going to fight you to the death. Hiss. This Yang Fan has such a strong killing intent. Pei Ming and the others have already handed over their advancement divine talismans, but he still won't let them go. Strange, why hasn't Yang Fan left yet? Not good, this Yang Fan is waiting for his prey. No, no, Wen Xing, Yang Fan, that dark star is there. Run, run. C-1702 Suppress Frenziedly Supreme Divine City, Supreme Plaza. Many true gods and domain gods stood up and let out mournful wails. Why did Yang Fan, that dark star, still stay where he was after taking out the advancement divine talisman? If one thought about it, they would be able to tell that his goal was to wait for his prey and hunt for those geniuses who had yet to arrive. The advancement divine talisman shone with a divine light. Even those who were billions of miles away could see it. It wasn't just Pei Ming and the other 15 geniuses who were attracted by it. It was just that they were the ones closest to it and were the first to arrive. At this moment, there were still a large number of participating geniuses rushing over from all directions. And with Yang Fan's terrifying strength, those geniuses who weren't even on the heaven prodigy roll were just here to deliver food to them. No matter how many of them came, they would all die. Unfortunately, the assessment world was different from the Supreme Square. The gods could see everything in the world through the huge hologram, and even hear the conversations of the participating geniuses. However, the voices of the gods couldn't reach the assessment world. Their shouts were useless. Assessment world, in a small valley. He's here. Yang Fan's eyes flashed with a wicked smile. He had spent a lot of effort to find those participating geniuses. There was no such thing as waiting for a rabbit in a tree, waiting for them to deliver themselves to him. After all, his spiritual sense had been greatly suppressed, and could only cover an area of 100 million miles. It wouldn't be an easy task to find other participating geniuses in the assessment world. One breath later, rumble, a brilliant sword light appeared in the sky above the valley. A peerless swordsman walked out from the valley. He was wearing a green robe, and his body was surrounded by the sword chi. Ha 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 ha, I am the one who broke through to the divine talisman realm. Before he could finish his sentence, the green-robed sword cultivator's expression suddenly changed. Ah, not good. It was Yang Fan. With an even faster speed, he fled into the distance. He was merely a third-grade low-level domain god. As for Yang Fan, he was a master who could instantly kill a rank 4 middle-level domain god warrior with a single strike. The difference between the two of them was the heaven and earth, cloud and mud. Since you are already here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? A mocking voice was heard from Yang Fan's mouth. In an instant, a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky and pressed down on the sword cultivator. Roar 7 kill sword art kill rumble. A terrifying and invincible sword chi of slaughter suddenly rose from the top of the sword cultivator's head. This sword was the strongest sword strike that contained all of his essence, energy, and spirit. It cut through the void. The god Slaughter Devil Slaughter possessed a terrifying power that could kill anything. It was a strike that could match the full strength of rank 4 low-level domain god. However, in front of this monster, Yang Fan, this ultimate sword strike was just a joke. In less than a breath's time, Poochie, the sword chi of slaughter was shattered into pieces. Ah no, my lord, I beg you, please let me go, please let me go. Ah, it's Sword Sovereign 7 kills. Sword Sovereign 7 kills has been suppressed. No, run, run. The faces of the geniuses who had just approached the valley changed. None of them saw Yang Fan in the valley. All of them immediately turned around and fled. Although the 7-killing Sword Sovereign wasn't a genius on the prodigy roll, he was only second to Heaven's Pride ranking in the second tier. Among all the participating geniuses, he was ranked in the top 3,000. There were 8 to 9 geniuses who could suppress him so easily. He was one of the geniuses on the prodigy roll. They couldn't even defeat the 7 Slaughter Sword Sovereign, let alone the mysterious genius who could easily suppress him. If they didn't run, they would be courting death. All of you stay behind, rumble. The horrendous hand that blotted out the sun once again descended from the sky, crushing everything in its path. Ah no, Please spare my life, please spare my life, woo woo woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, don't kill me, I beg you, don't kill me. My father is the sect master of the Heavenly Eagle sect, if you dare kill me, my father won't let you go. Time passed minute by minute, and soon, 2 hours had passed. Almost every few breaths of time, a prodigy would descend from the sky. At the very least, they were all quasi-gods. The strongest person had even reached the rank 4 low-level domain god realm. Compared to the 360 days of the prodigy role, the geniuses on the prodigy role were only slightly inferior. Pleasurable, truly too carefree. In just 2 hours, domain god sovereign had suppressed more than 200 quasi-gods, and there were even more than 1,000 quasi-gods. This was truly a great harvest. Supreme Plaza. Woo woo woo. My son Yang Fann, you son of a bitch, you're going to die a horrible death. You will have your retribution. My heavenly eagle cult will never forgive you. Blood spurted out from domain god sovereign's eyes as he stared at the crystal hologram with endless killing intent. They wanted nothing more than to eat Yang Fann's flesh and drink his blood. This woman was not a human. He was not human. The other Heaven's Pride ranking took the advancement divine talisman and left the place. Even if he killed them, he would only kill some of the geniuses who were competing for the advancement divine talisman. No one had ever stayed in the same place as Yang Fann. They would use the advancement of the divine talisman as bait to kill all of them. This bastard, wasn't he afraid of incurring public wrath? He, Yang Fann, was strong, and his combat strength was comparable to some rank 2 high-level domain god warriors, but it was still far from reaching the level of invincible AIMA realm. Putting aside everything else, as long as there was a rank 3 high-level domain god warrior attacking him, he was afraid that even fleeing would be an extravagant hope for him. Within the 36th small heavenly passage, the foreheads of Sovereign Xuanyuan and the other supreme beings of the Shengluo Alliance were covered with sweat. Brother Yang Fann, oh brother Yang Fann, can you not be so fierce? Our little hearts can't bear it. Just a moment ago, they had already felt a terrifying killing intent lingering outside their paradise. Many of them made even a first-grade middle-level domain god's heart palpitate. Rank 2 middle-level domain god, or even a 3rd grade or rank 4 middle-level domain god. If it wasn't for AIMA domain lord's prohibition in the square, they wouldn't have dared to act recklessly. At this moment, they were afraid that they would have already been surrounded and killed by those furious supreme beings. Uncle Shu Yuan, do you see that? A bunch of chickens and dogs are no match for me, eldest brother. Eldest brother, I'm the strongest. Yang Fann waved her little fist with an indescribable excitement on her face. It was as if she was the one who had suppressed all the geniuses in assessment world. My grandaunt, please stop. Don't you feel that there is something wrong with the atmosphere? Brother Yang Fann, I'm afraid that he has offended the public. Sovereign Xuanyuan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and advised. Uncle Shu Yuan, what are you afraid of? A bunch of old fools. If they dare to act recklessly, I will suppress them without eldest brother's help. Yang Fann smiled disdainfully, like those domain god sovereign were like ants on the ground. She could kill them with a wave of her hand. My grandaunt, you really dare to say it? Do you know what their cultivation base is? Many of them have a cultivation base that is even higher than mine. Sovereign Xuanyuan rolled his eyes. He didn't know what to say anymore. There was no need for Yang Fann to do anything. Many of them were middle-level domain god warriors. Even some high-level domain god warriors wouldn't dare to say that they could suppress all of them. You, rank 7 top-level true god, want to suppress all of them. Cultivate for another 10 eras. Uncle Shu Yuan, don't you believe me? If they really dare to make a move, let's see if I can suppress them. Yang Fann was full of confidence. It was just a few middle-level domain god warriors, and even high-level domain god warriors. She was completely confident that she could suppress them. How could Yang Fann not be fully prepared before he participated in the exam? Especially when there was a great enemy like God Lord Tianjin. If he attacked his little sister and the others while he was still in World Heaven's Pride battle, Yang Fann would regret it for the rest of his life if he failed to save them in time and cause them any harm. Although AIMA domain lord was there to suppress everything, the possibility of this happening wasn't high. There was a clear rule in the square that no one was allowed to attack. However, if one wasn't afraid at 10,000, then one should be afraid at 10,000. Yang Fann would never place all of his hopes on someone else. Whether it was his little sister Si Fan or Yunuo and the other three, They all had many trump cards that Yang Fann had bestowed upon them. Furthermore, Yang Fann had told them that as long as it wasn't AIMA domain lord, they wouldn't have to be afraid of anyone in AIMA realm. Even those rank 4 high-level domain god, with the many trump cards that he had given them, would be able to severely injure or even suppress them. Yang Fann and the other girls firmly believed Yang Fann's words. Not to mention severely injuring and suppressing rank 4 high-level domain god, they wouldn't have any doubts even if Yang Fann said that he could suppress a top-level domain god like AIMA domain lord. At this moment, Yang Fann was looking forward to it even more. Someone dared to take the risk of being punished by AIMA domain lord and attack them, so as to show off her prestige as a heroine. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. Yang Fann had once again suppressed over 1,000 participating geniuses. However, at this moment, the number of participating geniuses had significantly decreased. In the end, even after 15 minutes, not a single one of them had appeared. Looks like most of the participating geniuses in this region have been eliminated. After waiting for another 15 minutes, Yang Fann realized that there was still not a single genius coming. He stopped thinking and prepared to leave. In the next second, rumble, a green light flashed, and the advancement divine talisman appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Let me see just which lucky person got my corresponding divine talisman. Rumble, a terrifying mental energy instantly shot out from his body and enveloped the divine talisman. C 1732nd place on the Prodigy Roll Tai Shu Dao Assessment World, a small valley. Rumble, Yang Fann's terrifying mental energy, which was comparable to a top-level domain god, penetrated through his body and entered the divine talisman. In an instant, a message appeared in Yang Fanshihai's mind. Do I need 4 divine talismans of the same type to synthesize a complete divine talisman? Yang Fann raised his eyebrows slightly. In other words, only 250,000 people will be able to successfully advance to the next stage. This test is even crueler than I imagined. Initially, he thought that the divine talisman would be half complete, but he didn't expect that it would only be a quarter of it. Out of the nearly 100 million participating geniuses, only 250,000 of them were able to pass. The elimination ratio was almost 400 to 1. It was really low. Furthermore, this was the most ideal condition. If some of the geniuses were to fight for a few more advancement divine talismans, it would be considered pretty good if 200,000 people could advance in the end. Shaking his head gently, Yang Fann dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind. No matter how high the elimination rate of this first round was, it was impossible for him to be eliminated. What he had to worry about was the other participating geniuses. The next second, rumble, rumble, Yang Fann's hands quickly formed seals, and mysterious runes continuously appeared within the voids. This was a secret sensing technique that was contained within the divine talisman that was advancing. Through this secret technique, one could clearly know where the other 3 divine talismans were. Otherwise, under the suppression of the strength of soul, even with Yang Fann's abilities, he might not be able to find the other 3 divine talismans in just 7 days and collect a complete divine talisman, let alone the other participating geniuses. A few breaths later, 3 directions. They were still moving at high speed. It seemed like the other 3 divine talismans had already been taken. I wonder who will obtain these 3 divine talismans. I hope they won't disappoint me. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He wasn't afraid that the owners of the 3 divine talismans would be too strong. He was afraid that they would be too weak. It would be best if they were all geniuses on the Heaven Prodigy roll. Nearly 100 million participating geniuses, including the so-called number 1 genius on the Heaven Prodigy roll, Prince Qiang included. They were all Yang Fann's prey. Poochie. Very quickly, Yang Fann found a direction and tore open the spatial zone. In the sky above a huge mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Rumble. A brilliant sword light cut through the void at a speed several times faster than the speed of light. Tens of millions of kilometers later, dozens of escape lights were pursuing him relentlessly, and the distance between them was constantly shrinking. Sword Sovereign Zhao Zan, you won't be able to escape. Quickly hand over the advancement divine talisman. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Bitch it, do you really want to become enemies with our Tianyi Zhao family? Sword Sovereign Zhao Zan's voice contained a trace of intimidation. He hoped that their Zhao family's reputation would be able to scare the other party. Pui, who the hell does the Zhao family think they are? If they don't hand over the divine talisman, they will die for me. Tian Yi Zhao family is one of the top families in AIMA realm. With a middle-level domain god guarding them, they have a great reputation in the entire AIMA realm continent. However, it's still not enough to scare them. Among them, many families, including Sect, were not inferior to the Zhao family. In fact, they were even more powerful than the Zhao family. 10 million miles, 9 million li, 7 million li, 5 million li, 3 million li, 1 million li. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the person at the front was less than 300,000 li away from Sword Sovereign Zhao Zan. No, it seems like the divine talisman is a guarantee. I can't take it anymore. A hint of unwillingness and helplessness flashed across his eyes. He was only a first-grade low-level domain god, and among the people chasing him, there were 8 first-grade low-level domain god, and the strongest one was a rank 2 low-level domain god. He stubbornly resisted. He could only die in the end. Forget it. After all, it's just an incomplete divine talisman. If it was a complete divine talisman, he would have to give it a try no matter what. However, it was only an incomplete divine talisman. Even if he could defeat them, he still needed to gather the other 3 divine talismans before he could successfully advance to the next stage. It was truly not worth it to risk his life for this. However, after chasing me for so long, I won't let you guys get away with it so easily. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed in Sword Saint Zhao Zan's eyes. Sovereign Tianrui, if you want to advance to the divine talisman, I'll give it to you. Swoosh! A dazzling green light streaked across the void. It shot towards the rank 2 low-level domain god who was in the lead. Tianrui was slightly taken aback. He found it hard to believe that Sword Sovereign Zhao Zan would compromise so easily. While he was still in a daze, the 7 first-grade low-level domain god had already caught up to him. They didn't have the time to chase after Sword Sovereign Zhao Zan anymore, and they had already surrounded him. Not good. Tianrui's facial expression changed. He had just taken the divine talisman and fled far away. These first-grade low-level domain god might not be able to catch up to him, but it was too late to leave now. Tianrui, hand over the divine talisman. What? Sovereign Tianrui, could it be that you want to monopolize the divine talisman? The advancement divine talisman has fallen into my hands. That's mine. If you all want it, it will depend on whether you have the ability to do so. Tianrui gritted his teeth and said coldly. Since he couldn't escape, let's fight. It was absolutely impossible for him to hand over the advancement divine talisman just like that. It's just 7 first-grade low-level domain god. With his rank 2 low-level domain god cultivation base, it's not like he doesn't have the strength to fight them. Supreme Sovereign Tianrui, your courting death kill die 9 swords of soaring cloud purgatory demonic art Grand Yan sword manual. Killing intent flashed across the eyes of the 7 first-grade low-level domain god. Without any hesitation, they lunged at the heavenly Rui supreme being. In order to seize the divine talisman, the only rank 2 low-level domain god like the heavenly Rui supreme being had to die. Otherwise, even if they took the divine talisman, it would still be difficult for them to feel at ease. Sword Sovereign Zhao Zan was a good example. Good kill to your heart's content. It would be best if all of them died. The eyes of Zhao Zanjian who's hidden by the side lit up. As long as these people fight until both sides suffer losses, it isn't impossible for him to seize the advancement divine talisman once more. If you want my life, all of you aren't qualified. Die! The great Luo heavenly scripture. A fierce light erupted from Sovereign Tianrui as he stood together with the 7 first-grade low-level domain god. One of them had a profound cultivation base. The other side has the advantage in numbers. For a moment, it seems like they have met their match. They are going to fight until they are inextricably locked in battle, and no one is able to do anything to the other. However, as time passed, the scale of victory gradually tilted towards the 7 rank 1 realm gods. The 8 of them were not the only ones fighting over the advancement of the divine talisman. There were also dozens of quasi-region gods. They were confident that they could compete with domain god sovereign. These quasi-domain gods weren't ordinary people either. The weakest of them all had the ability to escape from a first-grade low-level domain god, and the strongest few had combat strength comparable to a first-grade low-level domain god. With dozens of quasi-domain gods working together, even if they were compared to the 7 low-level domain god, they wouldn't be much weaker. This wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. 15 minutes later. Paragon Tianrui coughed up another mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and his aura was rapidly weakening. Damn it, don't tell me I'm really going to give up on this divine talisman. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Right at this moment, rumble. The sky darkened. Ah, what's that? The hearts of everyone who was in the midst of a great battle trembled as they raised their heads to take a look. Instantly, they were horrified. A terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky. It covered an area of 1,000,000 miles. Wherever it passed, the space was like glass, shattering inch by inch. Ah, shattering the space. This power. It's a middle-level domain god Gululu. Heaven's pride ranking is nearby. No, don't kill me. Please spare my life, my lord. Please spare my life. I'm willing to hand over the divine talisman, hand over the divine talisman. Miserable wails rang out from the mouths of the domain gods and quasi-domain gods. At the moment of life and death, all the divine talismans and divine talismans were tossed to the back of their minds, and they had lost their lives. So what if they could obtain the divine talisman to advance? Amongst them, the one who felt the most regret was none other than Sword Sovereign Zhao Zan. He had already given up on advancing to the divine talisman, so why would he stay behind? If he had left earlier, there wouldn't have been such a disaster. Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand didn't stop in the slightest. It crushed downwards with unstoppable force. Ah, no. Poochie. A space wormhole appeared out of thin air, and Yang Fann took a step out from it. The advancement divine talisman was one of the 3 Yang Fanns that Yang Fann had sensed through the arcane art. The remaining 2 divine talismans actually merged into one. Looks like someone is a step faster than me. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned. That person is quickly approaching me. Very well, I will wait for you, level 1. Let's see who is the one who dares to steal my divine talisman. 10 billion miles away from Yang Fann, a ray of light was approaching him at a speed that was 100 times faster than the speed of light. That's the 60-second genius on the prodigy roll, the great uncle divine country. The second prince, Taishu Dao He. His target seemed to be that dark star of Yang Fann. There was going to be a good show to watch. C1704 Suppress Taishu Dao Supreme Divine City, Supreme Plaza, 108 grandstands. Hundreds of millions of true gods and domain gods stared with wide eyes at a certain area of the crystal screen. At this moment, it was as if all the other geniuses had suddenly become so unremarkable. The second prince of the divine country, Taishu Dao, was a rare genius of the divine country, a peerless monster. He was ranked 62nd on the prodigy roll. 100 billion years ago, he had a great battle with the supreme general of the divine country, Xing Lun, for 3 days and 3 nights without a winner or loser. One should know that the supreme general of the divine country, Xing Lun, was one of the few expert in the divine kingdom. His strength was even lower than the right minister of the heavenly gold divine kingdom, Manchizol. He was said to be one of the few rank 4 middle-level domain god warriors closest to the high-level domain god. With Taishu Dao's monstrous talent, after 100 billion years of hard work, he wouldn't be much weaker than some first-grade high-level domain god warriors. As for Yang Fann, this dark star, there was even less of a need to talk about him. He was the 36th genius on the prodigy roll, and his true high-level domain god combat strength was only slightly weaker than a rank 2 high-level domain god warrior. This was the first time top-level Heaven's Pride had met this young man. If the two of them were to fight, it would definitely be a spectacular battle, and it could be said to be the most intense battle they had ever fought. Empty grandstand. A terrifying expert with a face that looked like it was carved out of jade and was wearing a golden 10,000 beast robe that gave off a domineering aura appeared. Its expression became serious, and a hint of melancholy could be seen in the depths of its eyes. This man was none other than the master of the divine country, God Lord Tai Shu, who was ranked 6th among the 36 divine country in the AIMA realm continent. Although his second son, Taishu Dao, was a first-class monster genius, his talent was extraordinary. As his father, he was only slightly inferior to him. He had the potential to break through to the rank 3 high-level domain god in the future. However, facing Yang Fann, to be honest, God Lord Taishu didn't think highly of Taishu Dao. A genius ranked 36 and a genius ranked 62 were enough to explain everything. There might be a bit of exaggeration in the rankings that were next to each other, but with a total of 26 rankings, it was impossible for anything to go wrong. It was virtually impossible for that son of his to defeat Yang Fann. And judging from Yang Fann's previous performance, this Yang Fann was not a soft-hearted person. He truly had no qualms about doing so. Others might be afraid of their great-uncle imperial family and God Lord Taishu, but Yang Fann wouldn't give him much face. Assessment World. Rumble. A brilliant golden light descended from the sky and landed in front of Yang Fann. Vaguely, roar in the next second. The golden light dispersed, revealing a terrifying figure. This person was over 10 meters tall and was extremely powerful. He wore a golden armor and a purple golden crown on his head. His entire body was surging with a magnificent strength. Once the power was unleashed, it would destroy the world and everything in the world. As his eyes opened and closed, it was as if there were countless divine beasts flickering in his eyes. 62 people on the prodigy roll, second prince of divine country, Taishu Dao. Yang Fann stared at Taishu Dao like a hunter looking at the fattest and most beautiful prey. He never thought that such a big fish would come. Compared to Taishu Dao, Tian Jingui was just a nobody. If he could devour and refine Taishu Dao, the benefits he would get would be no less than the benefits of refining the old ancestor of rock. It was hard to say whether he would be able to advance to the rank 3 middle-level true god or not. He would have to depend on this Taishu Dao. 36 people on the prodigy roll, the supreme elder of Shengluo Alliance, Yang Fann. Taishu Dao's expression was unprecedentedly serious. His eyes were full of fear, and his heart was filled with bitterness. Damn it, why am I so unlucky to have met such a dark star? If it was those Heaven's Pride ranking who was ranked 50-something, he would still have the confidence to fight them. However, facing Yang Fann who was ranked 36th, Taishu Dao really didn't have much confidence. After 100 billion years of hard work, his cultivation base had improved a lot. At this moment, he was completely confident that he could defeat their great-uncle, the Supreme General of Divine Country, Xing Lun, and the Right Minister of Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom, Manchizol. However, he couldn't defeat Manchizol with just a single palm strike like Yang Fann. Forget it. Consider me unlucky today. His gaze turned slightly. With a flip of his hand, 2 green jade divine talismans appeared in his hand. It was the advancement divine talisman. Brother Yang, I have no intention of becoming your enemy. These 2 advancement divine talismans are yours now. The other half of the advancement divine talismans fell into Yang Fann's hands. It was impossible for him to snatch the other half of the divine talisman from Yang Fann's hands. Instead, he was entangled with Yang Fann. After all, there were a lot of divine talismans that could help him break through to the next realm. There were still nearly 7 days left. With his strength and means, it wasn't difficult for him to collect a complete divine talisman to level up. Taishu Dao actually handed over the advancement divine talisman. No way am I seeing things. Taishu Dao admitted defeat just like that. So what if he doesn't admit defeat? If he really fought Yang Fann, Dark Star, he would most likely be the one to suffer a loss. Indeed, Taishu Dao is also a top-tier monster in the current era, but compared to Yang Fann, he is still slightly weaker. However, to be able to put him down so easily, this Taishu Dao is also extraordinary. The eyes of the 108 grandstands, trillions of spectators widened all of a sudden. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. However, there were also many people who were used to it. The people of the royal family knew how to seek benefits and avoid harm the most. Knowing that they couldn't win, it was unwise for them to continue fighting. In any case, there was more than one divine talisman that could advance to the next realm. There was no need for them to hang themselves on this tree. Sigh, I thought there would be a good show to watch. I didn't expect that it would be a tiger head and a snake tail. It made me look forward to it for nothing. In the empty grandstand, Dao did a good job. One must know how to make a choice. For the sake of half a divine talisman, offending a monster like Yang Fann is not worth it. God Lord Taishu nodded his head lightly. He felt relieved. He, Dao had admitted defeat and handed over the advancement divine talisman. You, Yang Fann, can't possibly make things difficult for him anymore, right? Assessment World. Taishu Dao, you know what's good for you. Yang Fann gave Taishu Dao a praising look. It was easy to say the word, give up, but it was not that easy to do it. If it was someone else, they might not be able to realize it. After all, one of them was ranked 36 on the prodigy roll, while the other was ranked 62 on the prodigy roll. They could barely be considered as the same level of geniuses. The difference between them was not the heaven and earth, cloud and mud. However, Yang Fann's words changed very quickly. Unfortunately, not only do I want you to advance to the divine talisman, I also want your life from the beginning to the end. Yang Fann never thought of letting him go. So what if he handed over the divine talisman? He would still be unable to escape the fate of being suppressed. Nearly 100 million participating geniuses. Regardless of their background, whether they were male or female, except for the people of the Shengluo Alliance, anyone else who bumped into Yang Fann would only end up as nourishment for his growth. During this period of time, there was nothing but right and wrong. Good and evil. Weakness was the original sin today, the weak was Yang Fann, and it was impossible for Taishu Dao to let him leave alive. What? Yang Fann still wanted Taishu Dao's life. This. Did I hear it wrong? 108 grandstands. Billions of true gods and domain gods have looks of disbelief on their faces. This Taishu Dao has already handed over the advancement divine talisman in his hand, but this Yang Fann still doesn't let him off. Motherfucker, could it be that he has gone mad? Taishu Dao was no ordinary genius. In terms of strength, he was only slightly inferior to Yang Fann. In terms of background, with God Lord Taishu as the backer, rank 4 high-level domain god was far from being comparable to the Shengluo alliance behind Yang Fann. Was he not afraid of God Lord Taishu's revenge? Yang Fann, don't go too far, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Taishu Dao was even more infuriated. He had already chosen to give in, but this Yang Fann still refused to let him go. Did he really think that Taishu Dao was a pushover that was easy to bully? Yang Fann sneered and didn't answer Taishu Dao's question. He waved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards Taishu Dao. Yang Fann, how dare you? Taishu Dao's killing intent soared, but it was quickly replaced by endless fear. Ah, how is this possible? Yang Fann, you. With this palm strike, Yang Fann had activated 5 layers of the strength of world. Adding on the fact that he had absorbed Manchizol and Tian Jingui, his inner world had expanded by a lot. The power contained within it was more than 10 times stronger than when he suppressed Manchizol. The power was so terrifying that it had far surpassed that of an ordinary rank 2 high-level domain god, catching up to a high-level 3rd-grade domain god. Yang Fann, you can't do this. I am the crown prince of the great uncle divine country. You really want to make my great uncle divine country your enemy? Roar bastard, I will fight you to the death. Ah no, Yang Fann. Stop. No. My uncle will not let you go. Royal father will avenge me. Ah. C1705 Fishing Assessment World. Yang Fann vs Taishu Dao. As the 62nd genius on the prodigy roll, Taishu Dao's strength was undeniably strong. Once he used his forbidden arts at all costs, he would fight to the death. It wasn't that even a rank 2 high-level domain god didn't have the strength to fight. It was just that under Yang Fann's terrifying strength that was close to the rank 3 high-level domain god, there was nothing he could do. One palm, just one palm, and Taishu Dao was cruelly suppressed by Yang Fann. Supreme Divine City, Supreme Square. Suppress. Taishu Dao was suppressed by Yang Fann just like that. This. Am I dreaming? Gulp. How could Yang Fann be so strong? In all directions, the eyes of the trillions of true gods and domain gods widened in disbelief. They couldn't believe it. They really couldn't believe it. Taishu Dao wasn't like Tian Jingui. He was the 62nd person on the prodigy roll, and his combat strength was comparable to a high-level domain god warrior. Even if it was top-level Heaven's Pride who was ranked in the top 30 on the prodigy roll, defeating him would be easy. However, if he wanted to kill top-level Heaven's Pride with a single palm strike, he wouldn't be able to do more than half of it. As for Yang Fann, he was only ranked 36th on the prodigy roll. How could he have this kind of mighty power that could suppress Taishu Dao with just a single palm strike? I don't believe it, it's fake, this must be fake. Empty grandstand. All the high-level domain god warriors sucked in a breath of cold air. Those middle-low-level domain god warriors couldn't tell how terrifying Yang Fann was, but they knew it very well. The explosive force was comparable to some rank 3 high-level domain god warriors. Hong Long, an ordinary rank 2 high-level domain god warrior could be severely injured or even suppressed with just a single strike. This strength was not much weaker than the last person on the domain god sovereign ranking. Hiss. We were all deceived by him. What a good Yang Fann. He really hid it well. The Heaven's Secret Tower has seriously underestimated him this time. With his strength, it can be said that he has firmly entered the top 10 of the prodigy roll, and even has a chance to peek into the top 5. Bitch it, how can this little flower boy be so strong? God Lord Tianjin, who had a life and death grudge with Yang Fann, had an extremely gloomy expression. He had witnessed Taishu Dao's final outburst. Even if Taishu Dao's strength wasn't as strong as his, it wouldn't be much weaker. If it was him, it would be impossible for him to instantly kill him. In other words, Yang Fann's power had already surpassed his, the ruler of a country. The previous Yang Fann was already troublesome enough. If it was him now, would he really be able to avenge Gui Yi and the others? Little Cave number 36. Ha ha ha, Uncle Shu Yuan, you should believe it now, right? The heavenly fortune tower is blind. I, eldest brother, am the strongest. Yang Sifan waved her small fists excitedly. Yu Nuo and the other three girls also stuck out their chests and had a proud look on their faces. That was their master cousin, junior brother. Closing parenthesis. He was the person they had relied on for their entire lives. We have underestimated brother Yang Fann. 36 on the prodigy roll is not brother Yang Fann's limit at all. Sovereign Xuanyuan let out a faint sigh. His heart was filled with indescribable shock. However, deep within his heart, there was an indescribable melancholy. Taishu Dao was not Tian Jingui, and the heavenly gold divine kingdom was even more incomparable to the great uncle divine country. Yang Fann had suppressed Taishu Dao. How could God Lord Taishu let this matter rest? That was the supreme expert of the supreme rankings, and his ranking wasn't low either. He was ranked 16th, rank 4 high-level domain god. Although Yang Fann had the monster, his foundation was still a little shallow. It would be very difficult for him to have any chances of winning against a rank 4 high-level domain god like God Lord Taishu. Even fleeing would be a big problem. He hoped that Taishu Dao would be wary of AIMA domain lord's prohibition, and wouldn't dare to interfere in the examination. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. God Lord Taishu finally regained his senses and let out a heart-wrenching cry as if he had lost his parents. In an instant, an endless killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yang Fann, your courting death Taishu Dao was different from his other children. He was one of the crown prince of divine country, one of the top monsters among the young generation of the imperial family. He had the potential to become rank 4 high-level domain god in the future, but Yang Fann actually dared to suppress Taishu Dao. That was because he didn't put the divine country in his eyes and God Lord Taishu in his eyes. In the next second, rumble, the strength of world within God Lord Taishu's body surged madly, as if it wanted to suppress Yang Fann. Right at this moment, Taishu Chong, what do you want to do? A cold and dignified voice resounded within the empty grandstand. In an instant, Taishu Dao's body quivered, and a bone-piercing chill swept across his soul. The surging strength of world in his body instantly calmed down. Unknowingly, his back was wet. In World Heaven's Pride battle, life and death are determined by fate. No one else is allowed to interfere. Otherwise, I will punish you severely. Yes, End understands. Phew. Fortunately, I almost violated the taboo of His Majesty. Seeing that AIMA domain lord did not punish him directly, God Lord Taishu heaved a sigh of relief. His heart was filled with fear. If he had acted recklessly just now, there was only one possibility waiting for him, and that was to be ruthlessly suppressed by his master, AIMA domain lord. They were the lords of divine country, and they seemed to have endless glory. They occupied the land of a country and ruled over trillions of people. As long as they were willing to, they could easily decide the fate of those middle-level domain god warriors. However, God Lord Taishu knew very well that in front of AIMA domain lord, they, the lords of divine country, were just a bunch of servants. At most, they were high-ranked family generals. No matter who it was, even the first master of divine country, God Lord Kai Yang, would be severely punished for violating His Majesty the domain lord's prohibition. Perhaps one day, they would be able to take that crucial step and break through to the top-level domain god. Only then would they have the right to slightly violate His Majesty the domain lord's prohibition. But soon, that lingering fear was replaced by endless killing intent. All of this is the fault of that little beauty. First, she suppressed Dao and now, she caused my master to be scolded by His Majesty. New and old hatred. Little son Yang Fann, I will not rest until you die. Rumble. The extremely bright light of the enmity burst out from God Lord Taishu's eyes. It seemed to be able to pierce through the barrier of the world and onto Yang Fann's body. Within the assessment world, it seems like I have suppressed this Taishu Dao and angered someone. Yang Fann squinted his eyes, as if he could feel the gaze of God Lord Taishu's extreme enmity. God Lord Taishu, I hope you don't make a mistake. Otherwise, I don't mind turning 36 divine masters into 35 divine masters. Yang Fann had long been prepared for this. Since he dared to suppress Taishu Dao, he wasn't afraid of the revenge of the forces behind him. Rank 4 high-level domain god, as early as 25 million years ago, Yang Fann didn't take this to heart, let alone now. As long as AIMA domain lord didn't make a move, Yang Fann was confident that he could suppress all of them even if the other 35 supreme beings on domain god sovereigns list joined forces. In the next second, rumble, 2 beams of green light cut through the void, and 2 palm-sized green Yang Fanns appeared on Yang Fann's hands. These were the advancement Taishu Taos in Taishu Dao's hands and the 2 advancement divine talismans that he already had. When their hands collided, the 4 great divine talismans collided. In an instant, the 4 divine talismans soared into the sky. The water and milk mixed together and began to fuse together. Rumble, rumble. Boundless green divine light erupted from within the divine talisman, crazily spreading out in all directions. 1 mile, 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 li, 10,000 miles. In the end, it directly turned into a green light source with a diameter of over 1,000,000 kilometers. Even from billions of kilometers away, one could still see that resplendent green light. Yang Fann frowned. He didn't expect that the complete divine talisman would attract so much attention. With a thought, he placed the divine talisman into his space treasure. If the space treasure did not block such a bright treasure light, it was likely that it would attract the attention of many people. However, Yang Fann's action paused in the blink of an eye. Others might be afraid that this treasure light would attract the other participating chosen and cause him to step into a dangerous situation. However, what is there to be afraid of? Didn't I worry that I wouldn't be able to find those participating geniuses? The higher the rank of the divine talisman, the better it would be. It would be best if it could attract all the participating geniuses from the assessment world. It would save me the trouble of finding them. Not bad, not bad. Isn't this treasure light the best bait? C1706 Go All Out Assessment World. A complete advancement divine talisman hung high in the sky, shining with a bright divine light, illuminating the entire 9 prefectures. Even from hundreds of millions of miles away, one could still see the dazzling ball of light that looked like a star. Supreme Divine City, Supreme Plaza. Yang Fann, this dark star, he is trying to cheat us again. Sigh, I wonder how many people will fall for his trick this time. This little son Yang Fann is really not a thing. He has already obtained the complete divine talisman, why is he not willing to give up? That's right. What's the point of bullying these ordinary geniuses? May the great Tao bless my family's kids, please don't fall for Dogfish's evil tricks. The true gods and domain gods weren't stupid. They combined what Yang Fann had done to them. What Dark Star was doing was clearly fishing, using the complete divine talisman as bait. With his strength, aside from the top 10 geniuses on the prodigy roll, there was no one else who could be a match for him. If they were really attracted by the treasured light, there was only one outcome awaiting them, and that was to be mercilessly suppressed by Yang Fann. At this moment, countless true gods and domain gods were praying that no one from their factions could be found near Dark Star. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Within the small 36th grotto heaven, Sovereign Xuanyuan and the other supreme beings had bitter smiles on their faces. Initially, they thought that it was their fortune to have Yang Fann, a monster, appear in their Shengluo alliance. But now, it seemed like they were really happy too early. Yang Fann's natural talent, monster, was unparalleled. It was true that his talent was unprecedented, but his ability to cause trouble. He was also the #1 genius in the world. He had just provoked God Lord Taishu, and now, he had set up such an unscrupulous bait. Could it be that he wanted to offend all the major powers in AIMA realm, and only then would he be willing to do so? Brother Yang Fann, oh brother Yang Fann, you are doing this. Our tiny Shengluo alliance can't hold on any longer. That treasured light seems to be divine talisman and treasure light. Ha ha ha, I actually have an ownerless divine talisman. Luck, it's really my luck. Good. I'm going to get this advancement divine talisman for sure. God will kill God if he gets in my way, Buddha will kill Buddha if Buddha gets in my way. With Yang Fann as the center, the geniuses that were participating in the competition were in high spirits. Their eyes were filled with blazing heat lights. In an instant, streams of light shot up into the sky, and rushed towards the location of the divine talisman. They were deeply afraid that if they were late, the advancement divine talisman would become someone else's possession. Under the advancement of the divine talisman, Yang Fann waited quietly. Using the advancement of the divine talisman as bait was much easier than going through all sorts of hardships to find it. As long as there were other participating geniuses within the range of the divine light, they would definitely not miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There were only 1,000,000 divine talismans needed to level up. For the participating geniuses, who had nearly 100 million people, it was truly too little. Every single one of them was extremely precious. And since this genius dared to participate in the World Heaven's Pride battle, he wasn't lacking in courage. Otherwise, it would be safer for him to sit on the grandstand and watch the competition. While waiting, Yang Fann moved his spiritual consciousness and began to count his gains. As the second prince of the great uncle divine country, Taishu Dao was ranked 62nd on the prodigy roll, and his expert was comparable to a peak high-level domain god expert. He wouldn't let Taishu Dao down. The truth was that Taishu Dao was worth a lot of money. Compared to the old ancestor of the rock, he was even more valuable. Among them, just the top-level divine stone alone was worth more than 1 trillion. The total value of all the other treasures and divine weapons combined would probably be no less than 3 trillion top-level divine stones. Compared to the hundreds of domain gods he had suppressed and the combined value of over 1,000 quasi-gods, this was much more. As expected, these Heaven's Pride ranking were the real big shots. Yang Fann was most concerned about the number of low-grade middle-level 9 revolutions divine devil bodies. He had already gathered the 10,000 huge perfections needed for the 5th transformation huge perfection 9 revolutions divine devil body. Now was the time to collect the middle-level domain divine artifacts needed for the 6th transformation huge perfection. Along the way, Yang Fann had plundered more than 100 middle-level domain divine artifacts. He only had 42 low-grade middle-level domain gods, which was far from the 10,000 mark. Time passed in a flash. Half an incense stick of time had passed. Rumble. A resplendent saber light tore through the sky. A rank 2 low-level domain god sabersman descended from the sky. Just as he was about to collect the divine talisman in the sky, his expression suddenly changed. However, he discovered the young figure underneath the divine talisman. Yang Fann, the 36th genius of the prodigy role, Supreme Yang Fann. A trap. This was a trap. Who would be a fool to be able to cultivate to the domain god stage? With a thought in his mind, he roughly guessed Yang Fann's plan. Flee immediately. Since you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? A wicked smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. With a flick of his right arm, he threw a palm toward the rank 2 low-level domain god. It's over. The void-shattering saber venerable is finished. No one thought highly of that rank 2 low-level domain god. Although this void-shattering saber venerable was also one of the top 10 geniuses in the competition, it could be said that he had firmly entered the top 10,000, and was only able to fight against some third-grade low-level domain god. It wasn't that he didn't have the strength to fight, but when he fought Yang Fann, this dark star, he was just too weak. The difference between heaven and earth. Ah no, sir, please spare my life. Spare my life. Rumble, rumble. Time slowly passed. One by one, the participating geniuses descended from the sky. And then, there was nothing left for them to do. Soon, 2 hours passed. Supreme Divine City, Supreme Plaza. 121. A total of 121 domain gods. What exactly does that Hua Sheng want to do? What does he want to do? This is domain god sovereign. The domain gods and true gods were dumbfounded. That was the high and mighty domain god sovereign, not some random dog or dog. There were 101 domain gods, and some first-rate powers might not even have this many domain god sovereign. For example, the Shengluo Alliance in the past had more than 100 domain god sovereign when they combined their strength. As for those quasi-domain gods who had stepped into the domain god realm, there were even more of them, numbering in the thousands. It could be said that in just a short 2 hours, Yang Fann had annihilated a first-rate major power. What was even more terrifying was that Dark Star had no intention of stopping. He was still suppressing him mercilessly. 6 hours later, Yang Fann had captured more than 250 domain gods, nearly 300 of them, and nearly 10,000 quasi-domain gods. As for the 9th grade true god, Yang Fann had completely forgotten about it. With his current cultivation base, It would be difficult for him to devour and refine those quasi-domain gods, let alone these rank 9 top-level true god. Even a few dozen million of them might not be able to make his cultivation improve by even a little bit. It was totally negligible. These rank 9 top-level true god warriors were mostly used to enrich the strength of his inner world. Compared to those top-level domain god inner worlds, Yang Fann's inner creature of the world's strength was still a little weaker. Not to mention domain god sovereign, even rank 9 top-level true god warriors were pitifully few in number. Another 15 minutes passed. Boom, with a thought, Yang Fann kept the advancement divine talisman in the sky. More than 6 hours had passed. It was time for the nearby geniuses to come. Even if there were still a few who managed to escape from the net, there were only a handful of them. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yang Fann appeared 100 trillion miles away. The next second, rumble, the advancement divine talisman that he had kept once again crossed the void. In that instant, an endless amount of green treasure lights burst forth, covering 1,000,000 miles of void. Bitch it, Yang Fann is such a lecher, why is he still here? If he doesn't offend all the major powers, he won't be happy a virgin. Why doesn't he go to hell? In an instant, domain god sovereign's eyes widened, especially those who were being suppressed by Yang Fann. They couldn't help but curse. They wished that the great Tao would immediately send down a divine punishment to kill Yang Fann. Empty grandstand. God Lord Tian Jin's eyes flashed with the light of the enmity. There was also a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. The despair in his heart was once again replaced by a glimmer of hope. At this moment, the number of first-rate powers that Yang Fann had offended wasn't even 100. There were at least a few dozen of them. There were even a few major powers with high-level domain god guarding them. Once these major powers joined forces, even some rank 3 high-level domain god would be in danger of dying if they were not careful. Little son Yang Fann, attack, do it as you wish when the time comes. I want to see how you die. C-1707 Boundary Prodigy Roll of 22 Zuoqiu Xian. A fishing trip had filled Yang Fann's bowl with alms bowls. In just 6 hours, he had captured nearly 300 domain god sovereign. Over 10,000 quasi-gods, to be honest. Even Yang Fann himself had never thought that he would get such a huge harvest. Including the hundreds of domain gods he had captured and the thousands of quasi-gods he had captured earlier. Currently, the number of domain god sovereign in his hands had exceeded 400. The number of quasi-gods he had now exceeded 12,000. This harvest was not much worse than Yang Fann suppressing the rock. This was only half a day's worth of harvest. The first round, the competition for the divine talisman, would last for 7 days. In the end, how many domain gods should he capture? A few thousand more. Thinking about it really made one excited. What was lacking was that among the 400 or so domain gods, other than Taishu Dao, who was ranked 62nd on the Heavenly Pride board, there was no second Heaven's Pride ranking. The strongest among them was only a few third-grade low-level domain god. It would be even better if there were a few more Heaven's Pride ranking. Compared to those ordinary domain god sovereign, a single genius on the Heavenly Pride board could match dozens of them, or even hundreds of them. However, Yang Fann could only sigh with emotion. He wasn't too disappointed in his heart. Heaven's Pride ranking was only ranked 360. If he was excluded, there would only be 359 people. Compared to nearly 100 million participating geniuses, it was totally negligible. To be able to find one among the tens of thousands of geniuses, to be honest, this was already considered his luck. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind. Taking advantage of the fact that no one had come yet, he began to count his gains. Over 10,000 quasi-domain gods had the lowest value, no less than 1,000,000 top-level divine stones. The outstanding ones among them had a high value, even higher than some first-grade low-level domain god, over 100 million top-level divine stones. With over 10,000 quasi-domain gods combined, just the number of top-level divine stones alone exceeded 500 billion. The total value was no less than 1,200 billion top-level divine stones, almost equal to half of Taishu Dao's. There were also nearly 300 region gods. Although their individual net worth was far from Taishu Dao's, the combined value of 286 domain gods was more than enough. No, he was much weaker than Taishu Dao. Unfortunately, Yang Fann didn't have a single inferior middle-level domain divine artifact that he needed. Instead, he had 3 intermediate middle-level domain divine artifacts that were of a higher grade. Sometimes, it wasn't necessarily a good thing if the grade of a divine tool was too high. Fortunately, no one knew what Yang Fann was thinking. Otherwise, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Bitch it, what did he mean by pretending to be obedient after getting an advantage? There was no better way than this Yang Fann. Could it be that an intermediate middle-level domain god was inferior to an inferior middle-level domain divine artifact? What kind of nonsense was this? Very quickly, the time for an incense stick to burn passed. He came back pretty quickly. Suddenly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. The next second, boom, Yang Fann struck out with his palm, mercilessly suppressing a first-grade low-level domain god a million miles away. 8 hours later, Yang Fann changed his position once again. This second fishing trip was much more fruitful than the first one. He had suppressed a total of 373 domain god sovereign and 15,000 quasi-gods. There were even 2 Heaven's Pride ranking among them. However, his ranking was a bit low. One of them was ranked 189th on the Prodigy roll. The other was ranked 338 outside of the top 300, much lower than the profound Feng Divine Kingdom's ruling family. Even if the 2 of them were added together, they still could not compare to half of Taishu Dao. However, Yang Fann was still quite satisfied. After all, he was a genius on the Prodigy roll. Even the strength of Supreme Lord Yu Jin, who was ranked 338 on the Prodigy roll, was no less than that of some first-grade middle-level domain god, and was at least 100 times stronger than a first-grade low-level domain god. Furthermore, Yang Fann had found 2 advancement divine talismans on this genius. Especially the one ranked 189th on the Heaven Prodigy roll, Paragon Shang Wei, who had already gathered 4 advancement divine talismans and fused them into a complete divine talisman. It could be said that he had already obtained a ticket to advance. However, due to his selfishness, he wanted to obtain even more complete divine talismans. Basically, no one would complain about having too many divine talismans. Even if he couldn't use them, he would give them to his family and friends. It was also good. Even if he didn't have any relatives or friends, he could sell them. If it really came to the last day, there would be many exalts who wouldn't mind spending a large sum of money to buy a complete divine talisman. If it really didn't work out, they would first eliminate some of the geniuses. That was also good. Of course, that Anhui Zhijun had sufficient confidence in his own strength. If an ordinary participating genius was able to obtain a complete divine talisman, he would be secretly happy. How would he dare to fight for more divine talisman? With his cultivation base and strength, as long as he didn't run into a genius ranked in the top 100 of the Prodigy roll, it wouldn't be a problem for him to run away if he couldn't defeat him. Furthermore, the assessment world was huge, and the spiritual sense was basically just a decoration. How could it be possible for him to bump into 100 geniuses so easily? However, the truth was that this was nonsense. Not only did he run into a genius ranked in the top 100 of the Prodigy roll, he also ran into Yang Fann, who was ranked 36th. Rumble. 2 complete divine talismans were taken out by Yang Fann. A single divine talisman was more than twice as large as the previous one. It could be said that with the 2 great divine talismans as the center, the dazzling treasure light could be seen in a radius of half a light year. Very quickly, within this range, several tens of thousands of participating geniuses were attracted over. They turned into streams of light, tearing apart the sky as they swarmed towards Yang Fann. The result was obvious. Whether it was domain god sovereign or quasi-god, they would not be able to leave once they arrived. Ha 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 ha, pleasant, truly pleasurable. 272 domain gods, ha ha ha, another one, stay here obediently. Supreme Divine City, Supreme Plaza. Countless domain god sovereigns' eyes were spurting out blood, as if he was about to spurt out flames. Hua Sheng, Yang Fann, you're a Hua Sheng, why didn't you die? Why didn't you die? Woo woo woo. Little flower life, I won't rest until you die. Great Tao, why didn't you send down the sky law and hack this flower life to death? If it wasn't for AIMA domain lord's prohibition, they had already slaughtered their way into the assessment world, tearing Yang Fann into pieces and turning him into ashes. Within the 36 small heavenly passages, Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others felt as though their hearts were about to jump out of their throats. Yang Fann's fishing had offended most of the major powers in AIMA realm, including many high-level domain god and even rank 4 high-level domain god, including God Lord Taishu and God Lord Tian Jin, who had been offended by Yang Fann. This was completely forcing the Shengluo alliance into a dead end. Even if Yang Fann was in the monster, he hadn't grown up yet. There was no way he could be the enemy of so many major powers. In the assessment world, Yang Fann had no idea that he had become the public enemy of almost all the major powers. He had no idea how many domain gods wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. He was still doing what he was doing, fishing and hunting like crazy. It was rare for him to catch a domain god on such a large scale. One should know that domain god sovereign was a high and mighty lord in the AIMA realm. He was elusive and secretive. He was the only one who could gather so many domain god sovereign at a grand banquet like the World Heavens Pride Battle. While Yang Fann was fishing, the other places in the assessment world were also massacring. There was a competition for the advancement of the divine talisman. Some were killing for the sake of killing. Amongst the nearly 100 million geniuses, there were many who liked to kill, and there were also many who cultivated the great Tao of slaughter. Amongst them, the most famous was none other than the sixth heavenly slaughter exalt on the prodigy role, who was a true god of slaughter. There was nothing in the world that he did not dare to kill. The rise of killing meant that he would even kill the disciples of his clan. There was also little Pluto, who was ranked 9th on the heaven prodigy roll. Just like his name suggested, he was the underworld king of hell, the death god of hell. Other than the disciples of the underworld king palace, the rest of the people only needed to appear in front of him. They would die. 6 hours later, Yang Fann waved his hand and kept the 2 advancement divine talismans in the air. 2 complete divine talismans were indeed not something a single divine talisman could compare with. The harvest this time was almost half as much as the second fishing trip. Just domain god sovereign alone had suppressed 466 people. Now that he had gathered another complete divine talisman, it was likely that his next harvest would be even greater. Thinking about it, he couldn't wait any longer. But right at this moment, rumble, a terrifying pressure that was several times more terrifying than the 60-second genius Taishu Dao descended from the sky, directly crushing towards Yang Fann. The next second, a person stepped into the air and arrived. This was a young man who was around 30 years old, dressed like a scholar. He was like a sage who had read a lot of poems. His entire body emitted a majestic civilizational aura as he taught the world. Around him, strange phenomena appeared. A vast world was faintly visible, as if countless scholars and Confucians were worshipping him. It's Zhuoqiu Xian, the 22nd genius on the prodigy roll. Zhuoqiu Xian, who was known as the Sage Paragon. C. 1708. The first stage had ended. Supreme Divine City, Supreme Plaza. Countless true gods and domain gods were startled. This sage, Zhuoqiu Xian, wasn't an ordinary genius. He was the young lord of the Confucian Saint Palace, ranked 22nd on the prodigy roll. He had once killed a first-grade high-level domain god. His combat strength was probably not any weaker than some rank 2 high-level domain god warriors. He swept across the entire Origin Light Divine country and rarely met his match. But soon, the gods' eyes darkened. Zhuoqiu Xian was ranked 22nd on the prodigy roll, so what? Yang Fann, this dark star, had hidden his true strength deeply, and his actual combat strength was far above his ranking. It wasn't impossible for him to be ranked 15th on the prodigy roll, or even top 10. That Zhuoqiu Xian simply wasn't a match for Dark Star. In empty grandstand, let's go, Shaner, let's go. Palace Lord of the Confucian Saint Palace was also the master of Zhuoqiu Xian, the 17th Saint Confucian of the 36 Exalts. His expression changed dramatically. The Saint Confucian of the 36 Exalts was well aware of the strength of this last disciple. If he were to fight against those top 20 geniuses of the prodigy roll, he would still have a chance. However, if he were to fight against Dark Star, Yang Fann, his chances of winning would definitely not exceed a single point, and it was almost negligible. The top 10 geniuses of the prodigy roll were all monstrous monsters. Their talent was so high that they were even better than him. The Lord of the Confucian Saint Palace. This was the peak of their AIMA realm's luck, and also the era where the geniuses erupted. If something went wrong, this treasure of his disciple would have a huge problem escaping. The other 10 geniuses might show mercy on his behalf, but Yang Fann, this little girl, would never show mercy. He was a truly ruthless person. He would seize the opportunity and strike ruthlessly. God Lord Taishu's ranking in the 36 Supreme rankings was even higher than his. But in the end, Taishu Dao was suppressed just like that. Assessment World. Xian stood proudly and looked down at Yang Fann from above. He didn't even hear the Saint Confucianist shout. Yang Fann, I didn't expect that the last advancement divine talisman would be in your hands. Hand over the advancement divine talisman. I don't want to hurt you. Xian's voice was calm. It was as if he was narrating a fact. Of course, in his heart. Indeed, Yang Fann was only ranked 36th on the prodigy roll. He was 14 ranks away from him, and there was a huge gap between them. It wasn't a heaven and earth cloud and mud, but it wasn't a small one either. However, when these words fell into the ears of the other domain gods in the square, it made them laugh. Those who did not know were fearless. Those who did not know were truly fearless. If Xian knew that Yang Fann, that little girl, had killed Taishu Dao with a single strike, he wondered if he could still say such words. Xian was speechless. I wonder how much stronger you, the 22nd genius on the prodigy roll, are compared to that Taishu Dao. A hint of ridicule flashed across the corners of Yang Fann's mouth. Xian frowned slightly. Vaguely, an ominous feeling emerged in his heart, as if something bad was about to befall him. Right at this moment, boom boom rumble, Yang Fann struck out with his palm, directly suppressing Xian. With this palm strike, Yang Fann's vast strength of world no longer held anything back. It erupted with the power of the 12th level. The power contained within was several times more terrifying than when Taishu Dao was suppressed. This was the power of a true rank 3 high-level domain god. It could even be said to be one of the best amongst all rank 3 high-level domain god warriors. Bitch it she actually hit it. Fuck, is he still human? All of you, domain god sovereign, are cursing non-stop. Fuck, can this Yang Fann really hide himself a little more? No. This is impossible. Xian was horrified. It wasn't that he hadn't dealt with the top 10 geniuses of the prodigy roll before, and he had even fought with the 7th ranked Saint Son of the prodigy roll, the Dark Shadow Saint Son. However, even the Dark Shadow Saint Son gave him a feeling that he was far inferior to Yang Fann. Even though it was just a spar and the Mystic Shadow Saint Son hadn't used his full strength, he still had a feeling in his heart. Even if the Mystic Shadow Saint Son used his full strength, he still wouldn't be a match for Yang Fann. However, Yang Fann was only ranked 36th on the prodigy roll. Was there anything more absurd than this in this world? Roar. The Confucianist Saint's book has appeared, teaching all living things rumble. Rumble. A book that represented a supreme civilization appeared above Xian's head, and it emanated boundless light of enlightenment. The Confucian Saint's book, Xian's vital treasure. It was the evolution of his natal Great Tao, the intermediate high-level domain divine artifact. Even if it was some rank 2 high-level domain god, if they didn't have a high-grade high-level domain divine artifact in their hands, they wouldn't be able to easily break through the defense of the Book of Confucianism. However, in Yang Fann's hands, the Confucian Saint's book was like a piece of paper. It didn't have much of a protective effect. In less than a breath's time, the layers of enlightenment light shattered inch by inch. Not only was the strength of this palm comparable to a peak rank 3 high-level domain god, the most important thing was that Yang Fann's divine body was far stronger than a high-grade high-level domain divine artifact. It was chasing after some high-grade high-level domain divine artifacts. How could a mere Confucian Saint's book withstand it? Dong Ah number. Heaven's secret tower. You tricked me, you tricked me. I don't want to. Empty grandstand. Instant kill, another instant kill. Yang Fann, this monster, we have underestimated him again. That strength is definitely not limited to the top 10 of the prodigy roll. That's right, the top 5 is probably not the limit of this monster. Perhaps, there is a chance for him to make it into the top 3. Among the young generation, only Prince Qiang can suppress him. The high-level domain god gasped. Although they had already expected that Xian wouldn't be a match for Yang Fann, they had never thought that it would be such a one-shot kill situation. This Yang Fann was unfathomable, truly unfathomable in the next second. Many high-level domain god warriors turned their eyes to an old man wearing a green robe. He had white hair and a youthful face, and his aura was faintly discernible. Old man Tianji, this time, he has caused a lot of harm to us. Xian's final wail was filled with unwillingness. And among them, the sovereign of divination was one of them. And amongst them, the heavenly mystery supreme had to shoulder a great portion of the responsibility. He sensed the strange targets of the high-level domain god warriors around him. especially the gaze of the Saint Confucianist who was about to devour him. Even rank 4 high-level domain god, the Lord of Divination, couldn't help but panic at this moment. This little son Yang Fann. Hong Long, look at you, you clearly have such powerful strength, it would be great if you showed it earlier. Why are you pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? This time, you really screwed me over. After this matter, the reputation that their Heaven's Legacy Tower had painstakingly built up over the past 10 eras would probably be destroyed. 15 minutes later. Rumble, rumble. 4 beams of green light shot up into the sky. Boundless treasure lights began to spread out in all directions with them as the center. Including the advancement divine talismans he had plundered from Xianxia, Yang Fann had gathered 4 complete divine talismans in an instant. With these 4 complete divine talismans, his harvest this time would definitely far surpass the previous few times. Half a day later, Yang Fann changed his position once again. He had gained a lot from this fishing trip. If Xianxia and Taishu Dao, who were ranked in the top 100 of the prodigy roll, weren't included, top-level Heaven's Pride wouldn't be much worse than the previous 3 times combined. They had captured a total of 868 domain god sovereign and over 100,000 quasi-domain gods. Even Heaven's Pride ranking had taken down 3 people, Dongbai who was ranked 236, Yuchi Yun who was ranked 273, and Kai Ming who was ranked 352. Among them, Yuchi Yun was one of the few female geniuses on the prodigy roll. She was a national beauty, the goddess in the hearts of countless true gods and domain gods. However, in Yang Fann's eyes, there was no distinction between men and women. All the other prodigies were the same, food for his advancement. He would not spare her life just because Yuchi Yun was a beauty. Even if Yuchi Yun begged for mercy bitterly, and even did not hesitate to be her slave or maid, Yang Fann would not budge. Soon, it was the 4th day of the examination. In just 3 days, Yang Fann had fished 7 times, and his gains were greater than the previous one. Especially the 7th time, Yang Fann had captured a total of 1,731 domain gods. It was simply unimaginable. Among the 36 divine country in AIMA realm continent, the last ranked in the divine country was Molan. Even if domain god sovereign combined all of them, there might not be 1,731 of them. Dark Star, this was the real Dark Star. At this moment, Yang Fann had a total of 48 complete divine talismans in his hand. 36 divine talismans soared into the sky. The treasured light directly covered an area of tens of millions of miles. Even if it was 10 light years away, one could still see it clearly. As for those quasi-domain gods, Yang Fann did not capture too many of them. Compared to the previous few times, there were not much more. Under the terrifying power of space and the powerful gravity, ordinary quasi-gods couldn't even reach the speed of light. Even if they saw the treasured light, they would often feel powerless. As for Yang Fann, he didn't have that much time to wait for them to arrive. A fishing trip would take at most 7 or 8 hours. Yang Fann would choose a different place. In the blink of an eye, another 4 days passed. 568 complete divine talismans floated above the 9 heavens. The dazzling treasure lights directly covered an area of 100 million miles, and the area it covered exceeded 100 light years. Boom rumble. A heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky, instantly suppressing the 4 domain god sovereign. Right at this moment, rumble. A mysterious force enveloped Yang Fann's entire body and brought him up into the sky. C-1709 second stage of the Tower of Death Assessment World. Rumble. Yang Fann's body stiffened, and he felt an invisible force binding his body. In the next second, Yang Fann frowned and tried to break free from the mysterious force. A few more prey had appeared in his spiritual consciousness. But very quickly, Yang Fann seemed to have thought of something. The surging force in his body disappeared without a trace. It should be the deadline of 7 days. This energy should have come from AIMA Domain Lord. It was not worth fighting AIMA Domain Lord for the sake of a few quasi-gods. If it was the top 10 geniuses of the Heaven Prodigy roll, it was worth fighting for. Anyway, he had gained a lot in these 7 days, so he did not need these few quasi-domain gods. With the complete divine talisman as the bait, in just 7 days, the number of domain god sovereign captured by Yang Fann had exceeded 10,000, reaching 12,163. It was extremely terrifying. One should know that in the top 3 places like the divine country, including the Kai Yang, the total number of domain god sovereign might not even be 12,163. For example, the heavenly gold divine kingdom, the divine kingdom of the heavens, and other intermediate divine country, it was still unknown whether there were 5,000 domain gods. There was no need to mention the number of quasi-domain gods who were a level lower. There were more than 1 million of them, nearly 2 million of them. Of course, what made Yang Fann the most satisfied was still those geniuses on the prodigy roll. Apart from Zuoqiu Xian, Taishu Dao, and the rest of the Seven Heavens Pride who were captured at the beginning, Yang Fann had also captured 28 Heavens Pride ranking. It didn't seem like a lot, and only 35 of them were in total. However, Heavens Pride ranking only had a total of 35 people. These 35 people were almost the Heavens Pride ranking of the first level. It wasn't easy to capture so many geniuses in just 7 days. Among them, 2 of them were ranked in the top 100 of the prodigy roll. They were Mobai, who was ranked 68th on the prodigy roll, and undefeatable Heavenly Gold, who was ranked 83rd on the prodigy roll. It was unknown whether Yang Fann and the Heavenly Gold Imperial family were born enemies or not. First it was Tian Jingui, and now it was undefeated Heavenly Gold. One should know that in the entire Heavenly Gold Imperial family, only 3 people had made it into the prodigy roll, and undefeated Heavenly Gold was the number 1 among them. He was known as the hope and future of the Heavenly Gold Imperial family. When he saw Yang Fann suppressing the undefeatable Heavenly Gold, God Lord Tian Jin almost couldn't help but rush forward and fight with Yang Fann. Die, this little girl must die, she must die. If I don't kill him, my master will be the king of a country. But the final trace of rationality still made him forcefully suppress the wild killing intent in his heart. God Lord Tai Shu's example was right in front of him. If he really dared to make a move, His Majesty the Domain Lord would probably not be polite to him. They were also the 36 divine generals under AIMA Domain Lord's command, but there were also grades of 36 to 9 among them. In AIMA Domain Lord's heart, the status of rank 4 high-level domain god, who was like God Lord Tai Shu, was not something he could compare with. Regarding God Lord Tai Shu, AIMA Domain Lord would still warn him. If it was him, he would probably attack him directly. Most importantly, even if he went up and put his life on the line, it would be very difficult for him to be a match for that woman. Zuoqiu Xian's cultivation base wasn't much weaker than his, but he couldn't take a single strike from that woman, Yang Fann. If it was him, he wouldn't be any better. It was already considered pretty good that he was able to hold on for 10 rounds. Rumble, rumble, streaks of light flashed, and the originally empty white jade platform was once again filled with people. Ah, I'm back, I'm back. Woo woo woo. I survived, I survived. Ha ha ha, I succeeded, I successfully advanced to the second round, ha ha ha. In an instant, the entire white jade platform boiled up. There were those who cheered, those who wailed, and there were also quite a number of those who mourned. In just 7 days, many people had been on the brink of death many times. Yang Fann frowned slightly. He could feel that the gazes of the enmities were all focused on him. It seems like there are a lot of people who wish for me to die very quickly. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up, and a playful smile flashed across his face. In the first stage, he had suppressed and captured people without restraint, and had offended others. That was for sure. I hope that all of you will be smart. Otherwise, I don't mind turning all of you into nourishment for my growth. The next second, Yang Fann looked around and started to look around. Hiss. This is really cruel. Up until now, less than 10 million of the nearly 100 million participating chosen had returned alive. There was truly less than 1 in 10. Even the geniuses on the Heavens Pride board had lost 37 of their geniuses. This did not include the 35 Heavens Pride ranking he had suppressed. But immediately, Yang Fann felt a pain in his heart. A drop of blood, it was really dripping, that was close to 90 million geniuses. Amongst them, there were no less than 70 to 80,000 domain gods. If he could devour all of them, not to mention high-level true god, it wasn't impossible for him to break through to the top-level true god. Unfortunately, he had wasted all of them. Fortunately, the surrounding domain gods and true gods didn't know what Yang Fann was thinking. Otherwise, they would have rushed forward and pressed Yang Fann to the ground. Bitch it, you, Yang Fann, have killed the most people. Even Tian Sha and Little Pluto, the 2 great dark star, are far inferior to you. Yet you are still not satisfied. Just how much do you want to kill? Sigh, the foundation of Shengluo Alliance is still a little lacking. After looking through the nearly 10 million geniuses present, Yang Fann sighed in his heart. The Shengluo Alliance had risen to prominence in a short period of time. Compared to the other first-rate powers, the domain gods and quasi-domain gods were much more immature. Out of the 72 participating domain gods and 563 quasi-domain gods, less than 30 of them were still alive. 5 of them were region gods, and 24 were quasi-gods. They had truly suffered heavy losses. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they had been completely wiped out. What made Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others most regretful was the death of the peerless sword god, Qin Wushuang. This was Heaven's Pride evildoer, who was second only to Yang Fann in Shengluo Alliance. With the current resources of Shengluo Alliance, as long as he didn't fall, it was almost certain that he would become a middle-level domain god. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to the high-level domain god. The Heavenly Sword Supreme Being, the sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, was shedding tears. Even though he had witnessed Qin Wushuang's death a day ago, he still couldn't suppress the sadness in his heart when he saw the other geniuses return. He truly regarded Qin Wushuang as his successor, but he couldn't do anything about it. Rumble. Another profound energy enveloped the white jade platform. In the next second, out of the 10 million geniuses, only 220,000 remained. Those geniuses who had yet to obtain a complete divine talisman were all transported out of the white jade platform. As for the Shengluo Alliance, those 29 people were once again reduced by 26 people. There were only 2 first-grade domain gods and 1 quasi-domain god left. However, it was a blessing in disguise. Although they had been eliminated, lost the chance to become a domain lord's direct disciple, and lost the chance to enter the upper realm, at least their lives were saved. The competition for the divine talisman had eliminated nearly 90 million participating geniuses. How many people would be eliminated next? If they continued to participate in the Heaven's Pride battle, with their cultivation base and strength, their chances of survival would not exceed the first level, or even lower. They wouldn't even be able to pass the first stage. It was imaginable how strong they were. Basically, they didn't have any experts. A few breaths later, AIMA domain lord's indifferent voice once again drifted out from the 9 dragons shed. First of all, I would like to congratulate all of you for successfully obtaining the divine talisman and advancing to the second round. Next, I will call the second round of the examination the Tower of the Dead. Death. Tower of the Dead. The hearts of the 220,000 geniuses trembled. Vaguely, an ominous omen swept across their hearts. Just from hearing the name of Tower of the Dead, one could tell that it wasn't a good thing. After a slight pause, AIMA Domain Lord continued, all of you who have advanced will be allocated an average of 200 Tower of the Dead. Among all of you, only one of you will be able to leave Tower of the Dead alive. What? Only one. Only one person was able to leave Tower of the Dead alive. This. I didn't hear wrongly, right? How could this be? How could this be? Regardless of whether it was the geniuses or the spectators, they all took a deep breath as a bone-piercing chill surged into their hearts. It was extremely cruel. They initially thought that the first round of the Divine Talisman competition was already terrifying enough, but now, they realized that it was nothing compared to the second round. This was truly 1 in 1,000. Even if it was Heaven's Pride ranking, once he entered the Tower of the Dead, he would be extremely careful. That was the word, death. This was simply pushing him to the brink of death at this moment. All of the eliminated geniuses were rejoicing. Fortunately, they were eliminated. Otherwise, with just their tiny arms and legs, they wouldn't be able to live after entering the Tower of the Dead. I will give you 10 breaths of time. If you want to give up, stand out immediately. After 10 breaths of time, the second round of the Tower of the Dead officially begins. C-1710 Join Forces. Supreme Divine City, Supreme Plaza. The second round of World Heaven's Pride battle had finally arrived, Tower of the Dead. In an instant, all 220,000 geniuses had conflicted expressions on their faces. Should they continue to participate in the competition, or should they give up just like that? Conflict. He was truly conflicted. It was not easy for him to gather the complete divine talisman and successfully advance to the second stage. He gave up just like that. Wouldn't all of their hard work during the competition for the divine talisman be in vain? In the end, it was just giving up. Why would they take such a risk? It would be great if they could sit on the viewing platform and watch the battle in World Heaven's Pride battle. Putting aside all the risks, they would be able to meet many Heaven's Pride battle. However, if they continued to participate in the competition, they wouldn't have the confidence to pass the level smoothly. In every Tower of the Dead, only one person could leave alive. In other words, out of all of them, only 200 people could survive. This probability was really too low. Even those Heaven's Pride ranking didn't have full confidence that they could survive. A chaotic battle of 1,000 people could happen at any time. They could fight 10 or even dozens of people, but it was impossible for them to fight 100 or even 1,000 people. Besides a few lucky people, the vast majority of those who were able to pass the first round of the test successfully relied on their true ability. Even if it wasn't the real domain god sovereign, his combat strength wouldn't be much weaker than a first-grade domain god. At least, he had the ability to escape from a first-grade domain god. Of course, there were also a few people who were as stable as Mount Tai, like the Crimson Dragon Prince and the other top 10 geniuses on the prodigy roll. All of them basically weren't worried, as long as they didn't run into the other top 10 geniuses, or if they were unlucky enough to run into the top 30 geniuses of the prodigy roll. They had basically passed this trial. Ordinary First Order, Rank 2 Domain God. In their eyes, they were like grass. They did not care even if hundreds or thousands of people were to surround and kill them. Yang Fann, on the other hand, wasn't worried at all. He even felt that there were too many people in Tower of the Dead. If there were only 20 or even a few in the Tower of the Dead, it would be really satisfying. Fortunately, no one knew what Yang Fann was thinking. Otherwise, he would have been scared to death. Motherfucker, I have seen crazy people, but I have never seen such crazy people. 20 or even a few Tower of the Dead, how could he have thought of that? Wasn't he afraid that the boat would capsize in the sewers? Under the siege of tens of thousands of domain gods or domain god battle forces, even someone as strong as Prince Qiang would be surrounded and killed. I wonder how many people will choose to give up. My son, I hope you can make the right choice. The most important thing is to live. Only by living to the end will you be the final winner. Everything else is useless. Yeah, you must not show off your abilities. In the stands, and even in the small hollow, the hearts of many domain god sovereign were raised. Many of them were praying in their hearts. Their own son disciple, he was able to suppress the greed in his heart and choose to give up. 1 in 1,000, the mortality rate was simply too high. He wanted to remind them, but when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he made them swallow it down. In World Heaven's Pride battle, no one was allowed to interfere, including the spiritual sense sound transmitting. God Lord Tai Shu and the other 36 divine generals didn't dare to challenge AIMA domain lord's dignity, which made them even more afraid. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 5 breaths, 7 breaths. Time passed, 1 second at a time. Very quickly, 10 breaths later. Alright, time is up. Abandoned people, hand over the divine talismans in your hands. AIMA domain lord's cold voice once again swept in all directions. Your Majesty, I forfeit. A quasi-domain god stepped forward. With his cultivation base and strength, he was almost at the bottom of the 220,000 geniuses present. The possibility of him coming out of the Tower of the Dead alive was infinitely close to zero. I give up. I forfeit as well. His Majesty, and me. The power of a role model was boundless. Very quickly, quasi-gods and even domain god sovereigns stepped forward and handed over the divine talismans that they had painstakingly obtained. They finally understood. This World Heaven's Pride battle was not something a small figure like them could participate in. Furthermore, this was only the second stage, not the final stage. Among them were the 3 domain gods and quasi-domain gods of the Shengluo Alliance. However, there were also quite a number of them who remained. In fact, they were even far more powerful than those who had abandoned their authority. There were nearly 160,000 of them. Everyone had the mentality of being lucky. What if they were lucky enough to pass the test? In such a chaotic battle, although strength was important, what was more important was luck. If one's luck was not good, even the top 100 geniuses on the prodigy roll might die. They might even die faster, like a bird that stood out from its nest. These Heaven's Pride ranking were definitely the first targets to be surrounded and killed. If they didn't get rid of these top-level Heaven's Pride, these ordinary geniuses would have a chance to live. As for luck, they had never been afraid of anyone. To be able to cultivate to the quasi-domain god or even the domain god realm in a short period of an era, every single one of them had great luck. No one has forfeited. Alright, I hereby announce the start of the second round of the examination. The next second. Rumble. Rumble. A profound energy instantly enveloped the remaining 160,000 geniuses. The second stage, Tower of the Dead, is about to begin. I wonder which 200 people will come out alive in the end. Prince Qiang, that monster Yang Fann, and the other 9 geniuses will surely emerge victorious. As for the others, it's hard to say. Indeed, the danger level in Tower of the Dead is too high. Apart from those few monsters, no one has absolute confidence in winning. Sigh, I hope that stubborn kid of mine can pass the trial smoothly. The realm gods and quasi-realm gods were discussing among themselves from all directions. Of course, there were also many who were secretly worried. However, at this point in time, they had no other choice but to pray in their hearts. One breath later, Yang Fann discovered that he had already appeared under the silent starry sky. Around him, there were 796 other geniuses. Unknowingly, Yang Fann's brows had knitted together. It was not that his opponent was too strong, but it was the exact opposite. Too weak among the 796 geniuses, not to mention Prince Qiang and the other top 10 geniuses, not even a single one of the top 30 geniuses like Zhuoqiu Xian had appeared. The most formidable one was. Speaking of which, this person was somewhat related to Yang Fann. He was precisely the eldest brother of Zhuge Luyun, whom he met in the Qingyan building all those years ago. He was the number 1 youth of the Zhuge family, the young master of the Zhuge family. Apart from that, the strongest ones were Shangguan Yun, who was ranked 129 on the prodigy roll, and Duo Mengjin, who was ranked 167 on the prodigy roll. As for the remaining 792 ordinary geniuses, they didn't stand out either. Rank 4 low-level domain god. Not a single one of them. There were only 22 third-grade low-level domain god geniuses. More than half of them were quasi-domain gods. Disappointment, truly disappointing. However, the other chosen didn't think much of it, especially the ordinary chosen. They almost cursed out loud. Out of the 360 Heaven's Pride ranking, only 288 remained after the first round of eliminations. If 2 of them were to be split into 200 Tower of the Dead, they would be considered unlucky. On the contrary, there were 4 Heaven's Pride ranking among them. Among them, there were 2 who were ranked in the top 60 of the prodigy roll, top-level Heaven's Pride. Even if they combined all their strength, they might not be a match for one of them. 2 of them appearing at once was not giving them a chance to live. Fortunately, due to AIMA Domain Lord's prohibition, they didn't know about Yang Fann's true strength. They didn't want to curse at Yang Fann, but they just collapsed. Even if they had twice the number of monsters on the prodigy roll, they were still far from being a match for the monster in the top 3 of the prodigy roll. What was there to fight? He would just directly slit his throat to avoid suffering the pain. Right at this moment, a young man who was wearing a brocade robe and had an immortal aura, as if he could ascend to the immortal realm at any time, turned his gaze to Yang Fann and suggested, "Brother Yang, let's work together to get rid of this bunch of trash. After that, we will have a fair battle to decide the outcome of the battle. How about it?" C-1711 Sweeping Tower of the Dead. Zhuge Changfeng, who was ranked 41st on the prodigy roll, had a confident expression on his face. He looked at Yang Fann with a pair of eyes. He believed that Yang Fann would definitely agree to his suggestion and join forces with him. This was the most beneficial plan for them. One of them was ranked 36th on the prodigy roll. The other was ranked 41st on the prodigy roll. Their strength could be said to be almost the same. If they started the battle first, it was very likely that both of them would suffer heavy losses. Whether it was him or Yang Fann, even if they won, they would have to pay a heavy price. At that time, it would be a waste to let these aphids get away with it. Not good. They want to work together. In an instant, the expressions of the 795 geniuses changed dramatically. If the 2 of them joined forces, it would be a huge disaster for them. With their cultivation base and strength, even if there were 2 more Heaven's Pride ranking, they would only have the strength to fight Yang Fann and Zhuge Changfeng. Shangguan Yun and Duo Mengjin's ranking was still a little low. At that time, Zhuge Changfeng and Yang Fann would surely be able to defeat them with ease. The power unleashed by the 2 of them combined wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Supreme Divine City, Supreme Plaza. The true gods and domain gods found it funny. That monster, did he really need to join forces? What kind of joke was this? Let alone a few of you, even if there were 800 more of you, they would still need to join forces. It wasn't even enough to kill that dark star, Yang Fann. Right at this moment, a cold smile appeared on Yang Fann's face as he said disdainfully, Zhuge Changfeng, Alliance. I don't need it what? No, I don't need it. Zhuge Changfeng's expression changed. He was no longer as smart as before. He rejected it. How could he reject it? It wasn't just Zhuge Changfeng who couldn't figure it out. The other geniuses were also confused. If it were them, they would not reject the offer. Indeed, that dark star Yang Fann would never choose to join forces with us. The surrounding domain gods and true gods revealed a look of understanding. To a peerless monster, who was ranked in the top 10, as long as he didn't encounter a genius of the same level, surpassing the Tower of the Dead was a piece of cake. Zhuge Changfeng took a deep breath and suppressed the confusion in his heart. He once again tried to persuade him, Brother Yang, you're still thinking about it. When two tigers fought, there would definitely be one injury. If it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to start a war with Yang Fann first. However, before Zhuge Changfeng could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yang Fann. There's no need to think about it. Joining with me is not worthy of you, a puny 42nd genius on the prodigy roll who barely had the strength of a peak first-grade high-level domain god, an ant. What did he want to talk about joining forces with him? Did he have the qualifications? Yang Fann, don't you know how bad it is? Zhuge Changfeng's face turned ashen, and his eyes were burning with anger. Although his ranking on the prodigy roll was below yours, it was only slightly lower than yours. You, Yang Fann, are only slightly stronger than me. What right do you have to look down on me? I wonder how bad you are. Aphids, that's because you know nothing about my power, Yang Fann sneered. Enough, I'm not going to waste my time talking nonsense with you, aphids. I'll deal with you first. I'll deal with those ants. Good, Yang Fann, I'd like to see what tricks you have that dare to look down on me. Zhuge Changfeng laughed out of extreme anger. At this moment, he had completely cut off the idea of joining forces with Yang Fann. He was not that despicable yet. Good, we're tearing our faces apart. Let's fight, don't give me any face. Fight to your heart's content. Kekekeka. It would be best if he fought to his heart's content. Both sides suffered heavy losses. That would be for the best. The eyes of the surrounding geniuses flickered with joy, especially Shangguan Yun and Duo Meng Jin, who were overjoyed. Once these two were severely injured or even killed, their chance would come. The ignorant are fearless. Zhuge Changfeng is finished. Even Zhuo Qiuxian, who was ranked 22nd on the Heaven Prodigy roll, couldn't block Yang Fann's palm, let alone Zhuge Changfeng, who was merely ranked 41st. Unless Zhuge Changfeng was like Dark Star, concealing his cultivation base and strength, but was that possible? Zhuge Changfeng was different from Yang Fann. He had been famous for less than 30 million years, and the one who had truly attracted the attention of the Heavenly Secret Tower was less than 30,000 years. Zhuge Changfeng had already entered the Heavenly Secret Tower's line of sight a few 100 trillion years ago. After so many years, if he could still conceal his strength by a large margin. The Heaven's Secret Tower, the #1 intelligence organization in the realm, could really go eat shish tea. You will know my means very soon. A cruel smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. He moved his right arm and sent a palm strike toward Zhuge Changfeng. Yang Fann didn't use the strength of world in the 12th floor. He was just a 41 genius on the prodigy roll, and he didn't have the qualifications to do so. He only used the 8th layer strength of world, but even so, the power of this palm strike was still comparable to the full power of a rank 3 high-level domain god warrior, and it was even more powerful than that. Poochie wherever the power passed. In every direction, countless spaces would collapse inch by inch. Ah, how is this possible? Zhuge Changfeng's eyes widened in shock. This power, compared to their Zhuge family's old ancestor. One had to know that. The old ancestor of the Zhuge family was a mighty rank 2 high-level domain god. Even top-level Heaven's Pride, who was ranked in the top 10 on the prodigy roll, might not be a match for their old ancestor. Yang Fann was just a mere 36 geniuses on the prodigy roll. How could he possibly possess such mighty strength? Roar, fake, it must be fake. The Heaven and Earth 8 trigrams diagram, release. It's actually the Heaven and Earth 8 trigrams diagram. This is the Zhuge family's clan-suppressing treasure. He even gave this treasure to Zhuge Changfeng. It seems like ancestor Zhuge has really nurtured this Zhuge Changfeng as his successor. What a pity. I just happened to meet this monster, Yang Fann. After today, the 8 trigrams map will have a new owner. The surrounding realm gods shook their heads gently. The Heaven and Earth 8 trigrams diagram, although it was rare, its defense was not inferior to Zhuoku Xian's vital treasure Confucian Saints book. However, it was still a little lacking to block Yang Fann's attack. In less than a breath's time, swish swish swish, the Heaven and Earth 8 trigrams diagram above Zhuge Changfeng's head let out a sorrowful cry, then directly transformed into a stream of light and returned to Zhuge Changfeng's body. The 8 trigrams diagram was covered with tiny and dense cracks. It seemed like it would completely shatter in the next moment. Ah no. Empty grandstand. Ah Changfeng, my grandson, Changfeng. Ancestor Zhuge stood up immediately, tears flowing down his face. In this battle, not only had they lost Zhuge Zongfeng, the #1 young man in their generation, they had also lost clan-suppressing treasure, the Cosmic 8 Trigrams map. This loss was too great, it was enough to shake the foundation of their Zhuge family. One palm. Just one palm. Gululu. Am I seeing things? Woo woo woo. How could this be? How could this be? The mental state of the 795 geniuses, including Shengguan Yun and Duo Meng Jin, had completely collapsed. Zhuge Changfeng, who had gathered all their strength, had the strength to fight. They couldn't even take a single strike from Yang Fann. What right did they have to fight him? At this moment, they also understood why Yang Fann didn't choose to join forces with Zhuge Changfeng. With such terrifying strength, what was the point of joining forces? It was purely a waste of time to take off his pants and fart. Alright, it's your turn now. The next second, rumble. Terrifying and invincible spiritual energy swept out from Yang Fanshihai's body, transforming into invisible ropes that bound all the geniuses. Ah no, master, please spare my life, please spare my life, woo 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 woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Woo woo woo. I should have forfeited. Yang Fann, you idiot, you're going to die a horrible death. Hua Sheng, you will have your retribution, you will definitely have your retribution. Ah Hua Sheng, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. C-1712. The strong were respected and the victor was the King. Supreme Divine City, Supreme Square, White Jade Platform. Wang. The space distorted, and a stream of light flashed past. His black clothes fluttered in the wind. It was Yang Fann. With his cultivation base and strength, it would be extremely easy for him to pass the second stage, Tower of the Dead. The strongest person was Zhuge Changfeng, who was ranked 41st on the prodigy roll. There was no difficulty at all. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned slightly. He thought that his speed was the fastest. Unexpectedly, there were already 5 people on the White Jade Platform, 4 men and 1 woman. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. They were extremely noble, but Yang Fann could understand the identities of these 5 people. None of these people were easy to deal with. All of them were the top 10 geniuses on the prodigy roll. The weakest one was ranked 6th on the prodigy roll. Just as Yang Fann was sizing up Prince Qiang and the other 3 geniuses, their eyes landed on Yang Fann, and a hint of surprise flashed across their eyes. Yang Fann, who was ranked 36 on the prodigy roll, had never thought that the 6th person to clear the level would be him. This was really strange. With his cultivation base, he shouldn't have cleared the level so quickly. Unlike the surrounding spectators, even if these participating geniuses passed the level in advance, they wouldn't be able to see the situation in the Tower of the Dead. It was as if there was an invisible barrier on the White Jade Platform that blocked the view of the geniuses. It seemed like his luck in this round was pretty good. The opponents he was assigned to were very ordinary and did not have any powerful characters. It could be said that most of them were quasi-domain gods who were not even domain gods. That should be the case. Soon, the 4 men and 1 woman started imagining things. Apart from this explanation, they really couldn't think of how Yang Fann, a genius ranked 36, could pass the second stage in such a short period of time, Tower of the Dead. Yang Fann wasn't one of them. He was one of the top 10 geniuses on the prodigy roll, and possessed the ability to sweep away everything. After a while, Prince Qiang and the other 3 didn't pay too much attention to Yang Fann. A mere 36 geniuses on the prodigy roll couldn't even enter their eyes. Buzz buzz, streak after streak of light. More and more people were breaking through from the Tower of the Dead. In less than 10 breaths of time, another 5 people appeared on the White Jade Platform. They were none other than the other 5 top 10 geniuses on the prodigy roll. It was unknown whether they didn't want to see top-level Heaven's Pride fight in advance, or something else. Out of the 200 Tower of the Dead, not 2 of the top 10 geniuses were assigned to one Tower of the Dead at the same time. Even the top 20 geniuses hadn't met each other. Without a balance between the geniuses of the same level, with their cultivation base and strength, it wouldn't be too easy for them to pass the trial. The top 10 geniuses of the prodigy role were all terrifyingly strong. Even if they weren't as strong as rank 3 high-level domain god geniuses, they wouldn't be much weaker. Compared to the other geniuses, they were much stronger, totally not on the same level. After the 5 geniuses landed on the ground, they first looked at Yang Fann curiously. However, it didn't take long for them to ignore Yang Fann. It was obvious that in their hearts, just like Prince Qiang and the other 3, they only treated Yang Fann as a lucky person who just happened to run into a group of weak chickens and pass the test quickly. Empty grandstand. Sigh. Prince Qiang and the others are looking down on that dark star. I'm afraid they will suffer a huge loss in the future. The high-level domain god sighed secretly, especially God Lord Kai Yang and the others who were related to Prince Qiang. Deep in their eyes, there was a hint of anxiety. They had seen how scary Yang Fann was. The scariness of his strength was comparable to some peak rank 3 high-level domain god warriors. He wasn't any weaker than any of the top geniuses on the prodigy roll. It could be said that he had firmly entered the top 5, or even the top 3. He had underestimated Dark Star, and that made him the number 1 person, Prince Qiang. If he wasn't careful, he might even lose his boat in the sewers. Not to mention the other geniuses. He wanted to warn Prince Qiang. When they saw the luxurious 9 dragons shed in the sky, they swallowed the words that came out of their mouths. They knew that they didn't have the ability to use the sound transmitting without anyone noticing under AIMA domain lord's eyes. Even the strongest amongst them, the god lord Kai Yang who claimed to have broken through to the top-level domain god stage with a single step, couldn't do it. Time passed minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours had passed. Out of the 200 Tower of the Dead, 52 people had already stood out. Most of them were Heaven's Pride ranking, and all of them were ranked in the top 100 geniuses. However, there were also some lucky ones among them. However, compared to Yang Fann and the others, these people were in a much worse condition. Many of them were severely injured, and even a few of them had stepped into the gates of hell with a single step. As soon as these people left Tower of the Dead, they immediately sat down with their legs crossed. Numerous top-grade healing divine pills were crazily poured into their mouths as if they were free. At this moment, they couldn't care about wasting anything. There was only one thought in their minds. That was to try their best to recover from their injuries in the greatest amount of time possible. Otherwise, given their current condition, there was no need for them to continue with the examination, and they could just admit defeat. 6 hours later, another 118 people appeared on the White Jade platform. There were only 40 Tower of the Dead left, and they were still fighting madly. 10 hours later, the final Tower of the Dead closed, and the 200 people who passed the trial finally gathered. Among them, Heaven's Pride ranking didn't have too many, less than 100. There were only 98 of them. Just as those ordinary geniuses had thought, those Heaven's Pride ranking in the Tower of the Dead had been the target of everyone's attacks from the very beginning. As for those Heaven's Pride ranking who were outside of the 150, they simply couldn't withstand the attacks of hundreds of domain gods or domain god battle forces. Each and every one of them didn't manage to hold on for long before they were completely annihilated. Even if a large portion of those who won were Heaven's Pride ranking, they were all seriously injured. Second stage, Tower of the Dead has ended. AIMA domain lord's voice came again. Now you all have 7 days to rest. After 7 days, we will continue the next round of competition. Hearing this, most of the people who had advanced heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, AIMA domain lord still had some sense of character and did not directly start the next round of competition. In just a few hours, they had barely managed to stabilize their injuries and did not cause their injuries to worsen. It was simply impossible for them to truly recover. Especially the last few who had passed, their injuries hadn't even stabilized yet. They might not even be able to exert the full extent of their strength. Any random quasi-domain god might be able to take their lives. In the next second, the realm gods didn't dare to waste any time, and they made the best use of their time to recover. 7 days was extremely short, and some of the heavily injured would probably only be able to stabilize their injuries. And this was under the effect of using a large amount of divine herbs and divine pills at all costs. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Alright, time's up. What? It's already been 7 days. Sigh, I haven't even recovered half of my injuries. I'm afraid I'm finished this time. Phew. Thank goodness I've recovered more than half of my injuries. I can almost unleash the combat strength of a 8th layer. Next, the third round of the competition in World Heaven's Pride Battle will be held, and it will also be the last round of the competition. AIMA Domain Lord spoke with confidence and confidence. In the Battle of Kings, the expert will be respected, and the winner will be the king. C1713 Kneel and kowtow and I'll spare your life. The World Heaven's Pride Battle had finally reached the final round. In the Battle of Kings, the expert was the ruler, and the winner would be the king. The next second, rumble. A golden 9-story divine pagoda that gave off boundless divine light descended from the sky and landed in the center of the white jade platform. An endless civilization aura was emitted from it, as if it represented the origin of civilization and made people respect it. All the geniuses who have advanced to the next level will enter the Tower of the King. The pagoda will form its own spatial zone, and they will fight in pairs. The one who will reach the top of the Tower of the King will be the strongest person in the World Heaven's Pride Battle. AIMA Domain Lord's voice slowly transmitted over. Those who are able to reach the third level of the Tower of the King will be able to enter the Great Thousand Realms of the Emperor of Thailand. It is indeed the Great Realm. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Although he had already guessed that the so-called Upper Realm was most likely the Great Realm, he still couldn't help but feel shocked when he received an affirmative answer. Fortunately, he had participated in the World Heaven's Pride Battle. Otherwise, he would have missed this opportunity. It wouldn't be so easy for him to smoothly enter the Great Realm by himself. As long as I can enter the third level of the Tower of the King, I will be able to proceed to the higher realms. Phew. Luckily, with my strength, as long as I am not too unlucky, I will definitely be one of these 50 spots. The third level of the Tower of the King, which means that I need to defeat 2 opponents. Bitch it, let's go all out. No matter what, I have to get 1 spot. The geniuses gritted their teeth. No matter how much they had to pay, they had to get a slot. This was their chance to jump through the Dragon Gate. If they missed it, they would never have this chance again. Compared to the legendary Upper Realm, the AIMA realm was just an inconspicuous pond. Even if one's talent was high, their achievements would be limited. However, the Great Realm was different. It wasn't impossible for them to surpass AIMA Domain Lord in the future. The wealth, partner, and magic land were the 4 most important places for cultivators. Wealth was always ranked first. Without sufficient resources, one would be like a dragon trapped in a shallow pond, having high talent. In terms of profound techniques, they were all useless. Heaven devouring earth devouring great technique. It was a profound and mysterious technique. There were many top-grade divine arts that were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. However, if Yang Fann were to stay in Sobbing Blood Continent for the rest of his life, he would have to spend the rest of his life there. A martial emperor was probably the limit of his life. A 8th layer from the Tower of the King can get a high-grade high-level domain divine artifact. A 8th layer from the 9th layer can obtain a top-grade high-level domain god, the final king of Heaven's Pride. I will bestow him with an inferior top-level domain divine artifact. Phew. 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 Whew. The breathing of the geniuses began to quicken. Even those high-level domain god warriors had their eyes glowing. They wished they could participate in this king's battle. There were many high-grade high-level domain divine artifacts, and many rank 3 high-level domain god warriors might not even have one. As for the high-grade high-level domain divine artifacts, in the vast AIMA realm, only the top 10 supreme beings of the supreme rankings had one. As for the last inferior top-level domain divine artifact, besides AIMA Domain Lord, only God Lord Kai Yang had it. It was because of that inferior top-level domain divine artifact that he had established his position as the number 1 person below AIMA Domain Lord. If they were able to possess a top-level domain divine artifact, their strength would surely soar by a huge margin. Being invincible amongst those of the same cultivation level, and even challenging those of a higher cultivation level was not difficult at all. The King of Prodigies, I'm determined to win. Even if I can't get the King of the Geniuses, I'll definitely get one of the upper high-level domain god. Alright, I declare that the third round of the King's battle will officially begin in the next second. Rumble. Rumble. A formless energy instantly covered the bodies of Yang Fann and the other 200 geniuses. Alright, this pinnacle battle is about to begin. I can't wait any longer. I wonder who will be the winner of this final battle. That goes without saying. It must be Prince Qiang. This is the true unprecedented a peerless monster of AIMA realm. Although the other geniuses are strong, there is still a big gap between them and Prince Qiang. The group of domain god sovereign were discussing amongst themselves, but they were all optimistic about this final genius king. Compared to the other top-level Heaven's Pride, Prince Qiang was obviously stronger by a grade. The other top 10 geniuses, combat strength were only at the rank 3 high-level domain god, perhaps not yet. As for Prince Qiang, his combat strength had been on par with rank 4 high-level domain god for trillions of years. After a trillion years of hard work and Kai Yang's foundation in the divine country, currently, he had the strength to fight rank 4 high-level domain god. Rank 4 high-level domain god was a rank 3 high-level domain god, and the gap between them was more than a few times. The Tower of the King, first level. Bang Yang Fann landed on the ground and found himself in a wasteland. In front of him was a 20-year-old young man. He had an otherworldly and unrestrained temperament, and his entire body exuded an immortal aura. 18th place on the prodigy roll, star pattern crown prince. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Although this star pattern crown prince wasn't one of the top 10 geniuses of the prodigy roll, he was still second only to their top-level Heaven's Pride, and was extremely powerful. He was even stronger than Zhuo Qian, and amongst the 200 geniuses, he was practically ranked in the top 15. He could absolutely be considered a big fish. The 36th on the prodigy roll, Yang Fann. It's slightly troublesome. A trace of seriousness flashed across the star pattern crown prince's eyes, but it was only limited to that. With his strength, defeating Yang Fann wasn't difficult, and it wasn't impossible for him to even kill Yang Fann. The Tower of the King was different from the outside world. There was an infinite amount of space. If Yang Fann wanted to escape, it would be very difficult for him to keep him alive. The next second, Prince Xingwen moved his lips and said, Yang Fann, just admit defeat. You are no match for me if he could win without a fight. However, Yang Fann was ranked 36th on the prodigy roll. He also had some strength. If he was not careful, he might even get injured. At that time, it would probably affect the following battles. He didn't dare to think about the King of Prodigy. However, he still wanted to compete for the high-grade high-level domain divine artifact in the 7th level of the Tower of the King. If he could obtain a high-grade high-level domain divine artifact, his strength would immediately be comparable to the top 10 geniuses. So noisy the cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. Without waiting for the star pattern crown prince to speak, he struck out with his palm. Rumble. The inner strength of world was instantly raised to the 12th level. It was comparable to a peak rank 3 high-level domain god sweeping out once more, suppressing the heavens and earth. Ah, how is this possible? In an instant, an ominous omen of collapse instantly enveloped the star pattern crown prince's heart. Even though he was stronger than Zhuo Qian, he was only slightly stronger than Zhuo Qian, and he barely possessed the strength of a middle-grade rank 2 high-level domain god. Roar the 9 heavens stellar diagram, block it for me, block it. In less than a breath's time. Grug grug grug, the starry sky shattered like glass. Ah no, Yang Fann, I admit it. Prince Xingwen panicked, and prepared to lower his head and admit defeat. Although he had lost the high-grade high-level domain divine artifact and the opportunity to head to the upper realm and jump over the dragon gate, it was still better than losing his life. However, before he could say the word defeat, Yang Fann had already completely suppressed him. He wanted to admit defeat. What kind of joke was this? If I let you get what you want, how am I going to devour you? The Battle of Kings was different from the Tower of the Dead. Only one person could leave alive. Even if he admitted defeat, it would be useless. Once he admitted defeat in this Battle of Kings, he wouldn't be able to kill him. AIMA Domain Lord wanted to choose a group of top geniuses from the monster to represent him in the AIMA realm. He didn't want all of these geniuses to die. Empty grandstand. Ah, star pattern, my son. The Lord of Myriad Star Divine Country, who was ranked 8th in the 36th Divine Country, God Lord Myriad Star, suddenly stood up and let out a hysterical wail. Yang Fann, you bastard, you're going to die a horrible death. I won't let you go, I'll let you go. My son is already prepared to admit defeat, why do you still want to kill me? A scholar, a real scholar. Boom, a bright golden light descended from the sky, and covered Yang Fann's entire body. The next second, Yang Fann's figure flashed and disappeared from the first floor of the Tower of the King. As soon as he stood up, A mocking voice came from not far away. Ranked 36 on the prodigy roll, Yang Fann, you can barely be considered a figure. Kneel down and kowtow, I will spare your life. C-1714 Suppress the little underworld king. The Tower of the King, second floor. A man looked at Yang Fann with a mocking expression. This was a 25-year-old young man who was wearing the same black clothes as Yang Fann. His chi was extremely cold, as if it could freeze a person's blood. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was like a poisonous snake hiding in the darkness, causing people's hair to stand on end. This man was none other than the young master of the Dark Palace, the ninth genius of the prodigy role, Little Pluto. I never thought that my second opponent would be you, Little Pluto of the Dark Palace. Yang Fann didn't seem to have heard Little Pluto's mocking words. He looked at Little Pluto with interest, and an indescribable excitement could be seen in his eyes. Yang Fann had been looking forward to becoming one of the top 10 geniuses on the prodigy role for a long time. Now, he had finally gotten what he wanted. Although Little Pluto had only just broken through to the rank 2 high-level domain god, Yang Fann could feel that the strength of his strength of origin was much stronger than the advanced realm beasts he had swallowed before. It was definitely not weaker than a rank 3 high-level domain god. Great nourishment. This Little Pluto was truly a great supplement. As long as he could absorb and refine it, even if he couldn't break through to the 4th grade middle-level true god in one go, he wouldn't be much weaker. At the Supreme Plaza, the gazes of Domain God Sovereign immediately focused on Yang Fann and the other man. The other Heaven's Pride battle seemed to have lost their attraction at this moment. Yang Fann, this dark star is fighting male from the Dark Palace. This battle is definitely the pinnacle of the young generation. I can't wait any longer. I wonder who will win in the end. That goes without saying. There is a high chance that it will be Yang Fann, that monster. Indeed. That dark star Yang Fann has almost the power to break into the top 3 of the prodigy role. Little Pluto is only ranked 9th on the prodigy role. Compared to him, he is still slightly weaker. The outcome of this battle should be 28. Yang Fann 8, this Little Pluto 2. Most of the Domain God Sovereign did not think highly of Little Pluto. He was also one of the top 10 geniuses on the prodigy role. One had the potential to enter the top 3, while the other had the potential to enter the 9th place on the prodigy role. To be more precise, if Yang Fann, this dark star, was counted as one of the top 10 geniuses on the prodigy role, that would be the 10th place. The gap between them was still not small. Empty grandstand. Everyone, it's better for you not to come to a conclusion so early on. This child is not as simple as you think. A cold voice sounded in the ears of all the high-level domain god warriors. It was a middle-aged man wearing a black dragon robe. His aura was cold and frightening. If one took a closer look, they would be able to see some traces of Little Pluto. This man was none other than the master of the Dark Palace. He was the Underworld King, the 12th person in the 36 supreme rankings. Could it be that Little Pluto is hiding something? That means that there is still a suspense in this battle. Fuck, I can't wait any longer. In an instant, all the high-level domain god were stunned. The Hades would never do something without a reason. Little Pluto was afraid that he had hidden his true strength. As for God Lord Tien Jin and the others who had the Blood Sea Lock 1 with Yang Fann, their faces were filled with excitement. They didn't expect that Little Pluto would be able to kill that little beauty of Yang Fann. As long as he could severely injure her, they would be satisfied. This was not the only battle between kings. Once they were severely injured, the consequences would be imaginable. The Tower of the King, second floor. Yang Fann, kneel down. Little Pluto's voice was like thunder, it was soul-stirring. I, your father, will kneel down and FK you die now. Yang Fann's eyes shone with a fierce light. How dare an aphid talk to him like this? He really didn't know how the word, death, was written. The next second, rumble. The strength of world exploded to the 12th layer in an instant, and a palm struck towards Little Pluto's head. It was a swift and decisive strike. Bitch it, you hid your strength. Little Pluto's facial expression suddenly changed. This palm strike gave him a feeling that it was no less powerful than facing it the 3rd-ranked genius on the prodigy roll, the 2nd-ranked genius of Divine Country, the Crown Prince of Divine Country, Crown Prince Suan Ni. At this moment, he had really stirred the heart of the Heavenly Secret Tower. The #1 intelligence organization in the world, is this how you fool people? Fortunately, I was also hiding something. Otherwise, I would have definitely failed miserably today. Roar Yang Fann, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Underworld God transformation. Underworld God transformation. The secret of the Underworld King Palace. Underworld God transformation. I never thought that little Pluto would be able to master such a top-grade secret technique. No wonder old Underworld King is so confident. There's still a fight to come. The Dark Divine Transformation was the most powerful secret technique of the Dark King Palace. Once one mastered it, one's body would transform into the ancient Underworld God, causing one's combat strength to increase exponentially. The Supreme Underworld King was ranked 12th in the Supreme Rankings with rank 4 high-level domain God's cultivation base. This was the credit of the Dark God transformation. One should know that the other top 18 geniuses of the Supreme Rankings were all rank 4 high-level domain God. Rumble. The two palms collided like the collision of stars. The terrifying power seemed to want to blow up the Tower of the King. Of course, this was just an illusion. As an inferior top-level domain divine artifact, the Tower of the King could withstand even the battle between two top-level domain God warriors. A mere rank 3 high-level domain God warrior wouldn't be able to hurt him even if his strength was 100 times stronger. What a great Underworld God transformation. However, do you think that you are the only one who can transform? Yang Fann's lips curved into a cold smile. What? Could it be that this Yang Fann is the same? Indistinctly, an uneasy feeling swept across little Pluto's heart. No. This is impossible. How could he still be hiding? Impossible, and even more unbelievable. The 36th person on the Prodigy roll suddenly unleashed the power of the top 3 on the Prodigy roll. How incredible was that? If he was still hiding. Was he still human? At this moment, 9 revolutions divine devil body, turn second revolution. Rumble, rumble. The energy around Yang Fann's body surged wildly, rising steadily. Initially, he was just preparing to use the first revolution energy of the 9 revolutions divine devil body. However, after thinking about it, Yang Fann decided to use the second revolution energy of the 9 revolutions divine devil body. Although the first revolution of the 9 revolutions divine devil body could suppress little Pluto, it was still a little lacking if he wanted to kill little Pluto in an instant. Yang Fann didn't only want to defeat little Pluto, he also wanted to capture him and suppress him. If he only wanted to defeat little Pluto, he wouldn't even need to use the 9 revolutions divine devil body. With his current strength, he would be able to defeat little Pluto. At most, it would take him some time. He really did have a secret. Just what kind of monster is he? What kind of monster is he? In all directions, big pieces of domain God Sovereign started to collapse, especially God Lord Tien Jin and the others. They were in despair. Could they really avenge their son disciple? Within the 72 small hollow. He is. A devastatingly beautiful girl pointed her finger at Yang Fann and cried out in shock. What's wrong? Beside her, a middle-aged man in white asked curiously. Dad, it's him. That Yang Fann is the senior who saved us all those years ago. The beautiful maiden was none other than the eldest daughter of the Bai family, White Lunar Goddess, who had nearly died a tragic death under the advanced realm beasts' claws all those years ago. White Lunar Goddess had failed to recognize Yang Fann despite him being an ordinary person. Now that Yang Fann had used the 9 revolutions divine devil body, he had transformed into a mighty giant that was several light years tall. Instantly, he merged with the mighty existence in the sea of consciousness. I never expected that Yang Fann would save all of you. In the future, we must thank this Yang Fann properly. Bai Shun's heart skipped a beat. His eyes were filled with gratitude. He only had such a precious daughter. If there was anything good about her, he would definitely go crazy. However, soon, his heart was filled with bitterness. It was easy to say thank you. However, it was extremely difficult to accomplish. He was a first-rank 4 middle-level domain god. With Yang Fann's terrifying strength, he could easily wipe him off the face of this world with just a finger. There was nothing he could take a fancy to. Second level of the Tower of the King. Be obedient and become my nourishment. Rumble. A ferocious smile emerged on Yang Fann's face. He struck out his palm once again, aiming at little Pluto's head. Under the support of the second cycle 9 revolutions divine devil body, the power of this palm had increased by more than 10 times. Even an ordinary rank 4 high-level domain god would be severely injured or even suppressed. Poochie Poochie little Pluto's arm of the underworld god was instantly destroyed. The enormous body of the underworld god was filled with criss-crossing cracks. Countless mushroom clouds rose from his body, as if it was the end of the world. Ah no, Yang Fann, C1715 and then fight Tian Sha the Tower of the King, second floor. Little Pluto saw the unfavorable situation and wanted to admit defeat. The high-level domain divine artifacts and the quota for the upper realm were all thrown out of his mind. The world was big, and he had the biggest life. If he lost his life, everything would be over. However, how could Yang Fann give him the chance? He had unleashed the power of the second transformation of the god and devil. Wasn't it because he wanted to kill little Pluto in one strike? Before little Pluto could say the word surrender, Yang Fann had already mercilessly suppressed him, sealing off all of his strength. Talking was just a pipe dream. Gulp. 1 second. Another. 1 second. Terrifying, truly too terrifying. This is especially the case with that scheming mind. This forbearance is truly terrifying to the extreme. It truly makes one's hair stand on end. Gasp. Force. A formidable opponent. This Yang Fann was definitely a strong opponent of Prince Qiang, the king of the chosen ones. I'm afraid it's hard to say who the flower falls to. From all directions, domain god sovereign's eyes widened. In the eyes of everyone who was looking at Yang Fann, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Little Pluto, who had mastered the god of death transformation. His combat strength would definitely be able to enter the top 5 of the prodigy role, which was comparable to some of the higher grades. Even a peak rank 3 high-level domain god wouldn't be able to withstand a single palm strike from Yang Fann. His strength was terrifying, and he had definitely stepped into the rank 4 high-level domain god realm. Furthermore, he wasn't an ordinary 4th grade high-level domain god. The faith of many domain gods began to waver. Although Prince Qiang was powerful, could he really win against a monster like Yang Fann? Most importantly, was this the true strength of that monster? Who could guarantee that he wouldn't hide anything anymore? Explosions occurred again and again, each time unexpected things happened. The deities really didn't dare to jump to conclusions. It was unfathomable. This monster was truly unfathomable. Its trump cards were displayed one after another, and they couldn't see its limits at all. Empty grandstand. Bitch it, the great Tao is unfair. The great Tao is unfair. Woo 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 woo. How can this little girl be so strong? How can she be so strong? God Lord Taishu and the others gritted their teeth, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness rising from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, the power that Yang Fann had unleashed was so terrifying that even if he was placed in the 36 supreme rankings, he would still be able to enter the top 20. With such a powerful expert, even the top 10 experts of the supreme rankings wouldn't be able to guarantee that they would be able to make it into the top 20. Not to mention them. At that time, it was still uncertain who would take care of who. Brother Pluto, Brother Confucius. Very quickly, numerous high-level domain god warriors who had a grudge against Yang Fann gathered together. Each of their eyes would flash with cold shines from time to time, and it was unknown what kind of plot they were plotting. Within the 36th small heavenly passage, Yang Fann had already stood up excitedly. Uncle Shu Yuan, do you see it? I, eldest brother, am the strongest. What top 10 geniuses on the prodigy roll? I can't even withstand a single blow. Maybe brother Yang Fann really has a chance to compete with that Prince Qiang for the first place. At this moment, Sovereign Xuanyuan finally began to believe Yang Fann's words. At the same time, his heart, which was still in his chest, relaxed a lot. Rank 4 high-level domain god was one of the top expert in AIMA realm. Even if he had angered many high-level domain god warriors, it wouldn't be an easy task to deal with Yang Fann. At least, if he couldn't defeat Yang Fann, there was still a high possibility of him escaping. With Yang Fann's monstrous talent, as long as he was given a few tens of millions of years, it wouldn't be impossible for him to surpass AIMA domain lord. Others might not know about Yang Fann's talent, but how could they not know that it hadn't been more than 35 million years since he started cultivating? At that time, he wouldn't need to be afraid of those useless people. Buzz, a bright golden light descended from the sky and covered Yang Fann's entire body. The next second, Yang Fann appeared in the 3rd level of the Tower of the King. Strangely, there was no one in the 3rd level. But soon, Yang Fann felt relieved. The reason why he was able to pass 2 stages in a row was because he was strong enough to surpass these so-called Heaven's Pride ranking. The others were different. Perhaps, he was still in the midst of a bitter battle. Time passed, minute by minute. 15 minutes later, rumble. A streak of golden light descended from the skies, revealing a single person. This was a 30-year-old young man. There were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale and weak. He looked like he had been seriously injured. 28th place on the prodigy roll, Young Master Dark Knight Demon. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Although Young Master Dark Knight Demon wasn't as good as the top two, he could still be considered a big fish. After devouring and refining him, he wouldn't be any weaker than a peak first-grade high-level domain god. It's you, Yang Fann. Dark Knight Demon smiled bitterly. If he was at his peak, Yang Fann would be a top 36 genius on the prodigy roll. He was not afraid at all, and was even confident that he could reach the 7th level of the prodigy roll. He could defeat him, but the current him. Although he had just won the battle against Prince Wuxia, who was ranked 32 on the Heaven Prodigy ranking. However, he was also severely injured, and his battle prowess. He couldn't even unleash 3 levels of power at the 10th level. Not to mention Yang Fann, who was ranked 36th on the prodigy roll. Even if he was ranked 100th on the prodigy roll, he wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. It seems like I really have no fate with that high-grade high-level domain divine artifact. But luckily, I passed the first 2 levels and obtained at least a spot in the higher realms. After comforting himself, Dark Knight Demon prepared to admit defeat. He was not that masochist. He knew that he would definitely lose, yet he still wanted to fight. Right at this moment, rumble, a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky, directly suppressing Dark Knight Demon. Admit defeat? You must be joking. How could there be such a good thing? Ah, Dark Knight disciple, Hua Sheng, Yang Fann, you Hua Sheng. Why are you so ruthless? My Dark Knight disciple is already prepared to admit defeat. Why do you still want to? Woo 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 woo. Hua Sheng, you will die a horrible death. An hour later, the Tower of the King, 4th floor. Rumble. Yang Fann once again struck out with his palm, suppressing a genius. Compared to the previous 3 levels, the opponent on the 4th level was somewhat lacking. It was just an ordinary rank 4 low-level domain god, who hadn't even entered the prodigy roll. Very quickly, another hour passed. Yang Fann almost jumped up and cursed. 25 to 13, there was 1 spot for advancement, and 13 to advance 7 to advance 4. There was also another spot for advancement, but these 3 spots were lucky enough to be selected by Yang Fann. At this moment, Yang Fann felt like tearing the heart of the Tower of the King apart. Without opponents, how could he suppress them? How could he devour them and help himself advance quickly? What was this artifact spirit of the Tower of the King doing? Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. If others could get an empty slot, they would be thanking the heavens and earth. This Yang Fann, on the other hand, got an empty slot in 3 rounds and easily entered the 8th level of the Tower of the King. He actually wasn't satisfied even after getting a high-grade high-level domain divine artifact for free. Heavens, why didn't you send down the heavenly lightning and strike this bastard to death? The Tower of the King, 8th floor. Buzz, a bloody light descended from the sky. A blood-red robed young man appeared in front of Yang Fann. His body was filled with killing intent. It was as if he had just been fished out of a pool of blood. No one knew whether it was his blood, his opponent's blood, or both. Terrifying murderous aura spread out from his body, corroding the 4-direction space. He looked like an ancient ferocious god that had just been resurrected. Just a glance was enough to make people tremble in fear, and they couldn't muster up much fighting spirit. Number 7 on the prodigy roll. Heavenly Slaughter. Good. Finally, a decent opponent has appeared. C-1716. The final battle has arrived. The Tower of the King, 8th floor. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He looked at Xianxia as if he was looking at the fattest and most beautiful prey. After 3 consecutive rounds, a decent opponent finally appeared. The 7th genius of the prodigy roll, Xianxia. The strength of origin was no weaker than a rank 3 high-level domain god warrior. At this moment, Xianxia was also sizing up Yang Fann. His bloody eyes revealed a trace of happiness. Fortunately, his opponent was Yang Fann, who was ranked 36th on the prodigy roll. If it was any other top 10 geniuses, he would probably be stuck at the 8th level of the Tower of the King. Compared to Yang Fann's relaxed attitude, advancing to the top 4 in 3 consecutive rounds would be much more unfortunate for Xianxia. On the 5th level of the Tower of the King, he encountered the 12th genius on the prodigy roll, Princess Hu Ling. He had to pay a hefty price to defeat her. On the 6th floor was the 14th person on the prodigy roll, Young Master Qi Ju. Although he had successfully defeated Young Master 7 Extremes, he had still been injured. In the previous level, he had even encountered the 6th ranked person on the prodigy roll. His mortal enemy, the Azure Dragon Divine Kingdom's Crown Prince of the Divine Country, who was ranked 4th in the Divine Country, the Azure Dragon Crown Prince. In the end, he had directly used the clan suppressing's forbidden arts of the Heavenly Fiend clan. He forcefully increased his combat strength, and only then did he luckily defeat the Azure Dragon Crown Prince. However, he was also seriously injured. Adding the backlash from the forbidden arts, he had entered a weakened state. Being able to unleash 3 levels of the 10th level of combat strength was his limit. At this moment, he only had the strength to fight against the top 30 geniuses of the prodigy role, and he was one of the few who were at the back. However, Yang Fann, who was ranked 36th on the prodigy role, did have the strength to fight back. He even had a chance of winning against someone at the 6th level of the prodigy role. What luck! As long as he could advance to the second strongest, even if he didn't have the luck to become the king of the geniuses, it wouldn't be a big deal. A single top-grade high-level domain divine artifact was enough to increase his combat strength by a large margin. And to be honest, the king of the geniuses. He had never thought that Prince Qiang, that monster, was too terrifying. Even at his peak, he didn't have much confidence that he would be able to withstand the combined attacks of the 3 geniuses even if he used all of his trump cards. The monster wasn't human at all. This heavenly slaughter is still rejoicing. He doesn't know what kind of dark star he is, that's right. Even if he meets Prince Qiang, it's still better than meeting Yang Fann, this dark star. Sigh, poor bastard, this time, it's really a tragedy. The 4-direction platform. Domain God Sovereign's eyes were filled with pity and sympathy as he looked at Xianxia. When he met Prince Qiang, he would at most stop at the top 4. Due to the fact that he was backed by the Xianxia family, it was almost impossible for Prince Qiang to kill him. The Heavenly Evil clan was not weak. Among the billions of races in AIMA realm, they were one of the top 10 families. There were thousands of gods in the inner region, over 100 middle-level domain god warriors, and even 8 high-level domain god warriors. As for the old ancestor of the Heavenly Evil clan, he was the 7th person in the supreme rankings, and the young master of the Heavenly Evil clan, the future hope of the Heavenly Evil clan. If they attacked the Heavenly Evil clan, that would be the foundation of the Heavenly Evil clan. How could the Heavenly Evil clan let this matter rest? Even someone as strong as Kai Yang, Divine Country, would have a headache if they were to fall out with the Xianxia family. However, Yang Fann, that dark star, had nothing to worry about. He wouldn't have to worry about too many things. He wouldn't have to worry about too many debts. Did he offend too many supreme beings of the supreme rankings? How could he be afraid of another heavenly fiend old ancestor? Right at this moment, rumble. Yang Fann sent a palm strike towards the heavenly slaughter. Yang Fann didn't use any 9 revolutions divine devil body in this palm strike. There was no need for him to be so cautious when dealing with the half-crippled heavenly slaughter. Oh no, this is impossible. Xianxia let out a hysterical howl, his eyes almost bursting out of his eye sockets. He could not believe that a mere 36 people on the prodigy roll could possess such terrifying strength. Even at his peak, his strength was significantly weaker. In the next second, Poochie. Xianxia was like a little chick that was caught by Yang Fann. He had no strength to resist at all. Ah, Xianxia grandson, Yang Fann, you son of a bitch, my Xianxia family will never forgive you. Little son Yang Fann, you won't be pleased for long. Very soon, it will be the time of your death. God Lord Tai Shu and the others' eyes lit up. The Heavenly Evil clan was a powerful force. Especially the Heavenly Evil ancestor, who was ranked 7th on the prodigy roll. His strength was even higher than God Lord Tai Shu's. With his help and their assistance, even that woman, Yang Fann, would have a hard time escaping death if her combat strength was comparable to an intermediate rank 4 high-level domain god. The Tower of the King, 8th layer. While Yang Fann was suppressing the heavenly slaughter, 2 Heaven's Pride were also fighting. One of them was Prince Qiang, the number 1 genius on the Heavenly Pride board, and the other was a peerless swordsman. The young Valley Master of the Hidden Sword Valley, Yin Yuanshou. He was known as the number 1 young sword cultivator and was currently ranked 4th on the prodigy roll. Speaking of which, the number 2 genius on the prodigy roll was ranked 3rd on the Divine Country's Luo River, and was the Crown Prince of the Divine Country, Luo He. The Crown Prince of Luo He and the 2nd-ranked genius, Crown Prince Suan Ni, were also unlucky. They had encountered each other in the 6th level of the Tower of the King, and in the end, both of them had suffered heavy losses. Although Crown Prince Suan Ni had won by a fluke, he had only stopped at the 8th level of the Tower of the King. On the contrary, Yin Qichou, who was ranked 4th on the Heavenly Pride board, had made his way to the Tower of the King. The 8th level. In this battle between kings, strength was important, and luck was also essential. For example, Tian Sha. However, the 7th genius on the prodigy roll had also made it to the 8th floor of the Tower of the King. Unfortunately, he had run into Yang Fann, Dark Star. Even his own life was in danger. He didn't know whether to say that he was lucky or unlucky. Brother Kai Yang, take my sword. His voice fell. Yin Qichou drew his sword. His aura skyrocketed, rising steadily. It was like the supreme divine sword that had been drawn out of its scabbard was sharp, piercing through everything, and killing immortals and gods. Rumble, rumble. 365 terrifying sword chi surged above his head. It was like a single sword chi could kill a first-grade high-level domain god. No wonder he was ranked 4th on the prodigy roll. The number 1 sword cultivator in the young generation was indeed terrifying. Kill great cycle annihilation sword formation without a trace of probing. The moment Yin Qichou attacked, it was his strongest killing move. He was well aware of Prince Qiang's scariness. Trying to probe him was just a joke to him. Swoosh swoosh, countless sword beams, with the 365 cyclic sword chi as the center, formed a terrifying world of sword chi, and flew towards Prince Qiang. Poochie poochie, wherever the sword chi passed, everything was crushed into pieces. Great cycle annihilation sword formation. Interesting. Prince Qiang's expression remains unchanged. But that's all there is to it. Break for this king rumble. Prince Qiang didn't use any trump cards. It was just a direct palm strike that destroyed everything. All of the sword chi were shattered into pieces. It was the same for breaking all techniques with a single force. Brother Yin, thank you for letting me win. Prince Qiang cupped his hands gently. He didn't kill all of them. A single Yin Tiancho wasn't a big deal, but the hidden sword valley behind him had to be taken seriously. It was the number 1 sword cultivator Holy Land in AIMA realm. The hidden sword valley master was ranked 6th in the supreme rankings, a peerless expert. He didn't care about the monk's face, but the Buddha's face. With his current strength, if he really fought against a supreme expert like the hidden sword valley master, he would lose more than he could win. If he wasn't careful, he might even die. Brother Kai Yang's divine ability is invincible. I admit defeat. Yin Tiancho wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for him. He knew that Prince Qiang had shown mercy just now. Otherwise, that palm strike wouldn't only break his killing move, it would also severely injure him. To be honest, he was already satisfied that he could advance to the top 4 and obtain a high-grade high-level domain divine artifact. With that high-grade high-level domain divine artifact, his strength would be able to rise by another level. Indeed, the final battle will be carried out by these two monsters. Bitch it, I can't wait to see this shocking battle. Look, they are going to the top floor of the Tower of the King. C1717 Flaming Sun 9 Transformations Supreme Divine City, Supreme Plaza. Countless true gods and domain gods were looking forward to it. Yang Fann was the dark horse of this year's World Heavens Pride battle. His trump cards were one after another, truly unfathomable. It was as if there was no end to it. He had even mastered the god of hell transformation. Hong Long, Little Pluto, whose combat strength was comparable to the top 5 geniuses of the prodigy roll, was suppressed by one of the palm strikes. As for Prince Qiang, he was the famous number 1 genius of the young generation. His combat strength was far stronger than the other 10 geniuses. Even Yin Tiancho, who was ranked 4th on the Heaven Prodigy ranking, was easily defeated by him. This battle was as exciting as the battle between the two supreme beings of supreme rankings. In fact, it was even better than that. I wonder who will win in the end. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. Although Prince Qiang is the number 1 genius on the prodigy roll, Yang Fann's monster can't be underestimated either. And who can guarantee that Yang Fann won't hold back? In my opinion, the outcome of this battle will be 46. Yang Fann will be the 4th, and Prince Qiang will be the 6th. Domain God Sovereign was discussing amongst himself from all directions, but compared to Yang Fann, most of the domain gods were more optimistic about Prince Qiang. Compared to the sudden emergence of Yang Fann, Prince Qiang's reputation had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Ever since his debut, almost no one had been able to withstand a single strike from him. Although Yang Fann was strong, he was still not a match for Prince Qiang. The 36th Small Grotto Heaven. 46. A bunch of blind things, Just wait and see. I, eldest brother, am the strongest. What number one on the prodigy roll? It's just that there are no tigers or monkeys in the mountains that call themselves kings. Yang Sifan's face was filled with indignation. How could a mere Prince Qiang be a match for her, eldest brother? Even if AIMA domain lord went up personally, the one who would win in the end would only be her, eldest brother, Yang Fann. That's right, cousin master, little junior brother. He is the strongest. Empty grandstand. God Lord Taishu and the others had ferocious expressions on their faces as they looked at Yang Fann. They wanted nothing more than to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Prince Qiang, you better not disappoint us. The Tower of the King, 9th floor. Yang Fann and Prince Qiang stood on the vast wilderness, facing each other from afar, preparing to fight. Yang Fann still looked the same. His aura was flat, and there was no expert aura around him. He looked like an ordinary person who did not know any cultivation path. However, there was an indescribable heat in his eyes. It was the gaze of a hunter looking at his prey. He had longed for this Prince Qiang for a long time. He alone was no less than the total number of Crown Prince Suan Ni's 9 great geniuses. If he could devour and refine this Prince Qiang, it would be possible for him to break through to the high-level true god in one go. Just thinking about it made him excited. At that time, his strength would surely improve by leaps and bounds. Third step, and even rank 4 top-level domain god. He would have the strength to fight, and he would be able to easily crush AIMA domain lord. While Yang Fann was observing Prince Qiang was also looking at Yang Fann with a calm expression. This was a young man who was wearing a fiery red robe. There were countless divine fire burning around his body, as if there were billions of volcanoes erupting. His eyebrows were as sharp as swords, and he was extremely arrogant. It was as if he was born superior to others, and he was extremely noble. However, deep within his pupils, there was a faint trace of curiosity and shock. He had thought that his opponent would be Crown Prince Suan Ni, the Crown Prince of Luo River. He had even thought that he would be the last of the top 10 geniuses, the young master of the Jade Clear lineage. He had never imagined that it would actually be Yang Fann, who was ranked 36th on the prodigy roll. This Yang Fann's luck was a little too good. Or perhaps it was because he had some special relationship with AIMA domain lord. After getting the special care of AIMA domain lord, he had advanced smoothly and had never encountered any strong enemies. Besides this explanation, Prince Qiang really couldn't think of any other explanation. What other possibility was there that could allow Yang Fann, a genius ranked 36th, to ascend to the 9th floor of the Tower of the King? However, his luck had come to an end after meeting me. In the next second, Yang Fann, you are no match for me. Just admit defeat. I don't want to kill you. Prince Qiang's voice was flat, as if he was telling the truth. He really had no interest in fighting a person who was not even in the top 30 of the Heaven Prodigy roll. Besides, he wasn't afraid of 10,000, he was just afraid of 10,000. This Yang Fann might have some kind of intimate relationship with AIMA domain lord. If he made AIMA domain lord unhappy because of this, it was not something Prince Qiang wanted to see. You want to kill me? With just you? Yang Fann found it funny. Were all these Heaven's Pride rankings so arrogant? In the huge AIMA realm, even AIMA domain lord didn't have much confidence in killing me. How could you, Prince Qiang, be worthy of killing me? Stubborn fool. Anger flashed across Prince Qiang's eyes. Asking you to admit defeat was already giving you a way out. Do you really think that a mere 36 people on the prodigy roll could compete with me? Rumble. Prince Qiang moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards Yang Fann. However, Prince Qiang still had a rational mind. He had only used 3 layers of strength in this palm strike. It was only to teach Yang Fann a lesson and let him know how much strength he had. He had never thought of taking Yang Fann's life in order to avoid offending AIMA domain lord, who was behind Yang Fann. Prince Qiang, have you eaten? Just this little strength? Yang Fann raised his eyebrows and broke Prince Qiang's palm with a wave of his hand. Yang Fann, it seems like I have underestimated you. Prince Qiang frowned. Although he had only used 3 layers of strength in that palm strike, it was still comparable to the full strength of an intermediate rank 2 high-level domain god. Even some of the top 20 geniuses on the prodigy roll might not be able to block his palm strike so easily. Yang Fann, take another palm of mine. Hong Long. Prince Qiang had used the power of a 8th layer in this palm strike. Its power was terrifying, comparable to the full power of a rank 3 high-level domain god. Prince Qiang, if you don't use your true strength now, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. While speaking, Yang Fann struck out his palm, easily blocking Prince Qiang's attack. What a good Yang Fann, he really hid his true strength. At this moment, Prince Qiang finally understood that the reason Yang Fann was able to reach the 9th floor of the Tower of the King was not because of a domain lord, but because of his own strength. The strength contained in that palm strike was not much weaker than those of the top 10 geniuses. Hong Long. Prince Qiang finally didn't hold anything back in this attack. He unleashed all of his strength at the 12th level. His strength was so terrifying that it was comparable to a peak rank 3 high-level domain god. Prince Qiang, it's only 3 things. I'll give you one last chance. Show me all of your strength. Yang Fann frowned. Although Prince Qiang's palm strike was powerful, it was only comparable to Little Pluto, who had used the underworld god transformation. This bit of strength was not enough to suppress a chosen. Yang Fann, I never thought that I would still underestimate you. To be able to receive my full force palm strike, this strength of yours. Prince Qiang's expression turned slightly serious. Finally, he started to pay more attention to Yang Fann. This was a top-level Heaven's Pride who was even stronger than Yin Tianqiu. Since you want to witness my true strength. Alright, my son is going to be serious. There is no longer any suspense in the outcome of the battle. Kai Yang's 9 transformations. In an instant, Prince Qiang's aura skyrocketed. It's actually the Kai Yang's 9 transformations. I wonder what kind of transformation Prince Qiang has mastered. C-1718 Suppress the Firethorn Prince. The Tower of the King, 9th floor. Yang Fann's strength had far exceeded Prince Qiang's imagination. He wasn't any weaker than Crown Prince Suan Ni and the other 3 geniuses on the prodigy roll. At this moment, Prince Qiang no longer held back and used his trump card, Kai Yang's 9 changes. This was the arcane art of the clan suppressing of Kai Yang's imperial family. It was not allowed to be practiced unless one was a direct descendant of the imperial family. With every transformation, the strength of one's body would increase by 3 times. Once one reached the 9th transformation, huge perfection, one's combat strength would increase by 3 to 7 times. It was truly terrifying. Challenging someone with a higher cultivation level was just a piece of cake. God Lord Kai Yang was able to dominate the 2nd place in the supreme rankings, and he had become a supreme expert that was second only to a domain lord. This Kai Yang's 9 transformations could be said to be a great contribution to him. I wonder what level has this Prince Qiang reached after cultivating this Kai Yang's 9 changes. Kai Yang's 9 changes was the strongest arcane art in the Kai Yang imperial family. The difficulty of the 9 changes was equally terrifying. One should know that the 9 changes of Kai Yang was the strongest arcane art in the Kai Yang imperial family. Most of the younger generation of Kai Yang had only mastered the 1st transformation. There were very few who could master the 2nd transformation. Those who could master the 3rd transformation were as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. There were only a handful of them. With Prince Qiang's talent, he should have mastered the 5th or even the 6th transformation of Kai Yang's 9 transformations. If that's the case, I'm afraid Yang Fann will be in danger. The 5th transformation of Kai Yang's 9 transformations increased his combat strength by 15 times, and the 6th transformation increased his combat strength by 18 times. At that time, Prince Qiang would be able to fight a high-ranked rank 4 high-level domain god. The strength that Yang Fann unleashed was only comparable to a middle-ranked rank 4 high-level domain god. A difference of 1 small realm was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. 7th transformation. Prince Qiang has actually mastered the 7th transformation of Kai Yang's 9 changes. Strange. Monster. One should know that, not to mention the younger generation, even among the older generation who had cultivated for several eras or even dozens of eras. Except for God Lord Kai Yang, there was no one else. He had cultivated the Kai Yang's 9 transformations to the 7th transformation. The victor has been decided. Yang Fann has lost. As expected, the number 1 genius is the number 1 genius. It's not something that can be easily shaken. Good Kai Yang's 7th transformation of the 9 transformations, this strength is no longer inferior to the peak rank 4 high-level domain god. It is enough to crush that little Hua Sheng. Prince Qiang, you must not show any mercy to that little girl. Whether or not we can avenge that blood feud will depend on you. God Lord Tai Shu and the others gritted their teeth. Their eyes were filled with hatred and a glimmer of hope. Prince Qiang's absolute strength had given them a glimmer of hope for revenge. Within the 36th small grotto heaven. Not good, brother Yang Fann is in danger. Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Their eyes were filled with worry. Kai Yang's 9 changes was the name of the secret technique of the clan suppressing. They had all heard about it. Kai Yang's combat strength had increased by 21 times. No matter how much confidence they had in Yang Fann, they couldn't help but be shaken. Prince Qiang's combat strength was already terrifying enough. It had increased by 3, 7, and 21 times. In this world, there were still a few people who were his match. Uncle Shu Yuan, what are you all worried about? I, eldest brother, am the strongest. Just wait and see. That Prince Qiang is simply not a match for me, eldest brother. Yang Sifan's face was full of pride and there was not a trace of worry on her face. She was as serene as the 5 girls. No trace of worry could be seen on her pretty face. Cousin, junior brother, master. He will definitely be able to defeat that Prince Qiang. My grandaunt, all of you. Sovereign Xuanyuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them down. What was the use of saying these things to a group of true gods who weren't even domain gods? They probably didn't understand how terrifying Prince Qiang was at all. The Tower of the King, 9th floor. Prince Qiang looked down at Yang Fann from above. Yang Fann, I have already mastered the 7th transformation of Kai Yang's 9 changes. My combat strength has increased by 3,721 times. You are definitely no match for me. It's not too late to admit defeat now. Prince Qiang's voice was like a bronze bell, shaking the entire 9th floor. He wasn't afraid of revealing his true strength. He was confident that with the power of the 7th transformation of Kai Yang's 9 changes, he would be able to suppress everything. So what if he revealed his true strength? Could this Yang Fann turn the tables? Admit defeat. Prince Qiang, don't you feel happy too early? Yang Fann sneered. There was a hint of disdain in his voice. It was disdain towards Kai Yang's 9 transformations. Was Kai Yang's 9 transformations very powerful? But compared to his 9 revolutions god and devil art, he was just a piece of trash. One should know that once the 9 revolutions divine devil body reached the 9 transformation huge perfection, not to mention the sudden increase in the strength of divine body, once it was activated, it would increase his strength by 9,810 times. Even though the 5th transformation hadn't reached the perfection yet, it was still able to unleash its full strength. This was enough for Yang Fann's combat strength to increase by more than 100 times. The two of them were on completely different levels. Prince Qiang frowned slightly. Indistinctly, a trace of uneasiness surged in his heart. Gulp, gulp. Could it be that Yang Fann was hiding something? This is impossible, right? Domain God Sovereign's heart trembled. He wanted to deny it, but he was not confident enough. Yang Fann, this monster, kept unleashing his trump cards, one after another. It was as if there was no end to it. It really made them have no confidence. Right at this moment, 9 revolutions god and devil art rumble. This time, Yang Fann did not hold back at all and opened all 5 revolutions of the 9 revolutions divine devil body. In an instant, the aura around Yang Fann's body began to rise crazily. It was more than 100 times stronger than before. His body also increased infinitely. He was now 1 mile tall. 100 miles. 10,000 miles. 100 million miles. 1 light year. 100 light years. 10,000 light years. Grug 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 in all directions, countless spaces were unable to withstand the violent pressure, and they collapsed inch by inch. There really is still a hidden. Fuck, heavens, aren't you being too kind to this Yang Fann? The surrounding domain gods were horrified and filled with grief. Although they had already thought that Yang Fann might still be hiding something, what? The surrounding domain gods were shocked and filled with grief. Although they had already guessed that Yang Fann might still be hiding something, they still couldn't accept it. He hadn't even reached a great era, not even a great era. Even if this Yang Fann was really the illegitimate child of the great Tao, you shouldn't be so biased. Empty grandstand. Accurate. Quasi-top-level domain god, this Yang Fann is quasi-top-level domain god. God Lord Kai Yang was in a daze. He was very familiar with this power. Just like him, this was the power of quasi-top-level domain god, who had broken through to the top-level domain god with one step. However, in order to step into this step, he had cultivated for many years. 28 eras, a total of 28 eras. As for how old was Yang Fann, he was not even an era of the years yet. Compared to him, he was just a blockhead. Luckily, God Lord Kai Yang didn't know Yang Fann's true age. Otherwise, he would have been scared to death. What? Accurate. Quasi-top-level domain god, how could this be? How could this be? Woo woo woo. How can I take revenge? How can I take revenge? The great Tao is unfair, the great Tao is unfair. The eyes of God Lord Tai Shu and the others darkened, and their faces were filled with despair. Quasi-top-level domain god was a peerless expert that was comparable to God Lord Kai Yang. In the entire AIMA realm, only AIMA domain lord could suppress him. Even if all of them joined forces to defeat him, it would still be easy for them to defeat him. However, if he really wanted to leave, he would have to do so. There was no way that he could be left alive. The Tower of the King, 9th floor. Ah, how could this be? No, this isn't true. It's not true. This crown prince is the strongest, fake it must be fake. Prince Chiang let out a heart-wrenching wail. He couldn't believe it, and he couldn't accept all of this. Ever since he was young, everything had been smooth sailing, and he was known as the #1 monster. He simply couldn't bear such a blow. How could there be anyone among the young generation who could surpass him? He was still far stronger than him, and was at least several times stronger than him. Illusion technique, such a powerful illusion technique, I was almost fooled. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes, and he sent a palm strike towards Prince Chiang. He wouldn't show mercy to Prince Chiang just because he was lost in his thoughts. Ah, Yang Fann, stop it. Let Yi go. I, Kai Yang, divine country, will reward you handsomely in the future. C 1719. The King of Prodigies, Supreme Divine City, Supreme Square, Empty Grandstand. God Lord Kai Yang didn't have the time to be shocked, nor did he care about whether or not he would anger AIMA domain lord. He let out a miserable wail, which pierced through the Tower of the King and rang in Yang Fann's ears. Prince Chiang was Kai Yang, who had never existed in the history of a peerless monster's family. He was the son of God that he doted on the most. In fact, whether he could take that crucial step in the future and advance to the top-level domain god depended on him, and he couldn't afford to lose it. His potential had long been exhausted. With the resources of AIMA realm and his own strength, it would be very difficult for him to take that step. Otherwise, he wouldn't be stuck at this step. He wouldn't be able to break through after dozens of eras. The Tower of the King, 9th floor. Stop. It's impossible to let Prince Chiang go. Yang Fann sneered. His hands didn't stop moving. He continued to crush Prince Chiang. Could God Lord Kai Yang's so-called heavy reward be even greater than swallowing the monster, the #1 monster on the prodigy roll? Yang Fann didn't believe it at all. In the entire divine country, there were only 3 rank 4 high-level domain god guarding it. Could God Lord Kai Yang give him a rank 4 high-level domain god to devour and refine? Even if God Lord Kai Yang was willing, the 2 rank 4 high-level domain god wouldn't agree. At most, they could just leave Kai Yang's divine country. Rank 4 high-level domain god had already stood at the peak of the AIMA realm. The domain was so huge that they couldn't go anywhere. Illusion, it must be an illusion. I am the strongest 9 Yang Tyrant Fist. Prince Chiang is sure that it is an illusion, so he didn't dodge. He also threw a punch at Yang Fann. Rumble. The fist and palm collided. The terrifying force seemed to want to destroy the Tower of the King. Countless mushroom clouds kept rising in the 9th level of the spatial zone. The next second, a terrifying scene unfolded. Grug grug grug. Prince Chiang's right arm directly cracked open, and a terrifying crack continued to spread throughout his entire body. The sound of bones cracking could be heard everywhere. Ah, how could this be? It was true. Everything was true. Prince Chiang let out a sad cry. At this moment, he finally believed that Yang Fann's strength had surpassed his. Unfortunately, it was too late. Hong Long. A terrifying and invincible force enveloped Prince Chiang's body, sealing off all of his energy. Ah, Prince Chiang, he was suppressed. Gulp gulp. Am I seeing things? Yang Fann, how dare he? How dare he? In all directions, Domain God Sovereign was dumbfounded. His face was filled with disbelief. Prince Chiang was different from the likes of Tian Sha and Little Pluto. Although he had a strong backer, he was only rank 4 high-level domain god. With Yang Fann and quasi-top-level domain gods cultivation base, they did have the right to not put them in their eyes. However, God Lord Kai Yang was also quasi-top-level domain god, a quasi-top-level domain god who had broken through more than a dozen eras ago. He also had a top-level domain divine artifact in his hand. If a top-level domain god didn't appear, he would be considered an invincible existence. Although Yang Fann had a monster, he was still too young, and his foundation was far weaker than God Lord Kai Yang's. If he really fought God Lord Kai Yang, 8 to 9 out of 10 was a situation where the number of losses was greater than the number of wins. How could he dare not give God Lord Kai Yang face and suppress Prince Qiang? He was going to fight to the death with Kai Yang and divine country unrestrained. This dark star of Yang Fann is truly uninhibited. It's better not to offend this dark star in the future. With his ruthlessness, I'm afraid that his entire clan will be in danger. Forget it, this revenge is not something that we can take revenge on. In an instant, many domain god sovereign gave up on the idea of revenge. That monster, Yang Fann, was not someone they could afford to offend. Quasi-top-level domain god, just thinking about it made them feel despair. With just a single move of their fingers, a intermediate, low-level domain god monster could easily kill thousands of them. Sigh if you are stronger than others, just admit your bad luck. Furthermore, Yang Fann didn't use any tricks, but used his own strength to defeat them openly. Speaking of which, he couldn't blame Yang Fann for being inferior to them. Since he dared to participate in the World Heaven's Pride battle, he had to have the resolve to die. He was afraid of death, so he might as well stay at home obediently. Empty grandstand. Yang Fann, you bastard, I want you to die. Blood spurted out from God Lord Kai Yang's eyes. He was like an enraged beast, and the divine fire wreaked havoc on his body. It was like the eruption of billions of volcanoes, destroying everything in its path. Chi in all directions, a large area of the spatial zone spread out terrifying burning marks. The high-level domain god warriors retreated rapidly, taking God Lord Kai Yang far away, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. If that was the case, they would feel really wronged. Good God Lord Kai Yang was completely enraged this time. With his helpiness supporting him, Yang Fann, that woman will definitely not be able to escape calamity. Little Hua Sheng, your death is about to arrive. The eyes of old ancestor Tian Sha, God Lord Tai Shu, and the others lit up. Their originally hopeless hearts were now filled with rays of hope. Once God Lord Kai Yang made his move, they would rush forward and shred Yang Fann into pieces, turning his bones into ashes right at this moment. HMPH, a cold snort filled with anger resounded throughout the entire empty grandstand. In an instant, including God Lord Kai Yang, all the high-level domain god quivered. Bitch it, how could they forget about His Majesty the Domain Lord? They had some understanding about this World Heaven's Pride battle. Not only was it a feast for the young generation of the AIMA realm, it was also a selection of geniuses. It was even related to the status of the AIMA realm in the Great Thousand Realms of the Emperor of Thailand. AIMA Domain Lord wouldn't let them deal with Yang Fann so easily. A quasi-top-level domain lord who had not even been in the same era. This talent was worthy of being called a genius even in the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand. It was hard to say what status AIMA realm would obtain in the future. They would have to rely on this Yang Fann. Little son Yang Fann, consider yourself lucky. However, this matter will not be let go just like that. I swear. The enmity looked at Yang Fann, and God Lord Kai Yang slowly closed his eyes. Within the 36th small grotto heaven. Ha ha ha, Uncle Shu Yuan, do you see this? This is the true strength of my eldest brother. What number one monster on the prodigy roll? Compete with me, eldest brother, that's trash, he doesn't even deserve to carry my shoes. Yang Sifan laughed loudly. Her small face was flushed red. She was indescribably excited. It was as if she was the one who had suppressed the number one person on the prodigy roll. Yes, brother Yang Fann. His talent is unprecedented. How could that Kai Yang Yi be a match for brother Yang Fann? That's right. A mere Kai Yang Yi wants to compete with brother Yang Fann for the king of geniuses. He really doesn't know his own limits. Brother Yang Fann is really too strong. We are really worrying for nothing. Sovereign Xuanyuan and the other Shengluo Alliance domain gods echoed in agreement. Their voices carried a trace of flattery. This was Yang Fann's younger sister. As Yang Fann unleashed the quasi-top-level domain god battle force, Yang Sifan's status also rose. Of course, there was also excitement. Yang Fann was also the supreme elder of Shengluo Alliance. With Yang Fann, a quasi-top-level domain god, guarding the Shengluo Alliance, the Shengluo Alliance had become one of the greatest powers in AIMA realm. In the future, even the Divine Master of the Heavens would have to depend on the Shengluo Alliance. Just thinking about it made him feel really good. This year's World Heaven's Pride battle has ended. This time, the King of the Geniuses, Yang Fann of Shengluo Alliance, has come. What? The King of Geniuses is that Yang Fann from the Shengluo Alliance? How is this possible? Where's Prince Qiang? C1720 Conspiracy Supreme Square, the Tower of the King. What? The King of Geniuses is that Yang Fann from the Shengluo Alliance? How is this possible? Could it be that AIMA Domain Lord is mistaken? That Yang Fann is only ranked 36th on the prodigy roll. How could he be the king of prodigies? The remaining 176 geniuses widened their eyes. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. This king of chosen. It was impossible for him to be Yang Fann's turn. There must be something shady going on here. Otherwise, how could he let Yang Fann become the king of chosen? The second Hidden Sword Valley in World Heaven's Pride battle, Yin Tianzhou, the third, Tianpeng, the crown prince of divine country, Tianpeng. Ah, how did I become the second person in the Heaven's Pride battle? Yin Tianzhou's face was filled with disbelief. Where did that Prince Qiang go? The heavenly Peng crown prince was even more dumbfounded. He hadn't even stepped into the 8th level of the Tower of the King, so how did he become the third person in Heaven's Pride battle? This didn't make any sense at all. The 8th and 9th levels of the Tower of the King were all dead. However, his guess was right. Among the top 4, Tian Sha and Prince Qiang were suppressed by Yang Fann one after another. Only Yin Tianzhou was left. He was no different from a dead man. The 7th genius of Heaven's Pride battle, Crown Prince Suan Ni of Suani Divine Country, the 8th genius of Heaven's Pride battle, the young master of Heavenly Lightning World's Divine Lightning. 9th ranked in the Heaven's Pride battle, Luo Lan of the Luo family of the Divine Country of Kai Yang. The 48th ranked disciple of the Heaven's Pride battle, Yang Wuya of the Xianxia Sect, 49th ranked disciple of the Heaven's Pride battle, Yang Yi of the Tianeng Mountain, 50th ranked disciple of the Heaven's Pride battle, the Crown Prince of the Divine Kingdom of the Heavens, Luo Lan. At this point, the illusory sound of Great Tao disappeared without a trace. Only the top 50 people of the Heaven's Pride battle were qualified to go to the upper world. Other than the top 50, there was no need to rank them anymore. For example, Yang Wuya and the others were also lucky. If it wasn't for Yang Fann, they wouldn't have been able to get a spot in the upper world. The other geniuses weren't like Yang Fann. Unless they were forced to, they wouldn't be able to stop themselves. Almost no one would kill them. Those who were able to stand out from the hundreds of millions of geniuses were all at least at the 3rd grade low-level domain god. Behind them were all people with great backgrounds. They were either the crown prince or the princess of divine country, or the young masters of some major powers. If it wasn't necessary, no one would be willing to provoke a great enemy for them. It wasn't like they had nothing to do. How is this possible? Where's Kai? Prince Qiang? How could there be no Prince Qiang? There's also the Tian Sha and Little Pluto. They are both top 10 geniuses. How could they not even get a single spot? In an instant, the geniuses were shocked. It wasn't as if there were only a few spots, but a total of 50 spots from the higher realms. With the strength of Tian Sha and the others, it was impossible for them to not even reach the 3rd level of the Tower of the King. Or was it that they were unlucky enough to run into Prince Qiang and fought him to the death? Other than this possibility, they could not think of a second possibility. Although Tian Sha and Little Pluto weren't Prince Qiang's match, Prince Qiang had already encountered 2 strong opponents. Thus, it wasn't impossible for him to be seriously injured. However, there seemed to be something wrong with him. 8th layer of the Tower of the King. Gulp. King of Chosen, Yang Fann. Difficult. Could it be? It's that Yang Fann. The body of the Hidden Sword Valley's young master trembled, and a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Others might not know, but he knew very well that not only had Prince Qiang advanced to the 8th layer of the Tower of the King, he had also easily defeated him and advanced to the top 2. But is this possible? Even if Yang Fann had concealed most of his strength and was lucky enough to defeat Prince Qiang should still be ranked 2nd. Unless Prince Qiang died, only then would he, the top 4, be able to take the top spot. This was even more unbelievable than the fact that Yang Fann had defeated Prince Qiang. The one standing behind Prince Qiang was God Lord Kai Yang, the second supreme being of supreme rankings. Who would dare to kill Prince Qiang without giving face to this big shot? Right at this moment, rumble, a supreme divine sword descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it quietly floated in front of him. In an instant, Yin Tianchu's attention was attracted by the divine sword. He no longer had the time to think about whether Prince Qiang had really fallen in Yang Fann's hands. A supreme grade high-level domain divine artifact. This divine sword was definitely a supreme grade high-level domain divine artifact, and it was even one of the best. Good, as long as I can refine this divine sword, I won't be afraid even if I were to face rank 4 high-level domain god. A supreme grade high-level domain divine artifact was not something that anyone could possess. There were even some rank 4 high-level domain god who used high-grade high-level domain divine artifacts. The Tower of the King, 9th floor. Yang Fann had also obtained the reward of his Genius King. It was an inferior top-level domain divine artifact level bronze divine halberd. However, Yang Fann wasn't too surprised by this. A mere inferior top-level domain divine artifact was better than nothing. Wait for his 9 revolutions divine devil body to reach the 5th transformation huge perfection. His divine body's defense would be able to catch up to the top-level domain divine artifact. Once he used all of his strength to unleash the 9 revolutions divine devil body, his defense would increase by 100 times, and surpassing the inferior top-level domain divine artifact was just a piece of cake. The bronze divine halberd fell into his hands. It was destined to be a divine artifact that would be covered in dust. However, it was not bad to use it as the ultimate treasure of the Shengluo alliance. With Sovereign Xuanyuan's middle-level domain god cultivation base, although he wasn't able to unleash the full power of the top-level domain divine artifact, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill an ordinary first-grade rank 2 high-level domain god. Also, he didn't know when he would be able to return to the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand this time. He would treat this as repaying the Shengluo alliance for all these years of care. Fortunately, no other domain gods knew about Yang Fann's plan. Otherwise, they would surely be jealous to death. Top-level domain divine artifact. That was a top-level domain divine artifact to give such a small force that was at most a first-grade middle-level domain god as the ultimate treasure of the alliance was simply a waste of heaven's gifts no matter how many top-level domain divine artifacts there were, it was not such a waste. Kai Yang's divine mansion was the mansion of the number 1 divine master, God Lord Kai Yang, in the supreme divine city. It had a huge area. It was far from comparable to any other divine master's mansion. It was not inferior to a great world. In the center of Kai Yang's divine mansion, Kai Yang's divine palace. This was the divine palace where God Lord Kai Yang lived. At this moment, in Kai Yang's divine palace, God Lord Kai Yang was sitting on a divine throne. On his left and right, on both sides, there were 3 divine thrones that were slightly lower than each other, and 3 peerless experts with terrifying auras were sitting on each of them. These 6 people were all supreme beings of the 36 supreme rankings. Below the 7 of them were 42 smaller thrones, and 42 high-level domain god warriors sat on them. God Lord Tian Jin was among them. Without exception, all of them had a common characteristic, and that was that they had a deep grudge with Yang Fann. 7 of them were the supreme beings of supreme rankings, and 42 of them were high-level domain god warriors. One had to admit that Yang Fann had offended too many people in World Heaven's Pride battle this time. Furthermore, this was only a portion of them. Many of them were not present because they were afraid of Yang Fann's terrifying strength. If all of them were here, the number of them would surely double. The deterrence of a quasi-top-level domain god wasn't a joke. Especially since Yang Fann was still so young, it hadn't even been an era. Advancing to the top-level domain god in the future was only a matter of time. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to the domain god realm and attain the legendary position of the sovereign. For the sake of a few descendants, he had completely fallen out with such a monster. Not everyone had the courage to do so. Speak frankly, the reason why I invited all of you here today is for the purpose of inviting all of you here. Let's not talk about it. We all understand that it is to discuss how to deal with Yang Fann, that beautiful student. Die the life of me and that little beauty is irreconcilable. Die that little flower must die. C1721. Will you bow to me, supreme divine city, Kai Yang's divine mansion? Die little Hua must die if I don't kill that little beauty. I swear I won't be a human. Kill that little girl, I want to avenge my poor child. As soon as God Lord Kai Yang finished his words, the entire divine palace started boiling. Horrifying killing intent kept rising from the bodies of high-level domain god warriors. Each of their eyes were red, like those of a beast that had been completely enraged. Yang Fann had caused harm to their beloved son, the heir of their clan, and the hope of their clan. This hatred. It was an irreconcilable hatred that they couldn't live under the same sky, even if they used all the water in the world to wash their faces and rinse their mouths. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't have accepted God Lord Kai Yang's invitation. They would have thought that quasi-top-level domain god was so easy to kill. If they weren't careful, their lives would be in danger. Alright, with everyone's help, Yang Fann's little beauty would definitely die, God Lord Kai Yang said. At this moment, besides quasi-top-level domain god, there were also 6 rank 4 high-level domain god, 15 rank 3 high-level domain god, and 27 rank 2 high-level domain god present. This strength could be considered terrifying. There was no one below the top-level domain god who could match him. Not to mention, this wasn't even their full strength, it was just master of power. If they were willing, they would be able to mobilize a lot of high-level domain god warriors. No matter what kind of monster Yang Fann had, it was impossible for him to be a match for them. Right at this moment, a rank 3 high-level domain god hesitated and said, God Lord Kai Yang, that little son Yang Fann is the king of this year's geniuses, and he is going to represent the AIMA realm to go to the upper world. If we really want to deal with Yang Fann, what should we do if His Majesty the Domain Lord becomes furious because of this? That's right, Yang Fann was the king of the geniuses, His Majesty the Domain Lord's heart was filled with confidence. If we kill that little girl, His Majesty the Domain Lord will never forgive us. The words of that rank 3 high-level domain god was like a bucket of bone-piercing ice water, instantly extinguishing the passion in everyone's hearts. The domain lord was furious. Even if they could kill Yang Fann, that little girl, Hua Sheng, they would still be severely punished. They might even lose their lives because of this. Although revenge was important, if they were to sacrifice their lives for it, they would have to think twice and think twice. Each and every one of them was an overlord of a region. A single thought could decide the fate of trillions of lives, but none of them had lived long enough. Everyone, there's no need to worry. As the saying goes, the law doesn't punish the masses. Even if His Majesty the Domain Lord wants to punish us, can he still kill us all? God Lord Kai Yang smiled confidently. If he was alone, he naturally wouldn't be able to kill Yang Fann. However, if he joined forces with everyone, things would be different. There were so many high-level domain god present, almost half of the major powers in AIMA realm were present. If he really killed all of them, AIMA realm would surely be thrown into chaos. If they were not careful, they might become enemies with the major powers, and they could take advantage of this opportunity. Not all the major realms lived in peace. The internal conflicts were not small. The domain gods were still somewhat hesitant. They were not afraid of 10,000, but they were afraid of 10,000. Everyone, according to what I know, that Yang Fann hasn't killed Yer and the others yet. He has only suppressed them, but it will be hard to say what will happen after a period of time. Furthermore, a genius is only a genius if he's still alive. If he's dead, he'll be a dead man. That's right, a dead genius. That's right, he is just a worthless dead man. His Majesty the Domain Lord, how could he still be alive? You want to make things difficult for us because of a dead man. If that dead man is AIMA Domain Lord's bloodline descendant or his disciples, that would be a different story. However, Yang Fann was obviously not one of them. Alright, I'll do it, count me in. Me too. Soon, the high-level domain god gritted their teeth and agreed. AIMA Domain Lord might be furious because of this, but for the sake of a dead genius, he wouldn't make such a big fuss. Alright, it was decided. Everyone immediately went to gather their men. Once the little girl was born, they would leave Supreme Divine City and the Paragon Continent. Then, we would take action and end the little girl's life. God Lord Kai Yang clapped his hands and said. However, the Paragon Continent is obviously not a good place to strike. This was AIMA Domain Lord's old nest, but if there was even the slightest movement, it would be hard to hide from AIMA Domain Lord's eyes. Furthermore, they were trying to kill Yang Fann right under his nose. He was afraid that AIMA Domain Lord would receive the news as soon as they attacked. At that time, it would be impossible to kill Yang Fann right under AIMA domain. Lord's knows. If he was not careful, he would have to be taken in as well. Right, everyone must be careful. Don't let anyone know about this. At the end, God Lord Kai Yang reminded them again. They only had one chance. If they couldn't kill Yang Fann in one strike, it would raise the little girl's guard. It would be very difficult for them to kill him again. Perhaps, all of them would die in Yang Fann's hands. Yang Fann was different from him. His potential was exhausted, and if he didn't have any fortuitous encounters in this lifetime, he would only be quasi-top-level domain god. With Yang Fann's monstrous talent and the opportunity to go to the upper realm, he might not even need an era to surpass AIMA domain lord. Of course. God Lord Kai Yang, don't worry. I won't let anyone know about this. Alright, as long as we leave the Paragon continent, it will be the day of Xiaohua's death. Supreme Divine City, Supreme Palace. This was where AIMA domain lord lived. Supreme Being Palace, within a glorious divine palace. Yang Fann, Yin Tianzhou, and 50 other geniuses stood in the center of the palace. Not long after the World Heaven's Pride battle ended, Yang Fann and the other 50 geniuses were summoned by AIMA domain lord to this place. At this moment, Yin Tianzhou and the other geniuses were looking at Yang Fann curiously. Their eyes were faintly filled with an indescribable respect. After leaving the Tower of the King, Yin Tianzhou and the others soon learned about Yang Fann's heaven-defying performance. To be honest, they still couldn't believe it. Not only did he suppress Taishu Dao, Zuoqiu Xian, and Heaven's Pride ranking, he also suppressed Tian Sha and Little Pluto. In the end, even Prince Qiang was suppressed by him. How could there be such a monster in this world? Compared to him, these so-called geniuses were just ordinary people. Their future achievements were simply not something they could imagine. In fact, they could even transcend the domain god and become the legendary sovereign lord. It was not impossible. Such a heaven-defying monster. If they could get on good terms with it, they might have a strong backer even if they entered the upper realm. Even though they were all young masters and crown princes, they were still out-and-out newbies in the upper realm. However, if they really wanted to put it into action, each of them hesitated and did not dare to approach Yang Fann. It was as if their legs were filled with lead. This was a ruthless man who even Prince Qiang had suppressed. He truly had no inhibitions. If they provoked him because of this and were suppressed by him, then they would be wronged. Right at this moment, a person walked in from outside the hall. It was a middle-aged man in white who was about 35 or 36 years old. His aura was faintly discernible, as if he didn't know any cultivation path. He was quite similar to Yang Fann. His entire body was filled with a natural concept that returned to its original state. His footsteps were very slow. However, as he walked, a terrifying pressure rose within the entire hall that no one could resist. It was as if a blessing had arrived in their hearts. A person emerged in the minds of the geniuses. AIMA domain lord, the white-clothed middle-aged man in front of them was the supreme ruler of AIMA realm, AIMA domain lord. In the next second, the geniuses quickly performed a huge bow and exclaimed, "Greetings, His Majesty the domain lord. Your Majesty's longevity is boundless. Your longevity is on par with the heavens." Similarly, Yang Fann put on an act and bowed. No need for formalities. AIMA domain lord lightly waved his hand, and a gentle force immediately lifted everyone up. He didn't even look at the other geniuses, and his gaze directly fell onto Yang Fann. A gentle smile was formed on his cold face as he said, "Little fellow, you're not bad. Are you willing to bow to me?" C. 1722 Tai Emperor Holy Land Supreme Divine City, the Supreme Divine Palace. AIMA domain lord had a smile on his face as he expressed his wish to accept a disciple to Yang Fann. A quasi-top-level domain god battle force that was less than an era old. This talent was even greater than his. Even in the upper realm, the great thousand worlds of the Emperor of Thailand. He could be considered a Heaven's Pride expert. He was very confident in his upcoming trip to the upper realm. He would be able to obtain great gains and even be chosen by the expert of the upper realm. At that time, he would be able to surpass him with ease. If they could take him under their tutelage. Once Yang Fann truly grew up, perhaps he would be able to rely on his son as well. No, it should be because of his disciple that he broke through the bottleneck in one go. He was already stuck at the rank 2 top-level domain god, and a dozen era of the years was his limit in the AIMA realm. If he divided the top-grade dimensional domain into several levels, without a doubt, the AIMA realm was the most ordinary grade. The resources in it could only support one person to break through to the top-level domain god. The fact that AIMA domain lord was able to break through to the rank 2 top-level domain god indicated that he had swallowed a lot of resources from different realms. Gulp gulp did I hear it wrong? His Majesty the Domain Lord wants to take Yang Fann as his disciple. Yin Tianzhou and the other 49 geniuses widened their eyes. According to their knowledge, His Majesty the Domain Lord had never taken in a disciple. Even Prince Qiang, who once wanted to become His Majesty the Domain Lord's disciple, was rejected by him, let alone taking him as his disciple. Yang Fann is really lucky. At this moment, all of them looked at Yang Fann with envy. They wished they could replace Yang Fann with Yang Fann. Once he became AIMA Domain Lord's disciple, he would be the only disciple. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the young master of AIMA realm. At that time, he would have all kinds of divine tools and resources. He would have as many divine tools as he wanted. His Majesty the Domain Lord, I already have master. This junior can only accept the good intentions of His Majesty. Yang Fann gently shook his head. Are you kidding me? My true strength is not much weaker than this AIMA Domain Lord. Please accept me. It wasn't like he had been kicked in the head by a donkey. However, these words sounded like a different meaning in the ears of Yin Tianzhou and the other geniuses. Rejected. Rejected. Yang Fann. He actually rejected. He's too arrogant and doesn't know what's good for him, right? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was slapping AIMA Domain Lord's face when he openly rejected AIMA Domain Lord. If this caused AIMA Domain Lord to be dissatisfied, he would feel good about it. When AIMA Domain Lord heard this, disappointment flashed across his eyes. However, he did not feel much anger. It wasn't as if AIMA Domain Lord hadn't thought of this possibility before. Yang Fann was able to possess such a powerful strength at such a young age, how could he not have a powerful inheritance in his body? Prince Qiang and the others were just like that. Otherwise, even if their talent was high, they wouldn't be able to attain the Dao domain divine realm by themselves. It would be a huge problem. Did they really think that cultivation techniques were so easy to create? For example, many of the older generation had several eras, or even longer. They had just barely stepped into the domain god realm, and that was not because their talent was weak, but because they were the pioneers. The path ahead was misty, and everything had to be created by them. The path ahead could be found, and the path ahead was naturally easy to cultivate in the future. So long as they cultivated step by step, it would be fine. I was too rash. Yang Fann, may I know if you can introduce me to your respected master? AIMA Domain Lord asked with some anticipation. Yang Fann's talent was one of the reasons why he was able to teach quasi-top-level domain god in less than an era. Master wasn't immortal either. He was at least in top-level domain god, or perhaps even a rank 2 top-level domain god. Yang Fann hesitated for a moment. There was only one master that he really wanted to acknowledge as his master, and that was Dongfang Sheng. Although, over the past tens of millions of years, with the support of his massive amount of resources, Dongfang Sheng's cultivation base and strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Now that he had broken through to the top-level true god stage, he wasn't much weaker than the 6 girls, but to AIMA Domain Lord and the others, he was just like an ant amongst ants. With just a breath of air, he would be able to kill them thousands of times. Would AIMA Domain Lord really believe it if Master, Dongfang Sheng, met him? He might even think that Yang Fann was making fun of him. Not to mention AIMA Domain Lord. In his shoes, he wouldn't believe it either. A puny top-level true god had actually taught a quasi-top-level domain god. Who would believe such an absurd thing? Who would dare to believe it? Did they really think that they were idiots? His Majesty the Domain Lord, Master isn't in AIMA realm. Yang Fann wasn't lying. Master, Dongfang Sheng, was in his inner world. There was nothing wrong with saying that he wasn't in AIMA realm. Of course, it was another meaning when it entered AIMA Domain Lord's ears. Sure enough, this Yang Fann, Master, was an almighty expert from the outer domain. It's a pity that I can't meet your master. After a slight sigh, AIMA Domain Lord changed the topic. Today. The main reason I called all of you here today is because of one thing. 10,000 years later, I will bring all of you to the great thousand worlds of the Emperor of Thailand. In these 10,000 years, all of you should do your best. Increasing your strength was just the beginning of the World Heaven's Pride battle. The next trip to the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand would be the main event. This wasn't only the gathering of the geniuses into the Great Thousand Realms of the Emperor of Thailand, but also the countless young geniuses of the dimensional domain. There will even be native chosen from the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand participating. 8 million dimensional domain, return it to me, and native chosen from the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand. This. All the geniuses were shocked. That was 8 million dimensional domain, not 80,000, and not even 800. Adding the native chosen of the boundless world, what kind of grand occasion would that be? It seemed like these dimensional domain must have gone through many rounds of selection, just like their World Heaven's Pride battle. Those who could stand out from the selection must be the top geniuses of their respective domains. The true geniuses were everywhere, and the monster was no match for a dog. Even Yang Fann was shocked. Of course, he was also excited. A single World Heaven's Pride battle had given him such a huge harvest. With the high-level true god in sight, what kind of harvest would he get from this trip to the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand? Perhaps, he would advance to the position of domain god in one go, and it would all depend on this trip. If he could really break through to the domain god realm, would he be able to challenge the legendary sovereign lord? It was hard to say, but amongst the top-level domain god warriors, there wouldn't be many who could be his match. Just the thought alone was enough to make one feel indescribably excited. This is the pinnacle feast of the Great Thousand Realms of the Emperor of Thailand. I hope you all can seize this opportunity. If you can stand out from it, you will have a chance to enter the Holy Land of Emperor Thai and become a disciple of a Holy Land. Holy Land of Emperor Thai. The geniuses were confused. This was the first time they had heard of this name, but it should be a major power in the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand. It was very likely that it was the organizer of this grand ceremony. Holy Land of Emperor Thai. That is the ruler of the Great Thousand Realms of the Emperor of Thailand, a true supreme holy land. Within it, there is more than one sovereign lord. Any disciple of the Holy Land of Emperor Thai has a much higher status than us, Lord of the Realms. Hiss. He is the ruler of the Great Thousand Realms of the Emperor of Thailand. All the geniuses sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they had thought that the Holy Land of Emperor Thai had an extraordinary background, they never expected it to be this terrifying. The Holy Land of Emperor Thai's large-scale selection might not even happen once in dozens of eras. All of you must seize this opportunity. Yes, Your Majesty. All of them left to prepare. In 10,000 years, we will gather at Supreme Being Palace. I will bring all of you to the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand. Finally, AIMA Domain Lord shifted his gaze to Yang Fann and said, let's go and prepare ourselves. In 10,000 years, we will gather at Supreme Being Palace. I will bring all of you to the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand. That's right, little friend Yang Fann, you can stay for a while. C-1723 Secret Supreme Divine City, the Supreme Divine Palace. Yin Tiancho and the other geniuses looked at Yang Fann with envy before leaving. This Yang Fann really had a good life. AIMA Domain Lord must have wanted to give him a special treatment by leaving him alone. Sigh, if it was him, how good would it be? Although they all came from extraordinary backgrounds, and were either the divine children of divine country or the young masters of a major power, they were still comparable to AIMA Domain Lord, Lord of the Realms. The difference between them and AIMA Domain Lord was not just a tiny bit. If they could obtain AIMA Domain Lord's support, their cultivation base and strength would certainly be able to advance by leaps and bounds within a short period of time, or even a major advancement. Unfortunately, all of these could only be considered in their hearts. Even the previous number one genius of the prodigy role, Prince Chiang, wasn't worthy of AIMA Domain Lord's attention, let alone these people. Yang Fann quietly looked at AIMA Domain Lord. His facial expression did not change at all, he was calm and at ease. Regardless of what AIMA Domain Lord's plan was, Yang Fann was confident that he could deal with all of this easily. There was no other reason. It was all because of his own strength. In the Supreme Divine Palace, he might not be a match for AIMA Domain Lord, but if he really wanted to leave, AIMA Domain Lord would never be able to stop him. You are a man of good intentions. No wonder you are able to obtain quasi-top-level domain god battle forces in such a short period of time. AIMA Domain Lord's eyes lit up as he praised in his heart. In the next second, a gentle smile appeared on his face as he said, "Little friend Yang Fan, as the king of Chosen, I can grant you a request within my capabilities." "What do you want?" AIMA Domain Lord couldn't accept Yang Fan as his disciple. He could only think of other ways to befriend Yang Fan. A quasi-top-level domain god battle force that was less than an era old was found in Dimensional Domain. It was something that could be counted on one's fingers. The trip to the higher realms was very likely to be taken in by the Holy Land of Emperor Tai. If he could step onto the ship of a disciple of the Holy Land of Emperor Tai, he wouldn't need to mention the rank 3 top-level domain god in the future. He would be able to step into the 4th order, and even rank 5 top-level domain god. It was not impossible. Just like top-level true god, the gap between top-level true god and the sovereign lord was just too great. They were also divided into 9 levels. This Junior does indeed have something that I need your majesty's help with. Yang Fan thought for a moment and said, "Does your majesty have any extra Yang Fans?" Junior can use inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts to buy them in AIMA realm. If anyone had the most divine weapons, AIMA domain lord would be the second, and no one would dare claim to be the first. Yang Fan, on the other hand, needed a batch of inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts. Of course, Yang Fan wouldn't let AIMA domain lord suffer a loss. He could even buy the AIMA domain lords at a higher price. He had captured so many Heaven's Pride evildoer. The Crown Prince's young lord, Yang Fan's purse, was swelling at a terrifying rate. Putting aside everything else, just Prince Qiang alone had over 10 million top-level divine stones in his hand, and this didn't include any other treasures. A single inferior middle-level domain divine artifact would normally only be worth tens of billions of top-level divine stones. With Yang Fan's current value, he might not dare to say that he had more inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts, but just buying a few thousand inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts was not a big problem. "What do you mean by or not? Isn't it just some Yang Fans?" "Yang Fan, tell me, how many do you need?" AIMA domain lord was rich and overbearing. How could he possibly care about a few low-grade middle-level domain god middle-level domain divine artifacts? Not to mention a mere middle-level domain divine artifact, even if it was a high-level domain divine artifact, as long as he could befriend Yang Fan, AIMA domain lord wouldn't even frown. "Your Majesty, not much, just 9,800 pieces." After searching all the belongings of Heaven's Pride evildoer, Yang Fan had already gathered 216 inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts. However, these small pieces were troublesome to deal with. He could just gather all of them. How much? Yang Fan said it so casually that AIMA domain lord could hear it. However, it was like a clap of thunder from the 9 heavens, causing him to be unable to regain his senses for a long time. Did I hear it wrong? Is it really 9,800 pieces? Not 98 pieces. Only after Yang Fan repeated it once more did AIMA domain lord truly confirm that Yang Fan really meant 9,800 inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts. "Bitch, there are only 9,800 inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts. Even if all the AIMA realms in the entire AIMA realm were gathered together, there might not be that many." "Who?" Taking a deep breath, AIMA domain lord said with a bitter smile, "Little friend Yang Fan, I'm sorry. I don't have that many inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts with me. All of the inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts, combined. Only 1,800 of them. If you need them, I'll get them for you right away." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yang Fan's eyes lit up. 1,800 Yang Fans was already considered not bad. Adding the 9 revolutions divine devil bodies in his hand, the 10,000 huge perfections needed for the 6th transformation huge perfection were enough to form 2 levels. "Your Majesty, one inferior middle-level domain divine artifact is worth around 50 billion top-level divine stones. How about I give you 100 trillion top-level divine stones?" Such a large amount of divine stones was almost enough to empty most of the top-level divine stones in his hands. However, it was worth it to be able to obtain 1,800 inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts. "Little friend Yang Fan, it's just a small thing. What divine stones? Just treat it as a gift for you. 100 trillion top-level divine stones. Normally, a single inferior top-level domain divine artifact was only worth this much." However, he had already said those words. As the lord of a region, furthermore, If he really accepted Yang Fann's top-level divine stone, it would become a fair trade. That favor would be gone. He would just treat it as giving Yang Fann another inferior top-level domain divine artifact. If he could successfully become a disciple of the Holy Land of Emperor Tai, this favor would be much more precious than an inferior top-level domain divine artifact. This junior is sorry. Yang Fann hesitated slightly and agreed. AIMA domain lord looked determined to only give it to him and not sell it. Forget it. In the future, when his cultivation base improved, he would give him some benefits and return the favor. I wonder what this Yang Fann needs so many inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts for. Looking at Yang Fann, who was gradually disappearing into the distance, a trace of doubt flashed across AIMA domain lord's eyes. If he wanted to use it himself, with Yang Fann's quasi-top-level domain god battle force, even high-level domain divine artifacts were of little value to him, let alone these inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts. However, if he were to prepare these Shengluo alliances for the many domain gods of the Shengluo alliance, he wouldn't need so many of them. In the entire Shengluo alliance, there were only a few middle-level domain god warriors, let alone 1,800 of them. Even 100 of them would be too much. Furthermore, it was impossible for all of them to choose inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts. Exquisite Intermediate's domain divine artifact was much more powerful than the inferior middle-level domain divine artifact. Qingyan Building, Green Brilliance Cave. Not long after Yang Fann returned, Sovereign Xuanyuan brought a special guest to see Yang Fann. Divine Lord Mo Yun was the lord of the 10th Divine Country, Mo Yun Divine Country, one of the 36 Divine Country in AIMA Realm Continent. He was also the 68th genius on the prodigy roll that Yang Fann had captured, the father of the Prince Mo Bai. Divine Master Mo Yun, what do you want from me? Yang Fann looked at Divine Master Mo Yun curiously. Logically speaking, he had suppressed the number one genius of the imperial family of the Divine Country, and this Divine Master Mo Yun wished he could tear him into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. Why would he come here alone? Or did he think that he could save Crown Prince Mo Bai by himself? Yang Fann, do you know that you are going to face a disaster soon? A great disaster. Yang Fann squinted his eyes and found it funny. In AIMA realm, no one could bring him a great disaster, not even AIMA domain lord. Yang Fann, although you are quasi-top-level domain god, you are not the only quasi-top-level domain god in the AIMA realm. God Lord Kai Yang has set up an inescapable net to wipe you out from this world. Oh, Yang Fann's eyes flashed. Divine Master Mo Yun, you didn't just come to find me today to remind me of these things. Tell me your purpose. Yang Fann, my goal is very simple. As long as you let go of my Mo Bai child, I can tell you God Lord Kai Yang's plan. Alright, as long as your information is valuable enough, I can let Prince Mo Bai go. Yang Fann pondered for a moment and agreed. Crown Prince Mo Bai was only ranked 68th on the prodigy roll, and his strength of origin was only comparable to a first-grade high-level domain god. It wouldn't be a big deal to release him. Alright Yang Fann, I believe you. The matter is like this, God Lord Kai Yang and the others are prepared to. C-1724 give them a chance to show off Qingyan Building, Green Brilliance Cave. God Lord Ink Cloud no longer hid anything. He poured out everything he knew like a bamboo tube, telling Yang Fann everything he knew. God Lord Kai Yang had a good idea, but unfortunately, not everyone was on the same side as him. Although God Lord Kai Yang had exaggerated everything, as if Yang Fann was the fat piece of meat on the chopping board, allowing them to slaughter him as they pleased. However, how could quasi-top-level domain god be so easy to kill? He had the strength to fight quasi-top-level domain god even though he wasn't even an era old. A monster like him, the monster, had great luck. Once he escaped, they would never have a peaceful day, and they wouldn't be able to sleep well even if they wanted to. More importantly, the premise of everything was that Yang Fann would leave the Paragon continent within 10,000 years. Otherwise, with AIMA domain lord's suppression, their plan would be foiled before it even started. Following the departure of Yin Tianzhou and the others, the news of AIMA domain lord bringing 50 geniuses to the great thousand worlds of the Emperor of Thailand in 10,000 years quickly spread. In just a mere 10,000 years, they would spend more than that amount of time in seclusion. During this period of time, it was really hard to say whether Yang Fann would leave the Paragon continent or not. It could even be said to be very low. He might as well use this as a condition to exchange for his son. Speaking of which, there was not much hatred between their divine country and Yang Fann. As long as his precious son could come back alive, everything could be resolved as if nothing had happened. What a good God, Lord Kai Yang, I haven't caused you all any trouble yet, but you all came out first. Coincidentally, I don't think I have enough high-level domain god in my hands. A fierce light flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Since they were courting death, it was no wonder that Yang Fann was cruel and merciless. If he was really just a quasi-top-level domain god, perhaps God Lord Kai Yang and the others' plan could be realized. Unfortunately, they had underestimated him. One wrong step and every wrong step. The next second, Yang Fann waved his hand, and a black-clothed youth appeared in front of God Lord Ink Cloud. In an instant, God Lord Ink Cloud's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but feel excited. That black-clothed youth was none other than Crown Prince Mobai. God Lord Ink Cloud, you can bring this Mobai Crown Prince back. However, this matter still needs you to keep it a secret. For the time being, it's best that you don't let the Mobai Crown Prince appear. Yang Fann said calmly. He wasn't afraid that God Lord Ink Cloud would use fake news to fool him, and God Lord Ink Cloud didn't have the guts to do so. Yang Fann didn't mind making a trip to the Divine City and uprooting the entire Mo family from this world. The Divine Country was ranked 10th in the 36th Divine Country of AIMA Realm Continent, and its strength was not to be underestimated. It had 3 high-level domain god guarding it, and Divine Master Mo Yun was a peak rank 3 high-level domain god. If the Supreme rankings had 50 slots, Divine Master Mo Yun would definitely be one of them. However, to Yang Fann, it was nothing. They were just a bunch of ants. As long as he wanted to, he could annihilate them at any time. God Lord Ink Cloud's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. A terrifying thought flashed through the sea of consciousness. Hiss. Could it be that Yang Fann is preparing? This is impossible, right? Even if Yang Fann is in the monster. It's also impossible to be God Lord Kai Yang's opponent. It's hard to say. Yang Fann, this monster, had countless trump cards. Who knows if this is his final combat strength? Forget it, this isn't something I can participate in. As long as Bayer is fine, it will be fine. There were countless distracting thoughts in his heart, but on the surface, he hurriedly nodded his head and said, this is natural. He was not stupid. Even if Yang Fann didn't say anything, he wouldn't easily let Crown Prince Mobai come into being. He even had the thought of changing Crown Prince Mobai's name. This time, he had sold God Lord Kai Yang and the others. Once this news was leaked out, the consequences would be unimaginable. If he wasn't careful, he might lose the life of Divine Master Mo Yun and even the Mo clan. Not long after Divine Master Mo Yun left, another 3 high-level domain god arrived at the Green Radiance Cave. Just like Divine Lord Ink Cloud, they also brought news of God Lord Kai Yang gathering people to surround and kill him. The conditions were the same. He hoped to take away the Sun Disciple that was captured by Yang Fann. Yang Fann did not reject this offer. Although he felt that God Lord Mo Yun did not have the guts to play tricks on him, he still needed to confirm it. After receiving the 2 high-level domain gods' unanimous reply, Yang Fann released the person the 3 of them wanted. Heaven's Pride ranking was just 100 or 200 men away from the 3 of them. Even if they combined their strength, they might not even be as strong as a rank 4 middle-level domain god warrior. The strength of origin was not a big deal to the current Yang Fann. He would just let them go. God Lord Kai Yang, you definitely wouldn't have thought of this. In the blink of an eye, someone has already sold you out. If you want to plot against me, there is no need for your Kai Yang family to exist anymore. But now is not the time yet. After thinking for a while, Yang Fann forcefully suppressed his urge to go to Kai Yang's divine mansion and suppress God Lord Kai Yang and the other high-level domain god warriors. Firstly, they had yet to gather enough manpower. Now that they were there, they would be able to take care of some of them. These high-level domain god warriors. They were the best prey, so how could he let them escape? Secondly, God Lord Kai Yang and the others were worried about AIMA domain lord, and so was Yang Fann. God Lord Kai Yang and the others were the divine generals under AIMA domain lord's command. If they killed their way to their doorstep now, AIMA domain lord might not be able to protect them. If it wasn't necessary, Yang Fann still didn't want to fall out with AIMA domain lord. After all, AIMA domain lord had treated him quite well. Furthermore, If he wanted to go to the great thousand worlds of the Emperor of Thailand, he would have to rely on a domain lord. Soon, 100 years had passed. On this day, Yang Fann found Sovereign Xuanyuan and suggested that he return the Chengluo Mountains. No, brother Yang Fann, it's better to stay in Supreme Divine City for the next 10,000 years. Sovereign Xuanyuan shook his head and refused. Back then, he was the one who brought Divine Master Mo Yun to see Yang Fann. When the two of them were talking, he was standing by the side and could hear them clearly. Once they left Supreme Divine City and the Paragon Continent, they would be like a poisonous snake. God Lord Kai Yang and the others who were hiding in the dark would never let go of this opportunity given by the heavens. Although Yang Fann was powerful, he was still a bit weaker than God Lord Kai Yang, who was the second strongest man in supreme rankings. Furthermore, God Lord Kai Yang had many high-level domain god warriors as his assistants. At that time, whether he could escape successfully would be a big problem. 10,000 years later, Yang Fann would be heading to the higher realm. There was no need for him to take such a risk. Furthermore, the condition of their Chengluo Mountains was 1,000 times worse than the one in Supreme Divine City. Going back was a complete waste of time. Yang Fann smiled mysteriously and said, "Brother Shu Yuan, don't worry. I have my own plans." Gulp, gulp. Brother Yang Fann, you. Could it be that you are doing this on purpose? Sovereign Xuanyuan seemed to have thought of something as he swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. They have planned for so long and made so many preparations. I have to give them a chance to show off. Hiss. Could it be that brother Yang Fann has the confidence to deal with them? But is this possible? Not only did the opponent have a quasi-top-level domain god like God Lord Kai Yang, there were also dozens or even hundreds of other high-level domain god warriors. It's done, brother Shu Yuan, inform them to prepare. We'll set off tomorrow. Kai Yang Divine Mansion, Kai Yang Divine Palace. Rumble. God Lord Kai Yang's tightly shut eyes struggled to free himself. All of a sudden, he unleashed a ferocious light that caused one's hair to stand on end. Little son Yang Fann, you have finally come out. Good year, just you wait. I will save you right away. C-1725 Yang Fann's True Strength Supreme Divine City, a flying boat landing platform. Rumble. The 9 dragons shed soared into the sky. 100 years had passed, and under the nourishment of Yang Fann's large amount of top-grade natural treasures, the grade of the 9 dragons shed had increased once again. The strength of the 9 great divine dragon had made significant progress. They had already broken through to the 3rd grade middle-level domain god stage. With the combined strength of the 9 dragons, they had formed the 9 dragons immortal killing formation. Almost no one under the high-level domain god could withstand their combined attack. One had to admit that although the dummies had lost the ability to cultivate themselves, if they followed their master, the progress of their cultivation base would be far greater than that of ordinary geniuses. For example, Yang Fann had never forgotten about Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others. All kinds of natural treasures were given to them without limit. However, 100 years had passed, and there hadn't been any major changes in his cultivation base. If he wanted to break through to the rank 2 middle-level domain god realm smoothly, let alone a mere 100 years, he would have to spend a lot of time to break through to the rank 2 middle-level domain god realm. Even 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, or even 100 million years might not be enough for him to succeed. Prince Qiang's talent was terrifying. The number 1 youth in his generation was more than 1,000 times stronger than Sovereign Xuanyuan. With Kai Yang's divine country as his backing, he had never lacked resources. It had taken him nearly 30 million years to break through from 1st grade middle-level domain god to rank 2 middle-level domain god. Sometimes, Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others really wished they could become puppets like the 9 great divine dragon. Of course, it was just a thought. They didn't dare to put it into action. It wasn't like their heads were kicked by a donkey. A good person wouldn't do it, but become a beast puppet that was enslaved. More than half a year later. Rumble. The 9 dragons shed left the Paragon Continent. He still hasn't made his move. Yang Fann raised his brows slightly. The whereabouts of God Lord Kai Yang and the others were rather secretive. Under the top-level domain god, almost no one could see through their whereabouts. However, under Yang Fann's terrifying mental strength that was comparable to a top-level domain god, the so-called concealment. Hong Long. They had just left Supreme Divine City not long ago. Yang Fann had already discovered their whereabouts, but he didn't expose them. It seems like they are very wary of AIMA Domain Lord. This is good as well. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up, and an evil smile appeared on his face. God Lord Kai Yang and the others were worried that AIMA Domain Lord would suddenly intervene. He was also the same. God Lord Kai Yang and the others had been enduring it for a long time, but it just happened to be what Yang Fann wanted. Awoo amidst the waves of dragon roars, the 9 dragons shed swiftly advanced. Soon, 10 years had passed. The 9 dragons shed had already left the Paragon continent. Even with AIMA Domain Lord's abilities, it would take him a lot of effort to get here. Right at this moment, rumble, 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 waves of terrifying pressure rolled over from all directions. In the blink of an eye, it had completely sealed off the surroundings of the 9 dragons shed, leaving not even a drop of water behind. Finally, you can't hold it anymore. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. With a thought, he directly absorbed the 9 dragons shed into his inner world. The following battles were not something they could participate in. Even if it was the 9 dragons, their strength would only be slightly greater than an ant in the hands of a high-level domain god. Besides, the following battles were not just 1 or 2 high-level domain god warriors. In an instant rumble, rumble, horrifying figures like Devil God tore through space and appeared around Yang Fann, surrounding him. Each of them had a monstrous aura, and they were the rulers of the wilderness high-level domain god. All of them were peerless high-level domain gods. 1 quasi-top-level domain god, 10 rank 4 high-level domain god, 26 rank 3 high-level domain god, 41 rank 2 high-level domain god and 38 first-grade high-level domain god. You all really think highly of me. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled into a mocking smile. In order to kill Yang Fann in one fell swoop, God Lord Kai Yang had put in a lot of effort. It could be said that he had gathered all the high-level domain god that he could. This was especially true for Kai Yang, the divine country. Almost all of them were high-level domain god warriors. If something were to happen to them, Kai Yang's divine country would be destroyed in just a few days. Yang Fann, you son of a bitch, how dare you suppress Yer? Who gave you the courage to do so? Quickly, capture Yer. Let go of the geniuses, I'll give you a quick death. God Lord Kai Yang is looking down at Yang Fann from above. In his eyes, Yang Fann was a man on the verge of death. With so many of them at the high-level domain god, even if they were to fight a newly advanced first-grade top-level domain god, they might still be able to kill him. Hong Long, give me a quick death. With just you aphids. Yang Fann sneered. He didn't even put AIMA domain lord in his eyes. These ants, where did their confidence come from? Without waiting for God Lord Kai Yang to speak, Yang Fann changed the topic. He said, Old man Kai Yang. The number of people you have agreed on should be more than this. Don't you want to know why they didn't come with you? What? How do you know? God Lord Kai Yang, who was about to flip out, had a change of expression. There should have been 3 high-level domain god warriors from the divine country attacking together with them, but just before they set off, they received news that something had happened in the divine country, and they couldn't escape for a moment. At first, he didn't really take it to heart. Among the 3 major divine country, the strongest was Divine Master Mo Yun. In other words, he was a rank 3 high-level domain god. With so many experts, it wouldn't be a big deal to lose a few of them. They would still be able to kill Yang Fann. But now, it seemed like this wasn't the case at all. How would I know? Naturally, they told me. Yang Fann smiled playfully. There was nothing to hide from a group of people who were about to die. What? What did they tell you? God Lord Kai Yang's expression changed once again. Vaguely, traces of uneasiness surged into his heart. The fact that Yang Fann knew so much about the assassination was close to zero, but he still left Supreme Divine City in the Paragon continent. What did this mean? Or, he had full confidence in himself. His head was squeezed by the door. He knew it was a trap, but he still tried to sneak into it. Could Heaven's Pride evildoer be an idiot if he was able to possess a terrifying strength that could rival his in a short period of an era? Could it be that Yang Fann was hiding something? Was this possible? A quasi-top-level domain god battle force that was not even an era old was already something that had never been seen before. If there was still a way to hide it, was he still a human? At this moment, one rumble, rumble, rumble. The 9 Revolutions divine devil body was instantly pushed to the limit by Yang Fann. The energy around his body rose steadily and crazily. His divine body was also rising at a terrifying speed, reaching 1 mile in height. 100 miles. 10,000 miles. 100 million miles. A light year. 100 light years. 100 million light years. That was not the end. The 820 light pillars of the inner world completely exploded, not holding anything back. With so many high-level domain god warriors, it was worth him fighting with all his strength. In an instant, the true power of the inner world was revealed. Only by combining with the world law could it be considered a complete inner world. Yang Fann had only used the basic power of the inner world, not even the slightest bit of power was unleashed from the inner world. Rumble, rumble, a terrifying power, like a landslide or a tsunami, was born within Yang Fann's body. His aura was 10 times, 100 times, and it was soaring rapidly. Poochie 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 in all directions, a large area of space collapsed and turned into dust, forming a terrifying void zone. The first and rank 2 high-level domain god warriors' legs were bent, as if they were going to be crushed by the terrifying pressure and dropped to their knees. Ah, this strength, top-level domain god, this is the strength of a top-level domain god. No, this pressure, even if compared to His Majesty the Domain Lord, isn't much weaker. Rank 2 top-level domain god, you are a rank 2 top-level domain god. Roar old man Kai Yang, you tricked me. C1726 sweep everything a quasi-top-level domain god, over 100 high-level domain god warriors. How luxurious was this lineup? In the AIMA realm, except for the high and mighty AIMA domain lord, no one else could compete with them. Initially, they thought that they would be able to easily kill Yang Fann and save the children and disciples that were suppressed by him. They never thought that Yang Fann would be so heaven-defying that he would be able to retain most of his strength. A top-level domain god, or even a rank 2 top-level domain god that could rival AIMA domain lord. With their strength, they could only fight a first-grade top-level domain god, and some of them were even weaker. Compared to a rank 2 top-level domain god, the gap between them was more than 10 times, or even 100 times. In an instant, endless despair swept across the hearts of all high-level domain god warriors like a surging river. It completely collapsed. The regret in his heart was not something that could be described with words. Wasn't he just a descendant of a younger generation, a disciple, or a grand disciple? Why couldn't he figure it out? He thought about how they weren't the lords of a country, but rather the lords of a sect, the heirs under them, the younger generation, tens of thousands, or even more. As for risking their own lives for them, the familial love and master-disciple relationship were all false. The world was vast, and their own lives were the most important. At the same time, there was also endless resentment in their hearts. That was their hatred towards God Lord Kai Yang. At this moment, they really wished they could skin God Lord Kai Yang alive and rip him into 1,000 pieces. If it wasn't for God Lord Kai Yang's instigation, they wouldn't have come here to kill Yang Fann, and they wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. All of this was Kai Yang's fault, it was all his fault. This bastard had really screwed his father to death. Bitch it, if his father could return alive today, he would definitely follow this old bastard and fight with Kai Yang in divine country. Weren't you being quite arrogant just now? You want to give me a quick death? What? I'm not saying any more. Are you mute? Yang Fann's cold eyes were looking at the group of high-level domain god. Wherever he passed, all of the high-level domain god lowered their noble heads, not daring to look at Yang Fann in the eyes. They were terrified. All of the mighty high-level domain god were terrified. It was human nature to bully the weak and fear the strong, and high-level domain god was no exception. Mistake. It's a misunderstanding. Yang Fann is great. Master, all of this was a misunderstanding. God Lord Kai Yang's voice was trembling and he was trying to flatter him. He felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. He had seen people who pretended to be pigs to eat tigers. He had never seen anyone who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. This was not pretending to be a pig, this was simply pretending to be a bug. At this moment, God Lord Kai Yang had already given up the idea of saving his precious son. It was his greatest fortune to be able to save his own life. It's too late to tell me that it's a misunderstanding now. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He moved his right arm and sent a palm strike toward God Lord Kai Yang. He wanted to let them go just because of a misunderstanding. How could there be such a good thing in this world? If it wasn't for him holding back, would God Lord Kai Yang let him go? What kind of joke was this? Hong Long. An invincible power swept across the heavens. Yang Fan didn't hold back at all in this palm strike. All of the energy in his body exploded out. The power was so terrifying that it couldn't be considered weak amongst the rank 2 top-level domain god. It was comparable to a mid or even a high rank 2 top-level domain god. Ah no. Yang Fan, you bastard, I'm going to fight you to the death at the moment of life and death. The fierceness in God Lord Kai Yang's heart was completely ignited. He was like a beast that had been completely enraged. Both of his eyes spurted out blood, as if he was going to eat someone. Rumble. With a flash of fire, a flaming halberd appeared in his hand. The 9 solar blazing fire halberd, God Lord Kai Yang's lifeblood divine artifact. It was also the only inferior top-level domain divine artifact that the world knew other than the many top-level domain divine artifacts in AIMA domain lord's hand. Kai Yang's 9 changes rumble. Rumble. God Lord Kai Yang's aura increased exponentially. As the founder of Kai Yang's 9 transformations, he had already cultivated the Kai Yang's 9 transformations to the great perfection stage. In an instant, his strength increased by 3,927 times. Roar break for me rumble. The halberd thrust out. The terrifying divine fire seemed to want to burn the entire world into ashes. With the help of the 9 solar blazing fire halberd and Kai Yang's 9 transformations, the power of God Lord Kai Yang's halberd had faintly surpassed the scope of quasi-top-level domain god. It was infinitely close to the level of a lower first-grade top-level domain god. It could easily injure or even kill a rank 4 high-level domain god. However, under the terrifying power of Yang Fan, which was comparable to a rank 2 top-level domain god, the halberd was so weak that it couldn't even withstand a single blow. In less than a breath's time, bang, the 9 solar blazing fire halberd flew out of his hand. A terrifying rebounding force swept across God Lord Kai Yang's body. His divine body began to crack, as if in the next second, it would completely collapse and turn into ashes. Poochie. God Lord Kai Yang's broken body was grabbed in one hand as easily as holding a tattered gunny sack. Gulp. He lost. God Lord Kai Yang lost. All the high-level domain god were dumbfounded. Although they knew that God Lord Kai Yang was no match for that monster Yang Fan, their defeat was just too fast. With just a single strike, God Lord Kai Yang was captured alive. 2. Rank 2 top-level domain god. This Yang Fan was really a rank 2 top-level domain god. At this moment, all the high-level domain god had no doubts in their hearts. Apart from that rank 2 top-level domain god, who else could kill God Lord Kai Yang with a single strike? Boom! Yang Fan's spiritual consciousness moved, instantly enveloping the 9 solar blazing fire halberd. Although the increase of a single inferior top-level domain divine artifact to his combat strength was negligible, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to use it in the future. The 8th revolution of the 9 revolutions divine devil body required these top-level domain divine artifacts. Rumble. Rumble. The 9 solar blazing fire halberd shook violently, trying to break free from the restraint of Yang Fan, his enemy. However, with God Lord Kai Yang's imperial messenger, he was able to do so. Even Yang Fan was far from being a match for him, let alone now, he was able to resist with just the power of the artifact spirit alone. 2 in the time it takes to breathe. The 9 solar blazing fire halberd was forcefully suppressed by Yang Fan. In the next second, Yang Fan turned around and looked at the group of high-level domain god with a cold gaze. It's your turn now. No. No. His Excellency Yang Fan, let us go. Let us go. This is all Kai Yang's fault. It's all that old bastard's fault. I was forced to do this. I was forced to do this. That's right. All of this was forced by old man Kai Yang. We don't want to become enemies with you, my lord. Please bear witness. The surrounding high-level domain gods' hearts trembled. They begged and begged for mercy. They were pushing the blame onto God Lord Kai Yang. The more innocent they were, the more innocent they would be. Fellow Taoist, die. Don't 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 die. They couldn't care less about that now. In any case, if God Lord Kai Yang fell into the hands of Yang Fan, Dark Star, he would die for sure. Did that God Lord Kai Yang force you all to do this? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kids? Yang Fan said with a smile. If God Lord Kai Yang was really that capable, he wouldn't just be quasi-top-level domain god. Of course, even if they were forced to do so, Yang Fan wouldn't let them go. Every high-level domain god was a fat piece of meat. 100 high-level domain god was more than enough for his cultivation base to advance by a few grades. He wasn't that generous. Rumble. A terrifying and invincible force swept out towards the hundreds of high-level domain god warriors. Not good. Growl, fight him to the death, kill Yun Luo's great magic. Die Flame Moon True Technique, Break Frost Holy Scripture C 1727. The extermination of their family. Over 100 high-level domain god warriors were fighting back with all their might. All kinds of ultimate skills and trump cards were used. They could only hope to live in Yang Fann's hands, but it was just a struggle. The difference between a big level and a few big levels was not something that could be made up for with just a few people. Unless they had 10 or even dozens of times more, they might still have a chance to fight Yang Fann. Poochie Poochie Poochie. Wherever the invincible magnificent power passed, storms, divine fire, extreme ice and lightning and devil clouds would appear. Everything would be turned into dust, as if it had never appeared before. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Lord, please spare my life, please spare me. I beg you, please spare me. Lord, I am willing to surrender, willing to submit. As long as Lord spare my life, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to Lord. Yang Fann, you flower life, you're going to die a horrible death. You will get what you deserve, you will get what you deserve. Roar, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Kai Yang Divine City, the capital of the divine country. The entire divine capital of Kai Yang could be said to be the second divine city in the AIMA realm continent under the meticulous work of Kai Yang's family. In other words, the supreme divine city was the only place that could suppress him. The population of Kai Yang's divine capital was more than 100 trillion. If the number of people in the divine capital was included, the number would at least double. If a true god was here, they would be able to grab a lot of people. A top-level true god could barely be considered an expert. The true expert was at least the quasi-domain god who had stepped into the domain god stage. Kai Yang Divine Capital, Kai Yang Divine Country's Imperial City, God Lord Kai Yang. There were also the residences of many princes and grandsons of Kai Yang's family. Rumble. Suddenly, a heaven-sheltering big hand appeared in the sky above Kai Yang's divine capital. It was so vast that it was no less than a dimensional realm, and it covered the entirety of Kai Yang's divine capital. What is that? SS's. That's Kai Yang's fairy's capital. Fuck, who was it? Did he not want to live anymore? He actually dared to make a move against fairy's capital. The countless Kai Yangs in Kai Yang's divine city were in utter shock. They couldn't believe their own eyes. Someone had actually attacked the divine capital. Was there anyone in this world who was more audacious than this? That was Kai Yang's divine capital, where God Lord Kai Yang lived. Attacking Kai Yang's divine capital was akin to slapping the face of the Kai Yang imperial family and God Lord Kai Yang. Even if those supreme beings of supreme rankings dared to plot against Kai Yang's divine capital, there was only one possibility: death. Their divine master was the second person in the supreme rankings, the invincible expert, second only to His Majesty the Domain Lord. Who is it? How dare you? You are courting death! Roar. The city protecting formation begins. Angry roars. Amidst the roar, a crimson barrier rose from Kai Yang's divine capital, protecting the entire city. Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand slammed into the barrier. In the next second, a terrifying scene appeared. Grug grug grug. The protective barrier was like glass as it was filled with criss-crossing and terrifying cracks. In the end, it completely collapsed, transforming into countless rays of red light. It's broken. The barrier is broken. How is this possible? How is this possible? No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. In an instant, the entire Kai Yang let out heart-wrenching wails. From the sovereign race's realm god to the ordinary guards, all of them were dumbfounded. They could not believe what they were seeing. The barrier was personally set up by their mighty divine master. Even if it wasn't controlled by the divine master himself and couldn't unleash the full power of the barrier, it wasn't something that an ordinary rank 4 high-level domain god could easily break. Not to mention that he had destroyed the guarding barrier in a single second. Even the divine master might not be able to use such a terrifying technique. Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand came crashing down, directly grabbing the entire Kai Yang divine capital in his hands. Crack, crack, crack. The ground cracked, and the entire Kai Yang was lifted up from the ground. No, don't. Woo woo woo. Royal Father, where are you? Save me, someone save me, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. How could this be? Kai Yang's fairy's capital, the whole of Kai Yang's fairies' capital has been suppressed. This is going to change the heavens. My Kai Yang's divine country is going to change the heavens. Countless experts were shocked in all directions. Their eyes were staring blankly at Kai Yang's divine capital that was flying into the sky. Right at this moment, Poochie, the void twisted, and a black-clothed youth walked out from it. It was Yang Fann. It was impolite to not reciprocate a gift. God Lord Kai Yang had brought his men to intercept and kill him, so how could Yang Fann not return the favor? Besides, without God Lord Kai Yang and the other high-level domain god's suppression, Kai Yang's family was like a piece of fat meat on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Even if he didn't do anything, it would only benefit others. Look, there's someone there. Could it be that he's the one who suppressed Kai Yang's fairies' capital? Hiss. Who is that person? How dare he attack Kai Yang in the fairies' capital? Isn't he afraid of the Divine Master's revenge? Heavenly Fiend Realm. This was a place that was attached to the AIMA realm continent. A dimensional realm. To be precise, it was a dimensional realm of high level, middle level, and even higher level dimensional realms. It could be said to be one of the best. The resources within it were enough to nurture several high-level domain god warriors. One of the 10 great god clans of AIMA realm, the Heavenly Evil Spirit clan, had lived here for generations. This was also the reason why the Heavenly Fiend realm was named. Poochie. The space above the Heavenly Evil world distorted, and a person appeared out of thin air. It was Yang Fann. A mere Kai Yang alone wasn't enough to satisfy him. Those forces that had surrounded and killed him, none of them could escape. Rumble. Without wasting any time, Yang Fann sent a palm strike towards the Heavenly Fiend world. Just like God Lord Kai Yang, in order to kill Yang Fann, this monster, and eliminate all future troubles, old ancestor Heavenly Fiend didn't hold back at all. He directly brought the 4 high-level domain god experts of the Heavenly Fiend clan to the Heavenly Fiend world. At this moment, the strongest people in the Xianxia world were only a few rank 4 middle-level domain god warriors. With the many resources of the Xianxia family, they were able to fight a rank 3 high-level domain god warrior. However, to Yang Fann, they were very weak. In less than 10 minutes, the entire Heavenly Evil world had turned into a black crystal ball with a murderous aura, and Yang Fann had kept it in his inner world. One Dark King Sea, one of the 10 forbidden lands of AIMA realm continent. With the name of the Sea of Death, it was domain god sovereign. Entering the Dark King Sea was usually a situation of life and death. This was because the Dark King Palace, one of the top 10 major powers in AIMA realm, was located in this Dark King Sea. However, to everyone's horror, the Dark King Sea, which was even more vast than many of the dimensional realms, suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. Supreme Divine City, the Supreme Divine Palace. Bang! AIMA domain lord suddenly stood up from his divine seat, his face filled with disbelief. It was suppressed. Kai Yang and the others were all suppressed by Yang Fann. 2. Rank 2 top-level domain god. What kind of monster is this? A rank 2 top-level domain god that hasn't even been in an era, this talent. Even in the great thousand worlds of the Emperor of Thailand where geniuses were as numerous as clouds, this talent could probably be ranked among the top. His future achievements are limitless. He might even be able to transcend the domain god realm. But this Yang Fann is truly ruthless. Kai Yang's royal family, the Heavenly Fiend clan, the Dark Palace. We're all uprooted by this little fellow. No way. He could not let this little guy continue like this, or else the foundation of the realm will be shaken. C-1728 Give me face Grand Uncle Divine Country Imperial City, Grand Uncle Shindu. Poochie. Like a curtain, the space was forcefully torn apart. A black-clothed Yang Fann stepped into the air and arrived. How dare you! Flying is prohibited in the sky above the Imperial City. Men, take down this audacious maniac! Surrender now. Amidst furious roars, a group of Imperial guards wearing black divine armors soared into the sky and arrived in front of Yang Fann in the blink of an eye. Aphids, you're courting death! The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. Without seeing Yang Fann's movement, the bodies of the great uncles collapsed and turned into flying ashes. To be able to become the Imperial City Guards, every one of them was considered an expert. At the very least, they were all rank 6 top-level true god warriors. A 10-man squad leader was rank 7 top-level true god. With the help of the army's battle formation, he could even kill rank 8 top-level true god warriors. However, in front of Yang Fann, he was as weak as a lowly floating ship. With just a single breath, he could kill millions of people. Bastard, how dare you harm the Imperial City Guards? How dare you someone, capture this evil creature at once and interrogate him. About his background. Exterminate all of his family and friends as a warning to others. Not only did he violate the prohibition, he flew in the sky above the Imperial capital and killed all of the Imperial Guards. This was a direct slap to the face of the Imperial family. If they didn't destroy all of his family members, where would the dignity of the Imperial family be? At this moment, rumble, a terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky, covering the entire Imperial city. Not good. The expression of the Imperial Guard commander who was shouting at Yang Fann to kill suddenly changed. His eyes were filled with despair. That heaven-sheltering big hand was so terrifying, as if it could crush a low-level domain god like him into pieces with just a trace of its aura. As for those ordinary Imperial Guards, they were in an even worse state. Each and every one of them was crushed to the ground. Blood was flowing out from their 7 apertures, and their chi was faintly discernible. Their life force seemed to be about to be extinguished at any moment. At that moment, rumble, a terrifying aura of a high-level domain god rose up from the center of the Imperial city. It's the Imperial Advisor. The Imperial Advisor is here. We are saved, we are saved. In an instant, the morale of the entire army shook. Compared to God Lord Kai Yong and the others, God Lord Tai Shu had still saved their Imperial Advisor, Jing Lin, from the divine country. Although this Jing Lin wasn't a supreme expert of the 36 supreme rankings, he was still a powerful rank 3 high-level domain god. With him in charge of the Imperial City and the foundation of the Imperial City, he was like an ordinary rank 4 high-level domain god. If he wanted to touch their Imperial City, he would have to consider whether he had a good tooth or not. 9 heavens and 10 earths. Profound divine formation, rise. Rumble. Rumble. A mysterious aura suddenly rose up from within the Imperial City, protecting the entire Imperial City. Although God Lord Tai Shu wasn't the one controlling the formation, the Imperial Advisor Jing Lin could still exert the power of the 9th level of the profound divine formation in 9 heavens and 10 earth. It wouldn't be a problem for him to block the attack of an intermediate rank 4 high-level domain god. Bang! The heaven-sheltering big hand instantly smashed into the profound chi. In the center of the divine formation, Jing Lin spurted out a mouthful of blood in an instant. His divine body was on the verge of collapsing, and his eyes were about to burst out of his eye sockets. His face was filled with disbelief. Even the top 10 supreme beings of supreme rankings might not be able to destroy the profound divine formation of 9 heavens and 10 earth with just a single palm strike. Suddenly, Paragon Jing Lin's facial expression changed once more. What? Yang Fann. It's Yang Fann. He finally saw the face of the black-clothed youth in the sky. How could this be? His Majesty and the others are not going there. Could it be that His Majesty and the others have already gone? Poochie. The entire Imperial City rose from the ground. No, His Excellency Yang Fann, please spare my life, please spare my life. Supreme Being Jing Lin couldn't be bothered to think about it any longer, and he let out a mournful howl. His Excellency Yang Fann, all of this is Taishu Chang's fault. It's all Taishu Chang's fault. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. 15 minutes later, Wang. The entire Imperial City turned into a miniature city the size of a palm and was thrown into Yang Fann's inner world. Just as he was about to tear open the space and leave, Yang Fann frowned slightly and then quietly stood in the air, as if waiting for someone. One breath later, Poochie. The space not far from Yang Fann distorted, and a person appeared out of thin air. This was a white-robed middle-aged man who was about 35 or 36 years old. His aura was faintly discernible, as if he did not know any cultivation path. There were many similarities between him and Yang Fann. His entire body was filled with a natural concept that returned to its original state. Who else could it be other than AIMA Domain Lord? I was still a step too late. Looking at the huge sinkhole that stretched for countless light years, AIMA Domain Lord sighed in his heart. Greetings, His Majesty the Domain Lord. May I know why His Majesty is here? Yang Fann bowed slightly and said. 3 greetings, fellow Taoist Yang Fann. AIMA Domain Lord hastily returned the greeting. Previously, although Yang Fann had unparalleled potential, he was only a quasi-top-level domain god, so he could still be arrogant. Now that he knew Yang Fann was the same as him, a rank 2 top-level domain god, if he still dared to act like a domain lord, it would be like slapping Yang Fann in the face. In the world of cultivators, the first to reach the top was strength, not age. Without sufficient strength, no matter how old one was, they would still be a head lower than others. Fellow Taoist, please take a break from the fury of thunder. Give me some face and spare the remaining families. Yang Fann had already destroyed the Kai Yang imperial family, the heavenly evil spirit family, the underworld palace, the Confucian saint palace, and the great uncle imperial family. This had already shaken the foundations of the AIMA realm. If he was allowed to continue killing, the entire AIMA realm would be in chaos. Even now, a large number of experts would probably be lost in this mess. The Kai Yang royal family, the heavenly evil spirit family, the dark palace, the Confucian saint palace, and the territory left behind by the great uncle royal family. It was a big piece of fat meat, and killing was essential. Of course, if Yang Fann insisted on doing so, he would not forcefully stop him. In less than a great era, he already had a strength that could rival him. A monster like this wasn't someone that a rank 2 top-level domain god like him could afford to offend. For the sake of a group of fearless subordinates, he wasn't that great to make a monster like Yang Fann his enemy. At most, he would temporarily lose the ability to expand and slow down his pace. Yang Fann thought for a moment. The remaining major powers. Although the individual major powers were far inferior to the Kai Yang imperial family and the other 4 major powers, they were still comparable to the great uncle imperial family. They were all much weaker, but when dozens of major powers joined together, it was enough to cause a qualitative change, even if it was compared to the Kai Yang imperial family. It was not much weaker than the Kai Yang imperial family. In fact, it was even better than the Kai Yang imperial family. However, he couldn't refuse to give AIMA domain lord face. Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, don't worry. I will definitely get those imperial forces to give you a satisfactory answer. You can tell them what you want. AIMA domain lord chuckled. He understood that it was impossible for Yang Fann to let those major powers go in vain. All the major powers must pay a hefty price. However, this was understandable. After all, they were the ones who wanted to kill Yang Fann. If it was him, he wouldn't let these major powers go so easily. Otherwise, he would really think that top-level domain god was easy to bully. Your Majesty, as long as each major power compensates 10 billion top-level divine stones, Yang Fann said. 100 middle-level domain divine artifacts, I can let bygones be bygones. Yang Fann pondered for a moment. He said, in any case, the biggest 5 major powers, including the Kai Yang imperial family. He had already completely suppressed them, leaving only little fish and shrimp. There was no harm in letting them go. Besides, since AIMA domain lord had already said so much, he had to give him face no matter what. 10 billion top-level divine stones and 100 pieces of middle-level domain divine artifact. This Yang Fann is really ruthless. This compensation was almost equivalent to half of the families of the major powers. Adding the fact that many high-level domain god were suppressed, the decline of these powers was inevitable. However, who could be blamed for this? The life and death of the world heaven's pride battle was determined by fate, but they had to seek revenge. They were the ones who brought this upon themselves. Alright, 10 million top-level divine stones and 100 pieces of middle-level domain divine artifacts, we'll do as you say, fellow Taoist. Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom, Divine Capital, Heavenly Gold Divine City, within a grand divine palace. Numerous members of the royal family of Heavenly Gold Divine Kingdom gathered together. Each of them had a gloomy expression on their faces, and their eyes were filled with indescribable anxiety. Everyone, let's talk about it. 10 million top-level divine stones, 100 pieces of middle-level domain divine artifact. Are we going to give them or not? Give my 10 trillion top-level divine stones, 100 middle-level domain divine artifacts. Our Heavenly Gold Imperial family will definitely sell everything we have. At worst, we'll just fight that Washeng to the death. Our Heavenly Gold family isn't someone to be trifled with. Fight with all our might. Third brother, please use your brain. What can we use to fight with that dark star? Even God Lord Kai Yang, who had joined forces with more than 100 high-level domain god warriors, was easily suppressed by Yang Fann. Just us alone are not enough for that monster to slap us. C-1729. His name shook the realm. In the end, the Heavenly Gold Imperial family still chose to compromise. 10 trillion top-level divine stones and 100 middle-level domain divine artifacts were incomparably precious, almost including most of the Heavenly Gold Imperial family's belongings. Once they handed them over, their foundation would be completely shaken, and they might even be able to secure the throne. It would be a huge problem. However, compared to their own lives, these divine artifacts and divine stones were nothing. The world was vast, and their lives were the greatest. The lesson he had learned from the past was still vivid in his mind. Even the Kai Yang imperial family, the evil spirit family, Yang Fann's dark star, they were all wiped out just like that. What's more, they were just a puny heavenly gold imperial family. If they really angered that monster, they would be able to wipe out their heavenly gold imperial family from the AIMA realm continent with just a wave of their hand. Unless they were willing to move to the AIMA realm continent and find a secret little world to live in, there was still a glimmer of hope that they could escape from the pursuit of Yang Fann, that dark star. Supreme Divine City, Kai Yang's Divine Mansion. Now, it had been changed to Chengluo Divine Mansion. Even God Lord Kai Yang was mercilessly suppressed by Yang Fann. His mansion had naturally become Yang Fann's spoils of war. As for the maids and servants, apart from a portion of God Lord Kai Yang's loyal followers who were mercilessly killed by Yang Fann had never replaced most of them, allowing them to stay in the Divine Mansion as servants. Chengluo, Divine Mansion, in a magnificent divine hall. At least they know what's good for them. Collect all the divine weapons that AIMA domain lord sent over. Yang Fann coldly harumphed, fine, let's just forget about this matter. All the major powers that had existed for dozens of eras and even dozens of eras were well versed in the Tao of survival. However, there were no fools. It wasn't just the Heavenly Gold God clan. All the higher-ups of the other 33 major powers were no exception. All of them had sent over 10 million top-level divine stones and 100 middle-level domain divine artifacts. Cutting off their flesh was better than losing their lives. They knew that resistance was death, but they were still resisting stubbornly. It was not courage at all, but stupidity. If that's the case, the inferior middle-level domain divine artifact in my hand. It's already close to 8,000, close to the 10,000 mark. It wasn't far. Soon, a smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. The heavenly gold imperial family and the other major powers were not fools. Yang Fann didn't specify the grade of the 100 middle-level domain divine artifacts. It was naturally to use the lowest grade inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts to make up the numbers. It was truly not enough. He would only use intermediate and upper grade middle-level domain divine artifacts among the 3,400 middle-level domain divine artifacts. Low-grade domain divine artifacts, there were nearly 2,800 of them. Adding on the fact that Yang Fann already had over 2,000 inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts, there were nearly 5,000 of them. The remaining 3,000 pieces of inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts were obtained from God Lord Kai Yang, over 100 high-level domain god warriors, Kai Yang, the Kai Yang imperial family, the evil spirit family, and the other 5 major powers. They had destroyed their old nest, and most of the wealth of the 5 major powers had fallen into Yang Fann's hands. There are still nearly 10,000 years left. It shouldn't be a problem to gather the 10,009 revolutions divine devil bodies needed for the 6th transformation huge perfection 9 revolutions divine devil body. Yang Fann did not believe that he would not be able to collect the 2,000 Yang Fanns even if he doubled the price. Currently, Yang Fann did not lack top-level divine stones at all. Just the compensation from the Heavenly Gold God clan alone was 340 trillion top-level divine stones. Including the other rewards, the number of Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hands had exceeded 1 trillion. If he added in other treasures, even if he did not have 3,000 trillion top-level divine stones, it would not be much different. In the entire AIMA realm, there was probably only AIMA domain lord who could compare with such a huge amount of wealth. Unless the AIMA realm did not have that many inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts, that was another matter. However, the possibility of this happening would not exceed 1 level. The Kai Yang imperial family and the other 39 major powers only occupied the 4th level of all the major powers in the AIMA realm. There wouldn't be more than half of them, and they already had nearly 6,000 inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts. How could the other major powers have less than this number of inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts? Yang Fann let out a breath of foul air. He didn't pay too much attention to this matter and left everything to Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others to handle. It was unlikely that any of those major powers would make things difficult for Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others. The one standing behind them was Yang Fann. The outcome of God Lord Kai Yang and the others was still vivid in his mind. Was he just asking them if they were afraid? Swoosh. A treasure light flashed by, and an inferior low-level domain divine artifact appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Rumble. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its maximum in an instant. Yang Fann began to crazily devour the inferior low-level domain divine artifact's strength of origin. While Yang Fann was in seclusion, God Lord Kai Yang and the others were mercilessly suppressed by Yang Fann. The news that even Kai Yang's imperial city, heavenly fiend world, and other old nests were uprooted by Yang Fann spread across the entire AIMA realm continent and even the entire AIMA realm at a terrifying speed. What? Kai. God Lord Kai Yang was speechless. More than 100 high-level domain god were suppressed by Yang Fann. How is this possible? How is this possible? Fake. This must be fake. The first reaction of countless major powers was that their subordinates were joking with them, using fake news to fool them. What a joke! Yang Fann was strong, and could be considered the #1 monster in AIMA realm since the ancient times. His talent was extraordinary, and even AIMA domain lord couldn't compare to him. But to say that he could defeat God Lord Kai Yang in one fell swoop. It was simply impossible for him to suppress over 100 high-level domain god warriors in one fell swoop. Just God Lord Kai Yang alone was enough for him to drink a pot of water. It was only after many inquiries were made that he was able to confirm that the news was true. Gulp gulp, it was true, it's true. Yang Fann, that monster, has really suppressed God Lord Kai Yang and the others. 2. Rank 2 top-level domain god, is he still human? Compared to this monster, the so-called Heaven's Pride evildoer is just a bunch of trash. Sigh, being in the same generation as this monster is definitely the greatest sorrow in my life. Fortunately, I didn't agree to God Lord Kai Yang's invitation. Otherwise, our Meng Yun family would be finished. Phew. Luck, truly luck. In the end, many of the big shots were secretly glad that they were not swayed by God Lord Kai Yang. Otherwise, the number of high-level domain god that were suppressed would have increased by quite a bit. Rank 2 top-level domain god was a terrifying existence. Just by looking at AIMA domain lord, one would know that it was the power of a single person, the master of a realm. Even if all the high-level domain god in AIMA realm were to join forces, they wouldn't necessarily be a match for a rank 2 top-level domain god. 2 Dark Cloud Divine City, divine capital of Dark Cloud Divine Country. Hiss. This Yang Fann is really fierce. Looking at the information in his hand, God Lord Mo Yun almost sucked in a breath of air. Although he had thought that Yang Fann might have a way to fight God Lord Kai Yang and the others, he never would have thought that. What? Suppressing and suppressing all of them, could it still be more frightening? At this moment, God Lord Ink Cloud truly felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell. The lingering fear he felt was something that words could not describe. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. He and his Mo family would follow in the footsteps of that old man Kai Yang. Phew. It's good that I'm still conscious. At the final moment, I will stir up the chaos. God Lord Kai Yang is dead. There is less than a tenth of Kai Yang's royal family left. Kai Yang's divine country was now the fat meat on the chopping board, as well as the territories of the evil spirit family, the Dark Palace, and so on. If they could harvest a piece of meat, the power of their clan would surely increase by a large amount. No way. I can't act recklessly. I still don't know what that monster is thinking. Wait a little longer. We'll see how things turn out. C. 1730 10,000 years the territory left by the Kai Yang imperial family, the heavenly evil spirit family, and other major powers. That was a huge piece of fat meat. Especially the divine country of Kai Yang. Whether it was in terms of size or resources, it was the largest and richest place in the AIMA realm continent. Without the protection of the Kai Yang imperial family, it would be a piece of fat meat on the chopping board that anyone could take a bite out of. Countless major powers had their eyes on this piece of fat meat. There was no need for too much. As long as they could cut off a piece of meat, their power would skyrocket. However, none of them had actually made a move. A tiger would snatch food from its mouth. If they were not careful, they might be careless. One might end up being crushed into pieces. Yang Fann, that dark star, was not someone to be trifled with. Before they could confirm Yang Fann's thoughts, no major power would dare to interfere. In any case, it would take at most 10,000 years for Dark Star to head to the upper world. It wasn't like they couldn't afford to wait for such a short period of time. Suani Divine Country. This was the second divine country in the AIMA realm continent. To be precise, it was the first divine country. Without God Lord Kai Yang, there were still many high-level domain god guarding the divine country. Although the empire had not been truly destroyed, it was still in name only. Suani Divine Master. This was the first divine beast in Suani in the world. It was a very powerful Suani, and it could be considered one of the strongest amongst all rank 4 high-level domain god. Compared to God Lord Kai Yang, it was only slightly weaker, and it was ranked 4th among the 36 supreme rankings. It could be said that with just a stamp of his foot, the entire AIMA realm would tremble 3 times. However, today, this supreme overlord unexpectedly welcomed a first-grade middle-level domain god in person, and even faced that first-grade middle-level domain god. There was even a hint of flattery. It was as if their identities had completely changed. This first-grade middle-level domain god was none other than the master of the Shengluo Alliance, Sovereign Xuanyuan. Sovereign Xuanyuan was nothing. However, the person behind him made the Suani Divine Master feel fear and even fear. Yang Fann, this dark star, had a murderous intent that was rarely seen in this world. If he really found an excuse, then their Suani race would be finished. Even if that dark star of Kai Yang god race wanted to destroy them, they would do so. Not to mention the Suani family, whose strength was even slightly weaker. Divine Lord Suani, I wonder how many Suanis your Suani divine country has in stock. My Shengluo Alliance is willing to buy 100 billion top-level divine stones each. Sovereign Xuanyuan did not spend too much time exchanging pleasantries with Divine Lord Suani. He went straight to the point. The reason he came here was because of his goal. There was only one reason, and that was to collect inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts for Yang Fann. Although he wasn't sure what the purpose of Yang Fann collecting so many inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts was, as long as it was Yang Fann's orders, he would do as he was told. Brother Shu Yuan, you are an outsider. What do you mean by buying or not? A few inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts was nothing. Please wait for a moment. I'll get someone to bring it over immediately. God Lord Suani gave a forthright smile. Although inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts were considered precious, they could still be considered precious. In particular, what Sovereign Xuanyuan wanted was not just 1 or 2 pieces, but all the Suanis in the Suani clan's treasury. However, as long as he could get on Yang Fann's ship, everything would be worth it. A rank 2 top-level domain god that hadn't even reached an era, he would at least become a high-rank top-level domain god in the future. As long as Sovereign Xuanyuan could provide him with some guidance in the future, perhaps the old Suani would be able to become a top-level domain god one day. Divine Master Suani, there's no need to give it to me. Let's talk about giving it to you. A good 100 billion top-level divine stones, just 100 billion top-level divine stones. Sovereign Xuanyuan gently shook his head. Before leaving, Yang Fann had already warned him. This inferior middle-level domain divine artifact could only be bought, he couldn't take it for free. In this world, the hardest thing to return was favors after all. AIMA domain lord was the master of a domain, so it was fine. The others wouldn't let Yang Fann owe them a favor so easily. Yang Fann's favor wasn't that cheap. This. Alright. A hint of disappointment flashed across the Suani god lord's eyes. It was indeed not that easy to rely on that Uncle Yang Fann. However, Brother Shu Yuan, 100 billion Suanis is truly too much. An inferior middle-level domain divine artifact is not worth this price. Suani God Lord, don't reject it. This was personally decided by Brother Yang Fann. Sovereign Xuanyuan waved his hand. Honestly speaking, how could he not know that inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts were not worth so many top-level divine stones? It was already considered not bad to have 50 to 60 billion top-level divine stones. However, this was a price that Yang Fann had set, and he couldn't change it. An upstart. This Yang Fann is an upstart. He doesn't take the divine stones seriously at all. The Suani Divine Master silently cursed in his heart, but why am I so envious in my heart? The Violet World. It was a high-level dimensional realm attached to the AIMA realm continent, and the top sect of the AIMA realm, the Violet Divine Sect, had taken root here. The founder of the mountain, the Purple Cloud Supreme Being, was the supreme being of the 36 supreme rankings, ranked 15th. Although it was not as good as the Suani Divine Master, it was still a famous supreme expert in the AIMA realm. On this day, a first-grade middle-level domain god, accompanied by the Violet Cloud Supreme Being, went to the Purple Cloud Peak of the Violet Divine Sect. That first-grade middle-level domain god was the master of the Shengluo Alliance's Tongshuan Hall, Supreme Being Tong Zan. Like Sovereign Xuanyuan, Supreme Being Tong Zan also came to collect Yang Fann's under Yang Fann's orders. Not only profound principle and Sovereign Xuanyuan, but also the 100 weapons in Nether Luo, as well as the other intermediate warriors of the Shengluo Alliance, all rushed to different major powers. Time passed quickly, and 3,000 years had passed. Shengluo Divine Mansion. Rumble. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing an unconcealable surprise. Have you finished collecting the remaining 2,168 inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts? Good, Yang Fann said. Good, 3 times in a hurry. Although he had thought that collecting the remaining inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts would not be difficult, being able to complete the mission in a short 3,000 years was still somewhat beyond Yang Fann's expectations. Once the 9 revolutions divine devil body circulated to the huge perfection, just the power of the shell alone would be enough to crush a rank 2 top-level domain god like AIMA domain lord. Once he unleashed all of his combat strength, he wouldn't dare to imagine it. Even if it was those high-rank top-level domain god, he would still be able to torture him like a dog. Not long after, another talisman appeared in the hands of Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others, asking them to find a way to collect the low-grade high-level domain divine artifacts. However, this time, there weren't too many requirements. If they could collect a few, they would collect a few. To be honest, Yang Fann didn't have much hope for this. In the entire AIMA realm, there might not even be 300 high-level domain god, both in the open and in the dark. How many high-level domain divine artifacts could there be? And many high-level domain god only had one high-level domain divine artifact, which was their vital treasure. Unless one was in a life or death situation, no one would give up on their own vital treasure. No matter how many divine stones were offered, it would be useless. Yang Fann would be satisfied if he could collect dozens of low-grade Yang Fanns. 1,000 years, 3,000 years, 5,000 years. There was no time in the mountain. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Rumble. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. The terrifying aura around his body was gradually restrained, turning into an ordinary aura once again. It was as if he was an ordinary person who did not know anything about cultivation. 3 megameters, time passes really quickly. 10,000 years have passed just like that, and they actually managed to collect 78 low-grade high-level domain divine artifacts. Sovereign Xuanyuan and the others have really put in a lot of effort. C-1731 The Great Circle of the 9 Transformations Devil Body Supreme Divine City, the Supreme Divine Palace. Crown Prince Suan Ni, Yin Jian, and the other 49 geniuses had gathered together. 10,000 years had passed, and everyone's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The weakest of them was no weaker than rank 2 middle-level domain god, and the strongest amongst them was Crown Prince Suan Ni. Even if their strength wasn't as strong as rank 4 high-level domain gods, they wouldn't be much weaker. They were definitely the top of the rank 3 high-level domain god. In order to allow Crown Prince Suan Ni and the others to achieve good results in the upcoming trip to the higher realms, they might even be chosen by the Holy Land of Emperor Tai and become the disciples of the Holy Lands. All the major powers had done their best, using all their resources to improve Crown Prince Suan Ni and the others' strength. It was as if they were going to die if they didn't succeed. Half an incense stick of time later. Tap 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 outside the main hall, slow footsteps could be heard. In the next second, a black-clothed Yang Fann came from outside. Greetings, His Excellency Yang Fann. Lord's longevity is boundless, and his longevity is equal to the heavens. Greetings, His Excellency Yang Fann. Your Excellency's longevity is boundless, and your longevity is equal to the heavens. Greetings, His Excellency Yang Fann. Your Excellency's longevity is boundless, and your longevity is equal to the heavens. In an instant, numerous geniuses came forward and bowed. Today was different from the past. 10,000 years ago, they still dared to treat Yang Fann as someone of the same generation. Although quasi-top-level domain god was strong, he was still in the high-level domain god realm. For example, Crown Prince Suan Ni and the others, even if there was a gap between them, they were still not in the heaven and earth cloud and mud realm. However, a top-level domain god, especially a rank 2 top-level Domain God, was completely different. No one dared to show any disrespect. This kind of monster was not someone they could look down on. In their entire lives, they could only look up to it. Everyone, please rise. There's no need for formalities. Yang Fann smiled gently and did not hit the smiling person. Thank you, Master. All the geniuses thanked him respectfully before slowly standing up. Their eyes were filled with respect as they looked at Yang Fann. Especially the few female geniuses. Their eyes faintly revealed a burning desire. If Yang Fann was willing, these so-called proud daughters of heaven, the goddesses in the hearts of countless people, would likely immediately throw away all their reservations and throw themselves at Yang Fann. If that was the case, a monster that defies the heavens. His future achievements were not something they could imagine. It was not impossible for him to even advance to the position of Supreme Master God. If they could become his woman, they would be able to ascend to the heavens with the Tao. Perhaps, they might even have a chance to peek into high-rank top-level domain god secrets in the future. Otherwise, with their talent and potential alone, even if they could stay in the holy land of Emperor Tai, it would be considered not bad if they could reach the rank 3 top-level domain god in their lifetime. Unfortunately, Yang Fann turned a blind eye to their gazes. Time ticked by, and soon, another incense stick of time had passed. Pucci space distorted, and AIMA domain lord appeared out of thin air. Greetings, His Majesty the Domain Lord. Your Majesty's longevity is boundless, and your life is equal to the heavens. Greetings, His Majesty the Domain Lord. Your Majesty's longevity is boundless, and your life is equal to the heavens. Greetings, His Majesty the Domain Lord. Your Majesty's longevity is boundless. Your longevity is equal to the heavens. The geniuses bowed once more. Only Yang Fann cupped his fists and greeted AIMA Domain Lord as a greeting. The crowd was filled with envy once again. They had no idea when they would be able to address AIMA Domain Lord as fellow Taoist like Yang Fann. A few breaths later, rumble, a massive dragon-shaped god ship directly tore through space. In the blink of an eye, it had left the Supreme Divine City. The celestial dragon ship, the inferior top-level domain divine artifact that AIMA Domain Lord had carefully crafted. Its speed was so fast that it was even faster than many second-grade top-level true gods. Although AIMA realm wasn't located at the border of the Great Thousand Realms of the Emperor of Thailand, it wasn't close to the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand. It was more than 1,000,000 realms away. An ordinary high-level domain god wouldn't be able to reach the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand without spending billions of years. Even with the speed of the celestial dragon ship, it would still take them millions of years. If they encountered any trouble during this period of time, it wouldn't be impossible for them to spend tens of millions of years. Fortunately, there were still nearly 30 million years left until the start of the Infinite Worlds meeting, which was more than enough time. 30 million years seemed to be a very long time, and it would be a long time in the mortal world. Even Dynasty did not know how to replace tens of thousands of generations, but in the world of the gods, this amount of time was nothing. It was just like 2 or 3 hours for mortals. And spending a few hours on the road, was that a long time? The celestial dragon ship didn't seem to be that big. It wasn't even 100,000 feet long, and it was only 1,000 feet wide. However, there was another universe within it, and its area was so vast that it wasn't inferior to a world. There were countless palaces and pavilions, and all of them were beautiful women that could topple cities. Apart from that, there was also an elite team stationed in the celestial dragon ship. It was a top team that AIMA Domain Lord had carefully trained. Although there were only 1,000 of them, each of them was Domain God Sovereign, the leader of the 10-men team. All of them were middle-level Domain God Warriors, and the 10 captains were all high-level Domain God Warriors. The outstanding ones among them weren't any weaker than the supreme beings of the supreme rankings. Adding the power of the battle formation, the 1,000-men team was strong enough to fight or even kill a first-grade top-level Domain God Warrior. It could be said to be a sharp knife in AIMA Domain Lord's hand. Of course, the combat strength of the celestial dragon ship was also extraordinary. Whether it was in terms of defense or attack, it could be said to be one of the best inferior top-level domain divine artifacts in the inferior top-level domain divine artifact. It was comparable to a peak first-grade top-level domain god, and with its terrifying speed, even a rank 2 top-level domain god warrior would have a hard time dealing with it. Soon, Yang Fann and his group were led by maid servants into the exquisite divine hall within the celestial dragon ship. Without a doubt, Yang Fann's residence was the most luxurious. Among the countless palaces, only AIMA domain lord's residence could compare with it. A few breaths later, the female servant leading the way slowly exited the hall. Her beautiful eyes revealed a trace of unconcealable disappointment. These female servants had already known the identity of Yang Fann and the others, especially Yang Fann, who had been introduced to them. In order to obtain a spot to serve Yang Fann, these female servants had fought for it. Even a single night of pleasure was enough for them to enjoy it for their entire lives. For maids like them, they had long been aware of their fate, which was to be used by their master to befriend other influential people. Without a doubt, Yang Fann was the greatest influential person in AIMA realm, and even their master, AIMA domain lord, had to curry favor with him. Swoosh, a treasure light flashed by, and another inferior low-level domain divine artifact appeared in Yang Fann's hand. After 10,000 years of bitter cultivation, Yang Fann had once again refined nearly 300 inferior low-level domain divine artifacts. He was only a mere 1,509 revolutions divine devil bodies away from the 9 revolutions divine devil bodies 5th transformation huge perfection. At most, that was 60 to 70,000 years of hard work. Yang Fann was confident that he could devour them all. At that time, his combat strength would definitely surpass AIMA domain lords, or even rank 4 top-level domain gods. He wouldn't be afraid of them at all. Thinking of this, Yang Fann couldn't wait any longer. Rumble. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was pushed to its limit by Yang Fann, crazily devouring the origin divine energy of the divine spear. 1,000 years, 3,000 years, 10,000 years, 30,000 years, 60,000 years. Time passed quickly. The inferior low-level domain divine artifact in Yang Fann's hand also turned into ashes at a terrifying speed. 100 pieces, 300 pieces, 500 pieces, 800 pieces, 1,200 pieces. Yang Fann had gone into seclusion for 66,321 years. Pucci. The 1,536 inferior low-level domain divine artifacts had completely turned into flying ashes. The next second, rumble. Yang Fann's aura and the power within his body were like a tsunami that was about to collapse. They were growing crazily and their bodies were also growing exponentially. They were like heavenly pillars that supported the heavens and the earth. C-1732 encountering the elites of the other dimensions 66,321 years had passed. Yang Fann had completely refined 1,536 inferior low-level domain divine artifacts. At this moment, Yang Fann's 9 revolutions divine devil body had finally entered the 5th transformation great perfection stage. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, the aura around Yang Fann's body began to rise madly, rising steadily. The power within his body grew like a landslide or a tsunami, and even his body grew infinitely taller. Dazzling divine light burst out from all the pores and cells in his body, illuminating the 9 prefectures and making the entire hall seem like a world of divine light. Grug 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 in all directions, countless spaces began to distort and collapse. Luckily, this palace was one with the celestial dragon ship, and it was also a part of the inferior top-level domain divine artifact. There was no need to worry, the pressure of breaking through would shatter the entire palace. 1 year passed. Soon, it was 3,000 years later. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann's explosive aura gradually calmed down. Another 100 years passed. Rumble. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, emitting a brilliant divine light. It was as if the first ray of light between the heavens and the earth had lit up the entire universe. At this moment, if there was a cultivator standing in front of Yang Fann, even rank 4 high-level domain god's body would be mercilessly penetrated, or even destroyed by the soul. Incomparably brutal power, this is the power that I have now. Yang Fann couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Compared to before he broke through, the current him. Just the pure strength of body alone. It was comparable to a high-level domain god. Even without using any world law, just the 9 revolutions divine devil body alone. Yang Fann was very confident that he would be able to fight AIMA domain lord. Once he used all of his trump cards, it would be very difficult for a rank 3 top-level domain god to be his match. It was just those rank 4 top-level domain god. Whoever won or lost would have to fight first. This strength, even in the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand, where the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand were as numerous as clouds, should be enough to be called an expert. Although Yang Fann had never been to the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand before, but it was not like he had no idea about the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand, as he knew nothing about it. AIMA Domain Lord had been to the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand before. Furthermore, it wasn't the first time he had visited the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand. Before he set off, he had briefly explained the basic situation of the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand. In the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand, the Holy Land of Emperor Tai was the supreme ruler of everything. There were countless powers and domain gods among them. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were as numerous as the sand in the Ganges River. However, amongst them, the 9th and 9th levels were all low-level domain god. High-level domain god was already worthy of being called an expert. In some small divine country, it was enough for one to be conferred the title of Marquis and become the overlord of a region. As for rank 4 top-level domain god, many of the intermediate-level god lords in divine country only had such a cultivation base. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued his seclusion. A divine light cut through the void, and an inferior middle-level domain divine artifact grade spear appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Rumble. Boundless power of devouring surged like tidal waves, crazily devouring the divine artifact origin within. Very quickly, it was 10,000 years later. Pucci. The last trace of the divine weapon, the strength of origin, was swallowed by Yang Fann, and it shattered into pieces, turning into flying ashes. Yang Fann frowned, and a trace of disappointment flashed across his eyes. This period of time had greatly exceeded his expectations. Initially, he thought that with his current strength, it would only take him 1,000 years to devour a single inferior middle-level domain divine artifact, but he didn't expect that it would take him 10,000 years. In other words, it would take him nearly 100 million years to completely devour the 10,000 inferior middle-level domain divine artifacts in his hand. There were still less than 30 million years left until the Infinite Worlds meeting. It was impossible for him to advance the 9 revolutions divine devil body to the 6th transformation great perfection stage before the meeting began. If the 9 revolutions divine devil body couldn't reach the huge perfection, the increase in his strength would be negligible. For example, this middle-level domain divine artifact only increased Yang Fann's strength by 100 middle thousand strength of worlds. For Yang Fann, who had nearly 100 million middle thousand strength of worlds, it was simply a drop in the bucket. Nearly 30 million years. He would only be able to get close to 300,000 middle-level domain divine artifacts. With just rank 2 middle-level domain god strength, what could he do? Although his current combat strength had surpassed the rank 3 top-level domain god and was comparable to rank 4 top-level domain god, Yang Fann wasn't very confident that he would be invincible in the convention of infinite worlds. That was top-level Heaven's Pride, the leader of the 8 million dimensional domain in the Great Thousand Realms of the Emperor of Thailand. Besides, there were also those native chosen from the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand. In terms of cultivation progress, Yang Fann thought he was second. No one would dare claim to be number 1. But in terms of strength, it was hard to say. After all, that was an era, an entire 560 billion years, and he'd only cultivated for a short period of time. In total, it wasn't even 50 million years, a few million. This was truly a bit terrifying. Looks like I have to improve my cultivation first before cultivating this 9 revolutions divine devil body. In comparison, breaking through was much easier. In his inner world, there were still a large number of domain gods and quasi-domain gods locked up. For nearly 30 million years, Yang Fann was confident that he could improve his cultivation base by 2 major grades, or even break through to the high-level true god in one go. At that time, even if his combat strength wasn't as strong as those high-rank top-level domain god, he wouldn't be much weaker than rank 6 top-level domain god. Thinking about it, there shouldn't be such a monster amongst the young generation. AIMA domain lord's talent wasn't weak. Even if he was placed in the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand, he would still be considered a genius. However, in order to break through to the top-level domain god, he had to spend more than 10 eras. Although there was a lack of resources, even if the resources were abundant, it would still be very difficult for AIMA domain lord to break through to the top-level domain god without 3 or 4 eras. It wasn't easy to break through to the top-level domain god, especially after that. The difficulty of breaking through to the next level would increase exponentially. The next second, swoosh swoosh swoosh, tens of thousands of quasi-gods appeared within the devouring black hole in the blink of an eye. Terrifying power of devouring surged forth, crazily devouring the quasi-god strength of origin. Grug 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 zero. In less than an hour, a quasi-domain god had completely transformed into a flying ash. With Yang Fann's current cultivation base and strength, devouring these quasi-gods would be extremely easy. 10 years later, not a single one of the 10,000 quasi-gods was left alive. They were all devoured and refined by Yang Fann. Swoosh, with a flash of light, another 10,000 quasi-gods appeared within the devouring black hole. 10,000 years later, all the quasi-gods in Yang Fann's inner world were devoured by him. There were more than 10 million of them. Not only did Yang Fann suppress over 1 million quasi-gods in World Heaven's Pride battle, but he also suppressed over 1 million quasi-gods. There were also the quasi-gods of Kai Yang's royal family, the heavenly evil spirit family, and the other 5 major powers. The change in quantity caused a qualitative change. Over 10 million quasi-domain gods had gathered together. The power of the strength of origin was comparable to that of a first-grade high-level domain god. Although Yang Fann had yet to break through to the rank 3 middle-level true god, there was only a slight gap between them. It seemed like he would break through in the next second. 100,000 years later. Pucci, the last low-level domain god, turned into a flying ash, and Yang Fann's cultivation base stabilized at the rank 3 middle-level true god stage. His combat strength had doubled once again. At this moment, Yang Fann was confident that he could suppress the low-level rank 4 top-level domain god. 600,000 years later. Yang Fann began refining the high-level domain god. Sure enough, a high-level domain god was a high-level domain god. The strength of origin in his body was not something those middle-level domain god warriors could compare with. Celestial Dragon Ship, Master Control Room. AIMA Domain Lord sat on the throne. He sat on either side of the throne. On both sides of the throne stood 5 terrifying experts with powerful auras. They were as deep as the ocean, and they wore black dragon armor. They were the 10 captains of the guard. However, the atmosphere in the entire Master Control Room was somewhat solemn. Everyone, including AIMA Domain Lord, were staring intently at the crystal screen in the middle of the hall. There was a faint trace of fear in their eyes. Within the crystal screen, there was a black dot rapidly approaching them. Those who are kind do not come. They do not come with good intentions. C-1733 Battling a domain-level god. The vast starry sky. A black cloud that looked like a star was rapidly approaching the celestial dragon ship. Within the black cloud, terrifying fiendish cheese were constantly interweaving and converging. Wherever the black cloud passed, everything would be corroded into dust. Vaguely, one could see thousands of people hiding within the black cloud. Each of them was incomparably terrifying, like a ferocious god. Their murderous aura seemed to be able to overturn everything. The devil domain was the same as the AIMA realm. It was also a top-grade dimensional domain. However, its strength was far above the AIMA realm. If the top-grade dimensional domain was divided into several levels, even if the devil domain could not be called the top grade, it would still be one of the top grade. The AIMA realm could only be considered a second grade or even third grade. In the vast devil domain, the devil domain was a high and mighty clan that ruled over the trillions of races and countless powers in the entire domain. Within this black cloud was the king of the Devil Sha clan, king of devils. He was leading numerous elders of the Devil Fiend clan and 50 top-level Heaven's Pride of the Devil Fiend clan, preparing to attend the convention in the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand. Along the way, the Moshe clan didn't just discover AIMA Domain Lords group. Before this, they encountered 2 groups from different realms. In the end, without exception, all of them had been destroyed. Their resources had been plundered, and the women had become the lowliest slaves. The word, Moshe, wasn't just for show. They were the true devil clan, and they loved to kill. Of course, this was also a great test for the geniuses of the various realms. They would turn a blind eye to the slaughter of the expert of the various realms. If they couldn't even deal with the dangers along the way, how could they qualify to participate in the convention of infinite worlds? But now, the Devil Sha King had his eyes on the celestial dragon ship. The black cloud's speed was extremely fast. It was even faster than the celestial dragon ship. The distance between the two of them was constantly shrinking. In a quarter of an hour at most, the black cloud would catch up to the celestial dragon ship. Time passed bit by bit, and soon, half a quarter of an hour had passed. In the celestial dragon ship, master control room, and in the crystal screen, the black dot was getting more and more obvious. Vaguely, one could see the terrifying and ferocious gods in the clouds. Unknowingly, AIMA domain lord's eyes had already knitted together. In the dark cloud, he could sense several terrifying auras, but none of them were below the rank 2 top-level domain god. The aura of one of them was even stronger than his. There were also 2 auras that were weaker than him. Top-level domain god, all of them were top-level domain god. Even if it wasn't rank 4 top-level domain god, he wouldn't be much weaker. This strength was already far above theirs. Bitch it, why are we so unlucky? Out of the 8 million dimensional domain in the Great Thousand Realms of the Emperor of Thailand, most of them were low-grade dimensional domain. Intermediate dimensional domain would not exceed 2 million, high-grade dimensional domain would not exceed 500,000, and there were only a few tens of thousands of top-grade dimensional domain. In the boundless universe, the probability of encountering other dimensional domain teams was very low, not to mention a top-grade dimensional team. Or did I not see the yellow calendar before I went out? Gather the team and inform fellow Taoist Yang Fann and the rest. Gather at Master Control Room. AIMA domain lord's eyes flashed with determination. The speed of the celestial dragon ship had been raised to the extreme. It was still difficult to shake off the opponent, but his own speed. It's still inferior to the celestial dragon ship, so it's impossible for him to escape. The only thing he could do now was to gather all of his strength. He was going to fight with his life on the line. How should he put it? Their strength wasn't too weak, they had 2 rank 2 top-level domain god warriors. The guard team and the celestial dragon ship. They could also unleash the combat strength of a top-level domain god warrior. The opponent might be afraid of their strength. However, they didn't dare to make any rash moves. What? A top-tier dimensional expert is targeting us. A peak rank 3 top-level domain god, or even rank 4 top-level domain god, 2 rank 2 top-level domain god and 2 first-grade top-level domain god, and hundreds of other high-level domain god. How could this be? How could this be? Woo woo woo. We haven't even reached the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand yet, could it be that we are going to die here? Woo woo woo, I can't accept it, I can't accept it. Endless despair spread in the hearts of Crown Prince Suan Ni and the other geniuses. Some of the more cowardly ones even had their minds collapse as they wailed in grief. Their side only had 2 rank 2 top-level domain god warriors, and the high-level domain god warriors were even worse. There was a difference of 10 times between them and the high-level domain god warriors. Not only that, how were they going to fight this battle? They had no chance of winning at all. He's dead, he's really dead this time. Silence, even though the incomer is strong, it's not like we don't have the strength to fight. AIMA domain lord's expression darkened slightly as he shouted. In terms of top combat strength, although there was a gap between them, it wasn't a heaven and earth cloud and mud. If they were to fight with their lives on the line, even if they could win, they would have to pay a heavy price. That's right, it's not like we don't have the strength to fight. If you want my life, even if I have to die, I will bite off his flesh. At this moment, Poochie, a dark shine flashed by, and a man appeared in the master control room. It was none other than Yang Fann. A peak rank 3 top-level domain god, 2 rank 2 top-level domain god, 2 first-grade top-level domain god, and hundreds of high-level domain god. Good, this is the right time. I was worrying about the lack of resources. Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and his voice was filled with excitement. If he met them before he set off, Yang Fann would definitely run as far as he could without saying a word. But now, it was a different story. Yang Fann's 1 million years of life had not been in vain. Not only had he successfully broken through to the 5th transformation huge perfection, his cultivation base had also broken through to the 4th grade middle level true god, and he was only a step away from the high level true god. Of course, the price he paid was the huge amount of prisoners in his hands. He had almost used up all of them, and there were only close to 100 high level domain god left. The captured Heaven's Pride ranking was only left with Prince Cheong, Tien Sha, Little Pluto, the Star Pattern Crown Prince, and the Sage Exalt. Whether or not he could break through to the 3rd grade high-level true god with this amount of experts was still unknown, and it would be impossible for him to break through to the top-level true god. However, with the addition of these 5 great top-level true god and hundreds of high-level domain god, things would be different. Whether or not he could break through to the top-level true god would depend on them. What? I didn't hear it wrong, right? What does Yang Fann mean by that? Could it be that he still has some secrets? Is that possible? AIMA Domain Lord's heart was beating wildly. It wasn't that he didn't want to believe Yang Fann, it was just that this matter was too inconceivable. A rank 2 top-level domain god who hadn't even been a great era was already rare in this world. Let alone 8 million dimensional domain, even into the great thousand realms of the Emperor of Thailand. He was afraid that not many people could be found. If there was still someone hiding, was he going to give them a chance to live? AIMA Domain Lord wasn't the only one in disbelief. Crown Prince Suan Ni and the other 49 chosen stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. Yang Fann, oh Yang Fann, I know you are the most talented person in the world, but your words are a little too scary. Those were 5 top-level domain god warriors and hundreds of high-level domain god warriors. This strength is enough to sweep across our AIMA realm. 0 His Majesty the Domain Lord, stop, wait for them to come over. AIMA Domain Lord nodded blankly and stopped the celestial dragon ship. But very quickly, he felt a wave of regret. Oh no, why did he stop? Although he knew that there was no hope of getting rid of it, AIMA Domain Lord still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He was not afraid of 10,000. He was just afraid that if it wasn't, what if they got rid of it? There was really no chance now. Forget it. Now that things had come to this, he could only take the risk. Yang Fann, oh Yang Fann, don't let me down. I can't believe you're not running anymore. Kekeki, it seemed like these aphids knew their own limitations. I'll get close to them immediately. How many years has it been since I drank top-level domain god blood? 1 era, 2 eras. Kekeki, I can't wait any longer. I'm going to have a good drink today. Cruel Gia. C1734 insta-kill a peak true god aphids, you know what's good for you. If you surrender now, I can give you a quick death. A wild laughter descended from the sky and swept across the starry sky. It sounded like devil god's roar, and it made people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. The next second, rumble, a huge black cloud appeared 10,000 miles away from the celestial dragon ship. Very quickly, the black cloud dispersed. A terrifying figure that looked like devil god appeared. Each of them was extremely short. The man was extremely ugly and ferocious. Just a glance was enough to make countless people have nightmares at night. As for the women, they are the exact opposite. The wind was extremely beautiful, and it was devastatingly beautiful. Even the 9-tailed fox clan, which was famous for their charm, seemed to be slightly inferior to them. It was alluring. This was the main characteristic of the Moshe clan. It was the same for all the males and females. The Great Tao seemed to focus all of the beauty of the Moshe clan on the Moshe woman. There was not a single ugly woman in the entire Moshe clan. The person in the lead was a terrifying man wearing a black divine armor. His face was terrifying, and even the ancient evil could not compare to 10,000th of his appearance. In this world, there was probably no one else who was uglier than him. However, the scariness of his aura was similarly rare in this world. It was more than 10 times scarier than AIMA Domain Lord, who was a rank 2 top-level domain god. A casual battle there seemed to be able to destroy the entire world. Rank 3 top-level domain god. Furthermore, he was a peak rank 3 top-level domain god expert, just a step away from breaking through to the rank 4 top-level domain god realm. King of Devils, the number 1 man of Devil Fiend clan, the supreme ruler of the dimensional domain of Devil Sha. At this moment, the eyes of the Moshe clan were filled with burning desire and greed as they looked at the celestial dragon ship. As he had expected, there were no god ships in the god ship. In other words, there was only a rank 2 top-level domain god that could attract his attention. With their strength, it would be a piece of cake for them to take them down. It wasn't just King of Devils. The other Devil Fiend clans from the Devil Fiend clan were also filled with excitement. It was as if Yang Fann and his group had become fat meat in their mouths. They wouldn't be able to escape even if they had wings. Right at this moment, swish, the void twisted, and a person appeared outside the celestial dragon ship. It was Yang Fann. Not good. AIMA Domain Lord's facial expression changed slightly. In his opinion, he and the others were weaker than him, and he could only rely on the celestial dragon ship's powerful defense to fight them. He could contend with them. This was the best choice. If something were to happen to Yang Fann if he went out recklessly like this, all of them would be finished. Without the support of Yang Fann, who was a rank 2 top-level domain god, it would be difficult for him to fight these devil god alone. There was no way he could be a match for these devil god. However, just as he was about to speak, he seemed to have thought of something, and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Yang Fann didn't seem like the brainless person either. Since he dared to come out of the celestial dragon ship, he must have something to rely on. It was hard to tell if he could really do it. Back in World Heaven's Pride battle, didn't he just refresh everyone's understanding of him, and the battle with Kai Yang and the others? Unknowingly, a glimmer of hope blossomed in AIMA Domain Lord's heart, which was filled with despair. Within the void, Yang Fann stared straight at the Devil Sha King and the others. His eyes were filled with an unconcealable blazing heat. AIMA Domain Lord had underestimated the Devil Sha King's group. There were more than 2 rank 2 top-level domain god warriors. There were 3 of them, as well as more than 1,000 high-level domain god warriors. There wasn't a single person in that group who wasn't a high-level domain god warrior. Sure enough, our AIMA realm is still a lot weaker compared to the other top-grade dimensional domain. If we don't include him, the so-called Heaven's Pride ranking of our AIMA realm is far from being able to compare with him. There were only a few dozen people in total who had reached the high-level domain god in 360 Heaven's Pride rankings cultivation base. As for the opponents, there were 50 of them who had participated in the Infinite Worlds Assembly. Adding those who had been eliminated, even if there weren't 100 high-level domain god youths, there would still be 80 of them. Forget it, let's not think about this anymore. Right now, it's better to suppress them first. 7 top-level domain god and 1,000 high-level domain god had suppressed them, and when they arrived at the convention, they would be suppressed. At the start, after nearly 30 million years, there was no need to worry about not having a domain god for him to devour. Brat, what kind of expression is that? The Moshe King's voice was filled with anger. That look of his made him feel disgusted in his heart. He was the only one who looked at others like that. When had anyone ever looked at him like that? And he was just a little kid who hadn't even grown all his hair. Who's going to take that brat down for me? Your Majesty King of Devils, let me do it very quickly. A ferocious first-grade top-level domain god took a step forward. His right arm moved. He didn't use any of the secret techniques of his clan, the martial skill. He just casually clawed at Yang Fann. Although he couldn't see through Yang Fann's cultivation base, he could sense that the life force of this little devil was very young. He thought that this was the young man's generation, and it hadn't even been an era. How much strength could this young man have? It would be a piece of cake for him. Ant, you dare to be impudent in front of me, you're courting death. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and the 9 revolutions divine devil body was pushed to its limit. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, Yang Fann's strength grew like a tsunami. The aura around him rose crazily, rising steadily. Aphid's it was the same claw, but its power was terrifying. It was more than 100 times stronger than the first-grade top-level domain god from the Devil Fiend clan. After a million years of hard work, Yang Fann's cultivation base. He had broken through 2 major grades in a row, and had stepped into the 4th-grade middle-level true god. Even the power of the body was washed away by the strength of world. It had more than doubled and steadily stepped into the high-level domain god. With the support of the inner strength of world and the 5th transformation great perfection stage 9 revolutions divine devil body. The terrifying power had already surpassed the limit of the rank 2 top-level domain god. He had broken through to the rank 3 top-level domain god with a single step. Ah no. The first-grade top-level domain god's expression changed. He could actually feel a trace of the power of a king from this aphid worm in front of him. A rank 3 top-level domain god, just like their king, was a terrifying rank 3 top-level domain god. Rumble the horrendous hand suppressed the first-grade top-level domain god of the Devil Fiend clan. The first-grade top-level domain god couldn't even muster the strength to resist, and was completely suppressed. Celestial Dragon Ship, Master Control Room. Ah, it's suppressed. That first-grade top-level domain god has been suppressed by Yang Fann. He really did have something hidden up his sleeves. AIMA Domain Lord's eyes went wide, and the light of hope in his eyes grew brighter by 30%. He had seen the strength of the top-level domain god from the Devil Fiend clan. He was a first-grade top-level domain god. Even if he had underestimated his opponent, he was still not a rank 2 top-level domain god. If he was in AIMA domain lord's shoes, it would take him a lot of effort to suppress him. If he was not careful, he might be able to escape. Yang Fann's strength had absolutely surpassed his. Even if he wasn't as strong as a rank 3 top-level domain god, he wouldn't be much weaker. Mozan the Devil Sha King's face turned extremely gloomy. What a good little devil pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Even I was tricked by you. Hand over Mozan and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you know what death is like.